The mercenary king, Chen Yang, returned to the city solely to protect the goddess-like sister of his comrade. Unintentionally, he offended a terrifying faction comprised of Shaolin secular disciples. In an instant, tumult brewed, and the air was thick with a sense of impending danger. In August, during the sweltering summer in Binhai City, Chen Yang found himself ensnared in a dream that transported him back to the African jungle. The foliage was dense and intertwined, shrouded in the haze of gunpowder smoke. "Brother, I was wrong, just kill me." Lin Nan, the second in command, knelt before Chen Yang, weeping profusely. Pain flickered in Chen Yang's eyes, as he and Lin Nan shared a bond forged in the crucible of life and death. Together, they established the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, and the name of Wolf King Chen Yang had become a legendary tale throughout the mercenary world. Yet, Lin Nan's reckless dalliance had led him to divulge critical information to their enemies, resulting in devastating losses for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Had it not been for Chen Yang's heroic intervention, the group would have faced total annihilation. "Leave. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Blood Wolves," Chen Yang declared after a prolonged silence. Lin Nan trembled violently, his voice raw with emotion as he pleaded, "Brother, I am a Blood Wolf in life, and will remain one in death. Let us be brothers in our next lives." Bang! Lin Nan collapsed into a pool of his own blood. He had taken his own life. Few could match Lin Nan's speed with a firearm, and even Chen Yang was too late to intervene. "Lin Nan!" Chen Yang jolted upright in bed, his eyes reddened with anguish. The memory of Lin Nan's demise weighed heavily upon him. In that moment, Chen Yang was no longer the lecherous Viur, but a wounded lone wolf. He murmured, "Rest assured, Lin Nan, I know that throughout your life, the one you cherished most was your sister. I shall protect her always, ensuring she endures no harm." At 7 in the morning, Chen Yang rose promptly. As he carried his toiletries to the communal bathroom, he caught sight of Su Qing, adorned in a form-fitting black suit, slightly arching her back as she washed her face. The dress was particularly snug. Chen Yang gazed at her, his eyes gleaming with desire. In the early hours, such a display from her was truly overwhelming. He felt a stirring response. Just then, Su Qing finished washing her face and turned to see Chen Yang. Embarrassment washed over him. If Su Qing were to witness his awkwardness, she would surely discern his impure thoughts. In a flash of inspiration, he quickly bent down, clutching his abdomen with a pained expression, exclaiming, "Apologies, my stomach hurts, I must hurry." Su Qing, initially intending to greet him, promptly stepped aside and said, "I just finished, please, go ahead." After Chen Yang closed the bathroom door, he exhaled in relief, contemplating how enchanting Su Qing truly was. During his time abroad, he had encountered many beauties: the ethereal charms of Russian sirens, the boldness of American vixens, and the romance of French maidens. Yet none possessed the alluring essence that Su Qing did. After completing his morning routine and tidying up his belongings, Chen Yang prepared to leave. Coincidentally, Su Qing was also heading out with her daughter, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was exceptionally beautiful, adorned in a delicate white dress and black leather shoes, resembling a little princess. Upon seeing Chen Yang, the little girl promptly greeted him with a charming, "Good morning, uncle." Chen Yang's face broke into a broad smile as he replied, "Hello, Xiao Shui." He stepped forward and lifted her into his arms, saying, "Come, give uncle a kiss." Xiao Shui immediately leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on Chen Yang's cheek. Su Qing observed from the side, choosing not to intervene. She harbored a certain fondness for Chen Yang, appreciating his sunny disposition and the way he treated her daughter. However, had she known that Chen Yang secretly watched her bathe each night and considered her an object of fantasy, her feelings would likely have turned to loathing. Just as they were about to step outside, a van screeched to a halt nearby. 4 individuals emerged, one of whom was Su Qing's ex-husband, Su Ji. Su Qing's face turned pale instantly. Xiao Shui, frightened, buried her head in Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang held her tightly, whispering soothingly, "Don't worry, uncle is here to protect you." "What are you doing here?" Su Qing coldly demanded, glaring at Su Ji. Su Ji scanned Su Qing and Chen Yang with a derisive smirk, proclaiming, Well, Su Qing, you sly vixen, have you found yourself a new lover so quickly? But your taste is rather questionable. This fellow looks so poor, he can probably only satisfy you in bed." His words were truly vulgar and shameless. Su Qing felt a surge of anger, her heart racing within her tailored suit. "You best clean up your language," she warned Su Ji. "Su this pa. You act like a saint in front of me, but who knows what you're like behind my back. Enough with the chatter, just hand over 30,000 yuan." Upon hearing Su Ji's brazen demand, Su Qing's fury transformed into incredulous laughter. Why on earth would I give you 30,000? We are already divorced, and you have never contributed a dime to our daughter's living expenses. Don't even mention that I lack the money even if I had it. I'd rather throw it to the dogs than give it to you. Su Ji retorted, come on, we were married for a night, you owe me some gratitude. Those jewelry pieces you wear were bought by me, so selling them would be just fine. Let me tell you, you will give it today whether you want it or not. I owe these gentlemen 30,000, and if you don't come up with the money, they'll take you as collateral. Su Qing was nearly driven mad by Su Ji's words. She shouted, get lost, just get lost. Su Ji's expression darkened. You ungrateful woman, you refuse to heed my warning. He turned to the three men behind him, declaring, Tiger, you saw this, she's being disobedient. After all, she is my wife. Since I can't produce the money, take her to settle the debt. The three men were burly and clearly seasoned enforcers. One of them, a towering figure known as Tiger, cast a cold glance at Su Ji, stating, I need to consult with young Master Sunday. With that, he walked back toward the van. It seemed there was someone else seated inside the vehicle. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Qing's complexion turned pale, her delicate frame trembling violently. She cast a pleading glance towards Chen Yang, only to be beset by doubts. After all, this young man was a stranger to her. Would he truly come to her aid? Moreover, did he possess the audacity to confront these formidable thugs alone? At that moment, Huzi returned to stand before Su Ji. He remarked, your wife is quite attractive. Young Master Sun has stated that if you allow her to accompany him for a month, the debt will be forgiven. You have no objections, I presume? Su Ji, in a flurry, replied, of course, I have no objections, none at all. With a swift motion, Huzi gestured for his subordinates to seize Su Qing. Fear gripped Su Qing, but just then, Chen Yang, cradling Xiao Shui, positioned himself like an impenetrable mountain before her. He scoffed derisively, stating, I have encountered many shameless individuals, yet your level of audacity is unprecedented. Get out of the way. One burly thug bellowed, extending his enormous hand to seize Chen Yang by the collar, intending to throw him aside. In a swift counter, Chen Yang grasped the thug's wrist and twisted it sharply. The thug let out a cry of agony, collapsing to his knees. Observing this, another hulking figure, taken aback, raised his massive iron fist and unleashed a powerful strike towards Chen Yang's face, the wind whistling ominously with the force of the blow. Su Qing's face blanched at the sight. Throughout, Chen Yang held onto Xiao Shui. In a sudden display of agility, he executed a move reminiscent of a scorpion's tail, his leg hooking the thug with precision. The thug lost his balance and crashed violently to the ground. Huzi, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of concern before sneering. Ah, it seems we have a skilled fighter here. Chen Yang shot a glance at Huzi, dismissing him with indifference. Su Qing, alarmed for Xiao Shui's safety, hurried over to embrace her and expressed her gratitude to Chen Yang with a heartfelt thank you. Confronting Chen Yang, Huzi unexpectedly clasped his fists together and declared, I am Cheng Hu, a disciple of the Cheng school of Bodyguard. I wish to spar with you. With that, he sprang into action. His movements were akin to thunder, showcasing a level of skill far beyond that of the previous two thugs. Veins bulged ominously along his arms, resembling a sinister serpent coiling in anticipation. What a ridiculous display, Chen Yang muttered under his breath. As Hughes's elbow approached his throat like a spear, he did not even glance, delivering a lightning-fast slap in response. With a resounding crack, Huzi was sent spinning by the sheer force of the blow, his mind clouded with stars, momentarily dazed. As he regained his senses, fear flickered in his eyes. He glanced at Chen Yang and promptly retreated towards a van. Huzi recognized that the young man before him was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Such an individual was not one to be trifled with by his band of miscreants. After conferring with young Master Sun, Huzi quickly gathered his subordinates to depart, embodying the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflict. Su Ji, sensing the shift in power, also felt trepidation and prepared to flee. Stop, Chen Yang commanded sharply. Su Ji trembled, staring at Chen Yang as if confronted by a specter. What do you intend to do? With a cold smile, Chen Yang strode confidently toward Su Ji. Do not act recklessly, Su Ji stammered, his face draining of color. Chen Yang seized Su Ji's wrist, and with a sharp crack, he broke it. This is but a minor warning. Should you dare to disturb Su Qing and her daughter again, I shall take your life. A chilling murderous intent laced Chen Yang's words, a manifestation of the countless lives he had claimed. In an instant, Su Ji was filled with terror, fleeing in a hasty and disheveled manner. Su Ji, Sun Xiao, and Huzi had arrived swiftly, but they departed even more rapidly. Chen Yang turned back. Su Qing held Xiao Shui in her arms, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she sincerely said, "Thank you. I am Chen Yang." He smiled faintly and replied, "Sister Qing, we are friends, after all. It is only natural to lend a hand in such trivial matters." In his heart, he mused that having seen her completely, he was obliged to assist her. He was the kind of person who would seize opportunities, having long desired to grow closer to Su Qing. His warm demeanor toward Xiao Shui was also a means to foster that closeness. Of course, he genuinely cherished the little girl. Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, her presence imbued with a delightful, natural fragrance. She felt the strong masculine aura emanating from Chen Yang. "Friends?" she echoed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Chen Yang beamed, his smile radiant. "Is Sister Qing unwilling to regard me as a friend?" "Of course not," Su Qing hurriedly replied, dismissing any further contemplation on matter. "I'm nearly late for work." "Truly, thank you so much. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Chen Yang was more than pleased. "That sounds wonderful. However, Sister Qing, please share your phone number with me. I worry that scoundrel may trouble you again. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me, all right?" Su Qing was taken aback, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Without hesitation, she provided Chen Yang with her number. Chen Yang's heart swelled with joy, grateful to Su Qing's ex-husband for finally allowing him to draw closer to her. After exchanging numbers, Chen Yang made a quick return call before bidding Su Qing farewell. Having been delayed, he realized he too would be late. Xiao Shui boarded the school bus directly, while Su Qing hailed a taxi for work. Chen Yang sauntered to the bus station. As he jostled onto the bus, he found himself behind a female office worker. The crowd pushed from behind, and Chen Yang, with a mischievous grin, inadvertently pressed against her. The office worker immediately turned, fury etched across her face. Just as Chen Yang was about to apologize, she snapped, "What do you think you're doing?" His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Just one." The bus erupted in laughter. Chen Yang worked at Yadai Cosmetics Company, a modestly sized establishment with impressive perfume sales. The company's assets had reached 100 million yuan. However, in the bustling tourist city of Binhai, it was merely considered an average enterprise. Chen Yang held the position of a proud security personnel at Yadai, often referred to as a security guard. The Yadai company was located in the Jinhu building, which comprised 4 floors, all of which were leased by Yadai. Upon arriving at the office building, Chen Yang first made his way to the security lounge to change his attire. "Hey, Lao Xia, why is it so quiet today? Aren't you all usually boasting like there's no tomorrow?" Chen Yang's voice echoed into the break room before he even stepped inside. Lao Xia, the head of security, had a good rapport with Chen Yang, who was easygoing and unpretentious. As soon as Chen Yang entered the break room, he immediately spotted Zhao Xiaolei, the head of the marketing department, casting a frosty glare in his direction. Not her again, Chen Yang thought, instantly comprehending the situation. Lao Xia and several other security personnel stood to the side, silent and apprehensive, their expressions conveying that Chen Yang was in for a rough day. Zhao Xiaolei, clad in a form-fitting black skirt, exuded sensuality and beauty. Tall and striking, her legs clad in lace stockings could drive any man wild. Yet, what captivated even more was her voluptuous figure. However, while she radiated warmth towards clients, she was as cold as frost to her subordinates. Chen Yang and Zhao Xiaolei had a history. It stemmed from a time when Lao Xia and the others had been boasting about her physique. To fit in with the jest, Chen Yang had quipped that Zhao Xiaolei's backside would surely feel delightful to touch. Unfortunately, she overheard him. From that moment on, Zhao Xiaolei harbored a deep-seated disdain for Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt utterly wronged, believing he was an innocent bystander caught in a crossfire of exaggerated tales, including rumors that Zhao Xiaolei had shared a bed with clients. Yet, despite her position of authority, Zhao Xiaolei, being the head of marketing, had no direct influence over the security department. Nonetheless, she kept a watchful eye on Chen Yang, often seeking him out for laborious tasks, knowing he possessed the strength to handle them without complaint. Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Yang rubbed his hands together and managed a dry chuckle. "Good day, Supervisor Zhao. You look stunning today. What brings you to our humble corner?" Zhao Xiaolei sneered, responding, "Chen Yang, you are a full 30 minutes late. This marks your 3rd tardiness this month. According to company policy, you could be terminated." A jolt of alarm shot through Chen Yang as he cast a scathing glance at Zhao Xiaolei's alluring neckline, inwardly lamenting her ruthlessness. She had indeed been keeping tabs on him. Lao Xia, sensing the tension, stepped forward to mediate. Supervisor Zhao, Chen Yang is merely young and inexperienced. Let's give him another chance. If there are salary deductions to be made for tardiness, so be it. Chen Yang chimed in, yes indeed. Zhao Xiaolei shot a fierce glare at Lao Xia, retorting, Captain Xia, I haven't addressed you yet. Chen Yang has been late by 40 minutes and an hour on 2 previous occasions. Why haven't you documented that? Are you perhaps looking to resign from your position? Though Lao Xia held a minor leadership role, at over 50, he found it challenging to secure employment. Zhao Xiaolei was a favored figure before the president, Lin Qingxue, and he could hardly afford to offend her. He fell silent, casting a helpless glance at Chen Yang, indicating he could offer no assistance. Chen Yang, exasperated, remarked, Supervisor Zhao, as the head of marketing, why do you concern yourself with our attendance? Isn't that undermining the authority of the HR department? Zhao Xiaolei coldly remarked, are you implying that I am meddling in affairs that do not concern me? Chen Yang sighed and replied, alas, those were your own words. Zhao Xiaolei's complexion turned ashen with anger. This audacious little security guard had dared to disregard her authority. Gritting her teeth, she declared, just wait, I shall go to the Human Resources Department. With that, she stormed out. No sooner had she exited the break room than Chen Yang's voice echoed behind her. Wait. A cold smile crept onto Zhao Xiaolei's lips as she halted. Internally, she mused, you wretch, now you're beginning to feel fear, are you? Beg for mercy? No matter how you plead, I shall not let you off the hook. She turned to face Chen Yang, eager to witness the expression of capitulation on his face. To her surprise, Chen Yang remarked with a hint of amusement, Supervisor Zhao, your blouse button has come undone. Zhao Xiaolei instinctively glanced down. The black dress she wore had a button at the chest that was initially fastened tightly. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had popped open, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, delicate skin. The view was exquisite, leaving Chen Yang entranced. One could not deny that although Zhao Xiaolei was fierce and vengeful, she was undeniably a woman of substance. This was her power. Zhao Xiaolei let out a soft gasp, her face flushed. She quickly turned away, hastily rebut-toning her blouse. At that moment, Chen Yang leisurely remarked, Supervisor Zhao, if you truly intend to dismiss me, then you shall no longer have the pleasure of tormenting me, will you? After all, finding another security job is hardly a challenge. But you shall no longer be my superior. Zhao Xiaolei felt a jolt of realization indeed. A security position was hardly a golden opportunity. No, she could not afford to dismiss him. She must devise a way to torment this man slowly. With that thought in mind, she turned back and retorted fiercely, I do not require your guidance on how to proceed. With that, she strode down the corridor. In her haste, she stumbled and slipped, letting out a sharp cry as she nearly fell. The marble floor was slick, and such a fall could lead to serious consequences. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolei felt a figure flash before her. She then found herself crashing onto someone none other than Chen Yang, who now bore the weight of Zhao Xiaolei upon him. Chapter 3. Sister Xiaolei. I feel no pain in that fleeting moment. The two found themselves in a rather intimate posture. Chen Yang could have easily seized Zhao Xiaolei, yet his curiosity compelled him to recline without hesitation. Zhao Xiaolei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yang, with a tone of earnestness, declared, Sister Xiaolei, I am perfectly fine. It does not hurt. His innate tendency to take advantage of the situation resurfaced. Naturally, Zhao Xiaolei could not reproach Chen Yang, for he had come to her aid. She shot him a fierce glare before hastily rising to her feet. Chen Yang followed suit, still enveloped in a lingering fragrance of Zhao Xiaolei, a sensation he found nostalgically delightful. Zhao Xiaolei hurriedly left, evidently flustered. Chen Yang chuckled softly to himself. When he turned around, he caught sight of Lao Xia and a group of onlookers who had been secretly observing. Lao Xia grinned and remarked, Chen Yang, you little rascal. That move was incredibly swift. We barely caught a glimpse before you were sprawled on the ground. One of the security guards, Shaolin, added with a teasing tone, Brother Yang, I truly envy your fortunate encounters with the ladies. Chen Yang cleared his throat and retorted, Do not gossip about others in their absence. This reminder was a lesson learned from a previous experience, and he refrained from speaking recklessly. The crowd, oblivious to the underlying meaning, erupted into laughter. Thus, the commotion subsided. Chen Yang donned his security uniform and, armed with an electric baton, roamed about like a soldier entering a city, ostensibly on patrol to identify potential safety hazards. The majority of the staff at Yadai Company were women, and given that it was a cosmetics firm, the expectation for employees' attire was to be aesthetically pleasing. Consequently, much of Chen Yang's attention was captured by the array of beautiful women, their diverse forms captivating beyond measure. As he strolled through, it resembled a scene from the uncut version of the legendary Wu Meinyang, a visual feast of beauty. After years of tumultuous experiences abroad, Chen Yang found solace in the tranquility of such a mundane existence, relishing the freedom it afforded him. In the afternoon, while Chen Yang was enjoying a brief respite in the lounge, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lao Xia, whose voice bore a serious tone. "Chen Yang, come to the president's office immediately." A sense of foreboding struck Chen Yang. Could something have happened to Lin Qingxue, Lin Nan's sister? Without taking the time to grab his electric baton, he dashed out of the lounge, making his way to the president's office. The office was located on the 4th floor, and upon arrival, he found Lao Xia and others gathered outside, with Zhao Xiaolei among them, her expression grave. "What's going on?" Chen Yang inquired of Zhao Xiaolei. Upon seeing him, Zhao Xiaolei seemed to find reassurance, as Lao Xia lacked decisiveness. In a hushed tone, she explained, "Qi Jiao from the Qingyan Group has arrived with her formidable associate, the one-eyed man, to discuss business with President Lin. I'm concerned that something might go awry, which is why I summoned everyone for precaution. Should anything arise, we must act swiftly." Understanding dawned upon Chen Yang, and he asked, "Is President Lin meeting with him alone?" Zhao Xiaolei replied, "The Minister of the Business Department, Tang Qingqing, is also present with President Lin." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang instructed, "Have everyone return to their tasks. I will go in to accompany President Lin." With that, he approached the door and knocked. Zhao Xiaolei could not help but feel speechless. How could this person be so reckless? Inside, Lin Qingxue's voice emerged, inquiring, "Who is it?" Chen Yang promptly replied, "President Lin. I am Chen Yang from the Security Department. Supervisor Zhao instructed me to accompany you, as you were engaged in business discussions." Observing this, Zhao Xiaolei quickly added, "Indeed, President Lin." In the office, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing shared a moment of relief. Qi Jiao and the one-eyed man were excessively audacious. The two women had been under considerable pressure, and the arrival of a man was a welcome change. Lin Qingxue then said, "Very well, please come in." Chen Yang pushed the door open and subsequently closed it behind him. The office was spacious and well-lit, with Lin Qingxue and Qi Jiao seated opposite each other. Tang Qingqing sat beside Lin Qingxue, while the one-eyed man stood coldly behind Qi Jiao. Qi Jiao was extraordinarily alluring, adorned in heavy makeup. She coldly declared, "President Lin, I reiterate my offer. I wish to purchase your company, Yadai, along with the secret formula for your newly developed #1 perfume. I am willing to pay you 80 million, a sum sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence." Before Lin Qingxue could respond, Tang Qingqing was already seething with anger, her emotions surging fiercely. She retorted, "President Qi, our Yadai company generates an annual profit of 15 million, with a total valuation nearing 150 million. Moreover, the #1 perfume that President Lin has researched is an invaluable asset. Once launched, it could potentially double our sales. Your offer of 80 million is an egregious insult." The one-eyed man, a bald figure exuding an intimidating aura, was known throughout Binhai City. He had established a security company, with each of his guards renowned for their bravery. He was indeed the king of security. He turned to Tang Qingqing with a faint smile, saying, "Miss Tang, it would be best if you refrained from interjecting during the conversation between President Qi and President Lin. You are quite young, and any unfortunate incident would be regrettable." Tang Qingqing's face turned ashen. She discerned the underlying threat in the one-eyed man's words. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Qingxue, stating, "President Lin, there's a saying in our homeland, when the situation is favorable, one should withdraw. Binhai City is fraught with peril. The saying goes that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. As a vulnerable woman, it would be wise for you to adapt to the circumstances, lest you risk losing both wealth and life. Of course, President Lin, I mean no threat, merely offering a well-intentioned warning. This was, without a doubt, a blatant threat. Lin Qingxue, typically composed and icy, felt a flicker of fear. However, she quickly inhaled deeply and asserted, "I am sorry, but Yadai is the culmination of my efforts. No matter the amount offered, I will not sell. I firmly believe that our nation is governed by law, and no one can act with impunity." Qi Jiao laughed heartily, stating, "President Lin, you truly are a child, still ensnared in fairy tale dreams, unaware of the harshness of reality." Lin Qingxue had reached her limit and coldly replied, "You may leave now." Qi Jiao warned, "Lin Qingxue, you would do well to reconsider. I need not contemplate further." Lin Qingxue retorted. Lin Qingxue declared with unwavering authority. Just as Qi Jiao was about to speak, Chen Yang interjected, saying, "Are you too deaf? Our general manager Lin has already asked you to leave. Why do you persist?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing's mouths fell open in disbelief. How audacious was this young security guard to address Qi Jiao and the one-eyed man in such a manner? Qi Jiao and the one-eyed man were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the audacity of the situation. However, once they regained their composure, fury ignited within them. Both Qi Jiao and the one-eyed man were prominent figures in Binhai City, and they could not tolerate such disrespect from a mere security guard. A glint of frost appeared in Qi Jiao's eyes as she stood up to face Chen Yang, directing her words toward the one-eyed man. "It seems you need to teach this insolent brat a lesson." The one-eyed man cast a cold glare at Chen Yang and remarked, "Well done. You're the first person in years to dare insult me to my face." Chen Yang scratched his nose and suddenly broke into a grin, saying, "You seem quite formidable. I'm young and naive. If I've offended you, then by all means, strike me." Seeking death, the one-eyed man's eyes flashed with cold fury as he moved his foot, causing the hard, smooth tiles beneath to crack. He was a genuine disciple of Shaolin, and although the temple had become commercialized, with many monks lacking martial prowess, the legendary temple still housed true martial artists. The one-eyed man emerged from the inner circle of Shaolin, wielding the formidable eagle claw iron shirt technique. At this moment, his rage ignited, and as he stomped down, the ground fissured. His hands transformed into lethal eagle claws, with veins bulging like worms beneath his skin, a sight most terrifying. With a step forward, he unleashed the celestial gang you step from Shaolin, his feet moving in a circular motion, generating immense force through friction. In an instant, he lunged toward Chen Yang like a thunderbolt. Following that, his eagle claw struck viciously at Chen Yang's abdomen. The eagle claw iron shirt technique was a form of traditional martial arts, meant solely for combat, not for display. If a fight was to ensue, one must possess the intent to kill. Thus, the one-eyed man's attack was exceedingly perilous. Chen Yang, being no novice, narrowed his eyes, recognizing the one-eyed man's expertise. In a flash, darkness enveloped him, and a fierce gust of wind approached. His abdomen itched intensely as he realized evasion was no longer an option. His opponent was far too swift. Chapter 4. The female leader's favor at that moment. Chen Yang suddenly sprang into action. He employed his signature technique, the elusive antelope horns, a method of movement so subtle that it leaves no trace. Like an antelope bounding through the mountains, he moved with effortless grace. The one-eyed man felt as though he had touched Chen Yang's clothing, but in an instant, Chen Yang darted sideways, miraculously leaping away from his grasp. This evasion was nothing short of extraordinary. In the eyes of Lin Qingxue, Tang Qingqing, and Qi Jiao, Chen Yang appeared to possess the powers of a shape-shifting deity. In a flash, Chen Yang positioned himself to the right of the one-eyed man, executing a waist-hugging maneuver inspired by the art of Xing Yi Quan, mimicking a farmer wielding a sickle to cut grass. The one-eyed man found himself ensnared, unable to react before feeling an overwhelming force envelop him, instantly dispersing all his strength. Overcome with terror, the one-eyed man was met with Chen Yang's wicked grin as he exclaimed, "So, you really intend to fight me? It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." With that, he kicked his shoe into the air, caught it with one hand, and proceeded to deliver a series of resounding slaps to the one-eyed man's backside. These blows were forceful and relentless, eliciting cries of distress from the one-eyed man. Qi Jiao Jiao, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Qingqing stood in stunned disbelief. The one-eyed man was notorious in Binhai City for his ruthlessness, yet here he was, being chastised by a mere security guard with the sole of a shoe. It was utterly unbelievable. If word got out, he would lose all face. After delivering the punishment, Chen Yang tossed the one-eyed man aside. He landed on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, struggling to rise before fleeing in utter humiliation. Qi Jiao Jiao, witnessing the one-eyed man's retreat, was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yang turned to her with a mischievous grin, teasing, "Does this mean you two need a spanking before you leave?" Qi Jiao Jiao let out a shriek, her face turning pale, and she hurriedly followed suit in her escape. Once all was settled, Chen Yang donned his shoes and addressed the still-dazed Lin and Tang, saying, "Ms. Lin, Minister Tang, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and exited the office. Despite the seemingly casual manner in which Chen Yang dealt with the one-eyed man, it was a testament to his profound mastery of martial arts. Confronting such a formidable opponent was no trivial matter. Upon leaving the office, he found Zhao Xiaolei, Old Xia, and others still lingering outside, gazing at him as if he were a marvel. One security guard muttered in awe, "Wow, Chen Yang, you really did it. You spanked the king of security, the one-eyed man, with your shoe." Chen Yang, preferring to remain unassuming, chuckled and replied, "He may be the king of security, but that merely implies he knows how to train. It doesn't necessarily mean he possesses superior skills. I was a soldier once, so dealing with him was not particularly challenging." The crowd began to understand, and Zhao Xiaolei regarded Chen Yang with newfound admiration, perceiving him as a true man, exuding masculinity. Everyone could disperse now. Chen Yang waved his hand, and obediently, Old Xia and the others departed, the aura of authority surrounding Chen Yang solidifying. With that, he too took his leave. Upon entering the security break room, Old Xia appeared somewhat despondent. Chen Yang patted Old Xia on the shoulder and said, "Come on, Old Xia, what is on your mind? Are you worried I might usurp your position as the security captain? Rest assured, you are my elder brother. Even if I were to resign, I would never covet your livelihood." Old Xia, indeed troubled by this thought, managed a sheepish smile in response, saying, "You rascal." The other security personnel also held Chen Yang in high regard, and soon they were all engaged in jovial banter. Half an hour later, the minister of the business department, Tang Qingqing, personally arrived at the break room. Chen Yang was chatting boisterously with the off-duty guards, recounting tales of his time in the jungles of Vietnam, where it was exceedingly difficult to locate the notorious drug lords hiding within. Moreover, he continued, the drug lords' equipment was far superior to that of our regular army. Damn it, there was one time I nearly met my end in there. Fortunately, the audience listened intently. Tang Qingqing cleared her throat, and immediately, Chen Yang and the others turned around. Clad in a blue fairy dress, adorned with a diamond necklace that accentuated her alabaster neck, she exuded an extraordinary aura. Typically, she maintained a serious demeanor in front of the security personnel, embodying a commanding presence. Hence, they dared not act frivolously in her company. However, upon seeing her, Chen Yang instantly adopted a playful demeanor, exclaiming, "Minister Tang, you look absolutely stunning today. Your presence has truly illuminated our break room." Tang Qingqing initially intended to maintain her stern expression, yet Chen Yang's clumsy flattery elicited a smile from her. She took a deep breath, stifling her laughter, and then said in a serious tone, "Come with me. Mr. Lin wishes to see you." "Ah, certainly. I'll be right there," Chen Yang replied, eagerly following her. "Oh, Minister Tang, that bracelet of yours is exquisite. May I take a closer look?" As they walked, Chen Yang seized Tang Qingqing's delicate hand, feigning an examination of the bracelet. Tang Qingqing paused, allowing him to scrutinize it. Chen Yang, reveling in the moment, felt a rush of satisfaction. "Can you discern the quality?" Tang Qingqing asked nonchalantly. Chen Yang reluctantly released her hand, remarking, "This bracelet is likely made of Hutian jade. Quite valuable indeed. Only a beauty like you deserves such an elegant piece to complement your noble demeanor." His adeptness of flattery was unparalleled. Seamlessly drawing closer to her by addressing her more intimately as Qingqing. "This is one I purchased at a street stall for 10 yuan. Tang," Qingqing replied lightly. Before moving ahead, Chen Yang stood momentarily, feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, being unabashed, he quickly scampered after her. In her heart, Tang Qingqing found amusement in Chen Yang's antics. Although he had previously appeared formidable and stoic in the office, his current demeanor fostered a sense of familiarity. Upon reaching her, Chen Qingqing composed herself, adopting a serious expression. "Qingqing, there's a question I'm quite curious about," Chen Yang ventured once more. Tang Qingqing remarked lightly, "What are you so curious about?" Chen Yang replied, "Are you a B-cup?" Tang Qingqing was taken aback, and then retorted angrily, "What kind of dog eyes do you have?" "I am a C-cup." Chen Yang, unfazed, responded, "Oh, I thought you might have stuffed some padding in there. It appears to be the real deal." Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What on earth were they even discussing? In frustration, she decided to ignore this rogue Chen Yang. Before long, they arrived at the president's office. Lin Qingxue was busily reviewing sales reports at her desk, though she appeared somewhat distracted. Tang Qingqing closed the door and informed Lin Qingxue, "President Lin, Chen Yang has arrived." Lin Qingxue put down the sales report, rose, and took a seat on the sofa, with Tang Qingqing settling beside her. "Xiao Chun, please don't be so reserved." Before Lin Qingxue could finish her sentence, Chen Yang had already plopped down on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Reserved? This fellow was hardly the type to be reserved. Lin Qingxue was left speechless. How could he be so familiar? Ironically, Chen Yang, upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, felt a touch of embarrassment and promptly uncrossed his legs. "You're Chen Yang, right?" Lin Qingxue inquired. Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Lin Qingxue smiled gently. "I truly didn't expect to find someone of your caliber in our security office." Chen Yang chuckled. "Just average, world number 3. Both Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were momentarily taken aback, feeling at a loss for words. This guy was astonishingly immodest. Lin Qingxue continued, "With your skills, why would you choose to come here as a mere security guard?" Chen Yang replied without hesitation, "Because there are many beautiful women here." Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing nearly choked in disbelief. This guy was refreshingly honest. Lin Qingxue, incredulous, asked, "Is that really the reason?" Chen Yang, "Vous responded. Isn't that sufficient?" Lin Qingxue sighed helplessly and said, "All right then. What did you do before this?" She intended to consider promoting Chen Yang, but was wary of the possibility of him being a corporate spy, hence her inquiries. Chen Yang replied, "Oh, I was a soldier. I retired afterward." Lin Qingxue asked, "Which unit were you in?" Although Chen Yang was fabricating a story, he was not about to be intimidated by Lin Qingxue, smoothly continuing. "I was in the Xinjiang military region, in a field battalion, with the commander being Lan Jianfeng." Lin Qingxue remarked, "By rights, you should have received a substantial retirement package, considering you are a rare talent." Chen Yang responded, "The 120,000 yuan from retirement went to the families of my fallen comrades." In reality, during his time with the Bloodwolf Mercenary Group, Chen Yang's worth exceeded 300 million yuan. However, he took not a single penny for himself, distributing it all as severance pay to his subordinates. This was a sense of guilt. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing couldn't help but regard Chen Yang with newfound respect, acknowledging his sense of loyalty and bravery. Chen Yang's intention in sharing this was to earn Lin Qingxue's trust, essential for his role in ensuring her safety. Chapter 5. Drinking with Sister Qing. Lin Qingxue pondered for a moment before speaking. "How about this, Chen Yang? I will appoint you as the head of security." Chen Yang quickly declined, saying that won't do. "Lao Xia is my elder brother. If you want to take that position, I would rather resign." Curious, Lin Qingxue asked, "Who is Lao Xia?" Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Lao Xia is the current head of security." Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing exchanged knowing glances. Lin Qingxue could not allow Chen Yang to resign, so she proposed, "How about you become our driver and bodyguard from now on?" Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he desired. He eagerly added, "That sounds great, but the salary needs to be increased." Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing stifled their laughter. Lin Qingxue offered, "How about a monthly salary of 10,000? Chen Yang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "That works, absolutely. Good, you may go about your business now. Drive us home tonight." Lin Qingxue instructed. Having achieved his objective, Chen Yang left the office in high spirits. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing exited the Jinhu building, and Chen Yang was summoned. Lin Qingxue handed a set of car keys to Chen Yang, asking, "You have a driving license, right?" "Yes," Chen Yang affirmed. Lin Qingxue's vehicle was a BMW 7 Series, worth over $1 million. Chen Yang eagerly opened the doors for Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, assisting the two young ladies into the car before taking the driver's seat himself. His driving skills were remarkably proficient. Reversing and turning flowed seamlessly, akin to drifting. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing observed, impressed by his talent. The two young women resided together in the Willow Leaf Villa district. After dropping them off, Lin Qingxue instructed, "You can keep the car. Please pick us up at 7:30 tomorrow morning." Chen Yang replied with a cheerful "all right," then turned the steering wheel to depart. The security measures in the Willow Leaf Villa district were commendable, bolstered by surveillance systems, which reassured Chen Yang about Lin Qingxue's safety. Upon exiting the villa district, Chen Yang noticed that he still had ample time. He pulled out his phone and called Su Qing. Though there were many beautiful women in the Yadai company, Su Qing held a special place in Chen Yang's heart. He couldn't shake the memory of the dinner she had mentioned. The call connected swiftly, and Su Qing's voice was warm and gentle. "Hello, this is the Guangbitan Mobile Specialty Store. How may I assist you?" Clearing his throat, Chen Yang replied, "Sister Qing, it's Chen Yang." Understanding dawned on Su Qing. "Ah, Xiao Chen, it's you." Hearing her call him Xiao Chen left Chen Yang feeling somewhat vexed. He said, "I finished work early today. Let me pick you up." Su Qing's cheeks flushed. "That's too much trouble. I can go back by myself." Chen Yang insisted, "Sister Qing, those guys are not simple. I fear they might trouble you." Su Qing, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear and promptly provided her address. Chen Yang hurriedly drove over, eager to reach her. Upon encountering Su Qing, she was waiting in front of a mobile phone store after her workday had concluded. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded over her hair, illuminating her with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Chen Yang, seated in his car, was momentarily entranced, his mind involuntarily drifting to thoughts of Su Qing in the shower. He quickly admonished himself to refrain from such thoughts. It would be quite awkward should he react inappropriately. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Yang flung open the car door and called out to Su Qing with a bright smile. "Sister Qing." His grin was radiant, his tone sweet as honey. Upon seeing this sunny young man, Su Qing felt an unexplainable lift in her spirits, returning his smile warmly. However, her curiosity was piqued when she noticed Chen Yang's BMW. "This car?" she inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. Su Qing could hardly believe that Chen Yang could afford such a vehicle. After all, would someone who could purchase a BMW reside in a lower-end apartment costing $300 a month? Chen Yang promptly clarified, "This is my boss's car. I'm currently driving for him. Come on, Sister Qing, hop in." He courteously opened the door for her, eager for her to sit beside him. Su Qing obliged and took her seat, followed by Chen Yang as he entered the vehicle and started the engine. With mild surprise, Su Qing remarked, "I didn't realize you could drive." Chen Yang chuckled, "I used to be a soldier. I learned how to drive in the army." Su Qing nodded in understanding. Chen Yang then asked, "Shouldn't we go pick up Xiao Shui first?" Su Qing replied, "No need. Today is Friday. My mother has taken her." This was not unexpected, as Su Qing had work over the weekend and could not care for Xiao Shui. Chen Yang curiously inquired, "Sister Qing, are your parents from Binhai?" "Yes," she affirmed. "Then why don't you live at home? Why choose to live separately?" He questioned, aware of the hardships of her living situation. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Su Qing's lips. Sensing her discomfort, Chen Yang quickly added, "If it's too personal, you needn't share." Sun responded, "It's not that I can't discuss it. You saw my ex-husband today, right? Initially, my parents disapproved of my marriage to him, but I insisted. Now, having ended up in this predicament, I can only blame myself for my foolishness. This is my retribution, and I must bear the consequences alone." Chen Yang sigid softly, sighing. Parents do not blame their children. You needn't be so hard on yourself. I believe your parents would not hold you responsible. But I blame myself, Su Qing replied. However, I think things are quite all right now. Chen Yang decided not to press further on the matter. Su Qing then said, by the way, I promise to treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Chen Yang grinned broadly. Sister Qing, whatever you enjoy, I would love to have. Su Qing smiled back, then asked, by the way, you're not from Benhai, are you? Chen Yang replied, I am not. I hail from a remote mountain village, something you probably wouldn't recognize. And your parents? Suining Kowayev. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, his expression suddenly becoming complex. This year, Chen Yang is 24 years old. Since the dawn of his memories, he has lived in the vast mountains of the greater Xing'an range with his master. It was his master who nurtured him and imparted martial arts skills to him. At the age of 16, his master arranged for him to undertake a mission abroad. Subsequently, his master vanished without a trace, leaving no means of contact. In desperation, Chen Yang joined a mercenary group. His remarkable skills and keen intellect quickly elevated him above the rest. However, the leader of the mercenary group could not tolerate him and sought to eliminate him. Sensing the impending danger, Chen Yang managed to escape. In a fit of rage, he established the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Within 5 years, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps became a top-tier team, with Wolf King Chen Yang commanding respect far and wide. As for his parents, this remains a profound mystery for Chen Yang. He does not know who they are and feels like a person without roots. I have no parents, no relatives. Chen Yang remarqued. From the moment I can remember, it was my master who raised me, but now he is also missing, and I have no idea where he is. Su Qing was taken aback. She had always perceived her own life as quite bleak, but compared to Chen Yang, it seemed trivial. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qing felt a deep sense of kinship with Chen Yang. The car was filled with the intoxicating natural fragrance that emanated from Su Qing, which was utterly enchanting. I'm sorry, Su Qing said. Chen Yang smiled broadly and replied, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Do you have any plans for the future? Perhaps finding a girl and starting a family? Suining Koyev. Chen Yang chuckled. I possess nothing but brute strength. No money, no car, no house. What girl would wish to marry me? Su Qing insisted. You mustn't say that. You are a remarkable young man, and there will certainly be good women who will be fond of you. Chen Yang grinned. And what about you, Sister Qing? Su Qing was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing as she replied, You're my little brother. Of course, I like you. Chen Yang found it amusing. Dear Sister Qing, you're blissfully unaware that your brother has already seen through you. This topic was best left unexplored. Eventually, the two casually found a restaurant to settle down in. Chen Yang yearned for a drink, hoping to intoxicate Su Qing and see if anything delightful might transpire under the influence of alcohol. However, Su Qing firmly prohibited him from drinking, citing that he would be driving later. Chen Yang felt disheartened, inwardly lamenting that he should not have driven. Just when he was feeling disappointed, Su Qing suddenly suggested, but we can pack up some food to take home and drink there. Chen Yang was instantly elated. Suing, feeling somewhat troubled herself, suddenly had the desire to drink. After they packed their meals, Su Qing bought a bottle of Jiannan Chun and about 10 cans of beer. Half an hour later, they drove back to Su Qing's residence. Her rental was modest and slightly disheveled, lacking the orderliness one might expect. Upon entering, Chen Yang noticed a pair of small underwear and a black bra on the bed. He stared, taken aback, while Su Qing's face turned crimson as she hurriedly tidied up, shoving the items beneath the blanket. She had overslept that morning and had the chance to clean up. So we know for the somewhat guilty explanation. Chapter 6. Inebriation and Opportunity. Chen Yang chuckled softly, saying, My situation is even more chaotic. Subsequently, the two arranged the food and drink on the table and began to indulge in their libations. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement within him. Every time Su Qing expressed a desire to drink, he did not deter her. His mind was awash with vivid fantasies of Su Qing bathing in the bathroom. He had envisioned their intimate encounters countless times, and now that Su Qing was right before him, how could he not feel exhilarated? Moreover, Chen Yang pondered whether Su Qing was subtly hinting at her own desires by suggesting they drink, thereby creating an opportunity for both of them. To intoxicate oneself is to provide the other with a chance. Before long, Su Qing's cheeks glowed a rosy hue. In that moment, she appeared particularly enchanting and youthful, reminiscent of a little girl. They continued to clink glasses, and eventually, Su Qing truly became intoxicated. Yet, Chen Yang remained remarkably sober. As he carried Su Qing to the bed, he felt a tumult of excitement and inner conflict. Am I truly a beast? Or perhaps even less than that? Chen Yang murmured to himself. Su Qing was clad in a black dress, complemented by flesh-colored stockings. Beneath her petite black jacket, her waist was slender yet captivating. Chen Yang was aware of the slight softness at her waist, a fullness that he found particularly appealing. And now, everything was so tantalizingly close. Chen Yang's heart raced with anticipation, and he could scarcely contain the fervor within him. Even someone as composed as he could not help but tremble slightly. However, just as he contemplated taking things further, he suddenly noticed glistening tears at the corners of Su Qing's eyes. Chen Yang froze, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Su Qing murmured, Mom, I am sorry. I have been unfilial. I did not heed your words. I deserve this. I truly deserve this. In that moment, Chen Yang grasped the depth of her suffering. She was stubbornly clinging to her pride, yet her heart bore a fragile side. Chen Yang let out a soft sigh and turned to boil water in the electric kettle. He then fetched a basin and a towel for Su Qing. Once the water reached the right temperature, he carefully washed her face and tenderly bathed her feet. After completing these acts of care, he covered her with a light blanket and switched on the electric fan. Following this, he tidied up the remnants of their feast before finally turning off the lights and leaving. As he stepped out of Su Qing's room, Chen Yang could not suppress a sigh. Damn it, Chen Yang, you have always been a beast. Why pretend to be a saint today? With such a splendid opportunity, will there be another chance? Despite these thoughts, he returned directly to his rented room. After his departure, Su Qing opened her eyes. Although she had indeed drunk too much, being inebriated did not equate to being unaware. She simply ceased to suppress her emotions. As Chen Yang washed her face and feet, she was acutely aware of his every action. A warm current flowed through her heart, making her realize that Chen Yang was truly a remarkable young man. The following morning, as Su Qing was washing up, Chen Yang too took his tea mug to freshen up. Good morning, Sister Qing. Chen Yang flashed a broad smile and cheerfully exclaimed. Upon witnessing Chen Yang's sunny demeanor, Su Qing felt an immediate uplift in her spirits. She responded with a radiant smile, saying, Good morning. Chen Yang replied, I'll give you a ride to work shortly. Su Qing hesitated slightly, saying, Is that really appropriate? That's your boss's car. It shouldn't be used to pick me up. Chen Yang reassured her, Our boss is quite amiable. It's no trouble at all. It's on the way anyway. Convinced by his words, Su Qing relented. After dropping Su Qing off at the mobile phone store where she worked, Chen Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. Breathing in the lingering fragrance of Su Qing in the car, he felt quite content. He casually answered the call, immediately greeted by Tang Qingqing's voice, laced with suppressed frustration. What time is it? Where are you? Glancing at the time on the navigation system, he realized it was already 8:30. He quickly recalled that Lin Qingxue had asked him to pick her up at 7:30. I'm on my way, he said before hanging up. Tang Qingqing was left fuming, thinking to herself how arrogant he was. By the time Chen Yang arrived at the Liuya villa, it was 9 in the morning. Outside the villa, he spotted Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, both wearing displeased expressions. He hurriedly exited the car, eagerly opening the door for them, saying, Ladies, please get in. Once they were in the car, Chen Yang joined them and started the engine. The car was filled with a subtle scent of femininity. Tang Qingqing, suspicious, asked, Where were you this morning? Chen Yang chuckled and replied, Qingqing, your nose is remarkably keen, just like a little dog. Tang Qingqing, clearly irked, shot back. Your nose resembles a dog's, and so does your entire family's. Chen Yang laughed. All right, I'm a little dog. Don't think you can evade the issue with your jokes. You need to explain where this scent came from. This is a company vehicle, you know? Tang Qingqing was not one to hold grudges, but having waited 2 hours for the scoundrel, her temper was understandably frayed. Chen Yang explained, Oh, I was just taking the neighbor to work. Are you kidding me? Dan Qingqing Vito An Vili. Chen Yang added, My neighbor is quite beautiful, even more so than you. Tang Qingqing felt like she might choke in disbelief. Just then, Lin Qingxue interjected, her tone cool and composed. Chen Yang, you are a man. I do not ask for much from you, but I hope you can at least have a sense of time. In truth, Lin Qingxue's words were quite lenient. implying that he could use her car for others, but not at the expense of his duties. Chen Yang immediately responded, "Understood, Manager Lin. I will do my best. You really should smile more. Frowning all the time will make you age faster." Lin Qingxue turned her gaze to the outside, choosing not to respond to him any further. Chen Yang, sensing his jest had fallen flat, fell silent. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chen Yang's wounded pride. Just as Lin Qingxue was about to offer some words of comfort, Chen Yang suddenly began to hum a cheerful tune. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what a peculiar character this fellow is. Moreover, Chen Yang's remarks were rather explicit, causing the two young ladies to blush profusely. Noticing their discomfort, Chen Yang quickly inquired, "Ladies, do you not appreciate this tune? Shall I select another?" In unison, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing retorted, "Be quiet." Chen Yang found amusement in teasing the two young women. It was quite entertaining. At that moment, within a luxurious office on the 18th floor of the central building in Binhai City, Qi Jiao nestled in the embrace of the one-eyed man, his hand exploring her fair thigh, eliciting soft gasps from her. Who is Qi Jiao, you may ask? Officially, she is the general manager of the Qingyan Group, but in reality, she is the mistress of Song Qingyan, the chairman of the Qingyan Group. The Qingyan Group enjoys considerable fame in Binhai City, being a prominent enterprise with ventures across various industries. What many do not realize is that Song Qingyan shares a close relationship with the underground emperor of Binhai City, Lord Long, which is a significant reason many companies hesitate to confront him. The security company established by Song Qingyan serves as his armed force. Qi Jiao is a woman of considerable cunning, adept in navigating her circumstances. She understands that relying on Song Qingyan is not a sustainable strategy. Thus, she has discreetly opened a Western restaurant with his funds. Furthermore, she aims to assist Song Qingyan in generating additional profits, thereby demonstrating her worth. This ambition also explains her keen interest in the Yadai Company. Additionally, she has become entangled with the one-eyed man, although he is one of Song Qingyan's subordinates. The latter relies on him and grants him respect due to his formidable skills and the prowess of his associates. At this juncture, Qi Jiao grasped the one-eyed man's mischievous hand and inquired, "Brother Yin, what exactly is the background of that little security guard?" Upon hearing her question, the one-eyed man's expression grew serious. "I had someone investigate. That fellow is named Chen Yang. He returned from Africa 4 months ago and subsequently became a security guard at the Yadai Company." "Returned from Africa?" Qi Jiao mused. "He seems to have some connections. With his skills, why would he settle for being a security guard at the Yadai Company?" Chapter 7. The remarkable woman with a disdainful snort, the one-eyed man remarked, "I have uncovered another piece of information. Lin Qingxue has an elder brother who, long ago, fled abroad after committing manslaughter. It is evident that the presence of a skilled individual like Chen Yang as a mere security guard is likely linked to Lin Qingxue's brother. Clearly, Chen Yang is here specifically to protect her. One must admit, the one-eyed man possesses a keen intellect, quickly deducing a substantial conclusion from scant intelligence." Qi Jiao inquired, "What exactly was Chen Yang doing in Africa?" The one-eyed man replied, "I can sense a concealed intent to kill emanating from him. This aura of lethality is accumulated from having taken countless lives. I suspect he was primarily a mercenary or assassin during his time in Africa." Startled, Qi Jiao exclaimed, "So, this fellow is a desperate outlaw. What should we do now? If the deal with Yadai Company goes through, we could privately earn 50 million. Moreover, the old man will surely commend our efforts. Shall we simply let go?" A glimmer of determination flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. "We certainly cannot allow that. This has been high. Chen Yang is merely one man. Even if he were a dragon, once he enters our territory, he must bow to our authority." "Exactly, Brother Yin. With so many of your peers, if necessary, you could call upon your eldest senior brother for assistance. Isn't he the one known as the unmoving Arhut?" Qi Jiao suggested. The one-eyed man responded, "Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to involve my peers, especially my eldest brother." Confused, Qi Jiao asked, "Why is that?" With a slight sigh, the one-eyed man explained, Jiao, You must understand that a person's reputation can bring many advantages, but can also become an insufferable burden. Here have been high. I am the king of security. If I am unable to handle a mere Chen Yang and need to seek their help, it would greatly tarnish my reputation. Furthermore, even among peers, requesting assistance is a significant favor. But Brother Yin, we lost face in front of Lin Qingxue yesterday. We must reclaim our honor. Qi Jiaojiao insisted. The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with intense humiliation. He felt deeply disgraced. I have already arranged for someone to warn the staff at Yadai Company against speaking recklessly. Moreover, should this incident be revealed, few would believe it. If I were to seek assistance from my peers, it would only highlight my incompetence. Growing anxious, Qi Jiaojiao pressed. Then what do you propose we do? With a cold smile, the one-eyed man replied, Jiaojiao, our identities have changed. We are no longer mere ruffians. Many matters do not necessarily require brute force. Chen Yang's background is not clean. We can leverage the police's power. What do you mean? Qi Jiaojiao's eyes brightened with intrigue. The one-eyed man elaborated, we could arrange for a few thugs to provoke Chen Yang. If he retaliates, those thugs can call the police. We can also slip some money to Captain Huang of the West Division. He will know how to handle the situation. Ultimately, if Chen Yang resists, he will become a wanted criminal. If he does not resist, he will face a lengthy imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiaojiao became exhilarated and planted a fervent kiss on the one-eyed man's cheek. A vivid imprint of luscious red lips was instantly left upon the face of the one-eyed man. Brother Yin, you truly embody both literary and martial prowess. Qi Jiaojiao exclaimed with unreserved admiration. The one-eyed man chuckled heartily and soon began to explore Qi Jiaojiao. The two engaged in a spirited tussle on the sofa. Throughout that morning, Chen Yang reveled in joyous play. Previously, as a security guard, he was merely a bystander. Now, as the driver for the boss, he was even less subject to the whims of others. This fellow meandered through several offices, exchanging playful banter with the charming ladies, thoroughly enjoying himself. Although Chen Yang had a somewhat roguish demeanor, he was not disliked. At times, his suggestive jokes elicited even more fervor from the married women. For instance, when he occupied a seat belonging to Sister Yin, she remarked, "Move aside, I'm about to sit down." Chen Yang slapped his thigh and replied, "A ready-made soft seat." "Sister Yin, please take a seat." The women erupted in laughter, only for Sister Yin to calmly retort, "No way, I wouldn't sit on your soft seat." Soon enough, the soft seat will turn into a hard seat, and the hard seat will become an outlet. Escaping would be impossible. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to comprehend. "Sister Yin, you little rogue." The young ladies blushed, while the married women laughed heartily. Thus, the morning passed in delightful merriment. At noon, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing expressed a desire to indulge in some snacks from Starbucks and enjoy a cup of coffee. Being young women, regardless of their maturity, they still harbored a touch of bourgeois sentimentality and romantic fantasies. Moreover, this modest expenditure was inconsequential for Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing. As the driver, Chen Yang was naturally responsible for their transport, and he would also conveniently partake in a meal. Upon exiting the building, Chen Yang promptly approached them. "Ah, President, you look truly radiant today," he complimented with a beaming smile. Before Lin Qingxue could respond, Tang Qingqing interjected, "Could you not recycle the same tired phrases? You always say the same things." Chen Yang chuckled. "Qingqing, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? The president truly is stunning. Look at me. I haven't complimented you. You see, with a modest chest and a fierce demeanor, you might find it challenging to marry." Tang Qingqing placed her hands on her hips indignantly. "You scoundrel. Where's the evidence that my chest is small?" She then proudly puffed out her chest. In truth, Tang Qingqing's figure was not lacking. Chen Yang replied, "Well, it's not immediately evident. Who knows if you're wearing padding? One must touch to discern the truth. In your dreams." Dan Qingqing Vito An Vili. Though Lin Qingxue maintained a serious expression, she found the exchange amusing. "President, I'm certain you are not wearing any padding," Chen Yang added. Tang Qingqing immediately discontented. "Shot back, you rogue. On what basis can you assert that Qingxue isn't padded? Have you touched her?" Chen Yang responded, "I haven't touched her, but the president's curves are quite flawless. I can deduce that much. However, Yours. I must examine to confirm its authenticity. All right. The two of you are becoming utterly ridiculous, Lin Xingxue remarked, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Clearing her throat, she quickly entered the car. After all, she was still an innocent young lady, untouched by the world. Though Lin Xingxue has reached the age of 23 this year, her heart remains remarkably pure. The establishment of this family business can be attributed not only to her innate talent, but also to the assistance of her uncle by marriage. As for her brother, Lin Nan, he was the one who initially helped her uncle by taking out adversaries, which is why her uncle has consistently cared for her. Lin Nan is now 28, 4 years senior to Chen Yang. However, due to Chen Yang's formidable prowess, Lin Nan has always addressed him as big brother, not because Chen Yang is older, but rather out of respect. Upon entering the vehicle, Tang Qingqing cast an exasperated glance at Chen Yang and remarked, "You rogue. If you dare to say I have a small chest again, you won't escape unscathed." Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "If you let me verify, I won't mention it again." "Go to hell," Tang Qingqing retorted, joining him in the car. Inside the Starbucks CAF, Chen Yang sat across from Lin Xingxue and Tang Qingqing. He ordered an exquisite steak, though he wasn't particularly fond of such fare. Nevertheless, he had little choice in the matter. In truth, Chen Yang preferred hearty portions of meat and copious amounts of wine. When the steak was served, Tang Qingqing couldn't resist teasing him, saying, "Stinky Chen Yang, do you even know how to eat Western food?" "Of course. You eat it with your mouth." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Tang Qingqing was momentarily speechless with indignation. Lin Xingxue couldn't help but laugh, commenting, "You two are like natural adversaries, aren't you?" Tang Qingqing immediately scoffed, as if I would be a cheerful adversary with him. Chen Yang contrait, extally. Cheerful adversaries are meant to become spouses. I certainly wouldn't want you as my wife. Your chest is too small. Tang Qingqing was infuriated, grinding her teeth as she exclaimed, "Chen Yang, why don't you just go die?" Chen Yang chuckled in response. Lin Xingxue sighed helplessly and remarked, "You're a grown man. Why do you always bicker with a little girl like Qingqing?" With a light-hearted laugh, Chen Yang replied, "All right, I shall rise above such trivial matters and not hold it against her." Tang Qingqing immediately exploded with anger. "You're the petty one. Your entire family is petty." Lin Xingxue was utterly exasperated. Just then, Chen Yang noticed a woman emerging from a car outside, instantly capturing his attention. This woman exuded an extraordinary aura, akin to that of Queen. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a deep red dress, her hair elegantly styled. Her bosom was ample, and her waist cinched with a black belt delicate enough to grasp. "What are you looking at?" Tang Qingqing, noticing Chen Yang's infatuated gaze, turned to see for herself. Upon recognizing the woman, she softly exclaimed, "What is she doing here?" Lin Xingxue also glanced over. Chen Yang then noticed that the woman was accompanied by two men, both dressed in black shirts and wearing dark sunglasses, exuding a chilling demeanor. Chen Yang's curiosity piqued as he realized that both men were masters at the pinnacle of the dark energy level. Chapter 8. This is awkward in this small coastal city. The simultaneous appearance of two peak experts in the realm of hidden strength is indeed a rarity. Masters of martial arts cultivate their internal energy. As long as a person lives, so does their energy. When the energy extinguishes, life ceases. This principle underlines the essence of existence. Within the bodies of these masters, this energy transforms into formidable power. A typical strongman may wield a punch with a force of 500 pounds, yet that is merely the manifestation of visible strength. Beyond the visible strength lies the hidden strength, capable of shattering bricks beneath a block of tofu or striking down an elephant with a single blow. This hidden strength is akin to honing one's energy into fine needles, possessing a terrifying lethality. Experts in hidden strength are fearsome beings. Do you recognize this woman? Chen Yang Jaswali inquired. Although two masters had appeared, it hardly concerned him. His primary interest lay in the woman's beauty. She was akin to Su Qing, both exuding a captivating allure. Yet, while Su Qing was full of charm, this woman radiated a formidable and exquisite presence, both equally irresistible to Chen Yang. Tang Qingqing replied, "Of course I know her. In Benhai, who doesn't tea?" Chen Yang touched his nose and asked, Is she quite famous? Tang Qingqing responded. Her name is Mu Jing. She is in the business of tea and silk, operating on a high-end route. The two bodyguards beside her are brothers, exceptionally skilled. In Benhai, no one dares to provoke her. At that moment, Mu Jing entered with her two bodyguards. Chen Yang unabashedly gazed at her pronounced cleavage, his eyes betraying his intrigue. And he inadvertently muttered, "Wow, she must be at least a 36C cup, and no padding." Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue were both taken aback. Tang Qingqing shot Chen Yang a glare and admonished, "You shouldn't speak so carelessly. What if someone overhears? Are you courting death?" Chen Yang, unfazet, replied. What is there to fear? Women dress beautifully for men to admire. Does she have a husband? Tang Qingqing retorted, "No, but what does that matter? Do you wish for a toad to covet a swan?" Chen Yang chuckled. "Why are you so worked up? Are you jealous?" Tang Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words, seething with frustration. Lin Qingxue interjected to ease the tension. "Let us focus on eating. I can't deal with the antics of you two." Despite Chen Yang's boisterous demeanor, his presence brought an unexpected joy, providing Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing with a sense of security. After their meal, the group exited Starbucks. Just outside, Chen Yang noticed a few shady figures lurking nearby. These delinquents had been fixated on the entrance, and upon spotting Chen Yang and his companions, they immediately approached. Chen Yang quickly discerned that these individuals were targeting him. However, he pondered, given that he had been inside enjoying his meal, it was inconceivable that he had provoked them. Why would they be coming after him? Such abnormalities are often omens of trouble. Realizing this might be a scheme orchestrated by the one-eyed man, Chen Yang understood that he was unlikely to be in any real danger from these thugs. But why then had he sent them? Could it be? Chen Yang was exceptionally intelligent, his mind racing with thoughts, and he quickly devised a plan. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing noticed a group of ruffians approaching with an intimidating demeanor, signaling their ill intentions. Instinctively, they took refuge behind Chen Yang. However, he swiftly wrapped his arms around their soft waists, one on each side. Before the two women could react, he whispered, "Follow me." With no choice but to comply, they acquiesced to Chen Yang's lead. He felt a surge of delight, relishing the sensation of having them both so close. He hurriedly guided them to a Jaguar parked nearby. The two women appeared puzzled, as the Jaguar belonged to Mu Jing, not their own BMW. As Chen Yang reached for the car door, the group of thugs immediately blocked their path. The leader, a bald man, slammed the top of the Jaguar and taunted, "Kid, you're quite the charmer with your arm candy. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Yang paused, then frowned slightly, retorting, "Remove your hand. This is a Jaguar, you know? If you damage it, can you afford the repairs?" The bald man, irritated, scoffed, "Is a Jaguar really that impressive? Do you think I'm intimidated? I can touch it if I want." With that, he struck the vehicle several times. The other thugs laughed, enjoying the spectacle. Chen Yang, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "This is a Jaguar. Do you think it's some cheap car? Do you know how much this costs? If you break it, you won't be able to pay even if you sold yourself. Just look at yourself and know your place." The bald man, unable to tolerate Chen Yang's bravado, thought to himself that he could easily handle this rich kid. He had come today specifically to stir trouble for Chen Yang, and he was determined not to be outdone. The bald man, familiar with the world, had assessed Chen Yang as merely a wealthy second-generation individual. He was not intimidated. After all, a Jaguar was worth only around 6 or 70,000. He had smashed many fine cars before without anyone daring to demand compensation. At that moment, a malicious glint sparked in the bald man's eyes as he suddenly produced a steel pipe and shattered the car's window. With a smirk, he proclaimed, "Not only did I touch it, but I also smashed it. What will you do about it?" Chen Yang's expression darkened, and he threatened, "You must be tired of living. If you dare, smash it again." The bald man barked, "Brothers, start smashing." The thugs complied, and a barrage of steel pipes rained down on the Jaguar, leaving it utterly destroyed. Bystanders watched from a distance, too afraid to intervene. After the chaos, the bald man turned to Chen Yang, grinning maliciously, "I've smashed it. What do you do to me?" Initially, Chen Yang's face bore a grim countenance, but then he suddenly laughed, saying, "So what if you smashed it? It's not my car anyway. Ha ha ha." Just then, Mu Jing appeared, flanked by two bodyguards, her face a mask of fury. The bald man, who was accustomed to the streets, immediately recognized Mu Jing, the notorious force to be reckoned with. Realization dawned upon him, and he broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "You. What do you mean, you?" Chen Yang chuckled. "I told you this car is quite expensive. I warned you not to take pictures or damage it. Alas, you are truly stubborn. Now look, the owner of the car has come to trouble you, hasn't he? You are framing me." The bald man retorted angrily. Chen Yang scoffed. "I never claimed this car was mine." Beside them, Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue found the situation amusing, though they stifled their laughter. Mu Jing arrived at the scene with 2 bodyguards, her beautiful eyes smoldering with anger. She first cast a glance at the car before her gaze settled on the bald man. "What is going on?" As the bald man prepared to speak, Chen Yang interjected, eagerly saying, "Beautiful lady, here's the situation. These fellows damaged your car. I warned them that this Jaguar is quite valuable and that they wouldn't be able to afford the repairs, but they refused to listen and insisted on causing damage. Is that so?" Mu Jing, not one to be easily deceived and quite astute, turned her attention to the bald man and inquired. The bald man took a deep breath and replied, "Miss Mu, this man set us up. We thought the car belonged to him." Chen Yang scoffed again and addressed Mu Jing. "Beautiful lady, I did not frame them. I happened to pass by your car after leaving, and they stopped me. Seeing this fellow taking pictures of your car, I kindly warned them not to act recklessly, as the car is quite expensive. But they wouldn't listen. The more I tried to stop them, the more determined they were to cause damage." Mu Jing cast a cold glance at Chen Yang before turning back to the bald man. "You are the ones who damaged the car, correct?" The bald man hesitated, realizing he could not escape the truth, and could only nod nervously. Mu Jing stated, "Very well. In Benhai City, no one has dared to damage my car before. You are the first, quite bold of you." The bald man felt as though he could prostrate himself before Mu Jing, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded. "This is all a misunderstanding." Ignoring him, Mu Jing continued, "You have 1 day. By this time tomorrow, deliver 2 million to my tea house, or there will be consequences." After she finished speaking, she departed with her bodyguards. Chen Yang quickly intercepted Mu Jing, grinning widely. "Beautiful lady." Mu Jing cast a cold glance at him, saying, "Do not think I am unaware of your little tricks." Chen Yang chuckled. "Beautiful lady, please do not be upset. Since you no longer have a car, why not compromise and take ours for now?" As he spoke, he led her to the BMW, opening the door with exaggerated courtesy. "After you, beautiful lady." His demeanor was exceedingly servile, almost like that of servant. Chapter 9. A small chest and a shallow mind. Mu Jing pondered for a moment before ultimately stepping into the BMW. Chen Yang handed the car keys to the 2 bodyguards, and the vehicle soon roared to life, taking Mu Jing and her companions away. Only then did Chen Yang turn to Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue with a sly grin, saying, "Shall we depart? Want to leave?" The bald man, filled with fury, led a group of thugs to encircle them. Chen Yang, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, glanced at the bald man and remarked, "You should hasten to find your benefactor for some funds. You owe me money, or I will end you today." The bald man shouted angrily. Chen Yang retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Why would I pay you? It wasn't I who caused the damage." Seeking death, the bald man, infuriated, suddenly lifted a steel pipe and aimed it at Chen Yang's head. A fierce wind swept through the air. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing paled in shock. Yet, in the next instant, the steel pipe was seized in Chen Yang's grasp. He twisted it effortlessly, crumpling the pipe as if it were a mere piece of dough. With a cold smirk, he warned, "You better leave before I lose my temper." This display was nothing short of astonishing. The thugs, including the bald man, stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were equally stunned. Soon, the bald man, still shaken, cast a wary glance at Chen Yang before hastily retreating with his entourage. Chen Yang then yawned, saying, "How dull. Let's head back." Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing truly witnessed the ferocity of Chen Yang. The trio subsequently hailed a taxi back to the company. Inside the vehicle, Tang Qingqing refrained from arguing with Chen Yang and couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Yang, how on earth do you possess such strength?" Chen Yang chucklet, replying, "I possess even greater strength in bed." Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully tugged at Chen Yang's ear, scolding, "You rascal, can't you speak properly?" Chen Yang winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. Sitting in the passenger's seat, his predicament was quite comical and awkward. The taxi driver cast a peculiar glance, stifling a laugh. Enough of your antics, Lin Qingxue said sternly. Only then did Tang Qingqing release Chen Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingxue inquired, Chen Yang, do those thugs have connections to the one-eyed man and Qi Jiaojiao? She truly was a girl of remarkable intellect. Chen Yang nodded, affirming, indeed. Tang Qingqing, quick to grasp the situation, questioned, the one-eyed man has crossed paths with you. He should be aware of your strength. Why would he send these thugs? We're clearly no match for you. With a grin, Chen Yang replied, oh, Qingqing, they say that those with ample bosoms lack brains. Given your sharp wit, it seems yours must be artificially enhanced. Tang Qingqing fumed. Are you looking for trouble? Chen Yang chuckled before explaining. While these thugs may not be formidable, if I were to engage with them and emerge victorious, I would suffer dire consequences. The one-eyed man has surely conspired with the police, and they would accuse me of violent assault, leading to my arrest. Once confined within the detention center, they undoubtedly possess ready-made charges against me. Should I resist, I would be branded a fugitive. If I submit, I am destined to languish in prison. This is a treacherous scheme. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue felt a chill run down their spines at the malevolence of such a plot. However, Tang Qingqing quickly replied, but you could refrain from inflicting harm upon them. Chen Yang interjected, when one seeks to cast blame, they need not lack for excuses. He paused momentarily before adding, but now that they have smashed Mu Jing's car, they're preoccupied with their own troubles, haha. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing recalled the earlier scene and could not help but laugh, though they remained deeply concerned. Dan Qingqing, the Ma, Qi Jiaojiao, and the one-eyed man are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Future troubles will be incessant. What is there to fear? With my brother here, you are safe, Chen Yang reassured them. If the sky were to fall, I would shield you. His words warmed the hearts of the two women, filling them with gratitude. Despite Chen Yang's seemingly carefree demeanor, he proved to be a stalwart ally in critical moments. At that moment, Mu Jing sat in Lin Qingxue's BMW, with the bodyguard Su Donglai driving and his elder brother Su Qing in the passenger seat. The two brothers, previously engaged in underground fighting in Southeast Asia, had drawn significant trouble upon themselves after inadvertently killing a Master-S disciple in the ring. It was Mu Jing who had intervened to resolve the ensuing conflict. Since then, the brothers had pledged unwavering loyalty to her, holding her in both reverence and affection. At present, Su Qing could no longer contain his thoughts, saying, Sister Jing, today's incident was clearly instigated by that young man. How dare he provoke us? Why did you not allow us to teach him a lesson? Mu Jing smiled slightly, responding, I fear you may not be able to handle him. What? Su Qing and Su Donglai were taken aback. Su Donglai questioned, is he skilled in martial arts? Yet we did not perceive any such ability. Mu Jing replied, not only did you overlook it, but even I cannot discern his true nature. He is either utterly untrained or an exceptional master. Su Qing countered, surely there cannot be so many exceptional masters. I believe he is entirely unskilled. Mu Jing stated, you are mistaken, Qing. If he were truly an ordinary person without martial prowess, how could he dare to ignite a fire in my presence? Moreover, when he gazes at me, there's a distinct desire in his eyes. You should understand that at my level, few men dare to harbor lewd thoughts about me. He is different. He regards me as a woman. This suggests that his prowess may not be inferior to mine and could even surpass it. Hearing this, Su Qing and Su Donglai drew in a sharp breath. Su Qing exclaimed, Sister Jing, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of transformation. One more step, and you shall attain the status of a terrestrial immortal. Could he possibly be a terrestrial immortal? Mu Jing replied, he is unlikely to be a terrestrial immortal, but this is merely my conjecture. This individual is intriguing. We should engage with him further. Yes, Sister Jing. The two brothers responded respectfully. Upon returning to the Yadai company, Lin Qingxue arranged for Chen Yang to have a car, specifically an Audi A6. What about our BMW? Dan Qingqing in Gui. Lin Qingxue pondered briefly before responding. Mu Jing is an exceptionally astute individual, and this time, it is Chen Yang who has inadvertently drawn her into the fray. Let's consider this vehicle as a gesture of apology. That cannot be. Chen Yang interjected vehemently. Her car was damaged. Why should we bear any responsibility? I will retrieve the car this instant. Without hesitation, Chen Yang strode out, leaving Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue unable to intervene. However, he soon returned, poking his head in to ask, "Where does the well-endowed lady reside? How can I find her?" Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue sighed in exasperation. This fellow was truly a character. Regardless, Chen Yang managed to extract the address and then hurried off to locate Mu Jing. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man swiftly received a call from the bald-headed individual. Upon learning that the bald man had mistakenly damaged Mu Jing's vehicle and was now being asked to pay $2 million, he felt an overwhelming desire to flay the bald man alive. They were indeed a group of utterly useless fools. Yet, he dared not offend Mu Jing. This woman was formidable, an exceptional presence in Binhai City. Even the underground emperor, Long Wangye, would defer to Mu Jing. Such a woman was not one to provoke lightly. Although $2 million was within the one-eyed man's means, it was still a sum that would cause him considerable distress. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to accept his misfortune and personally visit to apologize. Meanwhile, Chen Yang soon arrived at Mu Jing's tea house. The establishment boasted a retro, Sioux-style garden aesthetic, and upon entering, it felt as though one had stepped back into ancient times. Outside, he spotted his BMW, but he still wished to greet Mu Jing. As he entered, he was attended by a waitress clad in a qipao. The elegance and graceful figures of these qipao-clad attendants captivated Chen Yang, stirring within him a playful desire. Upon expressing his intention to find Mu Jing, the waitress courteously invited him to sit in the tea hall and offered him hot tea, before indicating she would announce his arrival. Chen Yang s'était comfortably, propped his legs up, and pulled out a packet of sunflower seeds to munch on. This spectacle left the waitress somewhat speechless, deeming him quite the character. Before long, Mu Jing arrived, accompanied by the Su brothers. She had changed into a refreshing sports outfit, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Even in such attire, she exuded an air of elegance and nobility. As soon as Chen Yang spotted Mu Jing, he sprang to his feet, beaming as he exclaimed, "Beautiful sister." Mu Jing cast a fleeting glance at Chen Yang, poised to respond, but the subsequent scene rendered her utterly speechless. Chapter 10. The True Master. As Chen Yang attentively offered a handful of sunflower seeds, he said, "Sister Beauty, enjoy some seeds." Mu Jing paused for a moment, then couldn't help but smile gently. She accepted the seeds and replied, "Please, take a seat." The two settled down, and Mu Jing indeed began to crack the seeds. Surprisingly, the act appeared particularly elegant when performed by this goddess. The crisp sound was both sharp and melodious. Chen Yang couldn't resist exclaiming, "Sister Beauty, you are truly stunning. Even cracking sunflower seeds looks enchanting when you do it. Anyone who could call you their wife would have no desire for immortality." Setting the seeds down on the table, Mu Jing took a sip of the tea served by the attendant and then said with a serious tone, "All right, let us get to the point. What brings you here?" Chen Yang, momentarily taken aback, smiled and replied, Sister Beauty, I came to retrieve my car. I'll lend it to you after all. I won't trouble you to return it. I'll just take it myself." Mu Jing replied coolly, "You caused my car to be damaged, and now you want to take it back?" Chen Yang chuckled and said, "Sister Beauty, that's not fair. I was merely trying to protect your car, albeit unsuccessfully. If you claim I'm to blame, that would be rather unjust." Mu Jing responded with a hint of frostiness, enough with a pretense. "We all know what happened. In any case, you cannot take your car." Chen Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Sister Beauty, you're being unreasonable." Mu Jing smiled slightly and said, "You may consider me unreasonable if you wish. What will you do about it?" Chen Yang rubbed his nose and sighed softly. "Sister Beauty, you're leaving me no choice. If you don't return my car, I will follow you everywhere. When you eat, I'll be there. When you go to the restroom, I'll be right there. When you sleep, I'll be right there with you." Mu Jing widened her beautiful eyes at Chen Yang, sensing that he was serious about his words. "Aren't you afraid?" she asked, her gaze turning icy. "Afraid of what?" Chen Yang replied, bewildered. "Sister Beauty, with your beauty, would you really harm me?" Mu Jing pondered for a moment before saying, "Do as you please. You will not be driving away with that car." With that, she turned and walked away. Chen Yang immediately followed. The Su brothers stood before him like two cold iron walls. Undeterred, Chen Yang charged forward, pushing past them. Su Qing and Su Dong were taken by surprise, failing to react in time, feeling as if Chen Yang had slipped through their grasp. They quickly turned to attack. But Mu Jing coldly interjected, "Stop. You're no match for him." Reluctantly, the Su brothers remained still. This time, Mu Jing headed straight to the restroom. Upon entering, she turned to face Chen Yang and said lightly, "Would you like to come in?" Chen Yang's cheeks flushed slightly. Although he was a rogue, he had not sunk to such depths. He turned away and said, "I will wait for you outside." Mu Jing coldly shut the door. Chen Yang lingered outside, and his imagination conjured an alluring scene of the goddess Mu Jing in the restroom, undoubtedly enticing. However, disappointment soon washed over him as the sound of the flushing toilet echoed from within. Once the water ceased, it was clear that Mu Jing had finished her business, and the wicked Chen Yang had heard nothing. This left him somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, Mu Jing headed to the restaurant at the tea house, with Chen Yang trailing behind. Mu Jing held a modicum of respect for Chen Yang. She had encountered numerous skilled individuals, all possessing a graceful demeanor and a sense of dignity. Yet, it was her first encounter with someone as audacious and shameless as Chen Yang. As she dined, Chen Yang shamelessly consumed the meat from her bowl, justifying his actions with the preposterous claim that he was concerned about her figure. Mu Jing found the situation both amusing and exasperating, yet she recognized Chen Yang's prowess. His swift chopsticks were as quick as lightning, making it nearly impossible for her to intervene. After their meal, Chen Yang boasted without a hint of modesty, "Ah, beautiful sister, you are truly wonderful. Following you means I have food and drink, and I can gaze upon your exquisite visage every day. You should never return the car to me. Otherwise, I would have no reason to accompany you." Upon hearing his words, Mu Jing felt a sense of discomfort, yet she was at a loss for how to respond. It seemed that when a person with dignity encountered one devoid of it, the former would inevitably suffer. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Jing conceded defeat and returned the keys to the BMW to Chen Yang, stating, "All right, you win." Chen Yang chuckled, snatched the keys, and dashed away. Though Mu Jing was reluctant to admit defeat, she understood that this fellow was relentless, akin to a stubborn piece of gum that wouldn't let go until achieving his goal. She simply could not afford to engage in a drawn-out battle with him. However, Mu Jing's curiosity about Chen Yang deepened. This man, with skills unfathomable, possessed a brazen and shameless character, yet he conducted himself without descending into vulgarity, adhering to his own principles. He must have a fascinating story behind him. Meanwhile, Chen Yang paid no heed to Mu Jing's musings. He drove towards the Yadai group. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingsnow had been waiting for Chen Yang at the Jina building. They remained unaware of how the Cyclops would further retaliate, thus relying heavily on Chen Yang. As Chen Yang's car arrived, the two women climbed in. Once inside, Chen Yang started the engine and drove off. Tang Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, "Mu Jing really returned the car to you?" Chen Yang replied, "Of course. When I went to her, she was exceedingly polite, persistently holding my hand in gratitude." "Grateful for what?" Tang Qingqing retorted, "Grateful for you smashing her car? Naturally, she is thankful for my protection of her vehicle. In the end, she insisted on treating me to dinner, and I couldn't refuse." "You never speak a word of truth," Tang Qingqing remarked, exasperated. Fortunately, she and Lin Qingsnow had grown accustomed to his antics. As long as the car was back, that was all that mattered. Chen Yang first returned the two ladies to the Willow Leaf Villa and then eagerly turned the car around to pick up Su Qing from work. As Su Qing stepped out of the mobile phone store, Chen Yang alighted from the vehicle, waving with a broad smile, calling out, "Sister Qing." Su Qing paused for a moment, then, with surprise, remarked, "Why are you here again?" "To pick you up after work," Chen Yang responded matter-of-factly. Su Qing hesitated slightly and said, "But this car belongs to your boss. It's not good for you to keep coming to pick me up, is it?" Chen Yang, un perturbet, replied, "What is wrong with that? My boss thinks highly of me. Don't worry, Sister Qing." Seeing his confident demeanor, Su Qing chose not to press the matter further and obediently got into the car. As Chen Yang started the engine, Su Qing, feeling somewhat fatigued, closed her eyes. The car window was rolled down, and the golden rays of the setting sun caressed Su Qing's face, rendering it exquisitely beautiful. The evening breeze tousled her hair, adding a touch of allure and melancholy. Chen Yang breathed in her fragrance, feeling a wave of enchantment wash over him. Subsequently, they found a quaint little restaurant for dinner. When Su Qing offered to pay the bill, the owner informed her that Chen Yang had already taken care of it. Su Qing felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Why trouble you so much?" With a gentle smile, Chen Yang replied, "Sister Qing, if you continue to be so distant with me, I might just feel heartbroken." Gazing into his earnest eyes, Su Qing ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Upon returning home, Su Qing exited the car. Chen Yang felt a pang of reluctance, yet, as Su Qing did not invite him inside, he hesitated to follow her. Sometimes he could be as thick-skinned as a fortress, but at other times he was quite bashful. Su Qing waved goodbye, stating she would see him the next day, and then entered her rented apartment. With a sense of resignation, Chen Yang made his way home. As night fell, Chen Yang did not partake in any nightlife. He sat cross-legged on his bed, aligning his breath with the rhythms of the sun and moon. As a surge of vital energy coursed through him, cleansing his marrow and blood. A true master cultivates their essence like frost and their blood like mercury. This phrase signifies that the marrow is as crystalline as white frost, and the blood is as viscous as mercury. Chen Yang practiced the grand sun and moon technique, which is not a mystical art, but a method for marrow cleansing. Controlling the breath within, at sunrise, the sun rises vigorously, invigorating the practitioner's spirit. At noon, with the sun blazing, the practitioner's intent becomes fierce and exhilarated. In the evening, the spirit settles, and at night, it becomes tranquil. When one's spirit aligns with the cycles of the sun and moon, it is akin to absorbing their quintessence. This is the art of refined internal cultivation. A person thrives on their breath. When the breath is present, life flourishes. When it fades, life perishes. For martial artists, the essence they cultivate is their breath. The stronger the breath, the more formidable the individual. After completing a full cycle of his practice, Chen Yang opened his eyes, feeling exceptionally invigorated. The time was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and in about an hour, it would likely be Su Qing's bathing time. However, today Chen Yang found himself devoid of the luxury of time to watch Su Qing bathe, for he had another pressing matter to attend to. Chapter 11. The Shaolin Master in the Cloak of Night. Chen Yang darted out like a nimble cat. He did not take a car. His swift strides were surprisingly as fast as driving. The one-eyed man was in a foul mood tonight. Instead of teaching Chen Yang a lesson, he found himself facing a loss of 2 million. What does 2 million signify? It could ensure a lifetime of happiness for an ordinary person. Just the thought of it made the one-eyed man wince in pain. At this moment, he was in his spacious 3-bedroom apartment, having summoned a few young models and uncorked several bottles of red wine. Tonight, he intended to vent his frustrations and indulge in a lavish gathering. The one-eyed man held considerable influence in Binhai City, and many would pay their respects to him. Thus, inviting a few low-tier models was hardly an issue. The living room was awash in brilliant white light, with 3 young models preening and fawning before him. They were keenly aware of his extensive connections. If they serve him well, he could pave the way for their futures. Meanwhile, his hands roamed over the models, reveling in his indulgent pleasures. Just as he was about to forget his troubles, a sigh echoed from outside the door. The music inside was loud, drowning out the sound for the models. But the one-eyed man heard it distinctly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he shouted, "Who is it?" The models, sensing the tension, exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Chen Yang. He surveyed the scene with a half-smile, feeling a twinge of envy for the one-eyed man. If only he could be a bit more shameless, he too could enjoy the company of so many beautiful women. Alas, such absurdity was beyond Chen Yang. The moment the one-eyed man laid eyes on Chen Yang, his face drained of color. Chen Yang smiled gently and said, "I believe it is time for us to converse." The one-eyed man felt a surge of caution and coldly ordered the models leave. The models, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wasted no time in grabbing their coats and hurriedly exiting. Once the models departed, Chen Yang approached the one-eyed man and settled into a single armchair. "What do you want?" The one-eyed man asked coldly. Casually, Chen Yang grabbed a tall glass and poured himself some red wine, savoring a sip before responding. You should consider yourself fortunate to be facing me now. Had it been 6 months ago, you would already be dead. Trust me, I possess that capability. A chill ran down the one-eyed man's spine as he felt the palpable pressure emanating from Chen Yang. He understood that Chen Yang was not speaking empty threats. Chen Yang continued, I have given you face because I wish to avoid trouble. Today is your final warning. Do not engage in any more underhanded actions against me. Money is a fine thing, but it is meaningless without life to spend it. The Yadai company is off limits. Do not even think about it. I have said my piece. If you ignore my advice, next time, I will take your life. The final words dripped with menace. The one-eyed man shuddered involuntarily. Chen Yang, having said his part, rose and left without another word. The one-eyed man stood speechless, his gaze unexpectedly wandering to the high-stem glass that Chen Yang had just used. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with horror, for the base of the glass had been embedded into the adjacent rosewood tea table. The sheer force required to silently embed such a fragile and blunt object into the wood was utterly terrifying. As Chen Yang strolled down the bustling streets, illuminated by vibrant lights and teeming with life, he let out a faint sigh, reminding himself that he was in his homeland, where restraint was paramount. During his time abroad, strength dictated respect. Those who dared to provoke were swiftly dealt with, avoiding the complications that now loomed before him. However, that was not the case in his homeland, which led him to adopt a strategy of intimidation. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Chen Yang was a man of considerable cunning, his mind racing with countless strategies. For instance, deceiving the bald man into smashing the wrong car, or compelling Mu Jing to return the vehicle. Logically speaking, after such intimidation, the one-eyed man should have acquiesced, as their respective strengths were not on the same level. Yet, Chen Yang miscalculated one crucial factor, the one-eyed man's identity. As a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, the one-eyed man had a formidable group of senior and junior brothers. Accustomed to dominance, he found it intolerable to continuously suffer defeats at Chen Yang's hands, which was a profound humiliation. Thus, after Chen Yang departed, the one-eyed man dialed the number of his elder brother, the unmoved Arhut. Brother. The one-eyed man's voice quivered slightly. On the other end came a cold, indifferent voice. What is it? I am in trouble, the one-eyed man replied. What trouble? The voice remained icy. The elder brother, the unmoved Arhut, exuded an aura of emotional detachment. The one-eyed man had always felt his elder brother was excessively arrogant, and he would only disturb him as a last resort. Yet, it was undeniable that the elder brother was an extraordinarily powerful figure. Taking a deep breath, the one-eyed man solemnly stated, I encountered a master in Binhai City. The man responded coldly, in the vast land of China, there are countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As long as you do not provoke them, what concern is it of yours? But I have provoked him, the one-eyed man insisted. We are now in an irreconcilable situation. If you do not intervene, I fear I may not escape this calamity. I beseech you to assist me. After a lengthy silence, the elder brother finally inquired, what is the name of this master, and how formidable is he? He is called Chen Yang, returned from Africa. He was likely a mercenary or assassin. Just today, the one-eyed man recounted Chen Yang's remarkable feat of embedding the glass into wood. However, he refrained from mentioning that it was an act of intimidation. Instead, he portrayed Chen Yang as aggressive and extorting his wealth. Brother, if I do not pay him 3 million in 2 days, he will kill me, the one-eyed man said. As a lay disciple of Shaolin, many in the underworld are aware of my situation. If I truly succumb to this, it will tarnish our Shaolin's reputation. Do you not agree? Embedding the glass into wood, the unmoving Arhut remarked, indeed a master. I shall come over immediately. Shortly thereafter, the unmoving Arhut ended the call. The one-eyed Chong breathed a sigh of relief. With his senior brother stepping in and his extensive connections and resources, he felt assured against any threat posed by Chen Yang. As for the matter of his own deceit, he was unperturbed by the possibility of his senior brother discovering the truth. With his brother present, even if he were to learn of the lie, he would not remain indifferent. When Chen Yang returned to his rented apartment, it was precisely 11 o'clock. At that moment, Su Qing had already succumbed to slumber, leaving Chen Yang feeling quite disappointed. He harbored a unique affection for her. The following morning, Chen Yang once again accompanied Su Qing to her workplace. The convenience of a car service made the commute effortless. Su Qing had long been troubled by her beauty, as it often attracted unwanted attention while she navigated crowded buses. Now, with the car, she felt considerably more at ease. After dropping Su Qing off at work, Chen Yang proceeded to the Liuye villa to collect Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue. It was evident that he was running late once more. Upon entering the vehicle, Tang Qingqing chided Chen Yang, saying, "Could you not be a bit more punctual?" Chen Yang chuklet li. Tang Qingqing continued, "Was it again your lovely neighbor?" Chen Yang responded, chuckling, "Oh, Qingqing, you are too clever." A hint of jealousy flickered in Tang Qingqing's eyes as she remarked, "Why is it that you are never this prompt when it comes to us two beautiful ladies?" Chen Yang simply replied, "Well, it's just on the way." Lin Qingxue remained rather silent, feeling a sense of resignation towards Chen Yang. Yet, she did not wish to be overly critical. Instead, she stated, "Starting tomorrow, Qingqing, we shall drive ourselves to work." Tang Qingqing nodded in agreement, but hesitated, saying, "But what about the one-eyed and Qi Jiaojiao?" Chen Yang promptly assured her, "Rest assured, the one-eyed and Qi Jiaojiao will not dare to act recklessly again." "Why?" Both women inquired in unison. As Chen Yang drove, he explained, "Well, last night I went to speak with the one-eyed, imparting to him many profound truths. Eventually, he was moved and repented, tearfully assuring me that he would not dare to repeat such behavior." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue exchanged knowing glances. Although Chen Yang had a penchant for exaggeration, they could discern that he had indeed reached some form of understanding with the one-eyed. Thus, the two women truly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. A closer relationship with Sister Qing following the incident involving the one-eyed man. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing had both embraced Chen Yang as one of their own. Additionally, Lin Qingxue generously bestowed upon Chen Yang a bank card loaded with 100,000 yuan, a reward for his efforts. Chen Yang delighted, mused to himself that this young lady was truly commendable, an admirable boss indeed. Though Lin Qingxue possessed a certain innocence, she was not naive. She recognized Chen Yang's invaluable worth and thus endeavored to treat him well to secure his loyalty. Furthermore, she allowed Chen Yang to continue driving the BMW, sparing him the need to pick them up for work each morning. If Chen Yang had matters to attend to, he was also relieved from the obligation of dropping them off after work. Moreover, Lin Qingxue expressed her concern regarding Chen Yang's living arrangements. She suggested, "I have an old apartment that has been vacant. If you do not mind, you could reside there. It boasts 2 bedrooms and a living room. With a little tidying up, it would be quite pleasant." Chen Yang was taken aback and immediately responded with conviction, "No, that is not appropriate. For me, affordable housing is akin to paradise. I aspire to attain my own home through my own efforts. As a man, I must possess a measure of dignity." Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Your determination to be self-sufficient is commendable. I shall not press you further." At this, Tang Qingqing interjected with a teasing remark, "Oh, come on, Qingxue, he has no dignity to speak of. He simply cannot bear to part with his female neighbor." Chen Yang, caught off guard by Tang Qingqing's playful jab, could only respond with a foolish grin. Lin Qingxue, realizing the truth, could not help but feel amused and exasperated. Both women were curious about the appearance of Chen Yang's female neighbor, wondering what could elicit such fondness from him. Although they considered themselves quite attractive, they had not witnessed Chen Yang display any similar affection towards them. With a newfound wealth of 100,000 yuan, Chen Yang felt considerably more affluent. After work, he happily went to pick up Su Qing, who had grown accustomed to his daily chauffeuring. In the car, Chen Yang proposed, "Sister Qing, since we frequently dine out, which is neither hygienic nor economical, why don't we rent the other room as a kitchen? What do you think?" Su Qing was immediately intrigued. Renting an additional space to solve their dining dilemma seemed quite sensible. Previously, she had been casually eating out, but now that Chen Yang accompanied her, their food expenses had significantly increased. "That sounds good." Sui nagade enthusiastically. It appeared that fate was favoring Chen Yang. Soon after, Su Qing received a call from her mother, who requested that Xiaoxue stay at home from now on, with her mother personally handling Xiaoxue's school commutes. Su Qing did not insist too much, primarily due to the harsh living conditions and her lack of time to tutor Xiaoxue. Ultimately, she acquiesced. Xiaoxue's absence was indeed a cause for Chen Yang's delight. It was not that he disliked Xiaoxue, but her presence was rather inconvenient for him. The affordable housing comprised 3 rooms, with Chen Yang and Su Qing each occupying one, while the third served as a storage space. Chen Yang expressed his desire to rent the storage room, much to the landlord's satisfaction. That evening, Chen Yang and Su Qing began to organize the storage room together. The 2 individuals were drenched in sweat, laboring tirelessly until nearly 10 o'clock at night. With every bead of perspiration, Su Qing's natural fragrance intensified, enchanting Chen Yang to an almost intoxicating degree. Particularly during the sweltering summer, her white shirt clung to her form, fully soaked. From behind, Chen Yang caught a glimpse of the hue of her bra straps, and in that moment, Su Qing appeared irresistibly alluring. Unable to contain his burgeoning desire, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming urge arise within him. Just then, Su Qing turned to face him, prompting Chen Yang to bend over and clutch his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh, my stomach hurts." He hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Su Qing initially paid little mind, but soon became acutely aware of her own situation. This was far too provocative. Recalling that Chen Yang had been so close behind her made her cheeks flush crimson. Chen Yang was grappling with a conflagration of passion, not out of anger, but of desire. How could he possibly resist when such a mature and beautiful woman was so intimately close to him? He contemplated indulging in his desires in the restroom, but decided against it, reasoning that it would be far more gratifying to wait and relish the sight of Su Qing bathing later. Once he calmed himself, he exited the restroom, only to find Su Qing just emerging as well. She had tidied the space, merely awaiting the opportunity to procure kitchenware the following day to prepare her own meals. As Su Qing approached him, she inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling better? I've noticed you've been complaining about stomach pains lately. It wouldn't be appendicitis, would it?" Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "Not at all. Perhaps I've just eaten something that didn't agree with me." Eager to witness her bathing, he suggested, "It's getting late. Qing Jia, you have work tomorrow. You should take a shower and get some rest." Trusting his words, Su Qing nodded and departed. Chen Yang hurried back to his own room, his heart racing with excitement. Though this was not his first experience, he felt exhilarated as always during such moments. The next day, Chen Yang continued his routine of driving Su Qing to work, observing her in her formal and dignified attire. He couldn't help but recall the previous night's tantalizing scene, igniting another surge of strong feelings within him. Fortunately, Su Qing remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. After dropping her off, Chen Yang proceeded to the kitchenware market, securing the necessary supplies before heading to his workplace. At his job, Chen Yang felt increasingly at ease, as everyone recognized him as a favored associate of the president. This newfound status garnered him the admiration of many young women, leaving him feeling buoyant in his environment. Interestingly, while Lin Qingshu held the title of president at the Yadai Company, Tang Qingqing was a significant shareholder. Lin Qingshu's ability to establish the company stemmed from her exceptional talent and profound knowledge of perfumery, as well as the support of her uncle, who was well connected in the political sphere. Although her uncle provided ample human resources, his financial contributions were limited, with additional support coming from Tang Qingqing's grandfather. Tang Qingqing hailed from Foshan, where her grandfather, Hui Tianzong, was renowned, earning the illustrious title of Foshan Martial King. Hui Tianzong has opened a dojo in Foshan, taking on many disciples, several of whom hail from prestigious families. However, Tang Qingqing is not well acquainted with her grandfather's past, having grown up abroad. Lin Qingxue, who also studied overseas, met Tang Qingqing during her time there, and upon completing their studies, they returned to establish a company. During a visit to Foshan to see her grandfather, Tang Qingqing mentioned her plans to start a business. Hui Tianzong, feeling affectionate towards his granddaughter, immediately offered his unwavering support. The details of Tang Qingqing's background remain elusive to outsiders, as she herself is not entirely aware. Although the title of martial arts king of Foshan is quite renowned. It is primarily recognized within the martial arts community, much like how the literary world has its own circles, as does the entertainment industry. Thus, individuals like the one-eyed man are unlikely to grasp this connection. Otherwise, he might have exercised some caution. Setting aside such matters, during lunchtime, Chen Yang found himself wandering into the CEO's office. Inside, Tang Qingqing and Lin Xingxue were both in a state of repose. The sleeping postures of the two beautiful women were rather enticing. Chen Yang quietly pushed the door open and entered. Lin Xingxue appeared more demure in her slumber, while Tang Qingqing reclined on the sofa, her skirt causing her legs to unintentionally part. As Chen Yang stealthily observed, he was disappointed to find that Tang Qingqing was wearing safety shorts. Just then, she awoke and caught sight of the sneaky Chen Yang. Realizing her attire, she quickly sat up, crossed her arms, and exclaimed in anger, "You wretched Chen Yang! What are you doing, you pervert?" With a serious demeanor, Chen Yang replied, "Oh, I merely wished to verify whether or not you were wearing anything underneath." Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mind your own business. Whether I am or not has nothing to do with you." Lin Xingxue, awakened by the commotion, observed the two bickering with a sense of exasperation. Aware of his own misstep, Chen Yang said, "I was just concerned. No need to get worked up. I'll take my leave now." With that, he prepared to exit hastily. At that moment, a young man appeared outside, dressed in a white shirt with sharp brows and bright eyes. He exuded an air of confidence that suggested he was a domineering CEO capable of commanding a fish pond. His demeanor was imposing, and he walked with a steady gait, his gaze intense, clearly a master of internal martial arts. Chen Yang immediately halted, blocking the young man's path, and frowned as he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" He felt a responsibility for Lin Xingxue and Tang Qingqing's safety. The young man glanced at Chen Yang dismissively, as if regarding him as mere refuse, and coldly replied, "Step aside." Chen Yang, grinning, retorted, "Oh, you think you're quite the hotshot, don't you?" Chapter 13. The unmoving Arhood. At that moment, Tang Qingqing stood up, her voice filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Cousin Lei, what a pleasant surprise to see you." She hurried over, pushing aside Chen Yang with a dismissive gesture. "Get lost, Chen Yang. This is my cousin." Chen Yang, failing utterly frustrated, had no choice but to step aside. Cousin Lei, known as Hua Lei, was the grandson of Hua Tianzong. Hua Lei regarded Tang Qingqing with warmth, offering a gentle smile that exuded charm and elegance. "I came here to attend to some matters, and thought I would drop by to see you," he said, his voice resonant and composed, embodying the archetypal leading man of a romantic drama. Tang Qingqing could not help but softly chide, "Cousin Lei, you should have informed me in advance, so I could have come to fetch you." Hua Lei replied with a light smile, "There was no need for such formality." Lin Xingxue, adjusting her makeup, stepped forward. She offered Hua Lei a slight smile and extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Hua, it's a pleasure to meet you." Hua Lei's gaze shifted to Lin Xingxue, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. To be candid, Lin Xingxue was indeed strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of Liu Yifei, with a tranquil demeanor that radiated serenity. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she resembled an ethereal fairy descended from the ice and snow. Hua Lei grasped Lin Xingxue's hand briefly, exhibiting perfect decorum. "Xingxue, we have met before," he remarked with a smile. Lin Xingxue returned the smile, saying, "Mr. Hua, I presume you have not dined yet. I would like to treat you today." Hua Lei replied with a subtle grin, "It is wise to seize the moment." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you and Qingqing are such good friends, it feels rather formal to hear you call me Mr. Hua. Why not refer to me as brother instead?" Lin Xingxue, conceding to his request, replied, "Brother Lei." Hua Lei laughed heartily. "Having gained another sister today truly brings me joy." Observing from the sidelines, Chen Yang silently thought, "This guy clearly has intentions towards Xingxue." Nevertheless, he held no strong opinions on the matter. After all, Xingxue would eventually marry, and Hua Lei's character warranted careful consideration. Chen Yang regarded Xingxue as his own sister, thus he remained vigilant. With that, Chen Yang felt no need to linger in the president's office and quietly departed, making his way to the office area where he began to engage playfully with his female colleagues. They exchanged light-hearted banter, and Chen Yang found himself quite content. Meanwhile, Huo Lei, along with Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, set out for a meal. Lin Qingxue had specifically called Chen Yang to inform him that he need not pick them up that day and could enjoy his freedom. Understanding Huo Lei's capabilities, Chen Yang felt at ease. With no other commitments, he planned to amuse himself at the company until closing time before picking up Su Qing. As they exited the Jinhu building, just as Huo Lei and the others had not yet entered their vehicle, an Audi suddenly screeched to a halt outside. The car door swung open, and Lin Qingxue's heart raced as she sensed ill intentions from a newcomer. The first to emerge was a one-eyed man, who respectfully opened the rear door for someone else. From the rear car door emerged a man in his 30s, clad in a white buttoned robe and wearing cloth shoes. In his hand, he held a string of turquoise prayer beads. The man, though not tall, possessed a robust physique, strong, yet not corpulent. The one-eyed man appeared to hold this figure in great reverence, guiding him forward with utmost deference. The man spoke little, his demeanor icy as he approached Lin Qingxue. A spark ignited in Horace's eyes. He discerned that this man moved with the unwavering steadiness of the earth, exuding an aura akin to towering mountains. He was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Horace's curiosity piqued. What was this man's purpose? Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing turned pale, unaware that these two were approaching them. Neither possessed martial skills, yet they could sense the terrifying presence of this man. In that moment, fear enveloped them. Horace, noticing the trepidation of Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, instinctively stepped forward, exuding a protective bravado. Blocking their path, he reassured the two women, "Fear not, for I am here." Afterward, he coldly addressed the man and the one-eyed companion. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The man was none other than the elder brother of the one-eyed man, known as the Unmoving Arhut. This group of brothers were lay disciples of Shaolin Temple. The Unmoving Arhut, named Luo Run, regarded Horace with a detached gaze, remaining silent. The one-eyed man, however, was straightforward, stating, "Step aside. We are here to find that scoundrel Chen Yang. You should come out at once." A flash of anger crossed Horace's eyes. He was a man of pride and could not tolerate such an affront from the one-eyed man, despite his ignorance of who Chen Yang was. The one-eyed man's words were an insult, a grave transgression. A martial artist cannot abide any slight. In a fit of rage, blood may spill. Thus, Horace cast a cold glare at the one-eyed man, declaring sternly, "Such foul language. It seems you seek a fight." With that proclamation, he sprang into action. Horace practiced Zingyi Yiquan, having been a disciple of Guo Yunshun, whose mastery of the art was unparalleled. In an instant, Horace erupted forth like a serpent from its lair, his movements swift and serpentine. His hand transformed into an eagle's claw, darting towards the one-eyed man's throat with lethal intent, a gust of wind that chilled to the bone. The one-eyed man, startled, was no novice himself. In the face of danger, he swiftly retreated, his finger poised like a blade, aiming a thunderous strike towards Horace's wrist. This maneuver was known as the Meridian Strike, trained in Shaolin martial arts. The one-eyed man had master techniques such as the Eagle Claw and the 72 capturing skills. The Meridian Strike was one of the techniques within the capturing arts. Horace smirked, retracting his Eagle Claw suddenly, rendering his entire arm limp. In the next moment, he executed the Python-S embrace, his arm coiling around the one-eyed man's wrist like a constrictor snake. In that fleeting second, Horace resembled an ancient serpent, cunning and elusive. The essence of Zingyi Yiquan lies in the harmony of form and spirit. The one-eyed man, alarmed, retreated hastily. In the realm of masters, to retreat is to relinquish the advantage. Thus, as the one-eyed man stepped back, Horace seized the opportunity, closing the distance with lightning speed. His fist surged forth, ready to strike. It was the ferocious, half-step burst fist. With a thunderous sound, his fist resembled a heavy, bow-drawn taut, and suddenly, like a snapped bowstring, the force erupted forth. The one-eyed man could not evade in time. His chest struck, and he was immediately sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood, unable to rise again. Huo then let out a sinister laugh, turning his gaze towards Luo Ren. Since the confrontation was inevitable, There was no need for hesitation today. He looked at Luo Ren and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I beg your pardon." Luo Ren remained cold and indifferent, showing no reaction whatsoever to Ho Lei's words. Ho Lei, feeling a twinge of anxiety under Luo Ren's gaze, gritted his teeth and shouted, his body moving with the force of thunder. In a sudden leap, he unleashed the half-step burst fist. Ho Lei's execution of this technique was masterful, his signature move. The air crackled with energy as he moved, his fist like a bowstring snapping, the force bursting forth as his fist shot like lightning towards Luo Ren's chest. Yet Luo Ren stood firmly in place, utterly unmoving. Just as Ho Lei's fist was about to connect, Luo Ren inhaled sharply, his abdomen sinking inward, perfectly accommodating Ho Lei's fist. In that instant, Ho Lei felt his power dissipate, panic washing over him as he realized the dire situation and attempted to withdraw. However, Luo Ren's abdomen possessed an irresistible pulling force that kept him from extracting his hand. Simultaneously, Luo Ren struck swiftly, his hand shooting out to grasp Ho Lei's neck. Ho Lei was lifted effortlessly, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled for breath, teetering on the brink of suffocation. His feet flailed wildly, consumed by agony. The entire sequence transpired in a blur. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing could only witness Ho Lei charging at Luo Ren, followed by the shocking sight of Luo Ren seizing Ho Lei. The prowess of Luo Ren was indeed terrifying. The one-eyed man, a king among security guards, was far outmatched by Ho Lei, who could not withstand even a single exchange against Luo Ren. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue were both struck with horror at the scene. Tang Qingqing's face turned pale as she cried out, "Stop! You must stop this." She could not bear to watch her brother be killed and rushed forward without a second thought. Lin Qingxue, however, remained more composed, quickly dialing Chen Yang for help. As Tang Qingqing dashed forward, Luo Ren waved his other hand, a fierce gust of wind sweeping Tang Qingqing aside, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. In that moment, Tang Qingqing was engulfed by despair. She could scarcely believe that Luo Ren would attempt to take her brother's life in broad daylight. Lin Qingxue spoke sharply, "This is our homeland. Killing someone will lead to imprisonment and retribution. Release him at once." Luo Ren remained cool and detached, offering no response, while Ho Lei's breath grew increasingly faint. Chapter 14. Chen Yang takes action upon hearing the commotion. The security personnel rushed out immediately. Lin Qingxue commanded urgently, "Quickly, go save them." The guards, including Old Xia, felt a sense of duty and charged forward, wielding their batons. Meanwhile, Luo Ren remained stationary, his long sleeves sweeping through the air. Bang, bang, bang. In that fleeting moment, his sleeves lashed out like a terrifying whip, sending the guards tumbling in disarray, groaning in agony. They were utterly helpless. At that moment, a fleeting shadow suddenly darted past. It came like a tempest. Bang! Chen Yang had finally arrived. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, causing Luo Ren to stagger back 3 steps before finally regaining his balance. Chen Yang, having seized hold of Ho Lei, also stumbled back 3 steps. As Chen Yang released Ho Lei, the latter gasped for breath. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue rushed forward, their concern for Ho Lei evident. "Cousin Lei, how are you?" Tang Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Ho Lei waved his hand, his face still flushed, and replied, "I'm fine." Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue finally exhaled in relief. Their gazes turned to Chen Yang, whose presence felt almost divine, instilling in them an immense sense of security. Chen Yang, however, paid no heed to the others and fixed his gaze on Luo Ren. Then, he turned his attention to the one-eyed man struggling to rise. With a sinister smile, Chen Yang remarked, "One-eyed, it seems you have completely forgotten my words. You must think that by bringing this fellow here, you can ensure your safety." Upon meeting Chen Yang's gaze, the one-eyed man felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back. Chen Yang dismissed the one-eyed man from his thoughts and addressed Luo Ren directly. "You're here to defend the one-eyed man, aren't you? Cool, let us settle this today." His intent to engage was unmistakable, his fiery temperament laid bare. However, Luo Ren refrained from attacking. He looked at Chen Yang and said, "You are indeed worth my effort, but today we shall not fight. I am here to resolve our grievances." Chen Yang scoffed coldly. "You arrive and nearly kill my brother Hua, and you speak of resolution?" Luo Ren replied calmly, "It was this gentleman who attacked me first." Chen Yang chose not to dwell on the matter, stating, "Very well, tell me how you plan to resolve this." Luo Ren articulated, "We are martial artists. Issues among warriors should be settled in a warrior's way. How about this? 3 days from now, I will await you at the JUF Fencing Club. At that time, we shall sign a life and death agreement. Whoever dies or loses will bear no responsibility to others. If you lose, the Yadai company will be sold to my apprentice at the previously agreed price." "How does that sound?" Chen Yang replied coolly, "You have calculated well. But what if you lose? Are there no additional conditions?" Luo Ren inquired, "What do you want?" Chen Yang stated, "I want the one-eyed man to leave Binhai City and never return." Luo Ren nodded, agreed. He paused before adding, "As for the owner of the Yadai company, can you make that decision?" "Naturally, I can," Chen Yang affirmed. Luo Ren remarked, "Very well. Upon my return, I shall have my junior draft an agreement. At that time, I will invite some esteemed elders from the martial arts community to serve as witnesses." With that, he turned and departed, followed closely by the one-eyed man. "How can you make decisions without consulting us?" Tang Qingqing could not help but express her discontent toward Chen Yang. Although Chen Yang had just rescued Huolei, he had wagered the Yadai company as a stake, which incited anger in both Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingsnow. For a fleeting moment, a terrifying thought crossed their minds simultaneously. What if Chen Yang were a spy for the one-eyed man, deliberately employing this method to seize their company? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. He perceived Tang Qingqing's ire and noted the discontent in Lin Qingsnow's eyes, though she refrained from voicing it. He fell silent for a time before responding, "I apologize for not consulting you. That was my mistake. However, rest assured, if I lose, I shall pay with my life." After uttering these words, he said no more and departed from the Yadai company. In that instant, Chen Yang's figure appeared somewhat desolate and forlorn. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingsnow stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with empathy. Huolei, still shaken, inquired curiously, "Who exactly is this Chen Yang?" He could not help but wonder about the man whose formidable skills had so unexpectedly manifested within the Yadai company. We are not entirely certain of his background. Dan Qingqing Zipli. He previously worked as a security guard at our company. When the one-eyed man came to trouble us, it was he who intervened to save us. Thus, we appointed him as our driver and bodyguard. There is certainly something amiss with this individual, Huolei asserted. Despite having just been saved by Chen Yang, he harbored a negative impression of him, having initially perceived him as a mere lowly security guard. Yet, this guard possessed skills warranting the respect of Luo Ren. Huolei distinctly recalled the indifferent gaze Luo Ren had cast upon him. Moreover, Huolei's suspicion of Chen Yang was not merely a product of disdain. It was peculiar that someone with such prowess would choose to live a mundane life as a security guard. Lin Qingsnow and Tang Qingqing exchanged a glance, their hearts trembling, rendered speechless. "Shall we discuss this inside?" Lin Qingsnow suggested. Huolei nodded in agreement. The security personnel, having sustained only minor injuries, had already risen and stood to the side. Lin Qingsnow addressed them. "Thank you for your hard work today. Each of you will receive a bonus of 500 yuan from the finance department shortly." 500 yuan was quite a substantial sum for the security guards, and their faces instantly lit up with smiles. In the president's office, both Lin Qingsnow and Tang Qingqing felt a profound discomfort, stemming from their feelings toward Chen Yang. They were reluctant to believe he could be a spy, as their interactions with him had been pleasant and comfortable, and they genuinely trusted him. "Why are you so certain that Chen Yang is problematic?" Lin Qingsnow inquired. Huolei took a deep breath, gazing at Lin Qingsnow as he replied solemnly, "Qingsnow, you and Qingqing remained too naive. With my abilities, I charge wealthy clients a minimum of 1 million per month for bodyguard services. The prowess of Chen Yang is beyond any monetary valuation. Yet, it is perplexing that such an individual would serve as a security guard, earning a mere few thousand yuan. Does this not raise significant questions?" Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing found themselves at a loss for words. Subsequently, Lin Qingxue instructed Tang Qingqing to escort Wei to rest while she summoned Old Xia to her office. Old Xia appeared somewhat apprehensive. Perching himself on the edge of the sofa, Lin Qingxue gazed at him and said, "Captain Xia, there is a matter I wish to inquire about." Old Xia responded with utmost respect, "President, please ask away. Anything within my knowledge, I shall gladly share." Lin Qingxue continued, "What do you perceive Chen Yang to be like?" Old Xia hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "He is a scoundrel." Lin Qingxue was taken aback, having anticipated Old Xia would describe Chen Yang as a good person. After all, if Chen Yang were a spy, he would likely excel at concealing his true self and fostering amicable relations. "Oh, in what manner is he a scoundrel?" Lin Qingxue probed further. Old Xia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had misspoken. He replied earnestly, "President, I merely expressed my personal feelings. If I have erred, please do not take offense." Lin Qingxue smiled gently and assured him, "Of course, I shall not take offense." Old Xia continued, "Chen Yang is an exceptionally carefree individual. He seems indifferent to everything, including wealth." Lin Qingxue asked, "Do you believe he could be a commercial spy?" Old Xia pondered for a moment before responding, "I do not think so." Lin Qingxue inquired, "Then why would someone with his capabilities humble himself to be an ordinary security guard?" Old Xia replied, "Perhaps there is no particular reason. He simply enjoys it. He is a person who cherishes freedom." Lin Qingxue remained perplexed and ultimately said, "Thank you, Captain Xia. You may return now." "Certainly, President." Old Xia rose and departed. After his exit, Lin Qingxue fell into deep contemplation. She dialed Tang Qingqing's number. "Qingqing, speaking candidly, do you truly believe Chen Yang could be a commercial spy?" Lin Qingxue asked in a serious tone. Tang Qingqing fell silent for a while before finally saying, "I do not think so. However, there are indeed many aspects that raise suspicion." Lin Qingxue let out a soft sigh and then hung up the phone. She stood up, resolved to find Chen Yang. Chapter 15. Sister Qing is drunk again. As Su Qing exited the mobile phone specialty store after work, she immediately spotted Chen Yang. With a broad smile, he called out, "Sister Qing." Su Qing returned a faint smile, seemingly accustomed to Chen Yang's presence. Descending the steps to join him, she glanced around but noticed the absence of the BMW. A sudden realization struck her, and her expression changed as she asked, "Is it because your boss discovered your misuse of the company vehicle?" Her face was filled with concern. Chen Yang understood that if he confirmed her suspicion, it would only deepen her guilt and bring them closer. However, he could not bear to do so, replying gently, "Sister Qing, don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you. What exactly happened?" Chen Yang fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze with a wry smile, saying, "My boss thinks I'm a corporate spy." "Why?" Su Qing asked, slightly taken aback. With a chuckle, Chen Yang suggested, "Let us walk and talk." Nodding in agreement, the two moved forward, the street bustling with traffic. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in a warm glow, creating a picturesque and timeless scene. At that moment, Chen Yang spoke up, "I work at Yadai Company. You know it, don't you, Sister Qing?" "I do," she replied. "I even considered applying there once. But the salaries for non-professionals were quite low." "What is going on?" "I'm a security guard at Yadai. Recently, some trouble arose for the company, and I helped my boss resolve it. However, he believes that someone like me being a security guard is suspicious." "Do you have a problem then?" Suing questioned. "None at all," Chen Yang assured her. "Honestly, I find it curious. You seem quite capable, and you drive well. It doesn't seem logical for someone like you to be a security guard," she remarked. With a faint smile, Chen Yang replied, "This is the life I enjoy. There is no other explanation." Su Qing beamed, saying, "Regardless, I trust you." Chen Yang felt warmth in his heart. Su Qing continued to comfort him. "Don't be disheartened. Your boss's lack of faith in you is his loss. Come on, let me treat you to some cold beer." "Chen Yang, chocolate, are we still buying beer to take home?" "I'm afraid you might take advantage of me, Sister Qing." A blush crept onto Su Qing's cheeks as she struggled to engage in playful banter. Observing her reaction, Chen Yang chose to hold his tongue. Nonetheless, Su Qing genuinely desired to drink. Fully trusting Chen Yang's character, a sentiment stemming from his previous actions. Had she known that Chen Yang had been secretly watching her bathe, her trust might have waned. At that moment, Chen Yang's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Qingxue. He answered the call. "Let us meet," Lin Qingxue suggested. With a nonchalant tone, Chen Yang replied, "I'm a bit busy right now. I don't have time." Lin Qingxue was momentarily speechless. This guy was truly too arrogant. "I believe we need to have a conversation," Lin Qingxue remarked, sensing that perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Chen Yang, not one to harbor grudges, did not wish to be angry with Lin Qingxue. Although their misinterpretation of him left him somewhat disheartened, he soon recalled his deceased sister, Lin Nan, and thought to himself, "She is but a younger sister. Why should I stoop to her level?" With this in mind, Chen Yang softened his tone and said, "Qingxue, I have no connection with you, and thus I cannot be your decision-maker. If I happen to lose, you are free to deny any agreement, for you never truly consented. Furthermore, rest assured I shall not lose. Therefore, there is little to discuss regarding my character. The truth will reveal itself in 3 days. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Qingxue trembled, suddenly awakening to her folly. She realized the extent of her misunderstanding and how she had judged Chen Yang harshly. She could imagine the pain she and Qingqing had caused him. He had devoted himself to protecting both her and Qingqing, while they had doubted his intentions. Soda. Lin Qingxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to regain her composure. Chen Yang, detecting the sorrow in her voice, felt his heart soften. He chuckled heartily and said, "Silly girl, I see you as a sister. There is nothing to apologize for." Yet, she remained puzzled. "But why do you go to such lengths to help us?" Chen Yang fell silent. He knew he could no longer rely on past excuses to placate Lin Qingxue, but he did not wish to reveal that Lin had passed. "Perhaps it is fate," he finally replied. "I cherish a life of freedom, and coming here was serendipitous. Since we have met, I cannot simply stand by and watch you face difficulties." "Is it truly that simple?" Lin Qingxue queried. "Someone like you, how can you settle for being a security guard?" Chen Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After a pause, he responded, "There is nothing wrong with being a security guard. It is a life I enjoy. Just know this, I will never harm you." Lin Qingxue was left speechless. Trust between them could not be forged overnight. It required time to solidify. They concluded their conversation thereafter. Su Qing, who had been listening nearby, inquired, "Was that your boss on the phone?" Chen Yang nodded. "So your boss is a girl." Su Qing remarked sincerely, "Your boss is truly remarkable." Feeling a pang of sorrow for her own perceived lack of achievements, Su Qing sighed. Chen Yang, noticing her demeanor, smiled gently and said, "Sister Qing, you're also one of a kind." Su Qing's brow relaxed, and she smiled softly. "You really know how to comfort someone." Chen Yang chucklet. Su Qing then recalled something and asked with concern, "I heard you mention something about winning or losing in 3 days. What is that all about?" Not wanting to burden Su Qing with worry, Chen Yang casually replied, "It's merely a trivial matter that I can handle." Satisfied with his response, Su Qing chose not to press further. After purchasing barbecue and beer, they returned to their rented apartment, the clock striking 7:30 as nightfall gently enveloped the world around them. In Su Qing's room once again, yet today, it was impeccably tidy. The two sat before the table, clinking their glasses in a toast. On this sweltering summer day, with the electric fan whirring, sipping cold beer and indulging in barbecue delights was indeed delightful. Su Qing's demeanor was graceful and enchanting as she savored the barbecue. Her delicate lips appeared particularly alluring, evoking an irresistible desire to steal a kiss. The fragrance emanating from Su Qing made Chen Yang feel utterly rejuvenated. Soon, several cans of beer had been consumed, and Su Qing's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, for her tolerance was quite low. Consequently, she felt a bit dizzy and her courage surged. Suddenly, she asked, "Chen Yang, why are you so kind to me?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. He yearned to express his affection for her, yet he was acutely aware of Su Qing's sensitivity. He feared that his admission might drive her away from this rented room. Shamefully, he realized that what he dreaded most was the thought of not being able to witness Su Qing bathing at night. That was the most joyful and anticipated moment of his day. "Why the silence?" Su Qing inquired, her lips curling into a playful smile. In that moment, she appeared endearingly charming, entirely unlike a mother of a 5-year-old. Chen Yang replied, "It is because you, Sister Qing, are exceptionally beautiful, and your aura invites closeness. You are a splendid entity, and thus I cannot help but treat you well. It is akin to how one is compelled to cherish a lovely flower upon seeing it." One must admit, Chen Yang had a profound understanding of a woman's heart. What do women cherish most? The timeless truth is their desire to be complimented on their beauty. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was indeed pleased, yet she feigned modesty, saying, "What beauty do I possess? I have already aged." Chen Yang exaggeratedly responded, "If you, Sister Qing, are not beautiful, then are there any lovely women left in the world?" Laughter erupted from Su Qing as she replied, "You little rascal, so smooth-tongued." Chen Yang earnestly stated, "Sister Qing, I assure you, I speak only the truth." Su Qing laughed heartily, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. She was genuinely happy, having not felt this lighthearted in quite some time. "Come, let us toast," she declared, raising her glass. Chen Yang immediately followed suit. As they drank, eventually, Su Qing, in a state of blissful haze, drifted off to sleep. Chen Yang gazed at her resting form on the bed, her black dress slightly askew, revealing her fair thighs, an arresting sight indeed. Chapter 16. The arrival of Mu Jing. This scene was truly exquisite. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming surge of desire. He yearned to disregard all restraint and remove Su Qing's dress, pressing her beneath him. It would have been the ultimate indulgence. Nevertheless, Chen Yang resolutely suppressed this yearning. He perceived Su Qing as a delicate flower. To act otherwise would be to destroy her beauty, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to admire her splendor in the future. He believed he could not betray Su Qing's trust. Thus, he took a few hearty sips of cold beer to quell the fire within him before assisting Su Qing in washing her face and feet. Finally, he turned off the lights and quietly exited her room. In the presidential suite of the Dihao Hotel, Luo Ren sat cross-legged on the living room sofa. The dimness enveloped him, with no lights turned on. A sliver of twilight from the outside world streamed through the gap in the floor-to-ceiling windows. Luo Ren's breath seemed to meld with the atmosphere of the room, making it difficult for outsiders to discern any presence within. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Luo Ren replied coolly, "Come in." The door opened to reveal the one-eyed man, accompanying Qi Jiao. In her hands, Qi Jiao carried a food box brimming with delectable vegetarian dishes. The one-eyed man entered eagerly, exclaiming, "Senior brother." Qi Jiao added, "Brother Luo, we've prepared a vegetarian feast for you. Please come and dine with us." Luo Ren offered no response, merely shifted his legs and settled into a seated position on the sofa. "What news do you have?" he inquired of the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man, not daring to be lax, replied, in response to senior brother, "Masters Zhu Hongji, Shui Lianhu, and Lu Jingyi have all agreed to come for the notarization. However, Eagle King and Little Marshal King have both stated they are unable to attend." Luo Ren nodded, saying, "It is indeed fortunate that 3 masters will be present." He paused before adding, "For the next 3 days, I shall engage in incense burning, bathing, and quiet meditation. Please do not disturb me." "Understood, senior brother," the one-eyed man replied. He then asked, "Senior brother, do you have absolute confidence against Chen Yang?" Luo Ren responded, "Chen Yang is an undeniable adversary. Our impending duel will hinge upon the right timing, location, and harmony among us." Presently, the outcome appears to be 50-50. The one-eyed man's face paled slightly. He had not anticipated Chen Yang's prowess to be so profound. "You may leave now," Luo Ren instructed. The one-eyed man signaled for Qi Jiao to set down the vegetarian dishes, and they respectfully exited. This time, the one-eyed man had deceived Luo Ren. Upon Luo Ren's arrival, the one-eyed man revealed the truth, albeit not entirely. He claimed to have been threatened and insulted by Chen Yang. Luo Ren, feeling it necessary to defend his junior, resolved to stand up for the one-eyed man, regardless of his personal disdain. Brotherhood, camaraderie, and the bonds formed in shared struggles are sentiments that outsiders cannot comprehend. In critical moments, one cannot afford to draw lines between personal and public interests. One must support their own. Chen Yang first took a shower in the bathroom, then donned a pair of shorts and a white t-shirt in preparation for sleep. He was dressed quite simply, donning inexpensive street market attire. This fellow evidently paid no heed to his personal image. It is not difficult to comprehend why Chen Yang disregarded his appearance. He had no desire to embellish himself to attract women, nor did he care about others' perceptions of him. Thus, he lived according to his whims, prioritizing comfort above all. As Chen Yang was preparing to retire for the night, he was suddenly alerted by the faint sound of brakes outside. He sat up, instinctively aware that someone had come to seek him. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who it might be. "Chen Yang, it's me," came a familiar voice. To his surprise, it was Mu Jing. Undoubtedly, she had investigated him thoroughly, leaving her well informed about his movements. Chen Yang found himself perplexed. What business could this woman have with him? He rose and opened the door. As the door swung open, he beheld the graceful figure of Mu Jing standing there. Dressed in a white sports top with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded a refreshing aura. Chen Yang's gaze involuntarily drifted to her ample bosom, which remained striking even beneath her top. Mu Jing frowned slightly and remarked, "I know who you are, so put away that lecherous look." Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted, "What brings you here at such a late hour? We hardly know each other." "Let us have a chat," she replied. "I'm interested in discussing matters of romance." Chen Yang responded playfully, "I could be persuaded." Mu Jing, exasperated, insisted, "Come with me. I'll treat you to a drink." "I'd rather not. It's too late, and I fear you might take advantage of me after a few drinks," he countered, sensing her intentions. Mu Jing recognized his reluctance. He seemed uncomfortable with others knowing too much about him. She said, "Your adversary is Luo Ren. You should familiarize yourself with him and his ilk. Otherwise, you will encounter endless troubles." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang acquiesced. "Very well. I will accompany you." Mu Jing arrived in a Porsche, and as she approached the car, she tossed the keys to Chen Yang, saying, "You drive." He accepted the keys with a nod. Once inside, Chen Yang effortlessly started the engine and sped off. "Have you noticed anything?" he suddenly inquired, oblivious to Mu Jing's intent in having him drive. She sought to uncover his background. "Your driving skills are quite impressive," Mu Jing commented with a faint smile. "You needn't overthink my past endeavors. I can tell you that I was once a mercenary, paid to carry out tasks," Chen Yang disclosed. "With your skills, you must have been quite renowned among mercenaries." "Perhaps I've heard of you," Mu Jing suggested. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "I don't recall inquiring about your history. That habit of yours is rather unbecoming." Realizing he was unwilling to divulge further, Mu Jing refrained from pressing the matter. Chen Yang drove her to a seaside bar street, and they casually entered a nearby establishment. The bar was a vibrant venue for performances, pulsating with the intense vibrations of heavy metal music, where men and women danced like demons in the throng. Chen Yang felt a surge of primal energy, tempted to dive into the chaos and seize an opportunity. However, with Mu Jing present, he hesitated. The two chose a secluded corner to sit. Mu Jing ordered a mesmerizing cocktail, while Chen Yang opted for a chilled beer. His gaze continually wandered to other beautiful women, occasionally sending playful kisses their way, yet his shabby attire garnered no attention from them. Soon their drinks arrived. Mu Jing remarked, "Let us toast." Chen Yang raised his glass in response. She then added, "As far as I know, Luo Ren has been engaging in rituals to prepare himself. He places great importance on your impending duel. Yet, you seem rather indifferent. Do you truly believe victory is assured?" Taking a hearty gulp of his beer, Chen Yang grinned and replied, "I have never tasted defeat. Do you believe me?" Mu Jing offered a faint smile, saying, "I do believe you." She continued, "However, Luo Ren's prowess is indeed formidable. He is the most distinguished among the secular disciples of the Shaolin, belonging to the Hung lineage." Chen Yang acknowledged, "I had sensed some connection between that one-eyed man and Shaolin. I never realized he was a secular disciple. Isn't Shaolin preparing for a public listing? Shouldn't they be managing their secular disciples more effectively?" Mu Jing smiled gently. "Shaolin intentionally recruits individuals with promising talents and advantageous backgrounds as secular disciples. This is part of their network, a strategic maneuver. These disciples have now formed a substantial presence. Even if you were to defeat Luo Ren, others would likely seek to challenge you." Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. "Isn't Luo Ren the most exceptional? I have already bested him. What more could the others desire?" Mu Jing clarified, "You misunderstand. I meant that Luo Run is the most outstanding disciple within the Hung lineage. However, beneath him lies the Yin lineage, and below them, the Yong lineage. Good grief, Chen Yang exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. The Yong lineage is no trivial matter. The current abbot, Shi Yongxin, belongs to that line. Despite his exasperation, Chen Yang remained clear-headed. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "This situation was not initiated by me. Luo Rin sought me out. I cannot shy away from a confrontation. Regardless of how formidable these secular disciples of Shaolin may be, since he has come to challenge me, I must draw my sword. Should they prove unreasonable in the future, I will demonstrate my own capabilities." Chapter 17. The eve of the final showdown, Mu Jing smiled faintly and remarked, "The reason I share this with you is to remind you not to underestimate the Shaolin Temple. Your individual strength alone cannot rival theirs. In 3 days, during the decisive battle, Luo Run has invited numerous notaries, all esteemed masters within the martial arts community. Before the confrontation, you may clarify the terms, ensuring that regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, neither party will accept any further challenges from the disciples of Shaolin. Likewise, the Shaolin disciples must refrain from seeking revenge against you." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. Luo Run and his associates were lay disciples of Shaolin, operating under its banner, thus holding their reputation in high regard. This indeed seemed feasible. But why? Chen Yang inquiret, gazing et Mu-jing. What compels you to assist me? Mu-jing replied with a serene smile. I'm a businesswoman. It is only natural for one in my position to navigate various interests. Chen Yang goentret. Yet this hardly seems a profitable venture. If I defeat Luo Run, the lay disciples of Shaolin will harbor resentment against me. By aligning yourself with me, won't they hold you in contempt as well? Mu Jing responded earnestly, there is no deeper reason. Wealth is merely an external possession to me. You intrigue me, and that is all there is to it. Chen Yang raised his glass and declared, "Cheers." After finishing their drinks, he bid farewell to Mu Jing. As he was leaving, he made a remark that left her speechless, saying, "You were the one who invited me for drinks, so it's only fair that you cover the bill." Mu Jing could only manage a wry smile. Upon exiting the bar, Chen Yang hailed a taxi to return home. The following morning, however, he did not have a car to take Su Qing to work. At that moment, he felt it inappropriate to show his face at Yadai Company to drive the car he had previously used. Until the battle concluded, he would not visit the company again. Nevertheless, lacking a vehicle did not deter him from offering to accompany Su Qing to work. He rode the crowded bus with her, ensuring her safety amidst the throng. Naturally, he did not take any liberties with her. With him acting as her protector, no one dared to overstep their bounds. After arriving at the mobile phone specialty store, Chen Yang said, "Sister Qing, I will come and pick you up this evening." Su Qing paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing slightly as she chose not to elaborate. Yet her silence conveyed her acceptance. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yang felt elated, recognizing that their relationship had progressed significantly. However, the absence of a car remained inconvenient. He quickly made his way to the second-hand car market and purchased a nearly new Xiaoli vehicle for 80,000 yuan. This sum, covering all expenses including registration and transfer, was conveniently paid using the card provided by Lin Qingxue. Chen Yang felt justified in using this money, as it was a reward for his labor. Having completed these arrangements, Chen Yang took the Xiaoli out for a drive. Though it may not rival a BMW in prestige, there was a certain joy in possessing his own vehicle. Subsequently, he went to buy a new set of kitchen utensils and a variety of groceries. After some time spent preparing the ingredients, he realized it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. He had chopped the vegetables and cooked the rice, even purchasing a small refrigerator to complete his preparations. He truly is a master of spending, as his 100,000 quickly dwindled to a mere fraction. Moreover, he seemed utterly unperturbed by the expenditure. After completing his tasks, Chen Yang drove his newly acquired car to pick up Su Qing after work. Upon seeing Chen Yang behind the wheel, Su Qing was taken aback and exclaimed, "This car?" Chen Yang flashed a grin and replied, "Sister Qing, I bought this from a second-hand market. From now on, this will be our vehicle." Su Qing's cheeks flushed, yet she felt a surge of fondness. The car appeared to be about 70% new, and she felt no shame in driving it. She found it far more comforting than riding in a BMW. Regardless of its luxury, the BMW felt foreign, while this humble vehicle evoked a sense of familiarity. Chen Yang eagerly opened the car door for Su Qing before taking a seat in the driver's position. Upon arriving home, Su Qing noticed the ingredients laid out, creating an ambience reminiscent of a small family. In that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chen Yang had intended to surprise her, unaware of the emotional impact it would have. Momentarily flustered, he stammered, "Sister Qing, did I do something wrong? Please don't be upset." However, Su Qing turned and embraced him tightly. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around her soft waist, savoring the delightful sensation, his heart racing with exhilaration. This moment was nothing short of exquisite. Su Qing reveled in the beauty of the evening and the scene before her, feeling a profound sense of home. She could not recall the last time she experienced such warmth. Since that impulsive marriage years ago, it felt as if she had been thrust into hell. Now, she found herself striving alone in this city, relying solely on herself, holding steadfast to her dignity. Her previous disagreements with her parents weighed heavily on her, and she recognized that she had chosen the wrong partner, leaving her too ashamed to face them. After a while, Su Qing regained her composure, her eyes still glistening. She turned away to conceal her emotions and said, "Chen Yang, please tidy up the house while I prepare dinner. We can eat shortly." Chen Yang readily agreed and stepped outside, feeling elated at having touched her heart. The meal was extraordinarily enjoyable. After dinner, Chen Yang attempted to help with the dishes, but Su Qing insisted he refrain. What a truly virtuous girl, he mused inwardly. After finishing their meal, Chen Yang lingered in Su Qing's home. Once she had tidied up, she sat down, and they engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Chen Yang sensed that Su Qing was gradually accepting him, marking a promising beginning. However, he recognized the importance of patience and eventually suggested he should return home. Su Qing did not insist he stay, rising to see him off. The following morning dawned bright and clear. The one-eyed man called, ominously stating, 10 o'clock this morning at the JUF fencing club. My senior brother awaits you. Chen Yang lazily responded, "All right, I got it. You may hang up now." With that, he ended the call, leaving the one-eyed man seething yet powerless. Chen Yang then got out of bed to wash and prepare for the day. At this moment, Su Qing also rose from her slumber, and the two exchanged a warm and joyful smile. Originally, Chen Yang had intended to accompany Su Qing to her workplace after they finished their morning routines. Su Qing's job offered little respite and meager pay, a rather dismal situation. Just as they were about to step outside, a luxurious Porsche came to a halt before them. Following this, Su Qing, a stern and imposing figure under Mu Jing's command, emerged from the vehicle. Su Qing was known for his serious demeanor, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. The sudden appearance of such an extravagant car startled Su Qing, and she felt a wave of apprehension and confusion. Recognizing her unease, Chen Yang gently squeezed her delicate hand to offer reassurance. Upon hearing his comforting gesture, Su Qing managed to calm herself. Then, Su Qing approached Chen Yang with an air of utmost respect. "Mr. Chen, Sister Jing has sent me to escort you." Chen Yang responded with a mild smile, remarking, "Miss Mu is exceedingly courteous." Su Qing returned the smile slightly and explained, "Mr. Chen, Sister Jing emphasized that one must dress the part. We must present ourselves with a certain grandeur, lest we be underestimated." Chen Yang understood that Mu Jing genuinely had his best interests at heart, so he ceased to decline and agreed, saying, "Very well." He then took Su Qing's hand, declaring, "I shall first take you to work." As Chen Yang clasped her hand, Su Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. She contemplated resisting but felt reluctant, her heart in turmoil. Nevertheless, Chen Yang guided her into the Porsche, and Su Qing took the wheel. Chen Yang instructed Su Qing to head to the mobile phone store in Guangbitan, to which Su Qing acquiesced. Once the car was in motion, Chen Yang reluctantly released Su Qing's hand, the sensation of her soft touch lingering with him. "Are you off to engage in a duel today?" Suin suddenly inquired. Although Chen Yang had remained reticent, she had gleaned hints from their conversation. Chen Yang grinned and replied, in a manner of speaking, "However, I shall exercise caution." Gathering her courage, Su Qing asked. May I accompany you? Chen Yang replied. But what about your job? Su Qing countered. I could take a leave of absence. If necessary, I'll simply skip work. Seeing her determination, Chen Yang felt compelled to agree. Su Qing promptly dialed in to request leave, but to her dismay, the manager on the other end was quite unyielding, bluntly stating that if Su Qing did not report for duty, she would be dismissed without pay. The manager, a middle-aged woman with a sharp tongue, made Su Qing feel rather embarrassed, as her voice was loud enough for both Su Qing and Chen Yang to overhear. Give me the phone. Chen Yang extended his hand. Chapter 18. Sister Qing's kiss. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback as Chen Yang effortlessly seized the phone. On the other end, the female manager continued her incessant chatter. Chen Yang coldly interjected, Silence. The command resonated like the chill of winter ice, infused with a menacing aura. The manager was instantly startled into silence. Chen Yang continued. Prepare Sister Qing's salary for tomorrow. I shall collect it. Should you dare to refuse, I will tear your mouth apart. With that, he hung up the phone. Su Qing felt a warmth in her heart. The sensation of having a man to rely on was truly comforting. Mu Jing awaited Chen Yang in front of the tea house. 6 luxury cars, all identical in model, Crown Jaguars, were parked outside. The sleek lines of the Jaguars exuded elegance, their polished paint shimmering with an air of nobility. The scene was somewhat breathtaking, with a burly man in a black shirt standing beside each vehicle, emanating a formidable presence. Upon witnessing this display, Su Qing felt an involuntary shiver of trepidation. Fortunately, Chen Yang promptly took her hand, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Simultaneously, Su Qing became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. She had initially thought this duel would be a trivial matter, confined and manageable. However, the imposing atmosphere made it evident that this was no ordinary confrontation, and concern for Chen Yang welled up within her. With this thought, Su Qing turned her gaze towards Chen Yang, who appeared relaxed and at ease. He led her to Mu Jing, flashing a smile as he remarked, Sister Mu, your setup resembles that of a gangster. Mu Jing, clad in a striking black outfit, radiated an air of confidence that commanded respect. Her powerful presence inspired a feeling of admiration. She smiled faintly, then turned her attention to Su Qing, saying, Aren't you going to introduce the lady beside you? Chen Yang replied with a slight smile, This is my friend, Su Qing. Feeling a bit shy, Su Qing withdrew her hand and greeted Mu Jing with a nod. Hello. Mu Jing extended her hand, responding, Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. They shook hands before parting. Mu Jing then addressed Chen Yang. This time, several grandmasters have arrived. Luo Ren's side is brimming with confidence. If you appear lacking, they may disregard your words. How could you expect to resolve the entanglements with the secular disciples of Shaolin once and for all? Chen Yang understood this principle. Those of lesser stature would find their words dismissed. He contemplated the necessity of establishing a formidable presence before the confrontation, as Mu Jing had wisely pointed out. With a smile, he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you. Mu Jing, sensing the moment, suggested, Let's get in the car. The group proceeded to their vehicles. Su Qing and Chen Yang shared one, while Mu Jing took another. The cars then set off, with a burly man in black driving for Su Qing and Chen Yang. He was composed and taciturn. Feeling a touch of anxiety, Su Qing glanced at Chen Yang, who met her gaze. She asked, Are you really not in any danger? Chen Yang smiled reassuringly, Of course not. With that, Su Qing felt a measure of calm wash over her. Suddenly, Chen Yang added, However, Sister Qing, I have heard that a woman's kiss can bring good fortune to a man. We are friends. Could you perhaps bestow a blessing upon me? Grant me a bit of luck. Su Qing's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, feeling rather shy. The burly man driving in front suddenly wore a peculiar expression. Chen Yang, even at this moment, did not forget his flirtations. Chen Yang immediately began to wallow in self-pity, saying, Forget it. I shall seek my own fortune. Su Qing turned her gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Chen Yang quickly sensed that his jest had gone too far and hurriedly exclaimed, Sister Qing, I was merely joking. Please don't be upset. Su Qing playfully chided, There are better ways to joke than that. The JUF fencing club was currently under lockdown. not admitting any guests or members. Luo Run and his group had arrived early and were resting inside the clubhouse. When Chen Yang and his group arrived, it indeed caused a minor stir. As for Tang Qingqing, Lin Qingxue, and Huo Lei, they were naturally present as well, waiting outside for Chen Yang. Upon seeing the row of luxurious cars and watching Chen Yang and Su Qing disembark, the expressions of Tang Qingqing and her companions were somewhat peculiar. Chen Yang, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Qingqing were the first to approach. The two ladies, adorned in beautiful dresses that revealed their exquisite collarbones, were breathtakingly lovely. Lin Qingxue called out, momentarily at a loss for words. With a complex gaze, Tang Qingqing remarked, Chen Yang, if you win today, I will apologize to you. She had been enduring quite a bit of torment these days. Chen Yang smiled faintly, saying, let us wait and see. Huo Lei coldly interjected, you better not pull any tricks, otherwise, the whole family of Foshan will not spare you. Chen Yang was taken aback. In his understanding, Huo Lei should have been grateful to him. Why did it seem as though Huo Lei held a deep-seated grudge? Faced with Huo Lei's aggression, Chen Yang felt displeased. With a smirk, he retorted, if I recall correctly, 3 days ago, you were being choked by Luo Run like a dead dog. Had I not intervened to save you, who knows where you would have ended up? Even if I saved a dog, it would wag its tail in gratitude. What are you even worth? You. Huo Lei, deeply insulted by Chen Yang's words, became furious. Chen Yang chuckled, saying, what, do you wish to fight me? His smile concealed an unfathomable chill. Huo Lei immediately sensed it, his heart quaking, yet he dared not make a move. Chen Yang added, here's a piece of advice. One who humiliates themselves first invites humiliation from others. You clearly lack the basic principles of decency, having lived to such an age. With that, he confidently strode into the Jiayue fencing club. Mu Jing smiled from the side and followed him inside. However, Su Qing felt as if she was meeting Chen Yang for the first time. She had always perceived him as a sunny, big-hearted boy, never anticipating he could display such sharpness. Lin Qingxue did not spare a glance at Huo Lei and followed suit into the club. Even Tang Qingqing did not side with Huo Lei, for no matter how one looked at it, Chen Yang had saved Huo Lei. Huo Lei's actions were indeed disgraceful. In a moment of solitude, Horace stood awkwardly in place, consumed by a profound sense of humiliation. His eyes ignited with intense hatred as he gritted his teeth and followed into the Jiayue fencing club. He was determined to witness Chen Yang being humiliated and to unveil his schemes. The club's manager, a composed middle-aged man named Li Jie, welcomed Chen Yang and his companions. Dressed in a tailored suit, Li Jie exhibited a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Mu Jing, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, I did not expect Miss Mu to be here as well. Mu Jing replied with a subtle smile, have they all arrived? Li Jie confirmed, indeed, Master Luo Run. The security king One-Eyed, General Qi, as well as Masters Shui Lianhu, Zhu Hongji, and Lu Jingyi are all here. They are currently resting and chatting in the side hall. Miss Mu, would you like to meet them? No need, Mu Jing responded. We shall meet naturally later. Please arrange a resting area for us. Of course, Miss Mu, Li Ye replied. He led them to a spacious VIP room, where he had tea and pastries served before taking his leave. Chen Yang felt a sense of gratitude towards Mu Jing. It was evident that had she not come today, Li Jie would not have been so courteous, and he would have felt somewhat embarrassed. Although Chen Yang was not particularly concerned about such matters, he did care about maintaining a semblance of dignity in the presence of Su Qing and Lin Qingxue. After everyone had settled in, Horace refrained from joining them, and instead sought a place to rest alone. Once seated, Mu Jing suddenly instructed her assistant to bring in a set of clothing, saying to Chen Yang, change into this outfit. Chen Yang looked over to see a white practice uniform. He accepted it without hesitation, noting that Mu Jing had also thoughtfully provided white cloth shoes. He took the clothes to the changing room, and shortly thereafter, he emerged before everyone. In that instant, the room fell silent, for Chen Yang, clad in the immaculate white uniform, exuded an ethereal grace and composed demeanor, resembling a master of the highest order. Gone was the image of the lewd, jaded security guard. Su Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue were equally taken aback. Mu Jing merely nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the clock struck 10, signaling the time to convene in the main hall of the fencing club. Just then, Su Qing approached Chen Yang. In a moment of surprise, Chen Yang watched as Su Qing tiptoed and lightly pressed her lips against his cheek. After the kiss, her face flushed crimson. Chapter 19. Fierce Duel. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned, only to awaken to the realization that Sister Qing had taken the initiative to kiss him. His heart was enveloped in sheer ecstasy. This kiss was born from Su Qing's deliberation and courage, as she feared that if Chen Yang were to falter, it would leave her with an unquenchable regret. Being older than Chen Yang and the other girls, including Lin Qingxue, and having been divorced, she felt the weight of restraint more acutely than anyone else. Yet, against all odds, she was inexplicably compelled to kiss Chen Yang. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing observed this moment, their hearts entangled in complexity. It was a delightful interlude, at least for Chen Yang. The group arrived punctually at the fencing hall of the club. The floor was adorned with a carpet woven with golden threads, exuding exceptional softness. The surrounding walls were mirrors of bronze, creating an atmosphere of resplendent opulence. Upon entering, Chen Yang and his companions spotted Luo Run and his entourage, who were already seated in the VIP area. Upon noticing Chen Yang and the others, they rose to their feet. As the groups converged, Mu Jing clasped his hands in salute and greeted Luo Ren's group. Greetings, esteemed masters. I am Mu Jing, Su Lianhu, Shu Hongxi, Liu Xingyi, Lu Ling. And others turned their gazes toward Mu Jing. Being discerning individuals, they immediately recognized Mu Jing's exceptional nature. Acknowledging the martial arts etiquette he displayed, they reciprocated with a bow, addressing him as Master Mu. This must be Chen Yang, Master Chen, Shuai Lianhu said with a slight smile, directing his attention to Chen Yang. Although Shuai Lianhu, Zhu Hongji, and Lu Jingyi were friends of Luo Run, they were all formidable figures in their own right. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they maintained a facade of cordiality. Chen Yang returned the bow with a standard gesture and replied, I am Chen Yang. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed masters? With a gentle smile, Shuai Lianhu introduced himself. I am Shuai Lianhu. Master Shuai. Greetings, Chen Yang responded, and, subsequently, Shuai Lianhu introduced the other masters, to which Chen Yang extended his greetings in turn. In truth, these masters were well-known figures within the domestic martial arts community. However, having spent much of his time abroad, Chen Yang was unfamiliar with their identities. Nevertheless, through this interaction, he gleaned insights into their backgrounds. For instance, Shuai Lianhu was a practitioner of Bodyguard, known for its powerful and vigorous movements, embodying a spirit of might. The art of Bodyguard evolved from the Baji spear, renowned for its prowess in battle. Master Zhu Hongji, on the other hand, was a disciple of Chun family Taijiquan from Chenjiagu, exuding an aura of profound energy, indicative of a master who had internalized the essence of Taijiquan to its core. Lu Jingyi practiced Bawazong, while Luo Ren specialized in Shaolin Kung Fu. Having mastered the Great Strength Diamond Fist, the Shaolin Great Grappling Hand, the Small Grappling Hand, and the One Finger's End to an extraordinary level, Chen Yang absorbed all this knowledge. Having grown up alongside his master and possessing a deep understanding of various martial arts schools. Subsequently, he engaged in fierce battles abroad, drawing upon various martial arts to refine his own skills. He recognized that many martial arts, while appearing distinct, share fundamental principles. For instance, the fierce techniques of Bajiquan, Baguazhang, and Xingyiquan all embody the same underlying philosophy. The concept of myriad paths converging into one and originating from a common source encapsulates this idea. Chen Yang had thoroughly discerned the intricacies of those around him, yet none could fathom his own depths. Had he been strolling down the street, passers-by would likely have dismissed him as an unremarkable individual devoid of martial prowess. However, on this day, as he prepared to confront Luo Run, such assumptions were far from the truth. It was not that Chen Yang's abilities were so extraordinary as to defy the heavens. Rather, each master bore the spiritual imprints of their prolonged practice, much like how individuals from the 1960s carried distinct markers of their era. and those born in the 90s possess their own unique signatures. The relentless tide of history leaves indelible marks on every generation. Yet Chen Yang was different. He seemed devoid of any such imprint. This is the death warrant. If both parties have no objections, let us proceed to sign, declared the master Zhu Hongji, presenting 2 contracts, which he laid upon the tea table beside them. Luo Ren picked up a pen, scarcely glancing at the document, and with a swift stroke, inscribed his name. Although this death warrant lacked legal standing, it held significant weight within the martial arts community. Signing it implied a serious commitment. Any subsequent disputes would be viewed with disdain, considered disgraceful within the martial arts world. Chen Yang cast a glance at the death warrant, noting its simplicity. The duel, conducted voluntarily, would absolve all parties from responsibility for any resulting fatalities. He then affixed his own signature. Beside him, Su Qing trembled slightly upon witnessing Chen Yang prepare to sign the death warrant. She had not anticipated the duel would be so grim. Even Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were taken aback. With so many esteemed masters present, this was no trivial matter. Before we commence, it is imperative we clarify the stakes. Luo Ren suddenly interjected. His usual indifference vanished as he drew the attention of the assembly. Master Luo, please proceed, urged Shuelianhu. Luo Ren continued. Should Chen Yang be defeated today, the Yadai Company shall serve as an additional wager between us. I request the presence of several masters as witnesses. Shuelianhu exchanged glances with Lu Jingyi and Zhu Hongji. Finally, he turned to Chen Yang and inquired, Master Chen, what say you? Chen Yang felt a twinge of dismay. He had underestimated the situation, assuming that even in defeat, Lin Qingxue and the others could disavow any consequences. However, with the esteemed masters present, any agreement would be binding. He was confident in his own abilities, yet Lin Qingxue and the others lacked such assurance, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Mu Jing interjected. I have heard of the Yadai Company, and Chen Yang has no authority over it. However, should he lose, I am prepared to offer compensation of 200 million RMB. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 200 million RMB was no trifling matter. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man and Qi Jiaojiao's eyes gleamed with avarice. The one-eyed man promptly declared, Brother, I believe this can be done. Luo Ren nodded in agreement, stating, Very well. Chen Yang cast a grateful glance at Mu Jing, aware of her astuteness. Mu Jing was confident of victory. This was merely a favor to be exchanged. However, the outcome of such contests can often yield unexpected results. Mu Jing's willingness to engage in this high-stakes gamble, a favor worth 200 million yuan, would forever remain etched in Chen Yang's memory. Consequently, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mu Jing continued, However, we must establish some ground rules beforehand. If Master Luo were to lose, the one-eyed man must withdraw from Binhai City permanently. That is certainly agreeable, the one-eyed man promptly replied. Mu Jing added, Furthermore, I am aware that Master Luo and you, the one-eyed man, are both disciples of the Shaolin secular sect. This sect has now formed its own factions, with a band of brothers united in purpose. In particular, the likes of Shi Yonglong, who has achieved extraordinary mastery and established his own Laozhang martial arts hall overseas, is not someone we can contend with. Today, I wish for all the masters present to bear witness. Should Master Luo lose, no secular disciple of Shaolin shall trouble Chen Yang again. Otherwise, this contest would hold no significance. What do you say, Master Luo? Shuelianhu inquired of Luo Ren. Luo Ren replied, Should I lose, it would be due to my lack of skill. The Shaolin secular disciples shall not trouble Chen Yang. Excellent, Shuelianhu proclaimed. We, the masters present, shall serve as witnesses to these words. If there are no further issues, let us commence. In that instant, the atmosphere turned heavy. Suyin, Dang Qingying, and Lin Qingxue felt their hearts race. Huolei cast a cold gaze, while Mu Jing and the Su brothers maintained a detached demeanor. Luo Ren appeared indifferent, as if nothing concerned him. He stepped into the center of the hall, and Chen Yang followed suit. The two stood 3 meters apart in the open space, each poised. Master Chen, please. Luo Ren clasped his fists. Chen Yang's gaze was serene as he reciprocated. Master Luo, please. The moment the words fell, Both men moved simultaneously. In an instant, the crowd perceived a blur before their eyes. Shadows flitted, thunderous sounds erupted, and the carpet beneath their feet was pulverized by their force, sending dust swirling around them. Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped onto the center line, raising his iron fist to strike fiercely at Luo Ren's forehead. His iron fist was infused with a 1,000-volt spiral current, unleashing a force that rippled through the surrounding air. This punch was Chen Yang's signature move, a foundational technique of Baguazhang known as the Thunderous Fist. The Thunderous Fist was ferociously unmatched, yet Luo Ren did not flinch. He swiftly thrust out a finger, unleashing a powerful gust. One finger's in, it shot forth towards Chen Yang's hand like a striking swan. If this strike connected, it would render Chen Yang's arm incapacitated. Luo Ren's keen eyesight and lethal intent were evident in his formidable counterattack. Chapter 20. After the murder in the midst of the crisis, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Yang's eyes as he transformed his fist into a dragon's claw. With a technique known as the Dragon Claw Great Capture, he lunged forward with a swift and powerful grip, his fingers resembling sharp swords ready to rend flesh and bone. Luo Ren, with a cold snort, suddenly retreated gracefully, stepping back 3 meters in an instant. Chen Yang immediately pursued him, yet Luo Ren's retreat was deceptive, embodying the unique Shaolin technique of the bow and arrow step. This maneuver allowed him to gather strength for a powerful counterattack, unmatched in ferocity. In confrontations among skilled masters, a retreat often signifies a disadvantage, inviting relentless pursuit from the opponent. However, the bow and arrow step cleverly concealed Luo Ren's latent power, permitting him to unleash a brutal force upon his adversary. Thus, at that moment, Luo Ren let out a thunderous roar, his entire being surging with energy, a tempest of vitality erupting like a dragon. The Golden Buddha fist struck forth with explosive power, its impact akin to a diamond drill, unleashing a thunderous blow aimed at Chen Yang's torso. The speed of the Golden Buddha fist was astonishing, akin to a mountain collapsing upon its prey, leaving Chen Yang gasping for breath, cornered with no escape in sight. The tension reached a peak as the duel between these two formidable masters unfolded, fraught with peril. The onlookers, several revered masters, were filled with trepidation, while Su Qing and her companions felt their hearts leap into their throats. Though they could not fully perceive the intricacies of the battle, they sensed the imminent danger. The bow and arrow step caught Chen Yang off guard, and the combination of the Golden Buddha fist with this technique thrust him into the depths of crisis. The assembled grandmasters tightened their focus, wondering if this would spell Chen Yang's defeat. Mu Jing's palms glistened with sweat. At that critical juncture, Chen Yang's form suddenly shifted. Like an antelope darting through the mountains, he nimbly evaded the fierce wind of the Golden Buddha fist, slipping through the attack with an elusive grace. This technique, inspired by his master's observation of antelopes leaping, was a manifestation of unparalleled subtlety. Luo Ren's vision blurred, and he realized he had lost sight of Chen Yang. Alarmed, he swiftly turned around. As Chen Yang evaded, he executed the Dragon Claw Great Capture, aiming for Luo Ren's nape. Yet, Luo Ren was quick, countering with his own Great Capture technique. The two forces collided with a ferocity that was astonishing. After 3 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. It was a true battle of equals. Suddenly, Chen Yang retreated, then struck with a single palm, delivering a powerful blow akin to splitting a mountain. Luo Ren grasped Chen Yang's wrist firmly, preventing any further maneuver. Without waiting for Chen Yang to react, he leapt into the air, coiling around Chen Yang's waist like a constrictor. Chen Yang, with a cold huff, countered with a reverse capture, seizing Luo Ren's wrist and simultaneously ensnaring his arm. With the ferocity of an alligator's tail, Chen Yang unleashed a tremendous force, intertwining their arms in a spiraling grip. A sickening crack echoed as blood spattered forth. In that instant, Chen Yang had brutally torn Luo Ren's arm asunder. Luo Ren's eyes filled with crimson rage as he let out a deafening roar, his legs locking tightly around Chen Yang's waist. His legs, in this dire situation, gathered the last remnants of his vitality becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Chen Yang felt a sudden darkness enveloping him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. In the midst of this peril, he could no longer hesitate and struck out instinctively. Bang! His palm landed squarely on Luo Ren's forehead. In an instant, Luo Ren's eyes glazed over, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he fell lifeless to the ground. His body lost all strength and collapsed. Chen Yang swayed slightly. The battle had been exceedingly intense. Initially, he and Luo Ren engaged in a cautious exchange, unable to determine a victor. Thus, Chen Yang resorted to a desperate gamble, employing a forceful strike to ensnare Luo Ren. He had somewhat deciphered Luo Ren's fighting style, anticipating that he would inevitably act in this manner. Chen Yang's crocodile tail maneuver was devised specifically for this moment. However, he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Luo Ren's leg techniques, which nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for Chen Yang's timely execution of the crocodile tail, which tore off Luo Ren's arm and drained him of his energy, that moment would have been fatal for Chen Yang. Yet, even so, had Chen Yang not swiftly eliminated Luo Ren, his own internal organs would have been crushed by Luo Ren's leg strength. This battle had been devastatingly brutal. Senior brother, at that moment the one-eyed man, witnessing Luo Ren's tragic demise, could not contain his rage and charged at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was still dazed, his mind in disarray, unaware that he had just killed Luo Ren. The one-eyed man approached with astonishing speed, and it seemed Chen Yang was on the brink of death at his hands. Just then, a swifter figure appeared. Mu Jing materialized before Chen Yang like a deity, letting out a cold snort. She declared, "Ignorant of your own mortality," and kicked out. Bang! The one-eyed man was forcefully sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. "Since the outcome is clear, esteemed masters, we shall take our leave," Mu Jing said, clasping her fists in respect. She then assisted Chen Yang and quickly departed with the Su brothers, with Su Qing trailing behind. Su Qing was in a daze. It was her first encounter with death. This scene was equally shocking for Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue. Once Chen Yang got into the car, clarity returned to him. Su Qing sat beside him, while Mu Jing occupied the front seat, driven by Su Qing. "Where are we going?" "Chen Yang inquired." "To my tea house," Mu Jing replied. Chen Yang lapsed into silence before expressing, "Thank you for today. Chen Yang will forever remember your kindness." Mu Jing smiled faintly and said, "I did little. Rather, you risked your life for Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing. They seem to show little appreciation. Moreover, with your killing of Luo Ren today, I fear the Shaolin will not let this matter rest. Had Luo Ren survived, things would have been easier to handle." Chen Yang spoke solemnly. "I had no other choice." "I understand," Mu Jing said. "That is why I never advised you against killing Luo Ren before. I urge you to leave Binhai." Su Qing's heart trembled at those words, yet she remained silent. Chen Yang, too, chose not to respond. "What is it?" Mu Jing asked. Chen Yang let out a faint sigh and remarked, "After I depart, this mess will be left for Qingxue and the others. Moreover, this is simply not in accordance with my character." Mu Jing, feeling helpless, responded, "I truly cannot comprehend you. Why do you go to such lengths for those 2 girls?" Chen Yang fell into a brief silence before replying, "Qingxue's brother was my comrade, and he has passed away." Mu Jing was momentarily taken aback, as was Su Qing. At that moment, they finally grasped the reason behind Chen Yang's presence in Binhai and understood why such a formidable individual chose to work as a security guard. His intention all along had been to protect Lin Qingxue from shadows. He was undeniably a man of iron and resolve. "Yingye, I wish to return to my own home," Chen Yang suddenly declared. Mu Jing acquiesced, "Very well. Additionally, regarding the matter of Qingxue's brother, I hope you will keep it confidential." "Certainly," Chen Yang affirmed. Half an hour later, Chen Yang and Su Qing alighted from the car, and the group departed. Su Qing cast a concerned glance at Chen Yang and asked, "Are you all right?" Chen Yang shook his head, replying, "I am fine." The two entered Chen Yang's rented room, which was somewhat disheveled. Chen Yang sat on the bed in silence. Su Qing poured him a glass of water. As Chen Yang accepted it, he looked at Su Qing and inquired, "Sister Qing, are you not afraid of me?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but then shook her head, saying, "I'm not afraid. In truth, Images of Chen Yang in the act of taking a life flashed through her mind, inducing a slight fear within her. Yet, she understood that now was not the time to voice her apprehension. She also held a deep admiration for Chen Yang. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qing said, "However, you have ultimately taken a life. Will there be no repercussions?" Chen Yang reassured her, "There will be none. We have signed a pact of life and death. This matter will be handled cleanly by the one-eyed." Su Qing asked, "What about those disciples of the Shaolin secular lineage? Will they not cause you trouble?" Chen Yang regarded Su Qing and replied, "There will be some complications, though I cannot specify them." Internally, he sighed, lamenting the fleeting beauty of time. He knew he must vacate this rented room to spare Su Qing from any entanglements. It was an inexplicable sentiment he could not articulate. At that moment, Su Qing felt an unsettling turmoil within her, a complexity of emotions overwhelming her. She discerned hints of Chen Yang's intentions through his words, yet at this juncture, she found herself at a loss for words. To urge Chen Yang to stay would require immense courage, a bravery she did not believe she possessed. Just then, Chen Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Tang Qingqing. He answered, and immediately, Tang Qingqing's voice came through, imbued with an indescribable mix of emotions. "Chen Yang, I must see you." Chapter 21. Qingqing's guilt. Chen Yang sensed that Tang Qingqing had mustered considerable courage to make this phone call. Therefore, he did not impose any difficulty upon her, responding in a light-hearted tone. "Where are you? I will come to find you." Tang Qingqing felt the warmth in Chen Yang's voice, which brightened her mood instantly as she replied, "I am at home. Please come over." Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, but affirmed, "All right." After hanging up, he glanced at Su Qing and said, "Sister Qing, I need to step out for a bit. I will accompany you to your mobile store tomorrow to collect your salary." Su Qing nodded, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Chen Yang let out a soft sigh, choosing not to elaborate further, and exited the room. Once outside, Chen Yang entered his Xiaoli car, skillfully starting the engine and driving off towards the Liuye Villa community. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the villa complex. The diligent security guard, however, denied him entry. With no other option, Chen Yang called Tang Qingqing, who promptly came out to greet him, thus allowing him to enter smoothly. Tang Qingqing was still adorned in her elegant red dress, exuding grace and nobility. After parking the car, Chen Yang followed her into the villa. He inquired, "Where is Qingxue?" Tang Qingqing replied, "She has gone to the company." Chen Yang then asked, "What about your cousin?" To which she responded, "He has returned to Foshan." Chen Yang simply acknowledged with an O, and then fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of what to say next. A palpable change had occurred between them. They could no longer jest or tease one another as they once did. Tang Qingqing's demeanor appeared calm, leaving Chen Yang oblivious to her thoughts. The villa was a duplex, featuring a clean and elegant hall with a red carpet adorning the floor. They took their seats before the sofa, and Chen Yang noticed a bottle of red wine on the coffee table, along with the scent of alcohol emanating from Tang Qingqing. Clearly, she had been drinking. With her hair cascading down her back, she exuded a languid charm that heightened her allure. Tang Qingqing fetched a wine glass for Chen Yang, suggesting, "Let's have a drink." Chen Yang smiled gently, replying, "A little drink sounds fine, but I fear you may become violent with me after a few glasses. What if you decide to take advantage of me? How could I possibly resist?" Tang Qingqing momentarily appeared stunned, yet a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. She was not offended. Her delight stemmed from Chen Yang's magnanimity in not holding grudges. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she whispered, "I am sorry." Chen Yang regarded her with a calm demeanor, smiling as he said, "There is nothing to apologize for. I have never held it against you." Tang Qingqing gazed at Chen Yang, her voice tinged with emotion as she declared, "You risked your life to help us, yet we doubted and questioned you. Why do you not blame us? I think I would feel somewhat happier if you did scold me." Chen Yang raised his glass and took a sip of wine before responding, "Qingqing, please do not think that way. Trust is something that requires time to build. My sudden appearance naturally led to your suspicions. It is only human nature." At that moment, Chen Yang exuded a maturity and worldly wisdom that transcended the persona of the once unrefined security guard. Tang Qingqing's mood lightened somewhat as she remarked, "You and Mu Jing have only just met, yet she places complete trust in you. I feel unworthy of your kindness towards us. Chen Yang gazed at Tang Qingqing, perceiving her innate kindness. He replied, Mu Jing is a skilled individual. She and I are the same ilk, which allows her to understand me better. Do you truly bear no resentment towards us? Tang Qingqing inquired, her eyes wide and glistening. Chen Yang offered a faint smile. If I held resentment, why would I come here? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing exhaled deeply. Then you will be at the office tomorrow. Chen Yang nodded. Of course, that is not an issue. However, I have some personal matters to attend to in the morning, so I may only arrive in the afternoon. That works, Tang Qingqing responded. Chen Yang smiled. You certainly won't hold anything against Qing Shui, will you? She asked. Of course not, he replied. All right, you may leave now, Tang Qingqing said, rising with a mischievous smile. It would be quite scandalous if word got out about a solitary man and woman. Chen Yang found himself speechless, yet he stood up and agreed. Very well. Thus, Tang Qingqing accompanied him to the entrance of the villa. Just then, she suddenly called out, Chen Yang. Puzzled, he turned to face her, only to have Tang Qingqing unexpectedly grasp his hand and press it against her own. In that fleeting moment, a soft sensation enveloped him, stirring indescribable feelings. Chen Yang stood in shock, momentarily frozen. Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her expression radiating shyness. Yet she asked, Now you must know whether I have been dishonest. Right? Chen Yang, still in a daze, stammered, No dishonesty. You should leave quickly. Tang Qingqing, embarrassed, promptly pushed him outside, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Chen Yang felt the lingering warmth of Tang Qingqing's touch in his hand. The earlier scene felt dreamlike. He never anticipated that the bold yet bashful Tang Qingqing would act in such a manner. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He concluded that this girl was indeed genuine, without a trace of deceit. Afterward, Chen Yang returned to his rented room in a Xiaoli car. Upon arriving, he noticed that Su Qing had left, the door firmly shut with no signs of life within. If someone were sleeping inside, his cultivation would have sensed it. He paused, puzzled. Could it be that Qing Jie feared him and chose to leave? Unable to fathom the reason, he dismissed any negative thoughts and returned to his room. Sitting on the bed, Chen Yang began to reflect on the day's events and how he should navigate the future. The Shaolin secular disciples formed a tightly knit group, akin to a hornet's nest. While he was unafraid of them, a misstep could involve innocence in the turmoil. After pondering for a while, Chen Yang remained at a loss. It seemed that he could only face whatever challenges arose as they came. Chen Yang possessed an inherently tenacious and optimistic disposition. Subsequently, he reclined on his bed and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found that it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He resumed a seated position on the bed, practicing the great sun and moon technique. His mind was as tranquil as a fetus enveloped in amniotic fluid, untouched by the tribulations of the world. He inhaled deeply, and this breath surged through him like an errant mouse, darting through his limbs and bones. Each movement served to purify his blood and nourish his marrow. At present, Chen Yang had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. One more step forward would elevate him to the realm of the true immortal on earth. However, this leap was exceedingly challenging, representing the chasm between mortals and immortals. Once transcended, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a celestial being. Transformation stage refers to the mastery of one's internal energy to a profound level. Bright energy manifests as a fierce force in this world. Any formidable power is a manifestation of bright energy. The force of a mountain flood is also bright energy, and even an ordinary person's punch embodies this force. Conversely, dark energy can only be grasped by humans, condensing the power of a punch into a needle-like force. A master of bright energy, delivering a punch with a force of 100 pounds against an elephant, would merely tickle it. However, a master of dark energy can concentrate that same 100 pounds of force into a piercing water arrow. When struck against an elephant, this water arrow-like power would penetrate its outer skin, injuring its vital organs. As for transformation, it represents an extraordinary level of mastery. if a blue brick is placed on the ground with a block of tofu atop it. A master transformation can strike with such precision that the tofu remains intact while the brick shatters. This is the essence of the transformation stage. A master of bright energy, achieving a force of 300 pounds, is already regarded as possessing divine strength. A master of dark energy can control their intent, practicing the marrow cleansing techniques, thereby transforming their blood and marrow. Their punch can reach a force of 500 pounds. In contrast, a master of transformation wields an astounding force of 800 pounds, comparable to a small mecha. As for the elusive, true immortal on Earth, they can convert all their energy into a singular elixir, often referred to as the golden elixir. Once this elixir forms within the body, it can condense all strength and vitality into a formidable sphere, unleashing devastating and unparalleled destructive power when released. Chen Yang had lingered at the pinnacle of the transformation stage for 3 years, yet crossing that final threshold remained an elusive endeavor. Throughout these years, he seldom encountered true masters of the golden elixir, individuals as rare as phoenix feathers. After practicing for approximately an hour, his vitality and spirit had returned to their optimal state. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and Chen Yang instantly recognized that it was Su Qing arriving. Chapter 22. The courageous love. Chen Yang possessed remarkably acute hearing, able to discern even the slightest movements, such as ants scuttling or mice scurrying about the room. When a knock echoed at the door, he promptly rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Qing, standing gracefully at the threshold. Her hair was voluminous and curled, evidently freshly styled. She donned a white, flowing dress that elegantly showcased her delicate collarbone, with her ample bosom adding to her allure. It was apparent that Su Qing had taken a little extra care with her appearance, rendering her even more enchanting. In that moment, as Chen Yang inhaled the alluring fragrance she emanated, he found himself momentarily entranced, struggling to regain his composure. Gazing at her, memories of her bathing came flooding back. "Xingye," Chen Yang stammered, calling out to her. Observing his reaction, Su Qing felt a surge of delight within her heart. After all, what woman does not cherish beauty? The effort put into one's appearance is often an endeavor to please oneself. With a gentle smile, Su Qing inquired, "You must be hungry, right? Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." Chen Yang was taken aback, but replied, "Sure." He tidied himself slightly before stepping out, leading Su Qing to his humble Xiaoli car. "Where shall we dine?" Chen Yang asked her. In an unexpected twist, Su Qing turned the question back to him. "Where would you like to eat?" With a playful grin, Chen Yang replied, "Wherever you wish to go, Qingjie is where I desire to go." Su Qing found his charming words quite delightful and suggested, "Let us go to a nice place today. How about Westian CAF?" Chen Yang, being quite easygoing when it came to food, agreed, "Sounds good." He was well acquainted with Westian CAF, promptly turning the steering wheel to head there. At that moment, the CAF was not overly crowded, allowing the two of them to find a cozy booth. The partitioned seating offered a sense of privacy, ideal for discreet rendezvous. Su Qing took the menu and, without consulting Chen Yang, ordered a lavish spread, including 2 servings of steak, pizza, and a fruit salad, among other delights. Chen Yang, unable to fathom Su Qing's thoughts, opted not to ponder further. After placing their order, the server retreated, leaving the two in a tranquil ambience. A song began to play in the CAF, the love letter of that year by Jiang Meiqi, resonating with a gentle, lingering sentiment that captivated the listeners. As the lyrics floated through the air, Chen Yang felt little impact, being a man of straightforward disposition, unburdened by excessive sentimentality. However, Su Qing appeared to be entranced by the melody, her eyes subtly glistening with unshed tears. Noticing this, Chen Yang felt a pang of concern and immediately asked, "Qingjie, what is the matter?" Su Qing, returning to the present, met his gaze, but Chen Yang, feeling a bit bashful, quickly averted his eyes. Su Qing withdrew her gaze and suddenly remarked, "Chen Yang, do you believe in destiny?" Chen Yang, slightly puzzled, replied, "Believe in what?" Su Qing continued, "I once thought of myself as a princess, the protagonist of my own fate, akin to the leading lady in those melodramatic television series. Chen Yang paused momentarily, then smiled and said, "Every boy harbors a dream of being a hero or a prince. Girls, too, have their princess dreams. It is quite natural." Su Qing countered, "It is not as you perceive it. Throughout my schooling, from primary to middle school, high school, and then university, my grades consistently placed me within the top 10 of my class. I was not only an exemplary student, but also the belle of the school. During that time, many sought my attention, treating me as if I were a goddess on a pedestal. Numerous outstanding boys would be elated simply by my engaging in a brief conversation with them. I always believed that fate had favored me, that I was indeed the leading lady. I envisioned my partner as someone brilliant and radiant." Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Su Qing pressed on, "Yet how misguided I was. The truth is, I was merely a woman lacking discernment. My insistence on marrying Su Ji has led me to this unfortunate state. It is my own doing. Many times, in the stillness of night, I dream of my university days and feel the urge to weep. I am no leading lady. I am but an ordinary woman, foolish in my choices." "Yingye, please do not speak of yourself in such a manner," Chen Yang said solemnly. "In my eyes, you surpass all other women." Su Qing gazed at Chen Yang, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Today, I have pondered deeply. Do you understand?" Chen Yang could sense her internal struggle and ventured, "What conclusion have you reached?" Su Qing responded, "My choice of Su Ji was a grave error. Now, I recognize that you are an extraordinary person, and I am aware that you intend to move away. Once you leave, I fear I may never see you again. Our paths will diverge, and I will be free from any complications. Yet, I wonder if perhaps you are the opportunity that fate has bestowed upon me. Should I err in my choice of Su Ji and then miss the chance to know you? I wish to grant myself another opportunity." Chen Yang's heart surged with exhilaration, a fervor that was undeniable. He struggled to grasp the implications of her words. It seemed that Su Qing was also contemplating her own choices. "Jing Jie," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. However, Su Qing remained composed, a stark contrast to her usual shyness. With sincerity, she looked into Chen Yang's eyes, which sparkled with clarity and emotion. "Chen Yang, will you promise me one thing? Please do not leave," she pleaded. Chen Yang found himself uncertain of Su Qing's true intentions. Yet he regained his composure and asked, "Are you not afraid that I will bring you trouble?" Su Qing shook her head resolutely, replying, "I am not afraid." Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang declared, "Then I shall stay." His heart was filled with 1,000 reasons not to depart, for he could not bear the thought of leaving Su Qing, nor the enchanting sanctuary that was their shared space. However, Chen Yang, Su Qing interjected, "Could you agree to one more request?" Chen Yang immediately responded, "Speak freely." Su Qing remarked, "Shall we interact as we once did? I require some time to contemplate numerous matters. I am not yet prepared. I believe you are aware of my circumstances, and you should reflect on yours as well, correct?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Sister Qing, I shall heed your every word." After their meal, Chen Yang escorted Su Qing back home. They exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rented rooms. By this hour, night had enveloped the sky, adorned with a brilliant moon and an expanse of stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Yang found himself lost in thought. He had always acted on impulse. His affection for Su Qing was genuine, as was his desire for her physically. Yet, that was where it ended. He had never delved deeper into considerations, such as Su Qing's situation or her future. Su Qing had endured a failed marriage. She was not someone who could afford to play games. If he truly wished to be with her, it would necessitate marriage and a promise of a bright future for her. Only then could he claim to be responsible for her. Su Qing was unlike any woman he had encountered before. In the past, Chen Yang had navigated the world of romance with ease, where mutual satisfaction was the norm, and joy was paramount. However, with Su Qing, it was evidently different. At the age of 24, having grown up without parents and under the tutelage of a master, he had roamed freely abroad, steeped in the tumult of life. The thought of establishing a family, marrying, or having children had never crossed his mind. Such notions felt distant and unattainable. Thus, in this moment, Chen Yang felt a twinge of hesitation towards Su Qing. He feared the confines of marriage. Yet he was perplexed by the depth of his affection for her, even her physical form. That night, he found it difficult to sleep, tormented by his thoughts. By the dawn of the next day, he had resolved to maintain his distance from Su Qing, gradually diminishing his feelings until he could ultimately part ways. He was akin to an untamed wind, unwilling to linger for anyone. At 8 o'clock, Chen Yang awoke. As he began his morning routine, he discovered Su Qing already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Once he finished washing up, Su Qing emerged with 2 steaming bowls of fragrant noodles. "Hurry and tidy up. Come to my room for breakfast." She smiled charmingly at him, radiating a captivating beauty that enchanted him. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile back and replied, "All right." After gathering his belongings, he made his way to Su Qing's room. She had poured him a glass of milk and arranged the chairs, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Her attentiveness was remarkable. "Come, let us eat," Su Qing urged with a gentle smile. The sunlight streamed in, illuminating her figure and hair, which flowed behind her like strands of golden light, making her appear as if a celestial being had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. Chen Yang was momentarily mesmerized, and then said, "Sister Qing, you are truly beautiful." Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, "I am getting old. What beauty do I possess? Spare me your flattery." Chen Yang insisted, "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful." Chapter 23. A special treatment for shrews come and eat. Lest the noodles clump together and lose their flavor, Su Qing said with a gentle smile. Chen Yang approached and sat down. The noodles were adorned with a golden fried egg, and Chen Yang relished every bite, exclaiming how delicious it was. Indeed, it was delightful. Observing Chen Yang's fondness for the fried egg, Su Qing graciously offered him hers as well. Chen Yang chuckled, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in his heart. He soon finished both the noodles and the egg, yet still felt a lingering desire for more. Seeing Chen Yang's enjoyment brought genuine satisfaction to Su Qing, prompting her to share some of her noodles with him. After breakfast, Su Qing began to tidy up the dishes while Chen Yang sat idly, wishing to assist. But she insisted he refrain. Perhaps settling down and having a home is not so bad after all, Chen Yang mused quietly. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. He was accustomed to solitude, and the thought of being confined for an extended period threatened to drive him to madness. Once the dishes were cleared, Su Qing returned to her room. She smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Please wait for me outside while I change." Chen Yang nodded and stepped out. 5 minutes later, Su Qing emerged, clad in a simple white dress, her hair styled in a ponytail, still as lovely as ever. Chen Yang opened the car door for her, and as she entered, he started the engine. Their destination was naturally the store where Su Qing worked. After being dismissed by the female manager the previous day, Chen Yang had promised to accompany her to collect her wages. Su Qing had endured bullying from that manager, and now, with Chen Yang by her side, she relished the support. Regardless of how strong or resilient a woman may be, there are times when she seeks a sturdy shoulder to lean on. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Guangbitan mobile phone store, which had a modest yet respectable presence. The store was already open, and a few staff members were busy cleaning the windows. It was still early, and not many customers were around to purchase phones. As they stepped inside, Su Qing took Chen Yang's arm, having mustered her courage. Chen Yang felt a sudden tension in his body. In the past, he would have been elated by such a gesture, but now, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. Su Qing, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, was oblivious to Chen Yang's unease. Upon entering the store, a cold voice greeted them. "Su Qing, you've been fired. What are you doing here?" Chen Yang turned to face the speaker, a woman of somewhat plump stature, with a beauty mark on her face, short in height, and dressed in an ill-fitting black blazer that seemed to clash with her appearance. She was Han Yumei, the store's female manager. Han Yumei had harbored resentment towards Su Qing for quite some time, primarily due to Su Qing's beauty and her perceived vulnerability. Jealous of Su Qing's allure and wielding a modicum of power, she had transformed her envy into a tangible form of malice. Su Qing turned to Han Yumei and spoke with a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant. "Manager Han, I have come to collect my salary along with my deposit. Those who have been dismissed are entitled to no wages. Furthermore, since you did not resign in the usual manner, my deposit will not be refunded either." Han Yumei scoffed derisively and cast a glance at Chen Yang, who stood beside Su Qing, her disdain evident as she said, "What? Have you found yourself a pretty boy, and think you have someone backing you? You foolish vixen, do you even realize where you are? Begone, before you find yourself in further trouble." However, Su Qing was not one to cower easily. "Menityahen, firstly, I have worked here for 6 months without taking a single day off or requesting leave, diligently fulfilling my duties. Yesterday, I had an urgent matter and requested a day off, and your decision to terminate my employment over that is unjustifiable. Regardless, I have no desire to remain here, so your dismissal means little to me. I have no intention of approaching the boss. Secondly, it is even more ludicrous. You dismissed me, so how could I have resigned properly? To withhold my deposit under such circumstances is utterly absurd. Furthermore, Manager Han, I do not hold your lack of education against you, but I must inform you that to dismiss an employee, there must be substantial misconduct or unethical behavior that severely impacts the company. Only then can one be dismissed. Otherwise, it is merely a termination. Thus, you can at most terminate my employment, which still requires compensation, including at least 10 days severance pay. As for that severance, I shall forego it. I simply ask that you provide me with what I rightfully deserve." Many employees in the store were visibly displeased with Han Yume, and at this moment, they began to observe the unfolding drama with interest. Han Yume, sensing the scrutiny and the challenge to her authority from Su Qing, felt her prestige greatly threatened. She immediately retorted sharply, "You foolish vixen, do not flaunt yourself in front of me. This place is under my management, and you have been dismissed. Leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous." Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Chen Yang struck Han Yume across the face, leaving one side of her cheek swollen and causing her to spit out 2 teeth as she let out a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Murder! Murder!" she cried. With another swift motion, Chen Yang delivered a second slap, this time to the opposite cheek, leaving Han Yume momentarily dazed, while the onlookers stood in shock. Chen Yang sneered and declared, "You fat pig, I shall wreak havoc here today. What will you do about it?" Regaining her composure, Han Yume's eyes glinted with madness as she bellowed, "I will fight you." With that, she lunged at Chen Yang, claws raised. However, Chen Yang was unfazed. He swiftly tripped her, sending the vile woman sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Not one of the surrounding employees called for help or expressed sympathy for Han Yume. Instead, some cheered, exclaiming, "Well done." Others joined in applause. The sound thunderous in the air, illustrating just how unpopular Han Yume truly was. Chen Yang raised his hand to silence the crowd, gesturing for calm. He then crouched down and smiled at the freshly risen Han Yume, saying, "I warned you yesterday, but unfortunately, you did not heed my words. Now, can we settle the wages?" A flicker of boundless hatred flashed in Han Yume's eyes, yet upon encountering Chen Yang's chilling gaze, she bit her tongue and nodded, her voice trembling yes. Chen Yang chuckled softly, plucking Han Yume's name badge and examining it for a moment. He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Good. Your name is Han Yume, and I shall remember it. Should you dare to report me, I will annihilate your entire family. Oh, and here is a secret. I am, after all, a fugitive." Han Yume shuddered at his words. The murderous intent emanating from Chen Yang was overwhelmingly terrifying. In that instant, all her hatred dissipated, morphing into palpable fear. She was but an ordinary person, unable to contend with someone like Chen Yang. Subsequently, Su Qing collected her salary, a total of 3,200 yuan. The two then exited the mobile phone store at Guangbitan. Once in the car, Su Qing expressed her concerns, saying, "You struck Han Yume. Won't that lead to trouble?" Chen Yang smiled nonchalantly, reassuring her, "No, don't worry." Seeing Chen Yang so composed eased Su Qing's anxiety. She then inquired, "What did you whisper to Han Yume?" Chen Yang, unwilling to divulge, merely laughed it off. Noticing his reluctance, Su Qing refrained from pressing further. As the vehicle pulled away, Chen Yang asked, "Sister Qing, what are your plans for the future?" Su Qing replied, "I guess I'll have to find a new job. What other plans could I have?" Chen Yang silently agreed, choosing not to elaborate. If his relationship with Lin Qingxue had been better, he could have recommended Su Qing for a position at the Yadai Company. However, their current relationship was rather delicate, and Chen Yang wished to distance himself from Su Qing. thus abandoning that notion. Nevertheless, an idea struck him. Mu Jing. He promptly took out his phone and called her. The call connected swiftly. Sister Jing, I need a favor. Chen Yang said. Without preamble, Mu Jing replied, go on. Chen Yang continued. Sister Qing lost her job. Could you help me arrange something suitable for her? Perhaps she could become a manager in my tea house? Mu Jing paused for a moment before responding. Chen Yang, taken aback, asked, really? Mu Jing replied. Would I jest about such matters? Chen Yang chuckled and asked, what would the salary be? 20,000 a month, plus bonuses, benefits, and year-end dividends, Mu Jing stated. Excellent. I'll bring her over right away, Chen Yang said before hanging up. He then conveyed the details of his conversation with Mu Jing to Su Qing, feeling slightly anxious. Sister Qing, you won't hold it against me for taking the initiative, will you? Su Qing smiled gently. Why would I be so melodramatic? This job is already wonderful, beyond my wildest dreams. However, since she's your friend, I worry I might disappoint you both. Chen Yang smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. Mu Jing has a keen eye for people, and her decisions are never made lightly. After delivering Su Qing to Mu Jing, Chen Yang drove towards the Yadai Company. Upon arrival at Yadai Company, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun blazed fiercely. As soon as Chen Yang stepped out of the car, a group of security guards, led by old Xia, surrounded him. Hey, Chen Yang, where did you get this car? Is this car really yours? They clamored, each voice overlapping the other. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie. With a grin, he replied, of course, it's mine. That's impressive. You've got a car now. One of the security guards laughed. Damn it, we're all security guards, and look at the disparity between us. Another commented. Yet another guard chimed in. Hey, Chen Yang, I've had my driver's license for ages, but I don't have a car. Mind if I take it for a spin? Chen Yang tossed the car keys over with a grin, saying, of course, go ahead. Just remember to prioritize your safety and that of others. The car can be replaced. The guards readily accepted, their spirits lifted. Chapter 24. The young Shaolin master Old Xia remained composed and informed Chen Yang that the president had called earlier, requesting him to go to the president's office upon his arrival. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, understood, Old Xia. I shall go right away. He patted Old Xia on the shoulder and proceeded towards the president's office. Upon entering, Chen Yang was greeted only by Lin Qingxue. Typically, Lin Qingxue was inseparable from Tang Qingqing in the office, so his current curiosity was piqued. Where is Qingqing? He inquired after closing the door. Lin Qingxue, dressed in a pristine white blazer, exuded an air of elegance and composure. She replied softly, Qingqing has returned to Foshan with her cousin. Why the sudden trip back to Foshan? Chen Yang asked as he took a seat opposite her. Lin Qingxue set aside her work to call for 2 cups of coffee to be brought in by her secretary. Once this was done, she explained, Qingqing's grandfather is in Foshan. It is quite normal for her to visit. Chen Yang remarked, I fear you 2 young ladies might be feeling overwhelmed by the current circumstances. Prompting Qingqing to seek advice from the elders, Lin Qingxue offered a slight, rueful smile, saying, You see through everything, don't you? Pausing for a moment, she continued, I spoke with my uncle, and he advised me to cease contact with you. As for everything else, he insisted on handling any issues that arise. Chen Yang was taken aback, unable to decipher Lin Qingxue's intentions. She was a remarkably astute and talented young woman, unlike Tang Qingqing, who had previously doubted him. She had not succumbed to regret like her friend. Do not worry, Lin Qingxue reassured him with a gentle smile. I did not acquiesce to my uncle's request. Chen Yang inquired, why did you not agree? Instead of answering directly, Lin Qingxue articulated, the Yadai Company holds immense significance for me. It is not merely because it can generate substantial profit. Indeed, I have sufficient wealth. I possess little interest in indulgence or luxury. However, regardless of the financial incentives from outsiders, I cannot forsake the Yadai Company. It embodies the very essence of my existence and validates my worth in this world. Therefore, no matter how formidable figures like the one-eyed man may be, I cannot consent to selling the company. After a brief pause, she continued, I ponder what my fate would be without your presence. The thought sent shivers down my spine. Although the one-eyed individuals are not from the underworld, their methods are even more insidious. Should they choose to act, they could resort to kidnapping or recording compromising videos, among other things. I am certain they possess countless ways to compel my compliance. Chen Yang gazed at Lin Qingxue in astonishment, surprised by her clarity and insight into the situation. Lin Qingxue added, "In other words, you have saved my political life. You're my benefactor, Chen Yang. The Yadai Company is of paramount importance to me. However, if my desire to protect the Yade Company leads me to heed my uncle's words and cast you aside, that would be an act of ingratitude. Undoubtedly, demonstrating my worth is of utmost importance. Yet, I must first be a person of integrity, standing tall and unashamed. If an individual cannot uphold the most basic principles of morality, how can they speak of value?" This revelation prompted Chen Yang to re-evaluate Lin Qingxue. He perceived an astonishing strength hidden within her frail frame. Her spirit shamed many in the present age. Perhaps it is indeed due to her youth, her lack of exposure to the world's cruelty and baseness, that she remains so candid and resolute. Regardless, Chen Yang held deep admiration for Lin Qingxue. Previously, his protection of her was motivated by her brother, Lin Nan. Now, however, his desire to shield Lin Qingxue arose from a genuine place within his heart. As a martial artist, it is his duty to assist those in need. If a martial artist cannot possess such a noble heart, what can be expected of ordinary individuals? Chen Yang felt an even stronger obligation to protect Lin Qingxue, for girls like her are exceedingly rare. Yet, Lin Qingxue suddenly remarked, "I still have some questions that perplex me, and I hope you can provide answers." Chen Yang replied, "Please go ahead." Lin Qingxue continued, "During my most challenging times, you appeared as if you were a prince from a fairy tale. However, I do not believe in fairy tales. Why did you happen to show up just when I needed help the most?" Chen Yang paused for a moment before responding. "It is indeed a remarkable coincidence. But how would you like me to answer? I am no deity. I cannot foresee when you would require assistance. Fate simply conspired for our paths to cross at that moment." Lin Qingxue fell silent. Chen Yang added, "Perhaps it is because fortune is destined to favor you, and when adversity strikes, a benefactor will inevitably come to your aid. This is your destiny. Even if you face peril in the future, it is likely that someone will fortuitously assist you. While discussions of destiny may seem mystical and superstitious, every individual has a predetermined path from birth. This is fate. Some are born into nobility, while others live in dire poverty. Some seize opportunities and soar to greatness, while others may tragically meet their end on the road." Lin Qingxue regarded Chen Yang, asking, "Is there truly no other reason?" Chen Yang replied, "My arrival in Binhai was coincidental, and the one-eyed man's trouble with you was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. I am no oracle. How could I possess foresight?" Lin Qingxue contemplated for a moment, then smiled brightly, saying, "So it seems you are indeed my destined benefactor?" Chen Yang chuckled and responded, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lin Qingxue interjected, "Wait a moment. Do you think the one-eyed man will leave Binhai? And what about the lay disciples from Shaolin? Will they continue to trouble us?" Chen Yang pondered before stating, "This matter is unlikely to resolve itself so easily. However, there is no need for you to worry. We shall confront challenges as they arise. Here in our country, we are governed by law, and they dare not act recklessly. Should they resort to underhanded tactics, there is no need for fear, for I am a master of such strategies." Lin Qingxue let out a slight sigh of relief and remarked, "Very well. I appreciate your efforts." Chen Yang responded with a faint smile before rising to take his leave. The body of Luo Run had been swiftly cremated, leaving no trace behind. As he had perished under a signed death warrant, the customs of the martial arts community dictated that no elaborate funeral should be conducted. Furthermore, this incident was a matter of disgrace for the secular disciples, making it even less appropriate to publicize. That same afternoon, Luo Ren's ashes were interred in the Innan cemetery of Binhai City. Simultaneously, the news of his demise began to spread among the secular disciples. This incident had already stirred the interest of the Yin generation circle. Luo Ren, being one-eyed, belonged to the Hung generation. Although the Hung generation members were faring relatively well, they still fell short compared to the esteemed elders of the Yin generation. Luo Run was the most distinguished among the Hung generation, yet he had been killed, and the circumstances involved a signed death warrant with several masters as witnesses. Consequently, The Hung generation could only swallow their grievances in silence. The news did not circulate widely, but it managed to reach the ears of the Yin generation's senior brother. Yang Ling, aged 30, was actually a year younger than Luo Ren. However, coming from a prestigious family in Yinjing, he wielded considerable influence. Thus, he held a much higher standing upon entering apprenticeship and had achieved a significant level of mastery, the specifics of which remained unknown to outsiders. Presently, Yang Ling had established his own foothold, founding the Yang Group in the Jiangnan area. The Yang Group controlled the shipping rights at the Yangtze River docks in Jiangnan, evolving into a vast commercial empire. The secular disciples represented a highly regarded brand. The collective influence of these disciples instilled a sense of caution in many prominent figures. Thus, their fate was intertwined, a shared honor or shared downfall. If Luo Ren were to be killed without action from his fellow disciples, the intimidation factor of this group would substantially diminish, a scenario Yang Ling could not tolerate. Yet, under these circumstances, Yang Ling could not openly confront Chen Yang, as the signed death warrant and prior agreements had already circulated. In the martial world, the value of trust and integrity was paramount, and any failure to uphold these principles would severely tarnish their reputation, leading to distrust among others towards the secular disciples. Thus, Yang Ling found himself in a precarious predicament. His frustration with the one-eyed individual was palpable. However, blaming him at this juncture would yield no results. Amidst his busy schedule, he managed to place a call to the one-eyed disciple. At that moment, the one-eyed disciple was engaged in a heated confrontation with Qi Jiao on the sofa. "Who is this?" He answered the call irritably. "I am Yang," with a single character Ling, came the calm, yet chilling reply from Yang Ling. The one-eyed disciple was instantly taken aback, stammering, "Master, Uncle Master." Chapter 25. The uncle's fury. Yang Ling took a deep breath and said, "I'm fully aware of the situation on your end. Your reckless actions have resulted in the death of our disciple, Luo Ren. I shall settle this score with you later." With trepidation, the one-eyed man replied, "Uncle, I acknowledge my mistake. Punish me as you see fit." Yang Ling continued, "You must not leave Binhai for the time being. But the wager?" The one-eyed man hesitated. "The wager stipulated your departure from Binhai, did it not?" Yang Ling queried. The one-eyed man, though slightly perplexed, affirmed yes. Yang Ling elaborated. "Should you remain in Binhai, and if Chen Yang seeks you out and harms you, it would be a challenge to the dignity of our Shaolin secular disciples. We would then have just cause to act against him. Furthermore, should you contravene the wager, I shall expel you from the ranks of the Shaolin secular disciples as punishment." "Uncle, The one-eyed man shivered inwardly, realizing the cunning nature of Yang Ling's strategy. It was designed to silence the voices of the martial world while simultaneously dealing with Chen Yang. This was evidently a plan that offered a win-win situation, albeit at the cost of his own sacrifice. Yang Ling spoke coolly. "Afterward, when you come to the Yang family, I will ensure you a life free of worries." The one-eyed man understood he could not refuse. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of his uncle. Moreover, he recognized his own share of responsibility in this matter. Thus, he acquiesced. "Very well, I will heed your every instruction." He paused, then added, "But what if Chen Yang does not confront me? Or worse, what if he seeks to kill me outright?" Yang Ling assured him, in this vast universe, unless a death contract is signed, how could he dare to take a life? After a moment, he added, "However, if he does not engage you, that would pose a problem. Here's what you shall do. Provoke him. This matter cannot be delayed for too long. Do you understand? Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Shaolin secular disciples." "Yes, uncle," the one-eyed man affirmed. "What is it?" Qi Jiao inquired urgently after the call ended. The one-eyed man's eyes flickered with uncertainty before he replied, "Yang Shu is exceedingly furious with Chen Yang. Rest assured, Chen Yang will not survive for long. However, Jiao, once this is accomplished, I shall leave Binhai." "What will you do then?" Qi Jiao's expression faltered. Over the years, she had entangled herself with Song Qingyan of the Qingyan group, rising through the ranks as his mistress. But now, Song Qingyan had lost interest in her, and she had turned to the one-eyed man. Naturally, Song Qingyan was furious, yet he could only turn a blind eye due to the one-eyed man's influence. The one-eyed man was the king of security, which was not the most daunting aspect. Rather, it was the power of the Shaolin secular disciples behind him that made him formidable. Even the Dragon King of Binhai dared not offend the one-eyed man for this reason. Qi Jiaojiao had been thriving these past 2 years, all thanks to the one-eyed man. However, it was this very arrogance that had led her to target Lin Qingshu, resulting in her downfall. Should the one-eyed man leave Binhai, she would lose her protection, and Song Qingyan would undoubtedly seek retribution. "I will leave with you," Qi Jiaojiao declared immediately. The one-eyed man felt a flicker of emotion and replied, "Very well." After work, Lin Qingsno got into Chen Yang's Xiaoli car, and he drove her back to the villa. Lin Qingsno did not express any reluctance. She simply took her seat. However, upon arriving at the Liuya villa area, she remarked, "I shall add an additional 5,000 to your monthly fuel expenses." Chen Yang chuckled in response. "That sounds splendid." Lin Qingsno smiled gently and added, "But if you dare to be late again in the morning, there will be no more allowances." Chen Yang laughed lightly, assuring her, "I promise not to be late." After this exchange, he bid farewell to Lin Qingsno and went to pick up Su Qing from work. Initially, Chen Yang contemplated not picking her up, wishing to create some distance. Yet he could not bear the thought of Su Qing squeezing onto a crowded bus, a true conflict of emotions. Su Qing had called, waiting for him at Mu Jing's tea house, reminding him to drive slowly and not rush. At that moment, she resembled a gentle and considerate wife, always thinking of Chen Yang's well-being. Although Chen Yang possessed a ruthless nature, capable of committing acts of violence, he found himself utterly defenseless against Su Qing's tenderness. Upon arriving at Mu Jing's tea house, he discovered that Mu Jing was also present. "Chen Yang, come over for a cup of tea before you leave," she invited. Chen Yang replied with a teasing smile, "Isn't it dinner time? Why drink tea? Treat me to a meal instead." Mu Jing rolled her eyes playfully. "So, I'm indebted to you, you little rascal, always looking to take advantage." Su Qing shot Chen Yang a gentle, reproachful glance and interjected, "I'll treat everyone to dinner." Mu Jing smiled and said, "I was just joking with him. Let me take care of it." "Indeed, indeed." Chen Yang promptly chimed in. "Sister Jing has more than enough money. We are merely doing her a good deed by helping her spend some." Mu Jing playfully retorted, "Get lost, Chen Yang, as if I were in dire need of your charity." Chen Yang chuklet heartily. Regardless, the group soon headed to a nearby restaurant for a delightful meal. Chen Yang relished in hearty portions of meat, ordering lion's head meatballs and braised pork, thoroughly enjoying the feast. Su Qing occasionally served him dishes and poured him water, her attentiveness touching his heart profoundly. During the meal, Su Qing stepped away to the restroom. Mu Jing, with a slight smile, inquired, "It's evident you care for Su Qing quite a bit. She treats you well. Do you have any intentions of marriage?" Chen Yang, feeling somohat overwhelmed, retorted, "Do you think I am suited for marriage?" Mu Jing smiled and asked, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a polite lie?" Chen Yang replied, "No need for pleasantries." Mu Jing stated plainly, "The truth is, you are not suited for marriage. You are inherently combative and fiery in temperament. Marriage would only bring harm to Su Qing." Chen Yang rubbed his nose and admitted, "You truly speak candidly." After a pause, he continued, "You are right. I have indeed never contemplated marriage. I prefer the freedom of fleeting encounters, parting ways without any entanglements." Mu Jing responded, "You and I are kindred spirits. We both seek a higher realm in martial arts, pursuing our own distant shores." Chen Yang sighed, "Let's not dwell on this topic. We'll take it one step at a time." Mu Jing chose not to dwell any longer on the matter. Shifting her gaze, she remarked, "The one-eyed man has yet to depart from Binhai, and it seems he has no intention of leaving. Clearly, this incident has stirred the group of Shaolin's secular disciples. It is highly probable that his presence here is at the behest of the higher-ups." Chen Yang replied, "It is evident that the one-eyed man lacks the courage to act independently, if it is indeed a directive from the higher-ups. It indicates that the Shaolin secular disciples have already taken steps against me." Mu Jing affirmed, "Exactly. Therefore, I must caution you to remain exceptionally vigilant. This situation is likely under the purview of Yang Ling from the Yang family group. Yang Ling is the most exceptional among the Yin generation of the Shaolin secular disciples, commanding many of his fellow disciples. You must not underestimate him. His Yang family group boasts assets exceeding 5 billion, and his connections are extensive. More importantly, his cultivation is exceedingly advanced. He is likely a master of the golden course stage. Chen Yang could not help but pale slightly, asking, "Is it truly that terrifying?" Mu Jing replied, "That is my conjecture, although specifics remain unclear. Yang Ling's status dictates that he seldom takes direct action. He is astute and possesses considerable cunning." Deep in thought, Chen Yang contemplated the implications. Mu Jing continued, "Currently, Yang Ling faces a dilemma. He cannot openly attack you, as that would contravene ethical principles. Yet he cannot allow you to continue living, as that would tarnish the reputation of the Shaolin secular disciples." Chen Yang's mind raced. Thus, it is quite possible that the one-eyed man will be sacrificed to break this stalemate. He may provoke me, suffer serious injury at my hands, and then Yang Ling could expel him from Shaolin, presenting it as a spectacle for the martial arts community. Ultimately, Yang Ling could claim that I have humiliated Shaolin and take action against me. This would serve two purposes. Mu Jing's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, there is a strong possibility of this. Chen Yang added, "Moreover, if I merely injure the one-eyed man or drive him away, it would not convince the martial arts community, for he initiated the provocation and thus bears the blame. But what if the one-eyed man were to die? Then everyone would believe I was responsible for his death, prompting Yang Ling to come after me in a righteous fury, leaving the martial arts community with no ground for protest." Mu Jing could not help but marvel. "That is a wicked scheme." After a moment, she inquired, "Now that you have deduced this, how do you plan to defuse the situation?" Chen Yang sighed softly. "I suppose I will take it one step at a time." Just then, Su Qing approached, prompting them to refrain from further discussion. Upon Su Qing's arrival, Mu Jing added, "By the way, I will arrange for a driver for Su Qing in the future to spare you from the constant back and forth. Additionally, I have a vacant house. Su Qing, you should stay with me, and there will be no need for rent." Su Qing was taken aback, stammering, "That seems too much of a burden." Mu Jing smiled gently. "It is no trouble at all." Chen Yang understood that Mu Jing intended to protect Su Qing while also facilitating his own relationship with her. Though he was reluctant to forego the delight of secretly admiring Su Qing's beauty at night, he recognized the importance of the matter and said, "Thank you very much." Ying Ye. Mu Jing offered a gentle smile and remarked, "No need for pleasantries." Upon witnessing Chen Yang's decisive stance, Su Qing refrained from further discussion. Subsequently, the dinner concluded, and Chen Yang drove Su Qing home. During the return journey, Su Qing felt a sense of unease and expressed, "Chen Yang, I feel I possess no particular talent. Is it appropriate for me to take advantage of Jing Jia in this manner? I understand the depth of your relationship with her, yet favors have their limits." After a brief pause, she continued, "In truth, I believe it would be more reassuring for me to attend a regular class, with you picking me up after work each day, residing in a modest rental. This arrangement would provide me with a greater sense of stability." Chen Yang smiled subtly and replied, "Sister Qing, I have always maintained that you are an exceptionally talented individual. Your diligence in work is commendable. My acquaintance with Jing Jie spans less than a week. While we may share an affinity, it is contingent upon her belief in my worthiness of her investment. Furthermore, given her substantial wealth, finding someone trustworthy and offering such a modest sum is undoubtedly advantageous for her. Let's finalize this decision, shall we?" Taking a deep breath, Su Qing conceded, "Very well then." Chapter 26. Sister Qing, let us part ways upon returning home. Su Qing extended an invitation to Chen Yang, saying, "Would you like to come to my place for a while? I can prepare some chilled watermelon juice for you." Chen Yang genuinely contemplated the offer, yet mustering his resolve. He declined, replying, "No, I feel rather fatigued today and wish to retire early." A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Su Qing's eyes, but she refrained from voicing her feelings, simply saying, "All right then, rest well." Once back in his rented room, Chen Yang shut the door behind him. He left the lights off, and the room was engulfed in darkness. Subsequently, he lit a cigarette, the ember glowing faintly in the gloom. Ordinarily, smoking was not a habit of his. He only indulged in it during moments of particular distress. Typically, Chen Yang was carefree and untroubled, but Su Qing's presence now stirred turmoil within his heart, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. After finishing a cigarette, he lay down to sleep. Just as he began to drift off, a knock echoed through the silence. It was Su Qing. "Chen Yang, are you asleep?" She called from outside the door. He rose to open it, finding her standing there in a blue loungewear set, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a simple yet captivating beauty. In her hands, she held a pitcher of watermelon juice, warming Chen Yang's heart. With a radiant smile, Su Qing said, "It's chilled. Have a bit before you sleep. It will be refreshing." Chen Yang grinned and replied, "Sister Qing, you are truly wonderful." Filled with joy, Su Qing urged, "Drink up. I won't disturb you any longer." As she turned to leave, Chen Yang could not help but call out, "Sister Qing." She turned back, puzzled by his tone. "Come in and let us drink together." He suggested, "I have some things I wish to discuss with you." A faint blush crept onto Su Qing's cheeks. She was uncertain of his intentions. Whether he was about to confess his feelings or reject her, the prospect left her flustered. Ultimately, she nodded and stepped inside. Chen Yang fetched 2 cups, pouring watermelon juice for both of them. He then drank his portion in one swift motion. "Sister Qing, I have feelings for you," he suddenly declared. Su Qing's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she found herself at a loss for how to respond. "Chen Yang continued. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed you were unique, incredibly alluring. You occupy my thoughts, even in my dreams." Su Qing opened her mouth to speak, yet words eluded her. She harbored her own feelings for Chen Yang, but numerous concerns clouded her mind. "Please let me finish." "Sister Qing," he interjected. A hint of unease washed over her as she sensed something amiss. "I truly do not wish to hurt you," Chen Yang continued. "In the past, I was a wayward soul, a rogue. I have lost count of the women I have been with. I only remember the fleeting connections made in bars, where we would share a night and part ways come morning, with no ties to bind us. I was raised alongside my mentor, who was exceedingly strict with me. I grew accustomed to a life without reliance, to living alone. In the years I spent abroad, I reveled in my independence, unencumbered and carefree. I find it difficult to envision a scene of enduring companionship with a woman." At that moment, Su Qing's countenance turned ashen, and she tremulously inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Yang took a deep breath and replied, "Initially, I merely intended to engage in a physical relationship with you, never contemplating what lay ahead. Yet now, I am beset by contradictions. I express these sentiments not to cause you sorrow, Sister Qing. Are you suggesting we should part ways?" Su Qing asked, a desolate smile gracing her lips. "I misspoke. We have never truly been together, so how can we speak of separation?" Chen Yang had originally planned to gradually distance himself from Su Qing, but her unwavering kindness made him apprehensive that such actions would only deepen her heartache. Thus, he altered his course and chose to confront the topic directly. "Sister Qing," Chen Yang stated, "if you held no significance in my heart, I would not share these thoughts with you. If I sought merely to play, I would refrain from such honesty. I confess my growing affection and concern for you. However, when it comes to marriage and the prospect of establishing a family, I find myself unprepared and even fearful of commitment." Su Qing gazed intently at Chen Yang, sensing his sincerity. In that fleeting moment, her sorrow began to ease. "I comprehend your intentions now, Chen Yang," she said, rising to her feet. "I should express gratitude for your candor." With that, she exited Chen Yang's room. Instantly, a void settled in his heart. He felt like a scoundrel. Yet, regardless of his feelings, he was not inclined towards marriage or the constraints it would impose. He had grown accustomed to a life of freedom. Before long, the sound of running water emerged from the bathroom. Chen Yang, having succumbed to a brief bout of melancholy, felt his heart surge with excitement. Perhaps it was futile to resist the primal call within. Realizing he had clarified matters with Su Qing today, he feared he might never have another opportunity to see her again. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, intent on removing the obstruction of broken bricks. Just then, Su Qing cast a suspicious glance in his direction, startling Chen Yang, who quickly concealed the debris. Heaven forbid that his reputation be tarnished in an instant. Consequently, he dare not look again. Soon after, Su Qing had finished her shower. Unexpectedly, a knock echoed at the door. Recognizing it was Su Qing, Chen Yang opened the door. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily entranced, feeling the rush of blood and a surge of male hormones within him. Su Qing appeared irresistibly alluring, clad in a violet nightgown, her hair damp, with tendrils framing her forehead, and she was, at that moment, completely bare beneath her attire. Chen Yang struggled to swallow. Su Qing's expression remained calm, even somewhat aloof, as she entered and reclined on his bed. "Sister Qing," he stammered. With an icy demeanor, she replied, "Did you not wish to share a bed with me? Come, I assure you, I will not entangle you. Like your previous companions, I shall depart after a single night." Chen Yang detected a profound despondency in Su Qing's words, stirring within him a pang of sympathy. At this moment, he found himself devoid of any desire. Instead, he hastened to the bedside, swiftly pulling the sheets to envelop Su Qing's delicate form. He lifted her into his embrace. "Yem sori zingye, suindimant saident," leaning against Chen Yang's shoulder as tears fell, each drop glistening like crystal, yet causing a pang in the heart. Su Qing had genuinely developed feelings for Chen Yang. Having once misjudged her ex-husband, Su Ji, she approached love with caution, fully aware that she and Chen Yang were mismatched, yet she could not restrain herself. However, Chen Yang's words earlier that evening had indeed pierced her heart. In a moment of despair, she surrendered herself, leading to this intimate scene. Yet now, Chen Yang's embrace bestowed upon Su Qing an indescribable warmth and comfort. She realized she had not misjudged him. It was merely her unfortunate fate. Su Qing lay quietly in Chen Yang's arms. Initially, he felt a surge of compassion, but gradually he became captivated by her allure. What further stirred him was the natural fragrance emanating from her, intoxicating his senses. Chen Yang felt exhilarated, having long contemplated her body, yet he hesitated to harm her. Su Qing sensed the quickening of his heartbeat, felt the warmth radiating from him, and unexpectedly, her own feelings began to stir. Approaching 30, she, too, possessed normal physiological desires, and Chen Yang was a remarkably strong man. Thus, her hand ventured toward his waist. With a hint of self-mockery, she remarked, "I am no longer a virgin. There is no need for pretense. If you desire me, then do not hold back." Upon hearing her words, Chen Yang could no longer contain himself. His large hand, moving beneath Su Qing's nightgown, began to explore. He was overcome with excitement. At that moment, his long-held dream was finally being realized. Yet just then, an unexpected event transpired. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed from outside. Chen Yang's heart sank, aware that trouble was imminent. Su Qing, too, regained her senses and felt a wave of absurdity wash over her, hastily wrapping herself tighter in the sheets. Chen Yang Sigit, realizing that tonight would not yield the fulfillment he sought with Su Qing, and chances in the future seemed uncertain. Anger flared within him. Who dared to intrude at this moment? As he pondered this, the front door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. A figure appeared at the threshold, an individual known as One-Eyed. Clad in a black casual shirt and wearing sunglasses, his bald head exuded a menacing aura. His gaze swept the room, quickly grasping the lascivious situation within. His lecherous eyes roamed over Su Qing before settling on Chen Yang. "It seems I've arrived at an opportune time, interrupting your little escapade," One-Eyed sneered. "You certainly have exquisite taste, young rascal, a sultry vixen, an exceptional woman, all within your grasp." One-Eyed's words were unrelentingly crude. Naturally, Chen Yang would not engage in a verbal altercation. That was not his style. A glint of cold fury flashed in his eyes as he snorted disdainfully and, in an instant, surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the One-Eyed man. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a resounding slap struck the One-Eyed man's cheek. He barely registered the movement, his vision momentarily blurred, before feeling the sharp sting of the blow. A fiery pain surged through him, and he sensed that his cheek had swollen significantly. Fury ignited within him. After all, he was the formidable king of security, a figure of considerable stature. How could he possibly endure such an affront from Chen Yang? With a swift motion, Chen Yang delivered another slap. Almost immediately, he followed it with a forceful kick to the One-Eyed man's abdomen. The man staggered backward, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Before he could gather his wits, Chen Yang lunged forward, planting his foot firmly upon the One-Eyed man's face. Chapter 27. The sword of the beautiful assassin, the one-eyed man, suddenly spat out a tooth, his senses slowly returning after the brutal beating he had endured. This profound humiliation drove him into a frenzy, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. With a glare filled with hatred directed at Chen Yang, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You, Chen, I once thought you to be exceptionally clever, but it appears you are merely a fool. Today, I intend to make you suffer. Just wait. My master Yang will not let this go unpunished." Chen Yang, indeed, was furious. His inherently volatile temperament had been ignited by the disruption caused by the one-eyed man. More importantly, the vile comments directed at Su Qing and the lecherous gaze he cast upon her incited Chen Yang's ire. Su Qing held a revered place in Chen Yang's heart, akin to a cherished treasure or a forbidden taboo. Furthermore, the one-eyed man exhibited a complete lack of decorum. All the troubles stemmed from his actions. Thus Chen Yang resolved to show no mercy. With a cold smirk, he responded, "The one-eyed man, it was Yang Ling who advised you not to leave, inciting you to provoke me. Did you think I wouldn't see through your intentions? Without Yang Ling's backing, you wouldn't dare to confront me, even if you had 100 lives. However, I am generous in my own way. If you seek a beating, I shall gladly oblige." The one-eyed man retorted with an expletive. Chen Yang's gaze turned icy as he delivered a fierce kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away. "Scram!" Chen Yang commanded coldly. "If you keep talking, I might just end your life and leave without a second thought." At these words, the one-eyed man shivered, no longer daring to exchange harsh words with Chen Yang. He found himself increasingly perplexed by Chen Yang, despite knowing he was acting on the orders of Master Yang. Chen Yang still seemed unfazed. Yet, it appeared that Chen Yang had no intention of killing him outright. The one-eyed man realized, despite the pain inflicted upon him, he had suffered no internal injuries, indicating Chen Yang had held back. Otherwise, with Chen Yang's prowess, he would never have stood a chance. He staggered to his feet, turned, and hastily departed in his car. Once the one-eyed man disappeared from view, Chen Yang returned to the house. Su Qing was no longer there. She had retreated to her own abode. Unable to comprehend Chen Yang's situation, she chose to distance herself, recognizing that her concerns would bear no fruit. At this moment, she had come to her senses and resolved to keep her distance from him. Chen Yang sighed inwardly, lamenting the lost opportunity. "Curse that one-eyed man for ruining my chances." Meanwhile, the one-eyed man drove his luxurious vehicle through the stillness of the night along a tree-lined road, illuminated by bright streetlights. All the surveillance cameras had been intentionally sabotaged. At the end of the road stood a young woman clad in black, her long hair flowing gracefully, cradling a green sword in her arms. Her attire resembled that of a beautiful assassin from a period drama, akin to a tranquil lotus in the night, seemingly merging with the darkness around her. The one-eyed man, accustomed to the streets, realized with sudden clarity that this woman's appearance was no coincidence. She was clearly targeting him. A wave of intense crisis surged within him, tightening his heart. At that moment, instead of applying the brakes, he pressed the accelerator with fervor. The luxurious vehicle surged forward as if invigorated, hurtling towards the girl in black like a bolt of lightning. Yet, the girl remained serene, just as the car was about to collide with her. She vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the one-eyed man seemed to glimpse a celestial being descending from the heavens, a sword flashing like a startled swan. Subsequently, the car lost its balance. The front tire burst, and the vehicle overturned uncontrollably. It skidded across the ground, sparking violently. The airbags deployed, cushioning the one-eyed man and saving him from disaster. He steadied himself amidst the violent shaking, and once the car came to a halt, he crawled out. Dizzy and unsteady, he rose to his feet, only to find the girl in black before him. She stood there, still clutching her azure sword, as if it had never left its sheath. Her beauty was exquisite, reminiscent of the ethereal little dragon girl from Jin Yong's novels. She regarded the one-eyed man with an icy stare. He immediately recognized her, terror gripping him as he exclaimed, "You are Qinglian, one of the 4 deadly strikes by Master Yang." The girl replied coolly, "Now that you have recognized me, will you take your own life, or shall I be the one to act?" The one-eyed man trembled in disbelief. He was aware of Qinglian's formidable reputation, though merely 18. Her swordplay was divine, her azure sword wielded with the power to repel even the supernatural. Among Master Yang's 4 deadly strikes, she was ranked second. Even Master Yang himself would find it challenging to face her unarmed. Why would Master Yang wish to kill me? The one-eyed man pondered in confusion. Fool! A voice emerged from the shadows, revealing Chen Yang. He approached slowly, stating, "Foolish one, do you still not comprehend? Even if I struck you, what of it? Your refusal to leave Bin Hai was your own fault. Should I have harmed you, the martial world would merely assert that you deserved it. If Yang Ling were to confront me over this, it would only be laughable. However, if I were to kill you for your insolence, then Yang Ling would have just cause to seek me out. Do you understand?" The one-eyed man inhaled sharply, Chen Yang's words enlightening him. Master Yang intended to eliminate him and framed Chen Yang for it. He finally grasped why Chen Yang, fully aware of his provocations, still chose to strike. It mattered little whether he was hit or not. Thus, Chen Yang simply took his frustrations out on him. In retrospect, he realized that the beating he received had been utterly in vain. Inwardly, the one-eyed man acknowledged Chen Yang as an extraordinarily astute individual, capable of discerning every nuance of the situation. At that moment, Chen Yang stood before Qinglian. She regarded him with a cold stare. Chen Yang grinned and said, "Little sister, am I not correct?" Qinglian replied icily, "What if you are right? What if you are not? Do you truly believe yourself to be exceptionally clever, with no miscalculations?" Chen Yang remarked, "Is it not so?" Qinglian replied, "Our young master had anticipated your arrival for rescue. He has instructed that should you come to save, both you and the one-eyed should be slain. Thus, it would be a clean resolution." Chen Yang paused momentarily, then responded, "That would indeed suffice. You may proceed to kill both me and the one-eyed. First, announce the demise of the one-eyed, then signal for vengeance, followed by the announcement of my death. This would certainly showcase your terrifying prowess, striking fear into the hearts of the world while preserving your dignity. A perfect resolution." He sighed softly and continued, "Yet, I find myself perplexed, dear sister. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Qinglian cast a cold glance at Chen Yang, and in an instant, she withdrew 3 meters away. The one-eyed was taken aback and exclaimed, "This is bad. She intends to draw her sword. We cannot allow her to do so." At that moment, his life was intricately linked to Chen Yang's, and naturally, he was inclined to support him. Unfortunately, the one-eyed's warning did not alert Chen Yang, who remained lazily rooted in place. Meanwhile, Qinglian had already unsheathed her sword. The azure blade glimmered like a pool of autumn water, exuding an icy chill under the streetlight, instantly evoking the imagery of a sword that could shake the heavens and earth. At this moment, the sword was unleashed. The one-eyed felt a surge of anxiety for Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, remained unfazed, stating, "Let her draw her sword. Do you think I am incapable of perceiving what even you, the one-eyed, can see?" The one-eyed was left speechless. Qinglian sneered, declaring, "You are merely a master still in the process of transformation. With this sword in hand, all masters below the golden elixir realm shall meet their demise." Chen Yang chucklet, "Dear sister, your cultivation is merely at the threshold of transformation. Moreover, I see you are infatuated with swordsmanship. Your progress has reached its limit, and further advancement is impossible. But killing you will be sufficient." Qinglian huffed disdainfully. Chen Yang added, "Well, if you cannot kill me, would you consider becoming my little wife instead?" Seeking death. Qinglian's eyes gleamed with cold light as she suddenly advanced. With a step forward, the ground cracked like a tortoiseshell beneath her feet. She surged towards Chen Yang like a bolt of lightning, her azure sword emanating the metallic scent of a furnace due to its swift motion. The air ignited with her searing presence, creating rippling waves. The sword tip quivered like countless silver stars, the blade twisting like a serpent, forming a zigzag pattern. This strike, unpredictable in its ascent and descent, was earth-shattering, leaving one utterly bewildered. Merely this strike was a stroke of genius, and Qinglian's reputation for lethal prowess was undoubtedly well-deserved. In that instant, Chen Yang found himself enveloped by a blinding radiance of sword light. With no escape in sight, under such pressure, most masters would succumb to fear. Yet, Chen Yang remained extraordinarily composed. He suddenly closed his eyes. In that fleeting moment, All sword intent and momentum dissipated. He accurately sensed that this strike aimed to pierce his throat. In a moment of urgency, he instinctively retracted his neck, narrowly evading the divine blade. Simultaneously, his fingers deftly reached towards the blade of the azure sword. As soon as he made contact, Chen Yang unleashed his unique Tianxin force with his 5 fingers. That explosive power could instantly shatter the Qing Feng sword into fragments. With a mere retraction of his head and a swift motion, Chen Yang had already demonstrated his extraordinary skills. However, the unparalleled Qinglian sword technique was not so easily subdued. The moment the sword missed its target, Qinglian sensed impending danger. Thus, the instant Chen Yang's fingers made contact, she violently rotated her sword body. At once, Chen Yang perceived the threat. Should he insist on advancing, his fingers would be severed in an instant. Chen Yang was compelled to withdraw, bending his body and darting towards Qinglian's side, engaging in close combat for the sword. Confronted with Qinglian's fierce blade, Chen Yang launched a relentless assault. Qinglian retreated rapidly, knowing that every inch gained was a step toward strength, and she could not allow Chen Yang to close the distance. With her sword raised high, she suddenly gripped it with both hands and struck down fiercely. This strike bore the intent of a wind-slicing blow, aiming to disembowel her adversary. Chapter 28. Untouchable and unassailable in a moment of peril, Chen Yang found himself directly in the path of the sword's tip. Yet, with an exquisite agility akin to that of a mountain goat leaping on a cliff, he deftly maneuvered behind Qinglian, evading the lethal strike. Without hesitation, Qinglian pivoted, unleashing a lightning-quick diagonal slash. Chen Yang, employing his eagle claw technique, reached out just in time to intercept the deadly arc aimed at his arm. The sudden clash between the two appeared to be a mere exchange of a few swift movements, yet the inherent danger rendered the onlooker, the one-eyed man, breathless with apprehension. Rather than retreating from Qinglian's blade, Chen Yang boldly countered by slamming his arm forward. Qinglian, momentarily taken aback, could not fathom that a mere mortal would dare withstand the edge of her sword. Confident in her prowess, she retaliated with a fierce strike, convinced that no arm could endure the force of her blade, not even that of the most formidable opponent. In an instant, Chen Yang's arm was severed. However, Qinglian soon sensed something amiss as she realized the force had dissipated. What she had cleaved was merely the fabric of his sleeve. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yang's arm surged forth from within the short sleeve like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea. With a decisive strike, his heavenly Xian finger technique struck her wrist, rendering her arm numb and causing the Qing Feng sword to slip from her grasp. Following this, Chen Yang delivered a powerful palm strike to Qinglian's chest. The impact sent her sprawling backward, blood spurting from her mouth, and she collapsed, unable to rise again. With a swift kick, he sent the Qing Feng sword soaring into the air, catching it deftly in his hands before applying strength to snap it, shattering the blade into 3 pieces. He casually discarded the remnants without a second thought. Qinglian, witnessing this destruction, turned pale as she coughed up more blood. Her deep bond with the Qing Feng sword, which he had cherished and slept beside each night, made its annihilation a profound blow. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating how best to deal with her. Naturally, he had no intention of allowing Qinglian to become his subordinate. Such folly was beneath him. In accordance with his usual conduct in Africa, Qinglian would have met a fatal end today. Yet, in his desire for a normal life back home, he hesitated to stain his hands with blood, to let her go. Even so, Yang Ling would not simply relent. It was clear, killing Qinglian would only present Yang Ling with further justification for vengeance against him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yang addressed Qinglian, stating, "Return to Yang Ling and inform him that the root of this conflict lies entirely with you. I have no desire to oppose you, and this matter ends here. Should he wish to continue, let him not blame me, Chen Yang, for resorting to any means necessary. Even a cornered rabbit will bite back, let alone I, Chen Yang." Struggling to her feet, Qinglian cast a venomous glare at him before turning to leave. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming frustration. This young beauty, what was her disposition? She had sought to take his life, and when he refused, she harbored resentment towards him. Did she truly believe that only his demise would bring her satisfaction? Once Qing Lian departed, the one-eyed man, anxious and fidgety, mustered the courage to approach Chen Yang, saying, "Brother Chen, I must admit I was blind to your greatness. If it weren't for you today, I would have perished long ago. Thank you for your magnanimity." Chen Yang held no affection for the one-eyed man and remarked, "Come now. You know full well that saving you is not out of any sense of forgiveness on my part." The one-eyed man, somewhat sheepish, replied, "What should I do now?" "You should leave Binhai immediately," Chen Yang advised. "Seek refuge at Shaolin Temple. Yang Ling, being a lay disciple of Shaolin, would certainly not create trouble for you there." The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. This was indeed a brilliant suggestion. He could not help but admire Chen Yang's wisdom even more. Chen Yang then returned to his rented room, feeling an overwhelming sense of gloom, as the entire situation had been instigated by the one-eyed man. This was truly an unforeseen calamity, one that he could not evade. At present, he feared that Yang Ling would not easily relent. Compounding the issue was the fact that he could only adopt a defensive stance. In the country, in order to protect Lin Qingxue, he had to maintain the image of a law-abiding citizen, free from any criminal record. Under such circumstances, Chen Yang was hesitant to confront Yang Ling. Entering Yang Ling's territory would likely lead to dire consequences. Chen Yang contemplated another course of action, to seek the mediation of a venerable figure in the martial arts community. However, finding a suitable elder capable of mediating the situation proved to be a daunting task. Yang Ling was a half-hearted member of the martial arts world, primarily identifying as a businessman. He would not easily accept mediation. For the moment, Chen Yang could not devise a viable plan and could only take things one step at a time. Now that the one-eyed man's troubles had dissipated, he wondered what pretext Yang Ling would fabricate to confront him next. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yang switched on the light. He tossed his shirt aside and took a moment to inhale the lingering fragrance of Su Qing that pervaded the space. Merely thinking of Su Qing set his blood aflame. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to desire. That wretched one-eyed man had arrived at the most inopportune time. He pondered whether he could seek out Su Qing now to make amends for what had been interrupted. In the sweltering heat of summer, his heart yearned for release. Restlessly agitated, yet he understood that he could not engage in such reckless behavior. Although he felt a certain inclination and longed for Su Qing's embrace, he had no intention of causing her harm. Otherwise, he would not have been forthright with her. In essence, Chen Yang did not wish to harm any woman. In the past, while socializing in bars, any mutual attraction with women was consensual, and he would generously reward them the following day. Thus, no woman harbored resentment towards him. Rather, some remained fondly attached, returning to the bars he frequented in hopes of encountering him again. Su Qing, however, was unlike those women from the bars, which is why Chen Yang could not simply indulge in the pleasures of her company without reservation. In his frustration, he resorted to imagining Su Qing's exquisite form in his mind, ultimately seeking relief in solitude. Only after that could he find some semblance of peace and retire to bed. The following morning dawned as bright and clear as ever. As the dawn cast its gentle light over the coastal city, the air was imbued with the briny scent of the sea. This vibrant and picturesque city by the shore truly represents an idyllic place to call home. Chen Yang arose as per his usual routine, yet found himself unable to resist the urge to accompany Su Qing to her workplace. Although he intended to create some distance, believing he had already made his feelings clear, he felt it rather unseemly to persist in such an entanglement. Nevertheless, he simply could not help himself. While Chen Yang was in the midst of his morning ablutions, he encountered Su Qing and could not suppress a broad smile as he called out, "Sister Qing." Su Qing cast him a complex glance, but chose not to respond. After finishing his grooming, Chen Yang opened the car door for her. However, Su Qing hesitated to enter the vehicle, prompting Chen Yang to quickly block her path. "Sister Qing, taking the bus is crowded and full of unsavory characters. I worry for your safety. Besides, I have no other engagements." A flicker of anger flashed in Su Qing's eyes as she directed her gaze at Chen Yang. "What exactly do you intend to do?" she inquired. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. "Sister Qing, could you grant me a little time?" My feelings for you are entirely sincere. Yet I find my mindset difficult to shift at present. Su Qing bit her lip, a glimmer of delight crossing her mind. After all, she harbored feelings for Chen Yang, and ultimately acquiesced to getting into the car. Chen Yang sighed with relief and eagerly took his place behind the wheel. Today, Su Qing donned a beige blazer that was both flattering and captivating. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yang could see the alluring curve of her neckline, enough to set his heart racing. Upon delivering Su Qing to Mu Jing's tea house, Chen Yang engaged in conversation with Mu Jing in the tea parlor. He recounted the events of the previous night, which took Mu Jing by surprise. Yang Ling will not let this matter lie. What are your plans moving forward? She asked. Chen Yang sighed in frustration. What plans could I possibly have? Mu Jing suggested, perhaps you could seek an elder for mediation. Chen Yang replied, I considered that. But who would I approach? Mu Jing continued, this is a serious affair. Regrettably, we seldom maintain contact with those seniors in the martial arts community. Consequently, finding someone willing to help may prove challenging. Besides, everyone knows this is a complicated predicament, and no one is eager to involve themselves. Chen Yang acknowledged her point, adding, moreover, I am reluctant to humble myself and plead for assistance. Mu Jing cautioned, you must exercise great caution. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Mu Jing then inquired, when will Su Qing be moving? Chen Yang momentarily hesitated. He wished to admire Su Qing's enchanting form a while longer. Reluctant to see her depart so soon, he replied, in a few days, though I won't specify an exact time. Mu Jing did not press further, simply stating, very well. What course of action Yang Ling would take next weighed heavily on Chen Yang's mind, leading him into a state of distress. Mu Jing also fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, they ultimately found themselves at an impasse. Chen Yang then bid farewell to Mu Jing and made his way to Yadai Company. Upon arriving at Yadai, Old Xia promptly informed Chen Yang, President Lin wants you to head to the office immediately. Chen Yang rubbed his nose and thought, great, more trouble? He nodded and replied, all right, I shall go now. The operations of the aid company were running smoothly. On his way, Chen Yang fortuitously encountered the marketing director, Zhao Xiaolei. This enchanting woman exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards Chen Yang, a fact attributed to his current popularity. However, that was merely one aspect. More significantly, Zhao Xiaolei found Chen Yang to possess an undeniable masculinity, exuding a remarkable vigor. As they exchanged flirtatious banter in the corridor, Chen Yang, gathering his courage, playfully pinched Zhao Xiaolei's dairy. To his surprise, the sensation was rather delightful. Rather than expressing anger, Zhao Xiaolei teasingly chided him, which left Chen Yang in high spirits. Upon arriving at the president's office, he unexpectedly encountered Tang Qingqing. She had returned as well, dressed in a striking red dress, radiating beauty akin to that of a fairy. Upon seeing Chen Yang, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Chapter 29. The meeting with the female supervisor Lin Qingxue was once again adorned in a crisp white suit, exuding an air of cool professionalism. Damn, Chen Yang, you're late again, Tang Qingqing chided, her small fists clenched. I might have to dock your pay. Noticing Tang Qingqing's vibrant demeanor, Chen Yang felt his spirits lift. He chuckled. Go ahead and dock it. After all, I'm broke and will blame you for not being able to marry. Dan Qingqing sculpt. How could a radiant flower like me be wasted on a pile of cow dung like you? Chen Yang grinned. A flower thrives best when planted in rich soil. You know, Tang Qingqing retorted, in your dreams. Just so you know, women are like fine clothing. I'm a brand you simply cannot afford. Chen Yang laugid heartily. I don't wear women's clothing, but I do appreciate when women are without it. Tang Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she spat. You rogue, Chen Yang. Observing the escalating banter between them, Lin Qingxue cleared her throat. All right. Is it that unbearable for you two to meet without bickering? Chen Yang grinned and took a seat beside Tang Qingqing, who didn't move away, as she didn't truly despise him at heart. Lin Qingxue paused for a moment before speaking. Chen Yang, I've invited you here today to share some good news. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, instinctively inquiring, what good news? Lin Qingxue smiled gently. For this matter, we must extend our gratitude to Qingqing. Chen Yang turned to Tang Qingqing with a puzzled expression. At that moment, she seemed a bit shy and said, I just found out that my grandfather is quite the master, holding a significant reputation in Foshan. I mentioned our situation to him, and he said it involves the Shaolin secular disciples, making things quite complicated. However, he is willing to join forces with several esteemed elders to personally visit Jiangnan City and seek out the young master of the Yang family from the Yang group. We can then sit down and discuss how to resolve this enmity. Chen Yang's heart leaped with joy. It was as if a pillow was being offered, just as one felt drowsy. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind about whether Tang Qingqing's grandfather could truly handle this situation. What is your grandfather's name? Chen Yang asket. Dan Qingqing Zipli. All right, I see, Chen Yang said, taking a deep breath. You all stay here. I have some matters to attend to first. With that, he exited the executive office. Unfamiliar with having recently returned from abroad, Chen Yang was entirely oblivious to the current state of the martial arts community in China. After leaving the office, he made his way to the security break room, where he called Mu Jing to inquire about. Upon learning of Tang Qingqing's connection to him and his plans to mediate the conflict, Mu Jing was instantly elated. With a hearty laugh, she exclaimed, Chen Yang, you truly have the luck of the gods. Foshan is a sacred ground for martial arts, and this elder is revered as the martial king of Foshan, with tremendous prestige. With him advocating for you, I believe Yang Ling will undoubtedly show him the respect he deserves. Chen Yang touched his nose, feeling somewhat discontented with this reliance on others. However, resolving such a significant dilemma was certainly commendable. He let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was good to have it settled. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang reclined on a bamboo chair, enjoying the gentle breeze from the electric fan, which brought him immense comfort. The day unfolded peacefully with a tranquil ambience. Chen Yang felt relaxed, wandering about, occasionally teasing Zhao Xiaolei and playfully bothering Tang Qingqing. His days were indeed delightful. As the afternoon approached and work was nearing its end, Chen Yang lay languidly in the bamboo chair, while several junior security guards fanned him, listening to his boastful tales. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolei arrived. This stunning woman, clad in a black miniskirt, showcased her alluring and perfectly shaped thighs. Her figure was truly captivating. Upon her arrival, the junior security guards instantly grew tense. For although Zhao Xiaolei was enchanting, she also possessed a commanding presence. Any ordinary individual would feel diminished in her presence. Yet, Chen Yang had never harbored such self-awareness, which was precisely why Zhao Xiaolei had developed a particular disdain for him. Upon entering, Zhao Xiaolei instructed the security guards, "You may leave for a moment. I have some work-related matters to discuss with Chen Yang." The guards promptly scattered. Zhao Xiaolei casually closed the door behind her. The dimly lit break room quickly took on a shadowy aura, and an inexplicable wave of sensuality permeated the air. Chen Yang immediately felt a surge of nervousness and excitement. Could it be that Zhao Xiaolei intended to offer herself to him? He mused that he wouldn't mind, but the setting was undeniably provocative. As Zhao Xiaolei drew near, Chen Yang caught a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance. He sat up abruptly, realizing he was losing control. "Sister Xiaolei, what do you need? If there's anything I can assist you with, just let me know, and I'll attend to it immediately." At that moment, he dared not jest in her presence. Zhao Xiaolei chuckled softly, approaching him and unexpectedly settling herself on his lap. Chen Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Sister Xiaolei." His throat grew dry. With a playful laugh, Zhao Xiaolei wrapped her arms around his neck and teased, "Aren't you the bold one? Why are you suddenly so timid?" Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly, finding himself perplexed by her intentions. Zhao Xiaolei continued, "Are you free tonight? Come over to my place for dinner." This was undeniably a clear signal of flirtation. Chen Yang's heart raced with excitement, yet he quickly replied, I'm busy." How could he jest? He still needed to pick up Su Qing from work. Su Qing wouldn't be here for many more days, and he couldn't afford to miss that. Moreover, he had promised Su Qing that he would take some time to adjust. He must not err before even embarking on this journey of change. A gentleman may appreciate beauty, but it must be pursued in a principled manner. Zhao Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Chen Yang would refuse her. Her gaze dimmed as she inquired, "Why?" Chen Yang, unwilling to offend such a captivating beauty, quickly donned a sorrowful expression and replied, "Believe me, I would love nothing more than to dine at your home, Sister Xiaolei. However, President Lin and Minister Tang have requested my company this evening." Zhao Xiaolei's countenance softened instantly, and she suggested, "Then why don't you come to my house for a late-night snack?" Chen Yang was stunned. This woman was indeed quite bold. He replied, "All right," though he had no intention of actually going. He was well aware of his own proclivities. Should he truly attend, he would inevitably succumb. For now, he decided to acquiesce, intending to concoct some excuse to decline later. Upon hearing Chen Yang's agreement, Zhao Xiaolei's face lit up with joy. "It's settled then," she exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before gracefully departing, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Chen Yang's first instinct was to wipe away the lipstick mark from his cheek. Being a seasoned player, he would not allow any traces to remain for others to see. Once Zhao Xiaolei had left, several gossiping security guards rushed in, surrounding Chen Yang with inquiries. Not one to provide them with fodder for gossip, he solemnly declared. "Supervisor Zhao mentioned that our building may not be peaceful lately and that there could be someone in our ranks who has been compromised by outsiders. She advised me to stay vigilant." The guards' faces turned pale at this revelation, and they immediately pledged their loyalty. Chen Yang, maintaining a serious demeanor, added, "I trust you all, but please do not spread this matter around." The guards promptly affirmed their understanding. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the situation. Zhao Xiaolei's interest in him was not out of a desire for a serious relationship. Rather, she was a flirtatious woman who often used her charm to please various clients. Noticing Chen Yang's masculine aura, she simply wished to engage in a fleeting romance. In the past, Chen Yang would have eagerly pursued a woman like Zhao Xiaolei. But now that he had met Su Qing, he felt as though he had turned a new leaf. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yang arrived punctually in his Xiaoli car to pick up Su Qing from work. As the bodyguard and driver for Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, he often neglected his duties toward them. Both Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were aware of Chen Yang's nature and were forgiving. With the formidable Wu Wanghua Tianzong stepping in, everyone, be it Chen Yang, Mu Jing, or Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing, felt a great sense of relief. Upon arriving at the tea house, Su Qing was already preparing to leave. As soon as Chen Yang arrived, she naturally got into the car. With Mu Jing absent, Chen Yang did not linger at the tea house. On the way back, the sunset blazed brilliantly. The main road sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a golden pathway. It was a beautiful day, and the road ahead seemed like a boulevard of happiness. As Chen Yang drove, he turned to Su Qing and asked, "Sister Qing, what would you like to eat tonight?" "My treat." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Let us just buy some groceries and cook at home." Chen Yang found himself in a bit of a predicament, which did not go unnoticed by Su Qing. She inquired, "Do you not enjoy the meals I prepare?" "Of course not," Chen Yang replied, effortlessly weaving sweet words into his response. "I'm merely worried that you might be overexerting yourself." At his words, Su Qing felt a warmth spread through her heart. She smiled softly and replied, "It's really not that much trouble." Consequently, Chen Yang acquiesced to her wishes, and together they ventured to the supermarket to procure ingredients. After completing their shopping, they returned to their rented apartment. While cooking, Chen Yang dutifully assisted by washing and preparing the vegetables. The bright lights cast a warm glow, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and affectionate. Chapter 30. The murder case. Su Qing suddenly voiced her reluctance to reside in the house that Mu had mentioned. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. His heart brimmed with joy, yet he found himself entangled in a web of conflict. Why? The conditions there were far superior to those here. After preparing a dish, Su Qing meticulously wiped the edges of the plate with a cloth. She stated, "It's for no particular reason. I simply do not wish to be beholden to anyone." Chen Yang noticed a flicker of displeasure cross Su Qing's face, prompting him to respond, "Very well, I shall inform Jing that you will not be going." In truth, Chen Yang was quite perceptive. It was evident that Su Qing harbored a desire to remain close. If she were to move to Mu Jing's residence, their encounters would inevitably diminish. Chen Yang could not possibly join her there. Doing so would alter the dynamics of their relationship, transforming it into something akin to cohabitation, which would not bode well for either of them, particularly not for Su Qing's parents. In their current arrangement, they had ample opportunity to spend time together, allowing them to evade the scrutiny of others. Su Qing wished to grant Chen Yang a little more time to adjust his mindset. Consequently, Chen Yang relinquished his internal struggle regarding his conscience. He was utterly captivated by Su Qing, unable to detach himself from her. The prospect of seeing her bathe each evening was undeniably exquisite. However, Chen Yang remained uncertain about one matter, whether, upon truly possessing Su Qing's body, he could maintain the same demeanor as before. He lacked confidence in himself, which was the root of his hesitance to fully infringe upon Su Qing's boundaries. After dinner, Su Qing tidied up the dishes, and they exchanged goodnights before Chen Yang retreated to his room. At 10 o'clock, Su Qing went to the bathroom to bathe. The sound of water cascading through the air. Chen Yang instantly sprang up, his heart racing with excitement. This was the moment he cherished most. The unattainable often holds the greatest allure. Chen Yang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His hand involuntarily ventured into his trousers, just as he was engulfed in pleasure. His phone rang unexpectedly, startling him. He answered the call, only to find it was Zhao Xiaolei on the line. "Chen Yang, do you have a moment?" she cooed. Chen Yang, in a hurry, replied, "I don't have time today. Let us talk later," and promptly hung up. Following that, he hurried back to his previous spot to continue his clandestine observations. Fortunately, Su Qing's bathing was not a swift affair, allowing Chen Yang to pursue his endeavors. After indulging, he contentedly sank into bed, reflecting on his own depravity. Zhao Xiaolei awaited him with earnest intent, yet he chose to indulge in his own desires instead. That night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Yang escorted Su Qing to work. Upon seeing her, his mind was flooded with images of her during her bath, which stirred a tumult of emotions within him. After bidding her farewell, he drove to Yadai Company to commence his day. Upon arriving at the office, he was greeted by Zhao Xiaolei, who regarded him with a look of deep longing. Chen Yang merely chuckled awkwardly, opting to say little in response. Zhao Xiaolei, sensing his disinterest, turned away without further comment. Chen Yang felt no sorrow. Despite Zhao Xiaolei's beauty, his heart remained tethered to Su Qing. However, Chen Yang was acutely aware of the woman's rather promiscuous lifestyle and was reluctant to entangle himself with her. After all, Yadai Company was not a bar where one could simply part ways after a fleeting night. Unexpectedly, during the noon hour, the previously tranquil Yadai Company was disrupted. Two blaring police cars hastily pulled up in front of the company's building. Chen Yang, engrossed in a game of landlord with his colleagues in the security break room, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety as he heard the commotion. Could it be that they were here for him? Regardless of the situation, Chen Yang was not one to retreat. He tossed down his cards and declared, "Let us go take a look." The security personnel, ever loyal to Chen Yang, followed him out of the break room. The sun shone brightly overhead as they stepped outside. Chen Yang observed that 6 police officers had emerged from the 2 vehicles, all clad in identical royal blue uniform shirts. Among them was a striking female officer at the forefront. She wore a matching blue shirt and a police cap, her expression cool and composed, exuding an air of confidence. This officer, named Chen Moya, was 24 years old and carried a loaded revolver at her waist, a rarity for officers not on official duty, but she was an exception. As Chen Yang approached the group, his gaze instinctively wandered to Chen Moya's figure, a habit he had developed over time, mentally assessing her attributes. A 36C, quite commendable, he noted. Chen Moya immediately sensed his gaze, and her expression turned frosty. Although she felt the urge to reprimand him for his indiscreet glance, she refrained, recognizing that it was not a suitable reason to confront him. Chen Yang, unfazed, smiled and said, "What brings such a lovely lady here?" His demeanor was that of a rogue. Chen Moya shot him a cold glance and inquired, "Who is the person in charge here?" Chen Yang, though playful in speech, remained cautious. "What do you need with our supervisor? Our general manager Lin is not someone just anyone can meet." Impatient with Chen Yang's banter, Chen Moya asked, "What's your name?" "I am Xia Boitao, the head of security here." "What is the matter?" Chen Yang replied. The other security guards were momentarily taken aback. but none chose to expose his pretense. Chen Moya's eyes lit up as she asked, "Do you have an employee named Chen Yang?" A wave of unease washed over Chen Yang. So, they were indeed here for him. Yet, he had committed no crime. What was the situation? While his mind raced with uncertainty, he maintained a calm facade and said, "Yes, I do have someone named Chen Yang. Is there something you need from him?" "Have him come out," Chen Moya commanded coldly. "That can be arranged, but you must first explain the purpose of your visit," Chen Yang replied. This young man is quite the exemplary individual, well-rounded in character, intellect, and physical prowess. The security guards, initially apprehensive upon seeing the police officers arrive, could not help but chuckle at Chen Yang's boastful demeanor. However, they restrained their laughter, fearing repercussions. Chen Mo Yao cast a cold glance at Chen Yang and stated, "Confidential information cannot be divulged. Bring him out immediately." Chen Yang lazily replied, "Oh, where he is located is also a secret, and I cannot disclose it." A male officer behind Chen Mo Yao stepped forward aggressively, reprimanding, "If you continue this nonsense, you will be obstructing law enforcement. If you wish to avoid spending time in detention, you will answer our questions promptly. No one here is in the mood for your antics." With a chuckle, Chen Yang retorted, "Oh dear, what authority you possess, officer. I am truly frightened. Come arrest me." He extended his hands mockingly. The officer, incensed, produced a shiny pair of handcuffs, ready to restrain Chen Yang. With a smiling demeanor, Chen Yang warned, "Let me inform you. I am acquainted with several prominent figures on Weibo. Han Han is a good friend of mine. If you dare to cuff me, I will expose your misconduct on Weibo, accusing you of arbitrary law enforcement and oppressing innocent citizens." The officer froze at this remark, genuinely intimidated by the prospect of public exposure, which would surely incur the wrath of his superiors. He retreated, visibly deflated. Chen Mo Yao, unimpressed, remarked, "You, a supposed innocent citizen? You are merely a troublemaker." After issuing orders to her team, she commanded, "Xiao Zhao, guard the entrance and ensure no one leaves. We will proceed to locate the person in charge." With that, Chen Mo Yao and the remaining officers entered the building. Chen Yang, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of concern. Why were these officers seeking him? He had committed no crime. Though perplexed, he was certain that their arrival was linked to Yongling, who clearly had no intention of letting matters rest. As he pondered the unfolding events, Old Xia suddenly emerged from the building, calling out to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, what is going on?" The officers halted, turning their attention to him. "You are Chen Yang?" The male officer glared menacingly. With a grin, Chen Yang replied, "Indeed. I am Chen Yang. Your excitement is futile. I am not interested in men." The officer sneered, "You may be quick with your words now, but you will soon find yourself in tears." With that, Chen Mo Yao approached Chen Yang, revealing a pair of gleaming handcuffs. "Mr. Chen, we suspect you are connected to a murder case. Please accompany us for questioning." Even Chen Yang, usually composed, was taken aback. "Murder? Who have I murdered?" Around him, the security guards paled at the accusation. Chen Mo Yao tightened the cuffs around Chen Yang's wrists. 2 days ago, you assaulted the manager of a mobile phone store, Han Yumei, at the Guangbu Tun store, did you not? Chen Yang nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed. That woman is quite robust. You cannot possibly tell me she has passed away?" Chen Mo Yao replied, "She succumbed to a heart attack this morning at 8 o'clock. Chen Yang let out a small sigh of relief and said, "It occurred 2 days ago. What does it have to do with me?" Chen Mo Yao continued, "Han Yumei's family claims that ever since you struck her, her health has deteriorated, leading to heart complications. Han Yumei has no prior history of heart disease. You are the catalyst in this matter. Thus, we require your cooperation in the investigation." Chen Yang responded, "Very well then." Chapter 31. The ruthless young master Chen Yang found himself unable to resist the police, for he was in his homeland, a place governed by the rule of law. Any act of defiance would tarnish his family's reputation irreparably, leaving him incapable of safeguarding Lin Qingxue. Soon, Chen Yang was escorted into a police vehicle. In the front passenger seat sat Chen Moya, while 2 officers stood guard beside him. Chen Yang remained silent, lost in contemplation about whether Han Yumei's death was a mere accident or malicious plot. Was Yongling involved? This question weighed heavily on his mind. When he had confronted Han Yumei, though he had struck with considerable force, he had exercised restraint. How could she have died so suddenly? It was exceedingly suspicious. Indeed, when events deviate from the norm, they often bear a sinister undertone. The police station where Chen Moya worked was the South District Police Station. Upon entering, Chen Yang was led into a small interrogation room devoid of windows, illuminated harshly by a glaring white lamp. Chen Moya and the two officers took their seats opposite him. The room exuded an oppressive atmosphere, deliberately crafted to unsettle. "What is your name?" Chen Moya inquired. "Are you not already aware?" "It's Chen Yang," he replied, somewhat miffed. One of the officers, with a menacing glare, retorted, "Just answer the questions without the nonsense, understood?" Chen Yang chuckled. "What if I don't understand?" The officer was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered someone as audacious as Chen Yang. "Are you looking to hit me? Go ahead, I'll expose you immediately." Chen Yang taunted. Chen Moya interjected coldly. "You might want to consider whether you'll spend the rest of your days in prison." Chen Yang replied, "Prison is far from pleasant. I have no intention of making it my final abode." "Perhaps that decision will not be yours to make," Chen Moya stated. With a grin, Chen Yang responded, "My dear, I assure you, I will not languish in prison. I am inherently timid, so much so that the sight of a chicken being slaughtered would render me faint. What kind of upstanding citizen would I be if I were a murderer?" As Chen Yang declared his timidity, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of Chen Moya and her colleagues. Frankly, Chen Moya had encountered numerous offenders before. Regardless of their nefarious deeds outside, they all turned docile within the interrogation room. Yet, this Chen Yang presented himself as a brazen rogue. Without engaging in further banter, Chen Moya pressed on, "What is your age?" 24, Chen Yang replied, this time without jesting. "Ethnicity? Han. Gender?" A strange expression crossed Chen Yang's face as he pondered. "Shouldn't it be male?" Chen Moya took notes, finding the question somewhat odd. After recording his answer, she requested that he surrender his identification and all personal belongings, including his keychain. Once this was completed, Chen Moya coldly inquired, 2 days ago, on the morning of June 18th at 9 a.m., "Did you brutally assault Miss Hanyume?" Chen Yang remarked, "Indeed, I did strike her, but it hardly qualifies as barbaric." Chen Mo Yao responded, "So you are admitting to it?" Chen Yang affirmed, "Yes, I confess to having assaulted her. However, I do not concede to having taken a life." Chen Mo Yao diligently recorded his words, her gaze icy. She continued, "Hanyume's health was robust until your assault, after which her kidneys began to deteriorate, leading to her demise this morning." Chen Yang retorted, "Her renal failure is of no concern to me. I am quite adept at gauging the severity of my actions." In that moment, he became utterly certain that this matter was tied to Yang Ling. Such a cunning individual, Yang Ling. Whether you are responsible remains to be investigated. Rising from her seat, Chen Mo Yao declared, "For now, we shall detain you at the holding facility. Once we have gathered sufficient evidence and clarified the situation, we shall proceed with further actions regarding you." After speaking, she stood to leave. Suddenly, Chen Yang interjected, "Wait a moment." Chen Mo Yao turned back to him, asking, "Yes?" With a charming smile, Chen Yang said, "Beautiful sister, you exude such grace. Surely your background is quite remarkable. You could pursue a more advantageous path. Why choose to serve as a mere team leader at the grassroots level?" She dismissed his inquiry, uninterested in continuing the conversation. Chen Yang smiled slightly and added, "I see. You must possess a strong sense of justice. You aspire to uphold righteousness, and being a police officer is your dream. Am I correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Mo Yao's eyes, for he had indeed spoken the truth. Her father was the mayor of a neighboring city, hailing from a prominent political family. If she desired a more prosperous career, she could easily refine her skills in a more promising governmental position. Yet, she found no satisfaction in such prospects. Her ambition was to be a police officer imbued with a sense of justice. Chen Yang, astute in his observations, continued thus, "You must harbor a particular disdain for men like me who strike women, correct?" Chen Mo Yao's eyes revealed unmasked loathing as she replied, "Indeed." Chen Yang grinned. "Then you would never wrongfully accuse an innocent person, would you?" "Of course not," she asserted. With a wide smile, Chen Yang expressed, "I hope you will thoroughly investigate who Han Yume truly was." Chen Mo Yao looked at him, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that Han Yu may desert her fate?" After a brief pause, she added, even if she did, you do not possess the authority to enact her punishment. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. No need to be agitated. Han Yumei is already deceased, and I prefer not to speak ill of the departed. My request for you to investigate is to clarify that I am not some deranged individual bent on her destruction. Furthermore, whether her death was due to my actions will soon be revealed. Qin Mo Yao gazed deeply at Chen Yang, but chose not to utter another word. She then exited the interrogation room, while Chen Yang was escorted directly to the detention area. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing soon learned of this incident. They hastened to the South District Police Station, where the two women requested to see Chen Yang, only to be denied entry. In desperation, Lin Qingxue sought the assistance of her uncle, a man entrenched in the political realm. Naturally, when Lin Qingxue had a request, he obliged. Thus, half an hour later, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing were granted their wish to meet Chen Yang. He arrived in handcuffs, escorted by two police officers into an isolation room, where they communicated through glass. The two women were deeply concerned for Chen Yang, with Tang Qingqing exhibiting palpable anxiety, while Lin Qingxue maintained her composure and asked in a steady voice, "What is the situation?" Both remained in the dark, only aware of the accusation that Chen Yang had committed murder. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang replied, "Yang Ling is behind this." Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing's faces turned ashen. Tang Qingqing exclaimed, "I will contact my grandfather immediately." Chen Yang nodded, preferring to say no more, as elaborating would only heighten their distress. Lin Qingxue pressed, "Why are they claiming you killed someone? What truly transpired?" He recounted the incident where he had collected wages for Su Qing, emphasizing, "I absolutely did not lay hands on Han Yumei with any intent to harm. As a martial artist, I possess complete control over my strength." The assertion that Han Yumei died from renal failure clearly indicates that she was injured by a master using hidden force. How could this be resolved? Lin Qingxue's anxiety intensified upon hearing this. Chen Yang smiled reassuringly, stating, "You need not worry about me. I would like to see Mu Jing. Please inform her. She can assist me." Lin Qingxue promptly agreed. Subsequently, the two women took their leave from Chen Yang. It is worth noting that their conversation and its content were recorded by surveillance cameras, which would undoubtedly reach Qin Mo Yao that evening. After exiting the police station, Tang Qingqing immediately called her grandfather, Hua Tianzong. Upon hearing the news, he was taken aback. "Grandfather, you must find a way to save Chen Yang," Tang Qingqing said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hua Tianzong responded solemnly, "We have just arrived in Jiangnan City, and the news has reached us. However, Yang Ling is reportedly out of town. We are awaiting his return." Tang Qingqing, not one to be easily fooled, countered, "Is he deliberately avoiding you? Does he wish to see Chen Yang perish?" Hua Tianzong sighed. Yang Ling was indeed a formidable figure. His avoidance left Hua Tianzong powerless. Should Chen Yang meet his end, it would be difficult to hold Yang Ling accountable. Reflecting on Yang Ling's ruthless tactics left a bitter taste. After hanging up, both Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue fell into silence, once more confronted with the grim realities of societal darkness. Such individuals could manipulate the law, society, and even lives with ease. After her futile plea to Hua Tianzong, Tang Qingqing swiftly accompanied Lin Qingxue to meet Mu Jing. At Mu Jing's tea house, they found her present along with Su Qing. Both were astonished to learn of Chen Yang's arrest, particularly Su Qing, whose complexion turned pale upon hearing of Han Yumei's demise. At that moment, she felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. She realized that this time, Chen Yang was undoubtedly doomed. The death of a person carries immense gravity. "Sister Mu," Chen Yang said, "only you can save him." Lin Qingxue replied solemnly, "Please, you must assist us. Whatever cooperation you require, do not hesitate to articulate it." Mu Jing couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, "It is evident that this incident was orchestrated by Yang Ling, who is resolutely intent on claiming Chen Yang's life. Even the venerable Hua Tianzong is powerless in this matter. So what can I possibly do?" The three women, Lin Qingxue and her companions, were engulfed in deeper sorrow. Mu Jing then continued, "While I find myself at a loss, that does not imply that Chen Yang is without options. He has indicated that he possesses a means to save himself, suggesting he wishes to see me and requires my assistance with certain tasks. Very well, I shall first go to meet Chen Yang. Su Qing immediately responded, President Mu, I shall accompany you. Chapter 32. The Great Assassination. Mu Jing nodded in agreement. Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing expressed their desire to accompany her as well. Upon their arrival at the police station, the officers were taken aback. What charm did this little rascal, Chen Yang, possess that could make so many beautiful women yearn for him? Meeting Chen Yang posed little difficulty, largely due to Lin Qingxue's connections. When Su Qing first laid eyes on Chen Yang, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she murmured, I am sorry. Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that everything was her fault. Upon witnessing her tears, Chen Yang broke into a grin and reassured her, Sister Qing, this is not your fault. Even without the incident involving Han Yumei, Yang Ling would have found other means to deal with me. Wiping away her tears, Su Qing asked, How can I assist you? Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Just take care of yourself. I will be out before long. His words were casual, but no one present could bring themselves to believe him. Tang Qingqing and Lin Qingxue quietly shed tears. In contrast, Mu Jing remained composed and said, Tell me how I can help you. With a slight smile, Chen Yang replied, Sister Jing, you understand me well. All I need is for you to make a phone call and inform that person about my situation. What is the phone number? Mu Jing inquired. Chen Yang replied, Extend your hand. Unbeknownst to him, the presence of surveillance cameras meant he would never disclose the number aloud. Mu Jing understood this implicitly and promptly extended her hand. Chen Yang wrote the number on her palm. Mu Jing committed it to memory and then asked, Are you certain this will suffice? Chen Yang assured her, I know what to do. At that moment, he exuded a calmness akin to a mountain. The more perilous the situation, the more composed he became. Mu Jing nodded, I shall take care of it right away. Rising to leave, she acknowledged that Chen Yang was an enigma she could not fully decipher. Chen Yang turned to Su Qing and said, Sister Qing, there is a capable and righteous female officer here, someone trustworthy. Currently, she harbors a strong disdain for me, likely believing I am not a real man for having struck Han Yumei. Please help me explain the circumstances surrounding that incident to her. A change in her attitude would greatly assist me. Su Qing quickly responded, Of course. Subsequently, Tang Qingqing and the others sought out Qin Moya. Throughout the day, Qin Moya had been occupied, first visiting the mobile phone store in Guangbutan to gather information about the incident, then heading to Han Yumei's residence, before finally returning to the police station. By the time she arrived at the station, it was already 7 in the evening and a crescent moon hung in the sky. As soon as she settled in, the officers reported that Su Qing and her companions wished to see her. Naturally, Mu Jing had already left to attend to the tasks Chen Yang had entrusted to her. Qin Moya swiftly met with Su Qing and the other 2 women, from whom she gleaned an overall understanding of the situation. Having had prior knowledge of Han Yumei's character, her aversion to Chen Yang had lessened. Coupled with Su Qing's explanation, her conviction in his innocence grew stronger. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Qingxue, Tang Qingqing, and Su Qing had already departed from the police station. Qi Meiyao once again summoned Chen Yang into the interrogation room. Despite a long day of labor, her spirits remained high, and her work ethic was meticulous. The heat of the weather caused strands of her hair to cling to her beautiful cheeks, adding a touch of allure to her striking appearance. Remarkably, she exuded an indescribable fragrance. Chen Yang's gaze wandered over Qin Meiyao's figure, marveling at her extraordinary beauty. He couldn't help but wonder which fortunate man would have the privilege of sharing her bed. Noticing the frivolousness in Chen Yang's eyes, Qin Meiyao cleared her throat and said, Please be serious. Chen Yang immediately straightened up, obediently listening. Qin Meiyao continued, I have a general understanding of the situation. Who exactly is Yang Ling? Are you suggesting he is responsible for this? Did he also murder Han Yumei? Chen Yang nodded affirmatively, Indeed. Yang Ling is a lay disciple of Shaolin and currently the CEO of the Yang Group in Jiangnan City. You can verify this. He is likely a celebrated entrepreneur as well. The incident stemmed from. He then recounted how the one-eyed man had attempted to take over Lin Qingxue's company, omitting any mention of Luo Run, merely stating that a disciple had defeated him. thus tarnishing the Shaolin disciple's reputation. So, in order to regain his honor, he resorts to killing an innocent person. Chen Yang appeared incredulous before asking, "Do you have any evidence?" Chen Yang replied, "Evidence? In such matters, where would one find proof?" Chen Yang's expression darkened. "So, this is merely your conjecture. I cannot assist you under these circumstances." Chen Yang rubbed his nose and said, "If you were to visit Han Yumei's home now, I would wager that her body has already been cremated. You won't find a trace." Chen Yang's complexion shifted slightly. "Han Yumei's body is currently under special protection. It cannot be cremated." "Where's her body?" Chen Yang inquired. "In the hospital's morgue," Chen Yang responded. "Chen Yang lazily suggested." "I advise you to check it out now." Chen Yang immediately rose, and Chen Yang followed suit. He suddenly approached her from behind, tapping her shoulder, and said, "Since I am confined in here, could you possibly remove my handcuffs?" Chen Yang glanced at him and replied directly, "No." After that, she departed. A playful smile crept across Chen Yang's lips, for he had swiftly pilfered the gun from Chen Yang's waist and concealed it under his arm. His concealment was artful. During his time abroad, he had mastered the intricate art of hiding weapons. In that fleeting moment, even the cameras in the interrogation room could not capture Chen Yang's actions. Driven by a fierce sense of justice, Chen Yang sensed that this matter was far from simple. Numerous clues indicated that Han Yumei's death was indeed suspicious. It was a turn of events that Yang Ling had not anticipated. He never anticipated that among the ranks of the police, there would be a figure like Chen Yang. With her distinctive personality, she was inherently ill-suited for life within the confines of a team, for she was an anomaly. However, the perilous truth remained that her formidable background allowed her to thrive despite this. The adage that the weak adapt to their environment while the strong reshape it rings true in her case. Upon arriving at the precinct's courtyard, Chen Yang was poised to call the officer stationed at the morgue. Unexpectedly, the phone rang first, and it was the very officer from the morgue who called. "Captain Chen, the family of Han Yumei has forcibly taken her body. They insist on burying her promptly." Chen Yang was taken aback, momentarily disregarding everything else. "Quickly, stop them. They must not cremate her," she urged. "Understood," responded the officer. Without delay, Chen Yang ended the call and sped towards the funeral home in her police vehicle. At 10 o'clock that evening, the South District Police Station was enveloped in silence, a silence no different from any other night. Chen Yang languished in the detention room, beset by ennui. The room was stark, furnished only with a bed and a toilet, illuminated by harsh, cold light. He felt no trace of fatigue. Suddenly, the lights went out. In fact, the entire South District had lost power. In an instant, all the towering buildings and commercial establishments succumbed to an oppressive darkness. The police station, too, was shrouded in shadow. In the detention room, a glint of cold light flickered in Chen Yang's eyes. He realized that Yang Ling was once again orchestrating chaos. He had already surmised Yang Ling's next move. The first objective was to incinerate Han Yumei's body, thereby eradicating all evidence. The second step involved dispatching an assassin to eliminate him. Following his demise, the assassin would abscond with his corpse in a police vehicle, which would then meet with an unfortunate accident, leading to death and destruction. This would frame him as a fugitive who met a tragic end, ultimately reaping the consequences of his misdeeds. The entire affair would resolve seamlessly. Once word of this reached the martial arts community, they would be gripped by trepidation at Yang Ling's cunning. Yet, no trace of his involvement would be discernible, leaving everyone speechless. However, the reality of the events would be well known among them. Yang Ling's stratagem was exceedingly clever. In truth, Chen Yang had anticipated everything. Yang Ling commanded 4 elite assassins, each a master of their trade. This time, with the primary assassin, Mo dispatched abroad on a mission, Yang Ling had opted to send the remaining 3 to eliminate Chen Yang, a testament to the regard in which he held him. The 3 assassins were sword-killed Qing Lian, whose prowess was indisputable despite her previous defeat to Chen Yang. Yet, her Qing foam sword had been damaged. In this operation, Qing Lian was tasked with sabotaging the power station in the South District, aiming to plunge the entire area into darkness for a minute. Once the power was cut, emergency services would activate after that interval. The current blackout indicated that Qin Lian had succeeded. The other two elite assassins were the heavy fist killer, Lei Bao, and the wind chaser killer, Lin Dong. Thunderstorm, now in his 40th year, once reigned as the undisputed champion of underground boxing in Southeast Asia. His fists imbued with ferocity and an aura of menace. Eventually, he was subdued by Yangling. Initially, Thunderstorm practiced the fierce ox power frenzy fist. But under Yangling's guidance, he mastered the authentic Shaolin great power Vajra fist. This synthesis of styles rendered Thunderstorm's strikes unparalleled. A single blow from him could topple an elephant, and he could unleash 236 kicks within a mere 10 seconds. In contrast, Lin Dong possessed a more delicate demeanor, wielding the Amei wind-piercing stab with lethal finesse, striking unseen. Together, they embodied a harmonious blend of strength and grace. Having undoubtedly dispatched countless masters, this synergy was precisely why Yangling dispatched them to eliminate Chen Yang. Having conducted thorough research on Chen Yang's capabilities, Yangling was resolute in his belief that Chen Yang was doomed. At the moment of the power outage at the South District Police Station, Thunderstorm and Lin Dong surged into the detention room like phantoms, their time constrained to a mere minute. While a minute may seem fleeting to the ordinary for masters, it is a span in which myriad actions can unfold. Their intent was clear: to breach the room, eliminate Chen Yang within 10 seconds, and make their escape. Although Chen Yang was also a master, the prospect of his demise within that time frame was not mere bravado. In the realm of expert combat, the outcome can pivot in an instant. It is never the drawn-out affair depicted in martial arts novels or dramas. Arriving at the entrance of the detention room, Thunderstorm delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door, sending it crashing toward Chen Yang with the force of a small tank, accompanied by a gust of explosive wind. Chen Yang swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading the assault. In that moment, Thunderstorm and Lin Dong had already zeroed in on their target. With a disdainful grunt, Thunderstorm charged forth like a frenzied bull, his fists moving with the ferocity of a bludgeon, unleashing a gale-like strike aimed at Chen Yang's throat. Akin to a venomous dragon piercing through the clouds with thunderous intensity. Simultaneously, Lin Dong advanced with directness, the Amei stab flashing with a chilling brilliance, aiming for Chen Yang's eyes with ghostly precision. Their coordinated assault left Chen Yang with no avenues of escape. It was a lethal gambit designed for a swift execution. This convergence of force was as meticulously honed as forged steel, rendering it utterly insurmountable. The blend of strength and subtlety, of raw power and refined elegance, reflected years of collaboration, instilling them with absolute confidence in their ability to eliminate Chen Yang in a single, decisive strike. Chapter 33. The police flower believes in me. Behind Chen Yang, there was a wall, rendering him incapable of executing even the agile maneuver of the antelope's horn. This was well understood by Lei Bao and Lin Dong, who had studied the terrain before their arrival. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a spark ignited, followed by the piercing sound of a gunshot, sharp and utterly unexpected. In an instant, Lin Dong fell like an injured bird, blood gushing from his brow, having been struck down by a single bullet. This shot, of course, had been fired by Chen Yang, who had anticipated that Yangling's strike would be extraordinary, prompting him to seize a firearm. Chen Yang's marksmanship was unparalleled. At such a close range, his sudden gunfire caught Lin Dong off guard, leading even a master like him to meet his demise with a single shot. After firing, Chen Yang found himself with no opportunity for a second shot, as Lei Bao was already upon him. Faced with Lei Bao's fierce assault, Chen Yang let out a cold laugh and suddenly retracted his neck. Akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell, his head seemed to vanish. Lei Bao's punch missed its target. Chen Yang thrust his hands outward, and the handcuffs shattered immediately. He surged forward, unleashing a thunderous punch that echoed like a clap of thunder. The force was formidable. The thunderclap fist was Chen Yang's signature move, and the power behind this strike was immense. Despite Lei Bao's reputation for his ferocious punching strength, he found it challenging to withstand this blow from Chen Yang. Chen Yang had diligently practiced the Grand Sun and Moon technique, which strengthened his very essence. His cultivated energy was the heavenly profound force. a power that surged through him like a 1,000-volt current, imbued with a spiraling force that was immensely powerful. The Grand Sun and Moon technique, the heavenly profound force, and the Antelope's Horn technique were the three martial arts that enabled Chen Yang to survive until this day. The Thunderclap Fist embodied the heavenly profound force, fierce and unmatched. In a moment of urgency, Lei Bao stepped back to evade Chen Yang's Thunderclap Fist. Before the punch could miss its mark, Chen Yang darted forward, executing the exquisite maneuver of the Antelope's Horn technique. Lei Bao barely had time to react before a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. Another Thunderclap Fist. This time, there was no escape. He had to focus his energy and unleash a powerful counterattack. With a resounding impact, their fists collided. Chen Yang's heavenly profound force shattered Lei Bao's strength, the spiraling energy penetrating Lei Bao's fist, leaving him with a sensation of numbness throughout his body. Lei Bao's body shook violently, akin to a rooster grasping a centipede, the latter struggling fiercely. In that moment, the rooster's shake dissipated the centipede's energy. Lei Bao managed to neutralize Chen Yang's spiraling energy, then suddenly crouched low, his arms wrapping around Chen Yang like thick steel cables, sealing him in. Once ensnared, Lei Bao intended to unleash his overwhelming strength to crush Chen Yang's waist. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated the prowess of Lei Bao, who was indeed a quick-reacting master. Chen Yang remained calm and composed, his hands suddenly descending and turning outward. In that fleeting moment when the thunderstorm surged forth, his hands transformed into fierce dragon claws, wrapping around Thunderstorm's arms. This entanglement was akin to thorns bristling with barbs, intending to rend Thunderstorm's muscles and bones, inflicting unbearable agony. Thunderstorm, too, paled in realization of Chen Yang's terrifying prowess. This fellow was a veritable porcupine, his combat style nothing short of extraordinary. Each of his movements was a source of vexation. Fearing to engage directly, Thunderstorm had no choice but to slam his palms onto the ground, unleashing a ferocious, sweeping kick akin to a whirlwind. Thunderstorm had already accepted that he would not be able to kill Chen Yang today. His sole intention was to escape. As Thunderstorm's leg swept towards him, Chen Yang did not flinch, countering with a kick of his own. With a resounding crack, Thunderstorm's leg bone shattered, eliciting a horrified scream. Chen Yang swiftly executed the heavenly profound finger, a lightning-fast strike aimed at Thunderstorm's Shaolin blood vessel. This precise jab sealed Thunderstorm's blood flow, rendering him unable to channel his energy. Should he attempt to exert force, his veins would surely burst. The heavenly profound acupoint technique was Chen Yang's skill. Unlike the exaggerated depictions in novels where a single strike renders a person immobile, this technique, known as inch-advance acupoint striking, merely obstructed the flow of blood. After being sealed, a person could still walk and talk, but could not exert force. Forceful exertion required the circulation of energy, and with the conduits blocked, excessive force would lead to ruptured blood vessels. At that moment, the lights in the detention center flickered back to life. The police officers from the precinct hurriedly arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, they stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Chen Yang lounged nonchalantly to one side, exuding an air of leisure. Qin Moya sought to prevent the cremation of Han Yumei's body, but en route, she received a call from the precinct informing her that the body had already been cremated. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of invective at the officer. Unbeknownst to her, this officer had been bribed. Otherwise, Han Yumei's body would not have been so easily cremated. Simultaneously, Qin Moya received a call from the precinct about an unusual occurrence in the detention room. Upon hearing the news, she hurried back to the station. Upon her return, her first action was to examine Lin Dong's body, while Thunderstorm was taken to the hospital for treatment. Once again, Qin Moya brought Chen Yang into the interrogation room. "You stole my gun?" she demanded immediately. Chen Yang grinned and replied, "That's not stealing, it's borrowing. Do you know how to use a gun?" Qin Moya pressed, her tone stern. "Who exactly are you? Your background is likely not clean, is it?" Chen Yang met her gaze and responded, "You are welcome to investigate my background. At the very least, I have never committed a crime in this country. Indeed, I previously worked as a mercenary abroad. You wouldn't seek to punish me for that, would you?" Qin Moya could not delve into Chen Yang's past overseas, nor did she possess any evidence to collect. She then inquired, "How did you know someone was coming to kill you?" Chen Yang said, "It is quite simple. Yang Ling does not wish for my imprisonment. Rather, he seeks my demise. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Han Yumei are too fragile to withstand scrutiny, which is why he intends to incinerate her remains before dispatching 2 of his subordinates to eliminate me. Ultimately, they would transport my body to the police vehicle, creating the fa-ade of my fleeing in guilt. Along the way, an unfortunate accident would surely befall the police car, resulting in a catastrophic scene of destruction and loss of life. In this manner, he would not only rid himself of me, but also orchestrate the entire affair with impeccable precision. I believe your investigation here is unnecessary. Your efforts would be better directed towards scrutinizing Yang Ling." Qin Mo Yao regarded Chen Yang with a penetrating gaze, beginning to realize that he was no ordinary rogue. This individual was remarkably astute. However, the notion of investigating Yang Ling seemed impractical, as there was no trace of him in the entire situation. Everything rested solely on Chen Yang's assertions. Furthermore, Yang Ling possessed extensive connections in Jiangnan City, and his family held significant influence in Yanjing. Qin Mo Yao felt she lacked the authority to pursue an inquiry into Yang Ling. Meanwhile, Qin Mo Yao received a phone call from the hospital, revealing that Lei Bao had been rescued and was now missing. A wave of frustration washed over her. She had intended to interrogate Lei Bao to draw out Yang Ling. With Lei Bao now gone, her chances of uncovering anything about Yang Ling diminished greatly. Qin Mo Yao fell into deep contemplation. Chen Yang observed her leisurely, appreciating her in her police uniform, which accentuated her striking demeanor. Especially when she was deep in thought, she appeared truly captivating. "Even if I were to believe you, it does not absolve you of Han Yumei's murder," Qin Mo Yao stated. "However, with her body now cremated and her family insisting upon your guilt, the evidence from the autopsy report is decidedly unfavorable for you. What do you propose I do now?" Chen Yang was unaware of the complexities that lay ahead. As long as Han Yumei's family remained steadfast in their accusations, coupled with the absence of witnesses and the presence of the so-called autopsy report, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. The prospect of winning a legal battle seemed almost impossible. Currently, Chen Yang's desire to prove his innocence and leave the detention room appeared exceedingly daunting. Although Lin Dong's remains could serve as substantial evidence, it was still a solitary narrative, vulnerable to dissection in court. Yang Ling's influence was formidable, and he could easily manipulate the situation to ensure Chen Yang's conviction. Despite her growing inclination towards Chen Yang, Qin Mo Yao felt compelled to uphold the law. She could not release him. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. "Why did you come to Banhai City?" Qin Mo Yao suddenly inquired. As a police officer, she was well aware that the assassins dispatched to kill Chen Yang were not to be trifled with. Yet, the fact that he had managed to deal with both of them indicated his remarkable prowess. Chen Yang turned to Qin Mo Yao, understanding that he needed to rely on her, and thus could not withhold the truth. He candidly recounted the relationship between Lin Nan and Lin Qingshu, as well as the unfortunate demise of Lin Nan. "You returned solely because Lin Nan has died, intending to protect his sister?" At that moment, Qin Mo Yao's perception of Chen Yang shifted. Undoubtedly, she was a romantic and an idealist. Upon hearing the legendary account of Chen Yang, her demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Qin Mo Yao perceived individuals like Chen Yang as beings that seemed to dwell solely within the realms of novels and folklore, an existence that reality should not encompass. "Lin Nan is dead, and Qing Shui remains unaware. Please do not disclose this to her," Chen Yang stated gravely. "Since my return, I have been working as a security guard at Qing Shui's company. Had it not been for the trouble caused by the one-eyed man, I would not have intervened. I initially believed I could lead a tranquil life, yet unforeseen turmoil has arisen." Qin Mo Yao inhaled deeply and replied, "Rest assured, I will not inform Lin Qing Shui. However, given that Yang Ling's recent attempt to harm you has failed, it is likely that further repercussions will follow." Chen Yang responded, "For now, I can only take things one step at a time." In truth, he had already formulated a plan, yet he refrained from sharing it with Qin Mo Yao. He was In fact, incensed by Yang Ling's brazen audacity, he had tolerated enough, but Yang Ling appeared intent on driving him to the brink of destruction. Chen Yao continued, I empathize with your plight and genuinely wish to assist you. However, at this moment, I cannot grant you your freedom. I hope you understand. Chen Yang nodded, expressing, your faith in me is already a profound comfort. Chen Yao assured him, nonetheless, I will exert every effort to gather evidence and secure your vindication. Chen Yang was subtly moved and replied, thank you. Subsequently, Chen Yao led Chen Yang back to the detention room, which had been meticulously cleaned and restored. Lin Dong's body had been transferred to the morgue, awaiting the coroner's examination. All procedures were executed expeditiously. Chen Yang's actions were deemed self-defense, and with Chen Yao's support, he would face no complications regarding Lin Dong's demise. The night enveloped the surroundings in tranquility. Chen Yang lay on the bed within the detention room. Accustomed as he was to the brutality of life, he harbored no fear of the death that had transpired within these walls. Su Qing, Mu Jing, and Lin Qing, Shui, remained oblivious to the events that unfolded this night. Chapter 34. The affection of my aunt in the grand mansion of Jiangnan City. Despite the clock striking 1 in the morning, the halls remained brilliantly illuminated. Within a study on the second floor, a young man donned in a white shirt bore a pallid countenance. The shirt, handcrafted in England, boasted sharp lines, exuding an indescribable air of elegance. This youth, appearing no older than 18, possessed a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of a character from a Japanese manga, standing beneath a cherry blossom tree. He resembled a painting rather than a living person. In reality, he was 30 years old, the heir of the Yang family conglomerate, Yang Ling. Yang Ling was far from pleased. Just moments ago, he received disheartening news. Lei Bao's legs were irreparably damaged, with no hope of recovery. In a single night, he had lost 2 formidable allies. Moreover, this incident would inevitably leak through whispers, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of the Yang family and its remarkable heir, Yang Ling, who was also a prominent disciple of the Shaolin lineage. The fact that he could not subdue a mere security guard would be a source of embarrassment for the Shaolin sect. Those privy to the details might even speculate that the guard, Chen Yang, was not as simple as he appeared. Rumors would circulate, suggesting that all Shaolin disciples were mere pretenders, lacking genuine skill, akin to a farcical incident that once transpired at Wudong Mountain, where a Taoist priest from Xuanwu Palace was bested by 2 thugs. This event had sparked widespread ridicule, leading the public to believe that martial arts were nothing more than a joke in this age of advanced technology. In truth, Yang Ling was aware that the 2 thugs were skilled fighters in disguise, seeking revenge against the priest of Xuanwu Palace. Wudong Mountain had since refrained from promoting martial arts as a means of health, for the public had lost faith in its efficacy. Such a loss of reputation was devastating. At this moment, Yang Ling found himself in a similar predicament. If the esteemed reputation of the Shaolin sect were to diminish to the level of Xuanwu Palace, his own future would be grim. Not to mention, his esteemed elder, Shi Yonglong of the Yong lineage, would not let him escape unscathed. As Yang Ling's mind began to devise a cunning plan, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. With his extraordinary hearing, he discerned the identity of the visitor. The once icy demeanor of his countenance now flickered with a hint of fervor. Entering was a woman clad in a deep crimson qipao, her hair elegantly styled in an aristocratic bun. She appeared to be around 28, though in reality she was 38. Her beauty radiated nobility, her figure voluptuous with long, graceful legs. The qipao draped upon her exuded an irresistible allure. As she stepped in, a waft of fragrance accompanied her. She was none other than Yang Ling's aunt, Xiao Bingqing. With an air of grace, Xiao Bingqing held a jade tray, upon which rested a chilled bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup. Shaoling. She approached Yang Ling, her lips parting to speak, imbued with an enchanting allure that was impossible to resist. Her lips emanated a cherry hue, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Yang Ling extended his hand to grasp the delicate fingers of Xiao Bingqing, exclaiming with a hint of excitement, "Aunt." Xiao Bingqing responded with a charming smile, placing the lotus seed porridge upon his desk and inquiring, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Is there something troubling you? After a brief pause, she added, regardless of your troubles, do indulge in the lotus seed porridge I prepared for you. Yang Ling nodded appreciatively, lifting the bowl to drink swiftly, and sincerely remarked, it's truly delicious. Aunt, how I wish I could savor your lotus seed porridge forever. A flicker of satisfaction and joy danced in Xiao Bingqing's eyes, yet her expression turned somber as she said, what a foolish boy you are. One day you'll marry. Can Aunt always remain by your side? Yang Ling hurriedly replied, no, Aunt, I have no desire to marry anyone but you. Which woman in this world could possibly compare to you? Xiao Bingqing smiled faintly, saying, you speak nonsense again. I am your aunt. Don't jest about such things. Yang Ling lifted his gaze to her, his demeanor serious. Why should we concern ourselves with such trivial matters? I know that in this lifetime, I shall not love any other woman but you. Xiao Bingqing's cheeks flushed, radiant as the dawn, leaving her momentarily flustered. After a considerable pause, she suddenly shifted the topic, saying, Shaolin, if something is bothering you, share it with Aunt. Perhaps I can assist you. Yang Ling understood the emotional barrier his aunt faced and refrained from pressing too hard. He thus recounted the events involving Chen Yang without reservation, feeling free to express his vulnerabilities in her presence, knowing he could be entirely candid. Upon hearing his account, Xiao Bingqing quickly grasped the situation. Shaolin, do you intend to send someone to kill Chen Yang? She asked. Yang Ling replied solemnly, Chen Yang must die. If he lives, the reputation of the Shaolin secular disciples will be a mockery, and social. Xiao Bingqing pondered momentarily before stating, that is unwise. You cannot continue to pursue Chen Yang's death. Why? Yang Ling immediately inquired. Xiao Bingqing explained, originally, if all had gone smoothly, Lei Bao and Lin Dong would have eliminated Chen Yang, and all traces would vanish swiftly. But now, with Lin Dong deceased, and Chen Yang unharmed, you have already left traces at the South District Police Station. If someone were to investigate, various signs could lead them to suspect you. Should you act again, it might draw the attention of those in Yinjing. If the higher-ups there decide to target you, you will find yourself in grave danger. Yang Ling shuddered at her words, recognizing the validity of her analysis. Over the years, he had navigated his affairs with remarkable success, ensuring that every action left no room for scrutiny. Yet, he understood that if he became overly brazen, it would inevitably provoke discontent. After all, wasn't Xiao Sai from the northeast known for his audacity? In the northeastern region, he overtook the leader's vehicle, thus capturing the leader's attention. It was not long before Xiao Sai was uprooted from the northeast. Human strength cannot contend with the machinery of the state. Yang Ling found himself in a quandary and said, Aunt, what do you suggest I do now? Xiao Bingqing smiled faintly and replied, Shaolin, you are the brightest of us all. You're simply clouded by anger at the moment. Take a moment to calm yourself, and I am certain you will devise a solution. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he exclaimed, I've got it. Xiao Bingqing pleased, encouraged him to share your thoughts. Yang Ling proposed, by leveraging various connections, we can frame Chen Yang for a crime. Once he is truly imprisoned, we could take action against him inside. If Chen Yang manages to escape, it would provide an even better opportunity for me to send someone to eliminate him. Xiao Bingqing affirmed, indeed, that is the best course of action. One must not act in haste. With a plan in mind, Yang Ling exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. Suddenly, he stood up, wrapped his arms around Xiao Bingqing's waist, and planted a kiss on her crimson lips. Thank you, Aunt. Without you by my side, I would undoubtedly make frequent mistakes. Therefore, you cannot leave me. Xiao Bingqing's face flushed crimson, and she chided, release me, Shaolin. You are far too old for such behavior. Yang Ling chuckled, deliberately seeking to tease her. After a moment, he released her. Xiao Bingqing, fully aware of the underlying tension, both enjoyed and reveled in the ambiguity of their interaction. Soon after, she stated, all right, it's getting late, and I must rest. Yang Ling offered, allow me to escort you. Xiao Bingqing playfully stamped her foot and retorted, no. The charm in her gesture was utterly enchanting, leaving Yang Ling momentarily spellbound. Xiao Bingqing turned to leave. Within the Yang residence, there existed an attic, resembling a floating palace in its exquisite and opulent design. This attic served as Xiao Bingqing's abode, a place where Yang Ling had invested considerable thought for her comfort. Upon entering her attic, Xiao Bingqing found the floor adorned with pristine swan feathers, and stepping barefoot upon it was an exquisite sensation. At that moment, the attic was devoid of light, cloaked in shadows. The first thing Xiao Bingqing did upon entering was to remove her shoes and feel the soft surface beneath her feet. Then, she slipped out of her qipao, revealing her flawless figure clad in a purple lingerie set, her form a vision of beauty. Yet, at that instant, her expression shifted dramatically, for she noticed a man seated before her bed. In a flash, she was transformed, donning a purple nightgown and cinching her waist. "What brings you here?" Xiao Bingqing glared coldly at the man before her. He appeared to be in his 20s, yet his hair was entirely white, cropped short, and he wore a black suit. He was none other than her senior, Xiao Luo. With a slight smile, Xiao Luo regarded Xiao Bingqing and remarked, "Little sister, your figure is truly becoming more exquisite with each passing day. Even I, your senior brother, find it difficult to resist being moved by you." A flicker of anger passed through Xiao Bingqing's eyes. The Azura continued, "However, it seems your cultivation has regressed somewhat. I have been here for quite some time, and you did not even notice my presence." Xiao Bingqing let out a cold snort, aware that it was not her own decline in ability, but rather the extraordinary prowess of her senior brother, whose cultivation had reached a level of seamless integration with space and environment. His presence made it seem entirely natural, which is why Xiao Bingqing had failed to detect him initially. "Enough of this nonsense. What brings you here?" Xiao Bingqing said coldly. The Azura smiled faintly and replied, "The master wishes for you to return. You have lingered outside long enough. Do you truly desire to indulge in an incestuous relationship with your nephew? Can you bear the shame of that? Can the Yang family withstand such disgrace?" Anger flashed in Xiao Bingqing's eyes as she retorted, "You would do well to choose your words carefully." The Azura responded, "If you can act upon such desires, then why should I be unable to speak of them? You had best return with me quietly. The master has arranged for you to marry me. It is your destiny. You can forget it." Xiao Bingqing replied icily, "I will never marry you." The Azura chuckled, "Is that so? That is the master's intent. The consequences of defying the master's wishes could be dire. I shall ask you once more, will you come with me or not? If not, I will report back to the master." A glimmer of fear crossed Xiao Bingqing's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I will accompany you to see the master." The Azura smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Now that is more like it." Chapter 35. The departure of my aunt the following morning. Yang Ling hurried to visit Xiao Bingqing. In the past, he would sneak in her loft early, often catching glimpses of springtime or seizing the chance for tender moments that were both subtle and sweet. These were the moments he cherished most. Yet today felt starkly different. Upon entering, he found the loft devoid of her presence. "Aunt?" A wave of unprecedented anxiety surged within him. Instinctively, he sensed that Xiao Bingqing had not merely risen to freshen up. He quickly approached her vanity and discovered a note resting atop it. The elegant handwriting belonged to Xiao Bingqing. "Shaolin, I have been summoned by my sect and must return for a while. I will come back as soon as I can. Do not worry. Yang Ling es contenanja darkenet." Although he understood that his aunt was safe and would indeed return, the thought of being separated from her for an indeterminate time was unbearable. How could he endure such longing? In his memories, his aunt was both enigmatic and endearing. In his childhood, the family was particularly strict with him. While she would appear only occasionally, her mysterious background adding to her allure. Each time she visited, she showered him with affection, even bathing with him at night. Over time, he found himself enamored by her. She had always treated him with the utmost care, and he dismissed societal taboos. All that mattered was being with her. These years, he had preserved his integrity, never bestowing affection upon any other woman, solely for her sake. Setting aside these thoughts, Yang Ling carefully tucked the note away. His mood had soured dramatically that morning. Afterward, he left the loft, instructing the butler of the Yang residence to ensure that the area was meticulously tidied, without any disruptions to the decor. Once this was accomplished, he turned his attention to Chen Yang, whom he regarded as a bothersome fly. To him, his aunt remained his paramount concern. While having breakfast in his study, he learned that Chen Yang was still detained in the holding cell of the South District Police Station. He then ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch and ensure that everything was arranged in Binhai, so that Chen Yang would serve his time behind bars. At that moment, an unexpected phone call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The call was from the retired director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Hua Tianlong. Though retired, the old gentleman was highly esteemed and respected, with numerous disciples throughout the city. Moreover, Hua was known for his integrity and held a significant reputation both locally and provincially. Naturally, Yang Ling would not dare offend such a venerable figure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he answered the call. "Is this Mr. Yang?" Hua's hearty laughter resonated through the line. Yang Ling promptly replied, "Mr. Hua, you are too kind. Please just call me Xiao Yang." Though Hua did not genuinely intend to call him Xiao Yang, he chuckled and said, "Mr. Yang, I hope you won't take offense at my boldness in calling you today." Yang Ling responded, "Not at all. It is my honor to receive your call. I should have visited you much earlier." Mr. Hua remarked, "General Yang, you are far too modest." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have arranged a banquet at Huaxing Hotel this noon, and I would be honored if you could grace us with your presence." Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned upon him. It was evident that the esteemed martial artist, Hua Tianzong, had sought out Mr. Hua to facilitate a meeting with him. At that moment, Yang Ling knew he could not decline Mr. Hua's invitation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Mr. Hua, I will certainly be at Huaxing Hotel at noon, but on the condition that I shall bear the cost of the meal. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to attend." Mr. Hua chuckled heartily, saying, "Very well, we shall defer to your wishes." "General Yang," Yang Ling added, "Also, Mr. Hua, please feel free to call me Xiao Yang. If you refer to me as General Yang, I might struggle to breathe." The laughter of Mr. Hua resonated warmly, and soon after, they ended their call. The humility that adorned Yang Ling's face vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of darkness and indignation in his eyes. At noon, in a private room on the second floor of Huaxing Hotel, Mr. Hua Tianzong, and two venerable masters of the martial arts community gathered. The two elder masters, esteemed figures from Foshan, were none other than Master Yi Tian and Master Zhao Dagong. Their collective age exceeded 2 centuries. Mr. Hua donned a traditional Tang suit, exuding an air of cultured elegance, despite his lack of martial prowess. He also carried an aura of authority. Hua Tianzong, appearing to be in his 50s, was, in fact, already 70. Clad in a white training outfit, his closely cropped hair stood defiantly. Hua Tianzong's eyes sparkled with restrained brilliance, and his every movement flowed with an effortless grace, a hallmark of a true master. Both Yi Tian and Zhao Dagong were exceptional practitioners of internal martial arts. As the four savored their tea around the low table, Hua Tianzong sincerely expressed his gratitude to Mr. Hua, saying, "Brother Hua, we owe you a great debt of thanks this time." Mr. Hua took a sip of his tea and smiled gently. "You're too kind. It was merely a small effort on my part. However, I cannot guarantee whether this young General Yang will consent to let bygones be bygones." Hua Tianzong replied, "Just the opportunity to meet with General Yang is a monumental favor, and we would not wish to trouble you further." Their relationship was merely acquaintances, and securing Mr. Hua's assistance was no small feat. Mr. Hua smiled mildly, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Hua Tianzong's expression sharpened. He instantly recognized that Yang Ling had arrived. As the door swung open, everyone, including Mr. Hua, rose to their feet. Despite being a junior, Yang Ling's reputation was substantial, and his extraordinary skills commanded respect. At the entrance, Yang Ling appeared in a white outfit, entering alone with an exquisitely crafted gift box in hand. He was a vision of elegance. His attire, so refined it seemed almost ethereal. Even men might find themselves momentarily flustered in his presence. This is precisely why the proud Xiao Bingxing has succumbed to him. Upon Yang Ling's entrance, he strode confidently towards the venerable Mr. Hua. With utmost warmth and sincerity, he declared, "Old master, I apologize for my tardiness." After a deep bow, One could not help but acknowledge the remarkable politeness of this young man, which left Mr. Hua feeling somewhat bashful. Mr. Hua promptly replied, "Not at all, not at all. Young Master Yang, you are far too courteous." Yang Ling offered a faint smile, then turned his gaze towards Master Hua, Master Zhao, and Master Yi, greeting them with clasped fists. "Greetings, masters." This gesture was a traditional salute. Yang Ling's deep bow to Mr. Hua signified respect for his elder, while the clasped fist salute to Masters Hua and the others was a customary gesture among martial artists. He executed each action with meticulous consideration and grace. The trio of Masters Hua returned the gesture. Master Yang. Within the realm of martial arts, Yang Ling stood on equal footing with Master Hua and his peers, thus rendering the notion of hierarchy irrelevant. Following their pleasantries, Mr. Hua gestured for everyone to take their seats. However, Yang Ling presented a beautifully wrapped gift, stating, "Old Master, I am aware of your fondness for tea. This is the finest de Hong Pao, cultivated atop Lingyun Peak. The term the pinnacle of rock tea aptly describes this variety. As I lack proficiency in the art of tea, it would be a waste for me to partake. It is far better suited for someone of your discerning taste." Mr. Hua was momentarily taken aback. His singular passion in life was an unwavering obsession with tea. Indeed, Yang Ling had caught him off guard. Mr. Hua could not help but tremble slightly, and after a prolonged pause, he mustered a smile, saying, "Such a precious gift is too much for an old man like me. I cannot accept it." Yang Ling immediately replied, "To a connoisseur, this item holds true value. To one unversed in tea, it is but an ordinary item. If you insist on refusing, I shall simply open it here for everyone to enjoy." "That cannot be done," Mr. Hua exclaimed, visibly alarmed. "Such tea should be appreciated with reverence, in a state of tranquility, before being savored. Only then can its true essence be experienced." Yang Ling smiled gently, sighing, "It appears that this tea can only realize its worth in your capable hands, old master. Therefore, I kindly implore you to accept it." Mr. Hua struggled momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the tea, declaring, "Young Master Yang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall graciously accept." Yang Ling offered a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Hua Tianzong and his companions watched this exchange with sinking hearts. Hua Tianzong could not help but admire Yang Ling's astuteness at such a young age. By presenting this carefully chosen tea, he had rendered Mr. Hua incapable of declining further. After all, their relationship with Mr. Hua was merely superficial. The fact that Mr. Hua was willing to make an introduction was already a significant gesture. Thus, it became evident that Yang Ling was not inclined towards reconciliation, had he desired it. Such efforts would have been unnecessary. "Old master, let's take our seats," Yang Ling suggested once more. Mr. Hua eagerly responded, "Yes, yes, yes." The group settled at the table, and soon the dishes and drinks were served. During the gathering, the exchange of toasts was inevitable. Yang Ling conducted himself with impeccable grace, leaving no room for criticism in his words and actions. However, Hua Tianzong felt compelled to speak. He rose and declared, "Master Yang, I offer you this toast." Yang Ling also stood and replied, "It is I who should toast Master Hua." Hua Tianzong smiled lightly and then drank the entire glass in one go. After finishing his drink, his face flushed with color. Yang Ling followed suit and emptied his glass as well. The spirits they consumed were none other than the potent Jian Nanshan, and their drinking could indeed be considered quite hearty. Hua Tianzong continued, "Master Yang, I trust you understand the purpose of my visit today. I hope that the matters between you and Chen Yang can be resolved amicably, transforming significant issues into minor ones, and minor ones into nothing at all. We are all members of the martial arts community. It is said that it is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. Would you not agree, Master Yang?" Chapter 36. Honor Beyond Life. Hua Tianzong, a martial artist with a forthright disposition, candidly articulated his intentions. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Dagong, Yi Tian, and the venerable Lord Hua all turned their attention to the young Yang Ling. A faint smile graced Yang Ling's lips as he replied, "I do not know Chen Yang." This response left Hua Tianzong and his two elder companions momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback by Yang Ling's unexpected declaration. Since Yang Ling had asserted his unfamiliarity with Chen Yang, there was little they could do, it would be unreasonable to compel him to acknowledge an acquaintance. Consequently, the conversation reached an impasse. Lord Hua took back the tea leaves from Yang Ling, feeling it inappropriate to prolong the awkward silence. He stood up to ease the tension, saying, "Masters, please take a seat. Let us enjoy some wine together." Hua Tianzong, known for his fiery temperament, inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Ling and declared, "Young man, it appears that your early achievements have led you to disregard us elder gentlemen. I shall ask you one final time. Is it your intent to drive Chen Yang to his demise?" In response to Hua Tianzong's ire, Yang Ling maintained a calm demeanor. "Master Hua, you are a respected elder, and I hold you in high regard. However, I must confess, I find your words utterly incomprehensible." Very well, Hua Tianzong retorted, preparing to turn away. At this moment, Lord Hua, unable to remain passive, cleared his throat and interjected, "Young Master Yang, let us speak candidly and negotiate this matter. Is there truly no room for discussion?" Seeing Lord Hua take the initiative, Yang Ling responded, "Elder, if you speak, I must heed your wishes." Lord Hua immediately grasped Yang Ling's implication. Should he insist on resolving the conflict, it would constitute an enormous favor bestowed upon him. However, given that Lord Hua was not closely acquainted with either Hua Tianzong or Chen Yang, he was reluctant to agree to such a request without justification, knowing it would yield him no advantage. Thus, he promptly stated, "I am not well versed in your affairs, nor do I wish to meddle. I merely hope that all parties can engage in a calm discussion and avoid escalating tensions." At this juncture, Yang Ling could no longer feign ignorance. "Master Hua, this matter does not concern you. However, should you insist on intervening, I am willing to concede out of respect for Elder Hua and for you too, esteemed elders. Let us do this. Should Chen Yang be willing to come to my Yang family mansion and offer an apology, this matter can be laid to rest. I assure you, no disciple of the Shaolin will trouble him henceforth." Yang Ling was not jesting. The situation had escalated to a point where retreating was not simply a matter of desire. In the world of martial arts, reputation held paramount importance. If Yang Ling allowed Hua Tianzong to resolve his grievances with Chen Yang so easily, it would tarnish his own standing and undermine the illustrious reputation of the Shaolin disciples. Do not presume that outsiders will look down upon him. Even Master Shi Yonglong would not spare him. However, should Chen Yang be willing to bow and admit his faults, then Yang Ling would fully restore his dignity among the lay disciples of Shaolin Temple. In this scenario, Yang Ling would have ample reason to pardon Chen Yang, both to enhance his own authority and to showcase his magnanimity. I can have Chen Yang serve you tea and apologize, but to demand his kneeling? That seems rather improbable. Hua Tianzong stated solemnly, "This is my bottom line. If he refuses, then there is nothing further to discuss." Yang Ling remarked with indifference. Hua Tianzong discerned Yang Ling's resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and replied, "Very well, I shall make every effort to persuade him." Old Master Hua, noticing that both parties had calmed, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Come, let us continue to enjoy our drinks." In the afternoon, Su King Fisiken Yangalon, dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair cascading down, she appeared both beautiful and serene. However, upon seeing Chen Yang, her face was etched with worry. Su Qing had long been plagued by guilt, despite Chen Yang's reassurances. She felt that the origins of the situation were intricately tied to her. Thus, throughout their meeting, it was Chen Yang who offered her comfort. With a cheerful smile, Chen Yang remarked, "Sister Qing, which brand of perfume are you wearing? It smells delightful." Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet seeing Chen Yang's playful demeanor eased her heart. "I haven't applied any perfume," she replied. "Impossible. I always find you to have an enchanting fragrance. Could it be your natural scent?" Chen Yang said. Su Qing's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She had always possessed a natural aroma that intensified when she cultivated her energy, an alluring scent emanating from her underarms, a rather intimate area. Thus, Chen Yang's words unwittingly induced a sense of embarrassment within her. "Sister Qing, is this my retribution?" Chen Yang said. "Heaven deems me a scoundrel for not cherishing you properly, thus subjecting me to this plight?" This rogue could not resist indulging in flirtation with Su Qing, and when he noticed her blush, his heart stirred with a desire to draw her into his embrace. He could not fathom how Su Qing's former husband, Su Ji, a wretched man, could fail to appreciate such a remarkable woman. Alas, Chen Yang pondered, could it be that Su Qing was less captivating in her youth? Do not speak such nonsense, Su Qing retorted, her shyness palpable. Chen Yang chuckled and continued, Sister Qing, once I am free, may we resume the matters left unfinished? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. What unfinished matters? She inquired. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yang replied, just jesting, just jesting. He chided himself for his indiscretion, realizing that confinement had made him somewhat reckless in his banter with Su Qing. Despite being in a position to be intimate with her, he was hesitant, fearing that he might inadvertently hurt her. However, once the possibility of anything occurring with Su Qing diminished, he began to provoke her with his words. Su Qing was suddenly reminded of that fateful night when she had surrendered herself to Chen Yang after bathing. That evening, the two of them had nearly ignited a passionate flame. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of the one-eyed man, their relationship would undoubtedly have been steeped in awkwardness. In hindsight, she could hardly fathom what had emboldened her to engage in such reckless behavior. In the aftermath, she found it utterly astonishing and was left with a lingering sense of trepidation. Yet at this moment, Su Qing could not have anticipated that Chen Yang would jest about that incident. Her naturally delicate disposition could scarcely withstand such a jest, and she immediately rose. A mixture of embarrassment and anger in her voice as she declared, I can't be bothered to talk to you. She stood and prepared to leave. At that very moment, a group of individuals entered the corridor of the police station. Among them were Tang Qingqing, Lin Qingxue, as well as Hui Tianzong and Qin Moya, along with Mu Jing. Qin Moya stood firmly on Chen Yang's side, thus granting considerable leeway to Tang Qingqing and her companions. Su Qing quickly composed herself and greeted everyone. They acknowledged her with slight nods, a silent return of her greeting. Subsequently, Hui Tianzong engaged in a private discussion with Chen Yang in the interrogation room. Outside, Su Qing remained with the other women, unaware of the nature of their conversation. Could there be a turning point in the situation? Filled with anxiety, she turned to Tang Qingqing and inquired. Tang Qingqing nodded and replied, My grandfather has gone to Jiangnan City and met with Yang Ling. Su Qing understood that Yang Ling was the crux of the entire matter, and upon hearing this, her spirits soared. Did your grandfather plead with Yang Ling? And did he agree to cease pursuing Chen Yang? She speculated with hope. She felt certain it must be so. Her heart swelled with joy these past days. She had been terrified that Chen Yang might truly end up incarcerated. Just then, a resounding bang echoed from the interrogation room, followed by Chen Yang's furious roar, akin to the growl of a wild beast, brimming with unrestrained wrath. Yang Ling is courting death. Chen Yang bellowed. Kneel and apologize? I'd rather kneel to his grandmother. His indignation ignited a fire within him, and he declared with unyielding resolve, if angered, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. The ferocity of his rage reverberated through the hearts of the women present. They approached the interrogation room, and, as the door swung open, they beheld Chen Yang with bloodshot eyes. The interrogation table before him lay shattered beneath the force of his hand. The scene was harrowing. In that instant, they felt a palpable sense of intensity and the fierce spirit that belonged to Chen Yang. The women began to realize a profound truth. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor and lack of outward anger, he possessed an inherent pride and fierce tenacity. This was a spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. Given the circumstances, Hui Tianzong found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Deep within, he admired Chen Yang's fierce spirit. After Chen Yang was returned to the interrogation room, Hui Tianzong spoke candidly with the women. He stated, currently, Yang Ling demands that Chen Yang kneel and apologize, or else he will not relent. But Chen Yang would never bow down to such humiliation. What could be done? Tang Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. With a sigh, Hui Tianzong found himself at a loss for a better solution. I wish to persuade Chen Yang, he contemplated. Suddenly, Su Qing turned to Qin Mo Yao and asked, May I enter the detention room? Throughout their encounters, she had always been separated from Chen Yang by a glass partition. devoid of any opportunity for genuine connection. The recent meeting in the interrogation room had been exception permitted by Chen Yao. Upon hearing Su Qing's request, Chen Yao paused thoughtfully before granting her wish. Deep within, her admiration for Chen Yang grew, although he had just spoken words that seemed reckless and defiant. Vowing to eliminate all obstacles without hesitation, such fiery spirit was precisely what Chen Yao found appealing. In today's world, men often lacked that fervor. Some, burdened by life's pressures, compelled their wives to engage in unseemly professions. Men like Chen Yang, brimming with such valor, were indeed a rarity. "Follow me," Chen Yao instructed as she led the way. Su Qing felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and inquired, "Is it possible to turn off the cameras in the detention room?" Chapter 37. A kiss with Su Qing. Chen Yao paused for a moment, then nodded, "Very well." Subsequently, the door to the detention room swung open, allowing Su Qing to enter. As she stepped inside, the door closed behind her and the surveillance cameras were deactivated. Chen Yang sat quietly on the bed, his emotions having settled considerably, no longer consumed by the rage he had previously felt. Upon seeing Su Qing enter, he was taken aback. Clad in a flowing white dress, she exuded a captivating beauty. Her porcelain arms were exposed, and, as she entered, a sweet fragrance wafted toward Chen Yang. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the spirit to tease her. "Noticing Chen Yang es subdued de mi honor." Su Qing approached and sat beside him on the bed. A self-deprecating smile crossed Chen Yang's face as he remarked, "Sister Qing, you're not here to persuade me to kneel and apologize to Yangling, are you?" Su Qing shook her head, affirming, "I would never urge you to kneel and apologize, for I know you would never do such a thing. If you were to kneel, you would cease to be Chen Yang." Chen Yang was slightly surprised, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and asked curiously, "Then you?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing the depth of her emotions. "Chen Yang, I fear for your safety. Do you understand?" Feeling the warmth of her concern envelop him, Chen Yang was touched. "Sister Qing, please do not worry. I'm not leaving here because I cannot. Rather, I choose not to take that step. I do not wish to leave Binhai, nor do I want to leave you, nor become a fugitive. If I truly wanted to leave, no door could hold me back. And certainly, no one in this police station could stop me." Su Qing believed in Chen Yang's capabilities. Taking a deep breath, she said, "If circumstances demand that you must leave, promise me you will." A hint of shyness graced her features as she added, "I will wait for you, and if you wish, I can accompany you." Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such resoluteness from Su Qing. But what of Xiao Shui? Suing hesitative, a flicker of conflict shimmering in her eyes. After a lengthy pause, she responded, "Once we find stability abroad, we can bring Xiao Shui with us." Chen Yang was profoundly moved, instinctively enveloping Su Qing in his embrace. Though he had no intention of genuinely fleeing, her willingness to face such a future alongside him was deeply touching. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming desire to grow old with her. Simultaneously, he came to understand Su Qing's essence. She was a rare and extraordinary woman, capable of fierce love and hate, willing to forsake everything for love. Despite having suffered at the hands of Su Ji, she remained remarkably brave in her affections. If he were to leave for abroad, it would mean becoming a fugitive. Yet she was willing to share that identity with him. What profound affection this was! Su Qing, held in Chen Yang's embrace, made no attempt to struggle, allowing him to keep her close. Chen Yang savored the softness of her body, the gentle pressure against him, and felt himself lost in her presence. He was acutely aware that the surveillance cameras had indeed been turned off. Otherwise, how could he and Su Qing dare to be so intimate? The fragrance emanating from Su Qing was utterly enchanting. As Chen Yang embraced the lovely lady, he felt an unsettling stir beneath him. The blood within him surged, and his heart raced with fervor. Unable to resist, he sought out Su Qing's lips, those alluring crimson petals glistening like cherries. Su Qing closed her eyes, resembling a slumbering beauty awaiting a prince's kiss to awaken her. Chen Yang could not help but press his lips against hers. The kiss ignited an explosion of passion. Akin to a thunderclap stirring the earth, infused with a hint of madness and hysteria. Chen Yang's primal instincts surged. He yearned to transform into a wolfman right there in the detention room, to claim Su Qing in a fervent embrace. Thankfully, a remnant of reason held him back, reminding him that such actions were utterly unacceptable. After a considerable moment, they finally parted lips. At that moment, Su Qing's face was flushed with a rosy hue. She felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, believing herself to be utterly shameless and absurd. After a while, she managed to regain some composure, tidying her hair and attire before departing the detention room, having completely ignored Chen Yang. He understood that Su Qing was perpetually too bashful. As Qin Mo Yao and the others observed Su Qing emerging, they could not help but notice her flushed cheeks. Curiosity immediately sparked among them. What on earth had transpired between the two inside? Su Qing sensed the peculiar gazes directed at her and wished she could vanish into the ground. She refrained from greeting anyone, hastily leaving on her own. This was perhaps the essence of feeling guilty. The door to the detention room swung open, and apart from Hua, Tianzong, and Mu Jing, the other three women entered the room. Hua, Tianzong, and Mu Jing, both seasoned warriors, engaged in discussions regarding subsequent matters. "You beast, what have you done to Su Qing?" Tang Qingqing stormed in, her voice laced with anger directed at Chen Yang. The atmosphere, once charged with shock from Chen Yang's earlier display of fervor, was instantly disrupted by the intimate encounter between him and Su Qing. Without hesitation, Tang Qingqing confronted Chen Yang. Chen Yang, known for his thick skin, turned to her with a grin and replied, "I did nothing at all. In plain sight, what could I possibly do?" "You're lying." Tang Qingqing vito. "Did you not take advantage of her?" Chen Yang feigned indignation, exclaiming, "How could I be so shameless?" "You absolutely could." Timed in Qin Montakya, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing in unison. Feeling somewhat dejected, Chen Yang rubbed his nose and responded, "You are simply jealous that I did not take advantage of you." "Go to hell," Tang Qingqing spat back. Amidst the banter, the three women remained concerned for Chen Yang. Lin Qingxue pondered and said, "Chen Yang, how can we assist you?" She was reluctant to suggest that he kneel, well aware that it was a sensitive topic for him. Chen Yang's expression turned serious as he replied, "I do not require your assistance. I have my own methods." Qin Mo Yao immediately interjected, "You must not engage in any illegal activities." Chen Yang turned to her and said, "Captain Qin, could you do me a favor?" Qin Mo Yao remarked, "You say, as long as it is not unlawful." "I shall certainly assist." Chen Yang chuckled and responded, "I am well aware that you, Captain Qin, are the epitome of a law-abiding officer. Naturally, I would not involve you in any illicit activities. I understand your background is quite remarkable, and I must trouble you to ensure that Qing Shui, Qing Qing, and Su Qing are taken to a secure location for a brief period." Lin Qing Shui and Tang Qing Qing were taken aback, while Qin Mo Yao exclaimed, "What do you mean? Is Yangling planning to target them?" Chen Yang offered no explanation, stating, "Better to be overly cautious than to regret later. It will be prudent to take them to a relative's home, one of high status." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo Yao replied, "Very well, I shall comply." She recognized that Chen Yang was not one to act without cause. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, his intellect was formidable. Shortly thereafter, the three women departed. Next, it was Ho Tianzong and Mu Jing's turn to meet Chen Yang. Ho Tianzong bowed deeply and said, "Chen Yang, I apologize that the situation has ensnared you due to Qing Qing and the others." Chen Yang, taken aback, quickly supported Ho Tianzong, stating, "Master Ho, that is not necessary. This is my burden to bear, and I shall not lay blame on others." Ho Tianzong scrutinized Chen Yang for a moment, discerning the stark contrast between him and Yangling. Clearly, both Chen Yang and Yangling were exceptionally gifted young men. Yet, Yangling was meticulous to a fault, cold and ruthless beneath a veneer of respect, while Chen Yang was unrestrained and free-spirited, embodying integrity and magnanimity. If given the choice of friendship, Ho Tianzong would unhesitatingly choose someone like Chen Yang. Mu Jing interjected, "In the near future, Yangling will undoubtedly attempt to frame you for a crime leading to imprisonment. Once the fallout from the assassination attempt diminishes, he will strike decisively to eliminate you." "Chen Yang, How do you plan to respond? Chen Yang turned to Mu Jing, his expression serious, as he replied, You need not worry about my affairs. I will take action against Yang Ling shortly. You should remain vigilant to avoid becoming pawns in his desperate schemes. Both Mu Jing and Ho Tianzong were slightly taken aback. What is your plan? Ho Tianzong could not help but inquire. Chen Yang responded, Master Ho, I must ask you to allow me to keep my intentions under wraps for now. In due time, all will be revealed. Seeing Chen Yang's confidence, Ho Tianzong remarked, If you have a strategy, that is indeed the best course of action. Afterward, Ho Tianzong and Mu Jing took their leave. Chen Yang found himself alone once more on the cot in the detention room, his mind wandering not to other matters, but rather to the sensation of kissing Su Qing. He recalled her alluring figure while bathing in the bathroom. Ah, how delightful it would be to roll in bed with Su Qing. Lost in this thought, a warmth surged within him. He contemplated indulging in a moment of release, but upon glancing up, he noticed the ominous red glow of the camera. Indeed, it was active. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned the enticing notion. Later that evening, Qin Mo Yao arrived in the detention room to visit Chen Yang. Qin Montakya, clad in a resplendent sapphire blue police uniform, exuded an air of elegance and vitality, her presence strikingly beautiful and heroic. At that moment, she appeared somewhat relaxed as she sat upon Chen Yang's bed, removing her police cap, causing her hair to cascade down like a waterfall. In this instant, the fierce spirit that characterized her softened, revealing a hint of allure. Chen Yang found himself momentarily entranced, reflecting on his own wavering resolve when it came to women. He mused that should he ever falter, it would undoubtedly be due to a woman's charms. However, Qin Mo Yao remained oblivious to Chen Yang's reaction, her voice steady as she declared, Chen Yang, the evidence against you is overwhelmingly unfavorable. If this matter reaches the courtroom, a conviction is all but certain. Yang Ling has secured the finest legal team for Han Yumei's family, and all connections have been meticulously arranged, in both public and private spheres. Your chances of success are virtually non-existent. Do you understand? Chapter 38. The young man I understand, Chen Yang said, casting a glance at Qin Mo Yao. Qin Montakya, slightly taken aback, replied, What are your thoughts on this? Chen Yang fell into silence. He had already regarded Qin Mo Yao as a friend, and thus, he did not wish to deceive her with falsehoods. However, Qin Mo Yao was a police officer, principled and possessing a strong sense of justice, which made it impossible for Chen Yang to speak the complete truth. In that moment, silence was his only recourse. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo Yao continued, Do you truly wish to escape and become a fugitive for the rest of your life? In a low voice, Chen Yang responded, I have not committed a crime. Therefore, I shall not imprison myself. Qin Mo Yao pressed, So, you intend to fight to the bitter end? Chen Yang remained silent, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chen Yang, Qin Mo Yao said, I recognize your indomitable spirit. Yet, if you choose to flee, how will you continue to protect Lin Qingshui? That would become a permanent stain on your life. At this juncture, why not lower your head to life just a little? Han Xian endured humiliation, and you too can find opportunities to rise again in the future, can't you? A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Yang's eyes as he fixed a sharp gaze on Qin Mo Yao, his tone turning harsh. Are you suggesting I bow my head and apologize to Yang Ling? A flicker of trepidation crossed Qin Mo Yao's heart, yet she summoned her courage to reply. To endure for a moment and take a step back might grant you a lifetime of peace. Would that truly be impossible? Even if you were to apologize to Yang Ling, no one here would look down on you. Suddenly, Chen Yang stood up, his voice fierce. But I would look down on myself. Captain Qin, I consider you a friend, and I shall not hold this against you this time. He paused, then added, If I am indeed in the wrong, not only would I bow my head, I would willingly sacrifice this life of mine without a second thought. But my conscience is clear. I cannot bow my head, nor even lower it. Qin Mo Yao felt the intensity of Chen Yang's resolve once more. She realized that no matter what she said, it would be futile. Chen Yang continued, Han Xian could endure humiliation because he was a general. Liu Bang could act despicably because he was a hero of sorts. But I cannot endure disgrace, not even in death, for I am a warrior, a man of honor. A man of honor in anger spills blood. I may be tolerant and forgiving, but I shall never accept humiliation. Whoever dares to insult me shall face my wrath. A tremor shook Chen Yao's heart, leaving her speechless. She understood that the man before her was a true warrior, marked by an indomitable spirit. He was indeed a man in every sense of the word. I'm sorry, Chen Yao uttered softly before quietly retreating. Regardless of Chen Yang's choice, she knew she could not dictate his thoughts. With no regrets, she could only respect his decision. After Chen Yao left, Chen Yang gradually calmed his emotions. He lay back down on the bed, forever remembering the words his master had imparted while teaching him martial arts. Little Yang, his master had said, "Remember, we are warriors. Warriors are not politicians. We need not indulge in empty pleasantries. We warriors may embody tolerance, yet we shall never endure humiliation. We may bleed, but we must not shed tears. The fierce spirit of a warrior is the most formidable blade. It embodies an indomitable vigor. Once you bow your head, display weakness, or allow tears to fall, that vigor dissipates and your martial prowess wanes. The essence of life resides in one's spirit. As long as the spirit endures, one remains alive. But if it fades, so too does existence. Master is the individual whom Chen Yang holds in the highest regard in the days to come. No matter the magnitude of setbacks or injuries he faces, Chen Yang has never bowed his head, nor exhibited weakness. Alone in a foreign land, he struggled amidst the underprivileged, sharing space beneath a bridge with the homeless, devoid of a single coin. Despite this, he has never succumbed to pessimism or relinquished hope. As Chen Yang closed his eyes, this evening, a flood of emotions washed over him, all ignited by memories of his master. "Master, where are you?" Chen Yang silently cried out in his heart. Moments latte. A myriad of images flashed through his mind, all depicting battles abroad, amidst a tempest of bloodshed. He and his brothers emerged from a sea of corpses, their surroundings engulfed in flames of war. Suddenly, Chen Yang opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he thought, "Yang Ling, while I was engaged in battle, you were merely playing in the mud. Did you truly believe you could force me to my demise?" At this moment, a brilliant light flickered in Chen Yang's eyes, revealing a fierce and sharp demeanor. In truth, had it not been for his considerations regarding Lin, Qingxue, and the others, and his desire to maintain an untarnished reputation, he would have already ensured that Yang Ling paid in blood. At 4 a.m, the South District Police Station lay in utter silence. The main entrance stood ajar, incandescent lights casting a stark white glow, their shades surrounded by a swarm of moths and mosquitoes. Inside the office, 5 officers sat on duty, languidly watching television, stifling yawns, while some leaned on their desks, asleep. The air conditioning was not in use, leaving only the ceiling fan to spin, creaking with each rotation. It was at this moment that a young man clad in a black zhongshan suit appeared at the doorway. This youth appeared to be around 18 years old, embodying the essence of youth. With a close-cropped hairstyle, he possessed a handsome yet aloof visage, seemingly devoid of any emotion. In the sweltering summer heat that filled the air, his mere presence brought forth an unexpected chill, as if the temperature had genuinely dropped. The officers in the office instantly turned their attention to this youth. Their initial impression, one of perplexity. How strange it was that on such a hot day, he donned a heavy zhongshan suit. Their second impression was equally odd, for this young man resembled a specter, exuding an emotionless aura, as if he were an unreal entity. Having been on edge for some time, the officers were startled by the sudden appearance of this youth, their nerves frayed, almost causing them to lose composure. Summoning their courage, they swiftly rose, some brandishing nightsticks and others reaching for their firearms. One officer, in his nervousness, even dropped his gun on the floor. "Who are you? What brings you here?" one officer demanded, his voice a mixture of authority and trepidation. The young man in the zhongshan suit gazed coolly at the officer and replied, "I have come to see my elder brother. I kindly ask for your understanding." He spoke of trouble and understanding, yet his tone bore no trace of remorse for troubling others. It felt more like a command. The officer immediately inquired, "Who is your elder brother?" "Chen Yang." "Is that acceptable?" the youth asked again. Though the officer initially intended to refuse, he found himself inexplicably yielding under the piercing gaze of the youth's ice-cold eyes, uttering, "Yes." Regret washed over him immediately after his words left his lips. However, the youth had already expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, the officer accepted the gratitude, hesitant to deny the youth access to Chen Yang. He felt an unsettling notion that a single misstep in his response could lead to his demise at the hands of this young man, who emanated a terrifying, invisible intent to kill. The other officers, witnessing the encounter, dared not voice any dissent. Thus, the youth naturally approached the detention room, where the officer opened the door for him. He entered the room without pretense, confronting Chen Yang. Several officers remained stationed outside, fearing an unforeseen occurrence. "Brother." Upon seeing Chen Yang, a flicker of emotion surged within the youth's previously cold gaze, excitement. Chen Yang turned to him, rising promptly to his feet. "You rascal! You finally made it!" Chen Yang exclaimed, striding over to embrace the youth warmly. A hint of crimson graced the youth's cheeks, yet he did not resist Chen Yang's affectionate embrace. Releasing him, Chen Yang noticed the blush and laughed heartily, saying, "You little rascal," acting all shy like a young lady. "What are you afraid of? I have no interest in men." The youth lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful. This scene left the officers astonished. They instinctively perceived the youth as a formidable killer, yet he exhibited such docility in Chen Yang's presence. "Brother, how did you end up here?" the youth then asked. "Let us go," he added. "Go where?" Chen Yang replied. "Do you think if I wanted to leave, I couldn't?" The youth paused, and Chen Yang continued with seriousness. "Xiao, I am here under false pretenses. The reason I called you back is that I need you to undertake a task." The youth immediately responded. "Tell me who to kill, brother." He spoke of murder with an unsettling ease, as though discussing a mundane meal. The officers shivered at his words, reaffirming their initial impressions of him as a lethal force. Yet, they dared not intervene to fulfill their duty and apprehend the youth. Chen Yang, with a stern gaze, admonished, "Xiao, this is a police station. You mustn't speak so bluntly about murder. Do you think the police would hesitate to arrest you too?" The youth replied earnestly, "Whoever tries to arrest me, I will kill." Chen Yang said, "Enough of this nonsense. Go find Mu Jing and have her explain the situation. You should know better than I how to proceed. It's not appropriate to discuss further here." The young man became acquainted with Mu Jing through a telephone conversation. At that moment, he remarked, "All right, big brother, I shall take my leave." Chen Yang nodded and replied, "Be careful." The young man acknowledged with a slight sound and then turned to depart. Several police officers watched him leave, and only after he had truly exited the police station did they release a collective sigh of relief. Once the young man was gone, the officers felt the oppressive atmosphere dissipate. Regaining their composure, they quickly conferred and decided to report the situation to Chen Mo Yao that very night. Upon learning of the incident, Chen Mo Yao deemed it of utmost importance and promptly rushed over. She first reviewed the surveillance footage of the young man's visit to Chen Yang, and then proceeded to interrogate Chen Yang in the interrogation room. "What exactly were you discussing? Who is this young man?" Chen Yang glanced at Chen Mo Yao and, with a languid demeanor, replied, "He is a subordinate I took under my wing abroad. Upon hearing of my predicament, he wished to return to assist me." Chapter 39. A fierce counterattack. Chen Moya immediately inquired, "How does he intend to assist you?" She scrutinized the surveillance footage of the youth and Chen Yang, yet the absence of sound rendered their conversation a mystery. Nevertheless, it was clear to Chen Moya that this youth was no ordinary individual. Her question stemmed from a fear that he might engage in unlawful, even murderous, actions. As a police officer, she was resolutely committed to eradicating crime. Chen Yang sighed softly before responding, "Captain Chen, you must understand that you are not a deity. Do not allow the inability to save all to burden your conscience." Chen Moya, feeling a surge of urgency, retorted, "Chen Yang, what exactly are you planning?" Meeting her gaze with an unsettling calmness, Chen Yang replied, "I seek nothing but to live peacefully and innocently. It is that simple. If I act, it will be under duress from Yang Ling, Captain Chen. While you uphold the law, I hope it does not solely constrain me. At this juncture, if you cannot assist me, am I not entitled to seek my own salvation?" Momentarily speechless, Chen Moya finally articulated. Chen Yang, I fear you may plunge into irretrievable depths. A self-deprecating smile crossed Chen Yang's face as he declared, if I remain idle, I will be incarcerated or eliminated by Yang Ling's assassins. That is the most irreversible outcome. Therefore, whatever I do cannot lead to a graver fate. Chen Moya found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Chen Yang's actions, refraining from further inquiries as they would yield no answers. In that moment, she comprehended why he had taken it upon himself to safeguard Lin Qingxue, Tang Qingqing, and Su Qing. Chen Yang was preparing to confront Yang Ling. I have already sent Lin Qingxue and the others to my uncle's home in the provincial capital. It is exceedingly secure, so rest assured, Chen Moya stated. Your uncle is? Chen Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. Chen Moya replied. My uncle is a member of the provincial standing committee. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang exhaled in relief. It was not merely that the home of a provincial standing committee member was impregnable, but rather that Yang Ling would think twice before acting there. A murder at such a location would trigger a national uproar, elevating the case to unprecedented heights. Should the investigation lead back to Yang Ling, he would truly face irreparable consequences. The might of the state apparatus was formidable, and within its secretive agencies resided exceptional talents. The nation's boundaries were sacrosanct and must not be breached. At 6 a.m, Mu Jing encountered the youth clad in a black Zhongshan suit at her tea house. She had swiftly risen upon receiving a phone call and made her way there. The faint morning light had already begun to filter into the tea house's parlor. The youth stood there, resembling timeless ice, devoid of any emotion. Observing him, Mu Jing felt an inexplicable strangeness within. This youth was profoundly enigmatic. Yet, this somber and fearsome boy claimed to be Chen Yang's junior. Mu Jing could not help but re-evaluate Chen Yang, pondering just how many more cards he had yet to reveal. What shall I call you, young brother? Mu Jing inquired. Yi Bai, the youth replied in a subdued tone. He sat upright in the chair, exuding an air of perpetual readiness for battle. Mu Jing couldn't help but comment, what a fine name. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Yi Bai's eyes, tinged with a subtle pride as he replied, my elder brother chose it. Who is your elder brother? Mu Jing inquired. The moment the question left her lips, she realized her folly. Yi Bai's elder brother was none other than Chen Yang. Indeed, Yi Bai confirmed, Chen Yang. Mu Jing was taken aback, surprised that the carefree Chen Yang had chosen such a name imbued with profound significance. Yi Bai continued, my elder brother sent me to gather some information about you. Mu Jing promptly began to explain the situation, recounting the entire sequence of events and the predicament Chen Yang faced. After finishing, she asked Yi Bai, what do you intend to do? Yi Bai stood up and turned to leave, completely disregarding Mu Jing. She couldn't help but smile wryly. She considered herself a woman of considerable presence. Typically, men would hardly dare to breathe in her presence, let alone disrespect her behind her back. Yet, ever since encountering Chen Yang and Yi Bai, she began to doubt her allure. Intrigued by Yi Bai, she immediately rose to visit the detention center to inquire about Chen Yang and uncover the true nature of Yi Bai. At 7 a.m, the sun shone brilliantly, casting its warm glow over the land. Mu Jing arrived at the police station in her Audi A6. She strode confidently to meet with Chen Yang. The entire precinct was aware of the special individual being held in the detention center, and Captain Chen had shown him particular consideration. Thus, the officers were quite lenient, and as an old acquaintance, they naturally allowed her to see him. Inside the detention room, Chen Yang was practicing the great sun and moon technique. Even before Mu Jing entered, he sensed her arrival. Today, Mu Jing wore a deep crimson camisole, her exquisite, snow-white collarbone on display, exuding both elegance and a hint of sensuality. Upon seeing her, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Sister Jing, you look stunning today, he exclaimed with a grin. It would be even better if you wore something with a lower neckline. Mu Jing was rendered speechless, replying, you certainly have time for such thoughts. Chen Yang chuckled. Desire is a fundamental instinct. If I were to see a woman as beautiful as you without any reaction, that would be a tragedy. As Mu Jing entered, a fragrant breeze enveloped her. Enough with the pleasantries, she said. Tell me honestly, what is Yi Bai's true background? Chen Yang grinned. I I guess you came here for him. Come, have a seat, he urged, motioning for her to sit on the only available bed in the room. Mu Jing complied, and the moment she sat, Chen Yang discreetly stole a glance. From his elevated position, he caught a glimpse of her alluring cleavage, pure and deep, leaving him parched. Mu Jing, having noticed Chen Yang's little antics, sighed in exasperation. He truly was a peculiar character. Would you like to touch it? Mu Jing suddenly remarked playfully. Chen Yang's heart leaped with joy, and he responded with a mischievous grin. Sure, sure. You rascal. Mu Jing shot him a fierce glare and said, if you continue to be so indecent, I wonder if I will still bother to keep an eye on you. Chen Yang chuckled softly, but he refrained from further teasing Mu Jing. He understood the wisdom of moderation in all things. Mu Jing then said, now, can we discuss it? Chen Yang, not one to keep secrets, replied, Xiao Yezi has grown up in the jungles of Africa. His grandfather was a remarkable man. However, for reasons unknown, he suffered severe injuries and has never been in good health. I happened to meet his grandfather and would visit them whenever I could. Eventually, his grandfather could no longer endure and entrusted me with the care of Xiao Yezi before passing away. Xiao Yezi has always regarded me as his elder brother. Additionally, he is accompanied by a silver wolf king. Since childhood, Xiao Yezi has refrained from socializing with others, having been accustomed to the brutality of the jungle. Thus, he is quite different from ordinary people. Apart from me, his grandfather, and the Silver Wolf King, Xiao Yezi does not smile at anyone or pay attention to others. As for Xiao Yezi's skills, I must admit, I'm not entirely sure. His only specialties seem to be killing and escaping. If he were to spar with me in a ring, I might have some confidence. However, if he intended to kill me, I would surely meet my end. Mu Jing could not help but gasp, saying, I share that sentiment. If he wished to kill me, I would have no means of escape. So what is your intention in bringing him back? To kill Yangling? Mu Jing inquired. Chen Yang shook his head and replied, Sister Jing, they say that a large chest comes with a small mind. Yet your chest is not that large. Mu Jing retorted sharply, are you looking for a fight? Chen Yang chuckled. Why would I want to kill Yangling? Firstly, he is in his own territory, making it difficult to do so. Secondly, even if I were to kill Yangling, it would not absolve me of my guilt. What do you intend to do then? Mu Jing questioned. Some secrets cannot be revealed. You will understand in a few days, Chen Yang teased. Seeing that Chen Yang was unwilling to divulge more, Mu Jing decided not to press further. The day passed quietly. At 3 a.m, over the waters south of the Yangtze River, darkness enveloped the surface, illuminated only by a bright moon. The Yangtze River, steeped in legends, took on an air of mystery at this hour. A large cargo ship, brightly lit, sailed the waters. This vessel belonged to the Yang family group, primarily transporting finished diesel and gasoline. However, within the depths of the ship, a clandestine smuggling operation thrived. It was filled with luxury cars acquired from the black market. These vehicles were part of an extensive business, reconditioned and registered, yielding astonishing profits. Yet, these smuggling operations were merely a drop in the bucket of the Yang family group's vast enterprises. The Yang family controlled the shipping rights in the waters south of the Yangtze River, and all passing vessels depended on them, paying hefty protection fees. Without paying a certain amount, the safety of the ships could not be guaranteed. Due to the presence of numerous water bandits along the Yangtze River, the situation remains perilous. Furthermore, failure to comply with the demands of the Yang clan could result in direct action from them. Conversely, once the tribute is paid, the water bandits are deterred from confronting the Yang clan, thereby ensuring that the merchant vessels willingly invest in their safety. At that moment, a speedboat suddenly surged across the dark waters, heading straight for the cargo ship. This swift approach immediately caught the attention of the sailors aboard the vessel. The speedboat swiftly reached the front of the cargo ship, whose sides towered 10 meters high. Without warning, the speedboat collided with the cargo ship, producing a tremendous explosion of flames. Water erupted skyward, soaring several dozen meters, and the cargo ship began to rock violently. The ship's overseer was instantly alerted to the commotion. Fortunately, the cargo ship was constructed with exceptional quality, and the explosion of the speedboat did not compromise its integrity. The overseer, named Zhang Kuan, was a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, possessing formidable skills that had reached the level of mastery. This cargo ship held significant importance for the Yang clan, which is why Yang Ling appointed Zhang Kuan as its protector. Accompanying Zhang Kuan were 6 other lay disciples from the Shaolin Temple. Chapter 40. Truly a wretched soul, this cargo ship, navigating the waters of the Yangtze River, could be regarded as a colossal entity. Although it paled in comparison to the Titanic, this was simply due to the Yangtze's waters not being on par with the vastness of the ocean. Zhang Kuan, now 40 years of age, was a seasoned veteran of the underworld. At this moment, he was unaware of the calamity that was unfolding. Yet, he found it curious that anyone would dare to strike against the Yang family conglomerate. A glimmer of sharp intelligence sparkled in his eyes as he remained as composed as a mountain, idly toying with 2 iron balls in his hand. The remaining 6 disciples of the Shaolin lay disciples stood ready for action. Zhang Kuan called out, "I wonder which esteemed friend from the path has graced us with their presence. Why not step forth to meet?" As he spoke, he remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest sounds around him. However, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Just then, a wave of foreboding washed over him. Zhang Kuan's hair stood on end as he was suddenly startled into a swift turn. To his horror, he noticed 2 of the Shaolin disciples had collapsed in a pool of blood. The perpetrator was none other than Yi Bai, clad in black attire, wielding a glimmering dagger. He appeared as a specter in the night. Zhang Kuan was struck with disbelief. This young man had managed to approach silently from behind without his notice. It was all too eerie. At that moment, Yi Bai lunged toward Zhang Kuan with the speed of lightning, yet moved with an uncanny silence. The cold gleam of the dagger flickered ominously. Zhang Kuan instinctively recoiled, but with each step back, Yi Bai surged forward with even greater velocity. Yi Bai, who was akin to a serpent, excelled at concealing his presence, harmonizing his heartbeat and breath with the surrounding environment. It was only after he had taken the lives of 2 men that Zhang Kuan finally became aware of his presence. What manner of being was Yi Bai? He was the very existence that even Chen Yang feared. Masterful at both assassination and evasion, his speed was paramount. Having raced alongside the Silver Wolf King since childhood, Yi Bai's swiftness was legendary. Thus, as Zhang Kuan retreated, Yi Bai closed the gap in mere moments. His speed eclipsed Zhang Kuan's by 10-fold. A stark contrast as the latter's retreat hindered his momentum, while Yi Bai's speed defied the natural order. Zhang Kuan had no time to react. The icy blade penetrated his skin and swiftly sank into his chest. In an instant, he was mortally wounded, gazing at Yi Bai in disbelief. Without hesitation, Yi Bai delivered a swift cut across Zhang Kuan's throat, ending his life. The other Shaolin disciples were still in shock, unprepared for the massacre that ensued. Yi Bai, having slain their leader, unleashed a torrent of violence upon them, leaving no survivors. In truth, this was not a matter of Zhang Kuan's inadequacy, nor the ineptitude of the Shaolin disciples. The principal issue lay in Zhang Kuan's lack of composure. Had he remained steadfast and unflustered when Yi Bai struck, he would have surely thwarted the attack. Furthermore, the surrounding disciples would have been able to assist in subduing Yi Bai. Unfortunately, the moment Yi Bai made his move, fear gripped Zhang Kuan, sealing his fate. At 5 in the morning, Yang Ling lay deep in slumber. A sudden flurry of footsteps roused him from his slumber, followed by the voice of the butler, Missouri Wooey. The elderly Mo, aged 60, had watched over Yang Ling as he grew up, and Yang Ling held him in high regard. "Young master, we have a grave situation," and Mo Wooey's voice was laden with seriousness. Yang Ling, predisposed to irritability upon awakening, would have unleashed his wrath upon anyone else intruding at such an hour. Only Mo Wooey could quell his anger. He sat up and said, "Mo Bo, please come in." Mo Wooey promptly entered the room. Yang Ling regarded him. Clad in a long black robe, he bore an appearance reminiscent of ancient times, yet it suited him perfectly. Though his hair had turned gray, his eyes sparkled with vitality. "What has happened?" Yang Ling asked in a low tone. Mo Wooey took a deep breath and replied, "Our vessel, the Ming Chun, has met with disaster on the Yangtze River. The ship has been destroyed, and all cargo has sunk to the depths. Furthermore, there were no survivors among the crew. Zhang Kuan, 6 secular disciples, 32 sailors and staff, all perished." Most of their bodies have already been recovered. What? Yang Ling felt as though struck by lightning. His complexion paled as he demanded, "What exactly transpired?" Mo Wui explained, "Young master, we are still unaware of the specifics of the incident." A fierce light ignited in Yang Ling's eyes, and he could hardly contain his anger. "Which audacious individual dares to disrupt my affairs? Investigate immediately. Spare no effort in uncovering the truth." Yang Ling had always enjoyed smooth sailing in life, and this incident was a direct affront to his dignity. Moreover, the economic losses from the destruction of the Mingchuan were incalculable. There was also his reputation at stake. If the Yang family could not suppress this incident, other vessels and river bandits would inevitably be emboldened. The gravity of the Mingchuan's destruction weighed heavily on Yang Ling. The days swiftly passed, yet those he dispatched to investigate returned empty-handed, while several delegations from the municipal police arrived to seek information. Yang Ling dared not speak the truth, as he was still utilizing the Mingchuan for smuggling operations. Frustration consumed him. To compound his ire, news of further calamity arrived. The Jianghuai dock, under Yang Ling's domain to the south of the Yangtze, had been set ablaze. The goods within were worth millions, and several more secular disciples from Shaolin had been slain. All 28 dock workers had also met their demise. It was nothing short of a massacre, executed with a brutality that sent chills down Yang Ling's spine. At this moment, Yang Ling was certain that the perpetrator was targeting him specifically. Yet, he could not fathom who this enemy might be. He had no deep-seated enmities with anyone. Once again, Mo Wui visited Yang Ling, reminding him, "Young master, you seem to have overlooked someone." "Who?" Yang Ling asked immediately. Mo Wui replied, "Chen Yang." Yang Ling was taken aback. He finally recalled that this adversary existed. Forgive the proud Yang Ling, for he had instinctively failed to regard Chen Yang as an equal opponent. "Are you suggesting that these recent incidents are connected to Chen Yang?" A complex gleam flickered in Yang Ling's eyes. Montauk Vui remarked, "Aside from the grievances between him and us, I truly cannot fathom who else would undertake such actions." Yang Ling responded, "But how could that be? Chen Yang is still confined in the detention room. Moreover, the assailants' methods are ruthless and their skills terrifying. I find it hard to believe Chen Yang possesses such capabilities." Mo Wui replied, "Chen Yang's origins are shrouded in mystery. He might very well have enlisted outside assistance. However, I cannot definitively ascertain the connection to Chen Yang." Yang Ling pondered deeply, stating, "Our foremost priority is to locate this murderer." Mo Wui continued, "This killer operates with great cunning, and it will be exceedingly difficult to uncover their identity in the short term. Our branches are numerous, making vigilance a considerable challenge. Additionally, young master, many disciples of the Shaolin sect have perished. If this persists, the elders above will surely hold us accountable." With a furrowed brow, Yang Ling queried, "What do you suggest we do?" He was both furious and exasperated by the elusive killer. What good is anger? This murderer is too cunning to be easily traced. As the head of the Yang group, Yang Ling needed to adopt a broader perspective. Should such bloody incidents continue unabated, the empire he had painstakingly built could very well crumble. This was something Yang Ling could not abide. Montag Vuyi spoke solemnly. "I have always felt that this matter is tied to Chen Yang. Young master, you should consider meeting him." Yang Ling fell silent, then said, "Very well, I understand. Mo Bo, you may leave now. I need to reflect on this." Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Mo Wui acquiesced and withdrew. Yang Ling contemplated in silence. Realizing that if this matter truly involved Chen Yang, he had made a grave miscalculation, underestimating Chen Yang from the outset. It was not merely Chen Yang's abilities, but his audacity and ruthlessness. This Chen Yang had the audacity to execute such a series of silencing acts. He truly was a formidable figure. Engaging with someone of such caliber was undoubtedly an unwise decision. Still uncertain of the connection to Chen Yang, he was soon met with the latest intelligence. The Yang group maintained a dedicated intelligence unit known as the Shadows, led by a figure known as the Eagle. The Eagle seldom appeared in public, remaining the most enigmatic of presences. He contacted Yang Ling directly. "Young master, according to the latest information, 2 days prior, Chen Yang met with a mysterious youth in the detention room. We have surveillance footage from the police station, which I will now transfer to your phone for your review. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat as he nodded. All right. Shortly thereafter, the surveillance video was transmitted. Upon viewing Yi Bai in the footage, Yang Ling immediately sensed the coldness and murderous intent emanating from him. Instinctively, he concluded that this Yi Bai was responsible for the two tragic incidents. Lost in thought, Yang Ling grappled with the realization that even if he knew Yi Bai was the culprit, yet amidst the vast sea of humanity, where could he possibly locate Yi Bai? Time was no longer a luxury he could afford. For Yang Ling, the reputation of the Shaolin secular disciples and the standing of the Yang family were once of utmost significance. However, in the face of the survival of the Yang clan, all else faded into insignificance. His foremost priority was to ensure that the bloodshed did not continue. After a period of contemplation, a plan began to take shape in his mind. He dialed the number for Hua Tianzong and articulated, "Master Hua, I kindly ask you to convey a message to Chen Yang. If he ceases his attack on the Yang family, I shall consider our grievances settled. The Han family will soon step forward to acknowledge their role in framing him. He may then venture free, and we shall coexist peacefully henceforth." Hua Tianzong remained somewhat bewildered, as the incidents surrounding the Yang family were shrouded in secrecy and had not been made public, lest they incite societal panic. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy and promptly agreed. He hastened to meet with Chen Yang, and upon arrival, relayed Yang Ling's message. Chen Yang responded with a cold, mocking laugh, declaring, "Indeed, Yang Ling is a natural-born coward. It seems he requires a demonstration of strength to grasp the depths of reality." Chapter 41. The transformation of Su Qing. Hua Tianzong could not help but feel puzzled as he remarked, "Master Chen, Yang Ling claims that you attacked the Yang group. Yet you have been here all along, never having ventured out. How could you have assaulted the Yang group?" Chen Yang, holding a deep respect for Hua Tianzong, replied earnestly, "Master Hua, there are certain clandestine reasons behind this matter that I am unable to disclose. However, I have indeed taken some actions regarding the Yang group." Hua Tianzong, being an astute and perceptive individual, recognized Chen Yang's reluctance to divulge further details and chose not to press him. He sighed in relief and said ultimately, "Your safety is what matters most." Chen Yang then addressed Hua Tianzong once more, stating, "Master Hua, please convey to Yang Ling that I have agreed to his request." Hua Tianzong nodded and subsequently departed. Following the agreement between the two parties, Han Yumei's family swiftly changed their tune, proclaiming their decision not to pursue legal action against Chen Yang. They insisted that the entire situation had never involved Chen Yang and claimed that Han Yumei had long suffered from hidden ailment. Their true intention had merely been to extort money from Chen Yang. Qin Mo Yao was well aware of the intricate details surrounding the incident. The previous challenge stemmed from Han Yumei's family relentlessly pursuing Chen Yang. With their sudden withdrawal from legal action, it was only natural for Chen Yang to be released. Qin Mo Yao had been away from Binhai City for the past few days and had not heard about the bloody incident involving the Yang group in the provincial capital. Both Yang Ling and the authorities in Jiangnan City wished to keep the affair under wraps, discreetly negotiating a resolution on their own. Yang Ling had spent a considerable sum, employing both intimidation and bribery to ensure that the families remained silent. Reunited with Lin Qingxue and the others, Qin Mo Yao was overjoyed to learn that Han Yumei's family had abandoned their pursuit of Chen Yang. She quickly gathered with Lin Qingxue and the other two women to return to Binhai City. Qin Mo Yao understood that Chen Yang must have taken some decisive actions to compel Yang Ling to forego his desire for revenge. Regardless, the most favorable outcome was that Chen Yang had emerged unscathed. At 11 in the morning, after completing his statement and signing the necessary documents, Chen Yang was released. Outside the police station lay a courtyard surrounded by lush greenery, with strong sunlight bathing the area in brightness. After being confined for over a week, Chen Yang, now free, let out a jubilant howl, embodying a carefree and unrestrained spirit. At that moment, several vehicles drove in, and out stepped four stunning women: Qin Mo Yao, Su Qing, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Qingqing. Each possessed her own distinct charm. Su Qing was mature and captivating. Qin Mo Yao exuded a striking and vibrant demeanor. Lin Qingxue radiated a cool and pure aura, while Tang Qingqing was both beautiful and mischievous. Upon seeing that Chen Yang was unharmed, the four women were filled with joy. Tang Qingqing, ever playful, teased him with a laugh. "Oh, Chen Yang, is that a wolf howl or a ghostly wail?" Chen Yang turned to Tang Qingqing, unbothered, and chuckled. "Qingqing, after so many days without seeing your elder brother, you must have missed me terribly. Come here, let me give you a hug." He made a gesture as if to embrace Tang Qingqing. However, Tang Qingqing was not having it. She immediately darted behind Su Qing and said, "You can hug Su Qing instead." As she spoke, she pushed Su Qing out. Su Qing's cheeks instantly flushed, and Chen Yang felt awkward about embracing her in public. He scratched his head and let out a silly laugh. Lin Qingxue glanced at Chen Yang, smiling gently as she said, "It's all right. Let's go. We'll take you for a shower first, and then indulge in a sumptuous meal." Chen Yang, who had not been enjoying his meals lately, readily agreed. "That sounds like a splendid idea." Qin Moya, observing the scene, remarked, "I have some matters to attend to, so you all go ahead without me." However, Tang Qingqing insisted, "Moya, you cannot miss out. It's so much more enjoyable when everyone is together. Your tasks can wait." Chen Yang chimed in, "Indeed, Captain Qin. I should also express my gratitude to you." Unable to refuse, Qin Moya relented. The atmosphere among the four stunning women remained harmonious, although Su Qing struggled to fully integrate with them. Firstly, she was the eldest, and secondly, her background made her feel inferior in comparison. Lin Qingxue and the others flaunted designer bags and luxury cars, while she was merely an ordinary worker, creating an undeniable gap. Despite Lin Qingxue's efforts to consider Su Qing's feelings, she remained sensitive and somewhat withdrawn. Though reluctant to continue with the group, Su Qing felt it would be impolite to dampen the mood. Soon, they all piled into the car. Chen Yang sat in the front passenger seat of Qin Moya's vehicle, while Su Qing took a seat in the back. As the car started moving, Qin Moya curiously asked Chen Yang, "What exactly did you do to Yangling? Why did he capitulate to you? Some secrets are not meant to be revealed." Chen Yang chuckled in response. He dared not disclose the truth to Qin Moya, knowing full well that even if she found out, there would be nothing she could do to confront him, as he had not truly done anything wrong. Yet, he was aware that her anger and resentment would be directed at him if she were to learn the truth. Not wanting to jeopardize their friendship, he chose to remain vague. Understanding his demeanor, Qin Moya realized he would not divulge anything further. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that it might be unnecessary to probe deeper, as knowing more could lead to additional troubles. Ultimately, as long as Chen Yang was unharmed, that was sufficient. The remainder of their outing consisted of bathing and dining. During this time, Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing inquired about how Chen Yang managed to persuade Yangling, but he merely deflected their questions with light-hearted banter. His reticence left them feeling somewhat helpless. After their meal, they proceeded to karaoke. The night slipped away in a whirlwind of joyous revelry. By the time they finished dining again, it was already 9 in the evening. Through this round of entertainment, the bonds between Qin Moya, Tang Qingqing, and Lin Qingxue deepened significantly, while Su Qing grew increasingly taciturn. Ultimately, Qin Moya offered to drive Chen Yang and Su Qing home. Despite her silence, Su Qing maintained her politeness and expressed her gratitude to Qin Moya once more upon arriving home. Chen Yang, however, was indifferent, simply waving goodbye to Qin Moya as if to dismiss her. Yet, Qin Moya was not offended. Instead, she appeared pleased, appreciating the lack of formalities between them. Chen Yang and Su Qing stood in front of their rented apartment, watching as Qin Mo Yao's car disappeared into the distance. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Su Qing silently turned and entered her room. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated enjoying a moment of tranquility with Su Qing after sending the ladies off. Yet her reaction was unexpected. Feeling a wave of confusion, he followed her and called out, "Sister Qing, what's wrong?" Just as Su Qing was about to close the door behind her, she blocked his entry. Her expression was one of melancholy and indifference. As she avoided his gaze and simply said, "I'm a bit tired today. You should rest early." With that, she shut the door firmly. Chen Yang was left dumbfounded, uncertain of what had transpired. His carefree nature made it difficult for him to comprehend Su Qing's emotional shifts. Perplexed, he decided not to dwell on it and retreated to his own room. He lay on his bed, waiting for Su Qing to return before he took a refreshing shower. After the cold water washed away his restlessness, he called Yi Bai. "Little Yi, thank you. I'm fine now," Chen Yang said. Yi Bai's voice was unusually gentle as he replied, "Big brother, there's no need for thanks." Chen Yang smiled slightly, saying, "Make sure to go abroad soon. If the opportunity arises, I will come to find you." Yi Bai responded affirmatively, pausing before asking, "I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" "You did exceptionally well." Chen Yang reassured him. He understood why Yi Bai felt the need to ask this. He knew Chen Yang abhorred killing. It had taken many lives. Nevertheless, Chen Yang held no resentment towards Yi Bai. Those lives were debts of his own, and he felt nothing but gratitude towards him. Moreover, Yi Bai was an outstanding assassin. Chen Yang could never instruct him to kill less, as that would only serve to constrain him. After ending the call, Chen Yang intended to go to sleep. However, just then, another call came in. This time, it was Yang Ling. "This is Yang Ling," he stated as his opening line. Chen Yang was not surprised and replied coolly, "Does young Master Yang have something to discuss?" Yang Ling spoke in a low tone. "I must admit, I underestimated you." Chen Yang chuklet liegfli, rippling. In the middle of the night, "Young Master Yang, are you awake just to exchange such trivialities?" Yang Ling fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "What if I were to capture women like Su Qing, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Qingqing? How would you respond?" Chen Yang paused, then grinned. "I assure you, the Yang Corporation would meet its end alongside them." Yang Ling scoffed. "The reason I have tolerated you is to avoid alarming the elders of the young generation and my relatives in Yanjing. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you?" Chapter 42. A difficult ally to find. Chen Yang could not help but feel perplexed, pondering the true meaning behind Yang Ling's call. Given Yang Ling's status, it seemed illogical for him to utter mere hollow threats. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Chen Yang inquired directly. "I have previously underestimated you," Yang Ling replied. "The enmity between us, irrespective of who is right or wrong, has already been established. This matter cannot be resolved so easily. Therefore, I shall regard you as an equal opponent, and we shall engage in a life-and-death duel." This was a display of Yang Ling's audacity. Despite his elevated position, he remained a warrior, intent on defending the honor of the Shaolin lay disciples with his life and blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang retorted, "Enough of this, Yang Ling. None of your Shaolin lay disciples are trustworthy. When you faced Luo Run in a life-and-death match, you all agreed to the terms. Yet how did you act afterward? If I were to fight you now, and I lost, I would deserve death. But if I emerged victorious, it is likely that your masters from the Yong lineage would intervene. Would that not lead to an endless cycle? No, I can report to the masters of the Yong lineage, and we can clarify matters in person," Yang Ling asserted. Chen Yang responded, "Such measures are futile. I have no faith in you. Even if I did, I would still refuse to fight you." "Why is that?" There was a hint of agitation in Yang Ling's voice. Chen Yang chuckled softly. "You are 30 years old, while I am merely 24. You possess vast experience and strength, having reached a formidable level of cultivation. I am still on the rise, and at this juncture, I must concede that I am not your match. While a warrior should be courageous, to engage in battle knowing one cannot prevail is not bravery, but rather a foolish act leading to one's demise." Yang Ling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yang continued, "Yang Ling, we have both attained a certain level of understanding. Although I care for these women, should you attempt to use them as leverage against me, I hold nothing that I cannot part with. If you were to kill them, I would seek revenge with even greater fervor. You are porcelain, while I am merely a clay pot. Consider your actions carefully." With that, Chen Yang ended the call. His message was clear. If Yang Ling were to capture Su Qing and the others in an attempt to coerce him, not only would he refuse to yield, but he would retaliate with even more ferocity. After all, this is not a drama. If you seize my loved ones, do you expect me to resort to self-harm or kneel in submission to appease you? Would that serve any purpose? It would only lead to one's own demise and the suffering of their beloved. In modern terms, my approach would be, go ahead and kill. Once you have done so, I will ensure you pay a far greater price. A person who aspires to achieve greatness must possess such resolve. Otherwise, what is the point of pursuing grand ambitions? Consider Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty, whose parents were captured by Xiangyu. When Xiangyu threatened to boil them if the gates were not opened, Liu Bang's response was, "You may cook my parents, but once they are done, do share a portion with me." This saying has since become a well-known idiom. Imagine if Liu Bang had truly opened the gates. Where would the future empire be? After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang did not dwell on the matter. Yang Ling's cultivation was unfathomable, and he would not foolishly agree to a duel. In a fair contest on the arena, Chen Yang acknowledged that he was no match for Yang Ling. However, when it came to scheming and underhanded tactics, he held no fear of him. This was precisely what Yang Ling was wary of at present. Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Yang then settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. The following morning, as was his routine, Chen Yang rose and freshened up. Upon meeting Su Qing, she treated him with indifference, as if he were invisible. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After Su Qing completed her morning preparations, he offered to drive her to work, but she replied, "No need." Her tone was flat, and she added, "I'll tell Manager Mu later that I'll be moving out soon." Chen Yang was immediately perplexed. Grasping Su Qing's delicate arm, he implored, "What is going on? Sister Qing, have I done something wrong?" Su Qing silently disentangled herself from his grip, stating, "It's none of your business." She then picked up her bag and headed for the bus stop to begin her workday. Chen Yang, known for his fiery temper, suddenly hoisted Su Qing onto his shoulder and tossed her into the vehicle. He followed her inside, locked the doors, and positioned himself atop her. A look of panic flashed across Su Qing's face as they found themselves squeezed into the cramped back seat. Chen Yang, feeling the softness of her form beneath him, unexpectedly pressed his lips against her alluring red ones. Damn it, Chen Yang thought, feeling utterly frustrated. Just moments ago, they had been sweetly affectionate in the detention room, and now everything was inexplicably awry. As soon as he kissed her, he felt a sharp pain on his tongue. Su Qing had bitten him. Wincing in pain, he had no choice but to release her. Su Qing gazed at him coldly, devoid of any emotion. Though Chen Yang had longed for Su Qing's embrace, he realized that he could not impose himself upon her in such a manner. He promptly moved to the front seat and, after settling in, said, "What is going on? You should at least tell me. Can't we solve this together?" Su Qing sat up, her hair slightly disheveled as she tidied it and smoothed the wrinkles of her skirt. Her alluring gestures were both captivating and enchanting. Chen Yang, watching through the rearview mirror, felt his resolve weakening. This enchanting woman was truly tormenting him. The more unattainable she seemed, the more desperately he yearned for her. Noting, suin replaid kertli. After saying this, she opened the car door and walked away without a second glance. Chen Yang felt it futile to persist further. Unable to accompany Su Qing to work, he lost interest in going to his own job. In truth, he was indifferent to that position. His only concern was the safety of Lin Qingxue and the others. However, it was clear that their safety was not in jeopardy. Deciding to treat himself, Chen Yang drove to a nearby stall for a bowl of beef noodles before returning to his rented room, where he fell into a deep slumber. He was carefree, sleeping soundly until 2 in the afternoon. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Groggily, he picked it up and answered. The voice on the other end was Tang Qingqing, jokingly saying, "Hey, you rascal Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why aren't you at work? Do you have no regard for the law?" Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's voice, Chen Yang felt a surge of brightness in his mood. He perked up, sat upright, chuckling as he said, "What is the matter? Have you missed me terribly in just a day?" "Miss you? Not at all. Dan Qingqing Zito. Aren't you busy with your Su Qing? Why would I be thinking of you?" Chen Yang laughed heartily, sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Perhaps I should just take you both under my wing then. What do you think? Go to hell." Tang Qingqing exclaimed before abruptly ending the call. Chen Yang chuckled to himself, but soon after, Lin Qingxue's call came through. With a hint of reproach, she said, "Chen Yang, Qingqing meant well by inviting you to dinner. Can't you be a little accommodating?" Chen Yang grinned. "It's all in good fun. I was just teasing her." Lin Qingxue responded, "You must have been sleeping at home all day. You haven't had lunch, right? Where would you like to eat?" "Qingqing and I would like to treat you." Feeling lethargic, he replied, "I'll just whip up some noodles at home." It's no trouble at all. I'm perfectly fine, really. Deep down, he felt touched by the concern from the two women, a warmth of friendship. Realizing Chen Yang was disinterested, Lin Qingxue didn't press further. After a few casual exchanges, they ended the call, allowing him to drift back to sleep. However, he had not rested long when he heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Recognizing the distinct rumble of an Audi A6, he deduced that Mu Jing had arrived. Dressed in a black, low-cut spaghetti-strap dress, she exuded a sense of coolness, sensuality, beauty, grace, and elegance, seemingly embodying all the virtues of femininity. As Chen Yang stood at the door, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her fair décolletage, causing a sudden warmth to rise in his abdomen. Despite his usual boldness, he felt a tinge of bashfulness and bent over, clutching his stomach, exclaiming, "I have a stomachache. I need to use the bathroom." Mu Jing couldn't help but chuckle, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Enough with the pretense. I have important matters to discuss with you." Chen Yang Laogit, quickly centering his thoughts to quell the racing of his mind. After a moment, he regained his composure. The distinction between adept individuals and the ordinary lies in their ability to govern their thoughts and emotions. While an average person may succumb to fear or desire in the face of danger or temptation, proficient individuals like Chen Yang and Mu Jing can maintain an unwavering calm, akin to a monk in meditation, regardless of the tumult around them. "What important matter?" Chen Yang inquired, leading Mu Jing into the house. He hastily donned a white shirt and trousers, tousling his hair with a bit of water to give it an effortless look. Mu Jing began. "I've heard news that the Yang Group's southern dock, the Mingchun ship, has been destroyed, resulting in over 70 casualties. This was orchestrated by Yi, wasn't it?" Chen Yang felt there was little to conceal from Mu Jing and nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Is this your intention?" Mu Jing asked, her gaze reflecting a multitude of complex emotions. Chen Yang replied, "It could be considered my intention." Mu Jing fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, she spoke, "I did not anticipate that you would possess such a ruthless resolve." Chen Yang replied in a deep tone, "If Yang Ling is not made to feel fear, he will always remain restless. As for the innocent, I can only express my apologies. Little Yi is merely adhering to the law of the jungle, which dictates that the weak are prey to the strong." Mu Jing remarked, "I understand that you are not a bloodthirsty individual. You did not instruct Yi to act in such a manner, did you? It is simply that Yi is a born killer, and you cannot suppress his murderous intent. If his bloodlust is restrained, his power will diminish significantly, ultimately leading to his detriment. Am I correct?" Suddenly, Mu Jing interjected. Chen Yang couldn't help but glance at her again and remarked, "Indeed, conversing with you is the most effortless experience." This was an admission. Chen Yang genuinely enjoyed their discussions, as they could share without any reservations and converse about anything, for they understood each other thoroughly. Chapter 43. Confessions. Mu Jing pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Do you think Yang Ling would concede defeat so easily?" Although this matter is not widely known, there are still whispers circulating within the martial arts community. Chen Yang replied, "Of course, Yang Ling is not one to accept defeat lightly. However, little Yezi has indeed instilled a sense of trepidation in him. He will not act rashly. It can be said that he will either refrain from taking action or, if he does, it will be with absolute certainty of success." Mu Jing solemnly remarked, "You share my thoughts. I have some connections and intelligence here, and I will keep a close watch for you." Chen Yang smiled broadly, saying, "Thank you." Mu Jing returned a faint smile, then suddenly added, "However, Chen Yang, I have an idea. If you follow my suggestion, I assure you that you will have no concerns." Chen Yang, intrigued, inquired. "Oh?" Mu Jing explained. "Chen Mo Yao's identity and background are quite remarkable, and she currently has no boyfriend. If you could be with her and become her husband, then even Yang Ling would think twice before making a move against you." Chen Yang chucklet, "No thanks. While Yang Ling may wield some influence, I, Chen Yang, have not yet reached the point of needing to rely on a woman for protection." Mu Jing smiled lightly. "I knew you would be too proud to entertain such notions. However, Chen Mo Yao is quite an exceptional girl. Are you truly unmoved? Or is it that your heart only belongs to Su Qing?" She paused, her tone shifting slightly. Though Su Qing is undoubtedly beautiful, she is a divorced woman. In comparison to girls like Qin Mo Yao, Tang Qin Qing, and Lin Qing Shui, her objective qualities fall somewhat short. Yet, you seem to be quite taken with Su Qing. Do you have a peculiar penchant for older women? Chen Yang was momentarily speechless, then replied, Indeed, I have a fondness for older women. Jingjia, I also have feelings for you. Would you consider indulging me? Mu Jing rolled her eyes. Being a principled woman, she would not entertain such overtly suggestive banter. She stood up and declared, I won't waste more time with you. I must take my leave. Chen Yang rose to see her off. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Yang instinctively thought about picking Su Qing up from work. However, recalling her indifferent demeanor, he felt it unnecessary to subject himself to further awkwardness. Although he often appeared carefree, his pride was quite formidable. Throughout the day, Chen Yang slept soundly, having consumed only a bowl of noodles in the morning and nothing since. Resolving not to fetch Su Qing, he turned back to sleep. His slumber was unlike that of ordinary people. His breathing harmonized with the celestial movements, enhancing his vitality. The legendary Zhang Sanfeng was once known as a master of such divine sleep. At 9 that evening, Chen Yang was abruptly awakened by the sound of rushing water. Instantly alert, he sprang up like a spring released, hastening to the source of the noise. He peered into the bathroom, where the light shone brightly, and there was Su Qing, clad in a dress, tipsily showering. Her dress was quickly drenched, clinging tightly to her voluptuous form, the contours so exquisitely perfect and captivating. Chen Yang gazed at the alabaster valley before her, the flawless curve of her silhouette stirring within him an unsettling desire. At the same time, a wave of concern washed over him. What was truly troubling Su Qing? Why resort to drowning her sorrows in alcohol? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Su Qing suddenly sank down, hugging her knees, burying her head motionless. Chen Yang found himself in a state of confusion, his anxiety mounting. Sister Qing, why don't you just take off your clothes and shower? He silently pleaded, having prepared himself for an impassioned release. Yet, after a lengthy interval, Su Qing remained unresponsive, appearing almost as if she had drifted into slumber. Chen Yang felt a surge of alarm. This was cold water she was bathing in. Prolonged exposure, combined with the alcohol, could surely lead to a cold. In that instant, he recognized his obligation to act. It was as if history had chosen him, much like it had chosen Deng Xiaoping long ago. Now, in her inebriated state, Su Qing had unwittingly selected Chen Yang. With a heart aflame with urgency, he dashed from the room, arriving at the bathroom door. The sound of rushing water persisted within. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength to force the door open. Inside, Su Qing had indeed succumbed to sleep. Overwhelmed with a mix of excitement and compassion, Chen Yang turned off the showerhead and promptly enveloped her in a bear hug. In her deep slumber, she remained blissfully unaware, and he took advantage of the moment, occasionally squeezing her backside, finding the sensation quite delightful. After carrying her to her bedroom, Chen Yang felt he was now faced with a moral imperative. His conscience could not bear the thought of Su Qing sleeping in a wet dress. Thus, he knew he must first assist her in removing the garment, then dry her off, and finally, help her into a snug set of undergarments. This was the righteous path for one with a sense of justice. Half an hour later, Chen Yang reluctantly exited Su Qing's room. He had successfully removed her dress and dressed her in intimate apparel, ensuring everything was in order. He had to leave, for throughout the process, he had indulged far too much, feeling as if he might succumb to primal urges and devour her whole. Though Chen Yang possessed a hint of a rogue, he was not devoid of principles. At 3 in the morning, Chen Yang was roused from his slumber by the muffled sound of weeping. The cries were subdued, barely audible to the average ear, but Chen Yang's acute hearing picked them up. It was Su Qing who was in distress. His heart ached with sympathy. What would be troubling her so? He swiftly rose, stepped out, and found himself before her door. The sorrowful sounds grew clearer as he stood outside. Sister Qing, he called softly. Su Qing froze, hastily wiping her tears as she replied, I'm fine. You should go back. What is wrong with you? Chen Yang inquired, unable to contain his concern, and he forcefully pushed the door open. Startled, she recoiled beneath her thin blanket, taken aback by his abruptness. and she was even more reluctant to reveal her vulnerable, tear-streaked visage to him. Chen Yang could hardly bear to see a woman weeping. Without turning on the lights, he strode directly to the bedside and abruptly pulled back the thin blanket. In an instant, he beheld the alluring figure of Su Qing, clad in a snug three-piece ensemble, curled up in a ball. Such a sight possessed an undeniable charm. What could possibly be so dire that you cannot confide in me? Chen Yang exclaimed in frustration. He was aware that his actions were inappropriate, yet when his temper flared, he could not help but act in such a manner. Suin demand silent, appearing pitiful as her sobs grew increasingly pronounced. In Chen Yang's memory, Su Qing was a woman of pride, one who rarely displayed vulnerability before others. He had anticipated that his roughness would incite her fury, but instead, her tears flowed even more freely. This heart-wrenching, rain-soaked demeanor left Chen Yang utterly at a loss. Sister Qing, I am truly sorry, he hastily apologized, covering her with a thin blanket. Then, rather shamelessly, he joined her on the bed, embracing her tightly. Su Qing made no attempt to resist, curling up in Chen Yang's arms like a neighborly little sister, wishing to disregard everything else and simply relish this rare sanctuary. Chen Yang, cradling Su Qing's exquisite form, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Time passed unmeasured, and gradually, her sobs diminished until she eventually drifted back into slumber. Chen Yang, too, succumbed to sleep. When he awoke at 5 in the morning, the dawn had already begun to break outside. As he suddenly opened his eyes, he found Su Qing gazing at him with her lustrous eyes, which promptly shut in panic as soon as he met her gaze. Chen Yang, captivated by her alluring red lips, could not resist leaning in for a kiss. It was an instinctive reaction, a manifestation of admiration for something beautiful. Su Qing initially struggled slightly, but soon became enraptured by Chen Yang's passionate kiss. He fervently savored her sweet lips, and the chemistry between them ignited like a thunderclap meeting fire. At that moment, Chen Yang yearned to progress further, but as he moved his hand, Su Qing grasped it firmly. I have something to say to you. Once I've finished, I shall grant you my body. Chen Yang's heart ignited with fervor. Author S. Note. As you reach this point, it becomes clear that the book is indeed set to be published. This is inevitable, as this is how I earn my living. I cannot afford to let my family suffer while I starve. I want to lament about my financial struggles. I'm doing quite well. My only true passion lies in storytelling. I have previously written on other platforms, and this is my first venture with Haiyan. I hope to prove my worth to the esteemed editor, Fenxin. Some readers may choose to depart, and while I cannot compel anyone to stay, I am grateful for the companionship shared thus far. To those who remain, I assure you that I will never cease writing, nor will I allow the narrative to falter. I will honor your investment and trust. As a storyteller, my only recompense is to craft a compelling tale. I desire to remain with Haiyan, forging a legendary journey alongside my new brothers. I kindly request my brothers to lend me a helping hand and accompany me on this journey. The forthcoming narrative promises to be even more enthralling. Yang Ling shall no longer act impulsively, yet he cannot afford to retreat. The abbot of the Shaolin inner sect, Shi Yonglong, will not permit his withdrawal, as the dignity of the inner sect must be preserved. Chen Yang will encounter a multitude of tempests, entangled in the complexities of his feelings for Su Qing, as well as the resolution of his affections for Xiao Bing and the persecution from Yang Ling, all of which will unfold with great intrigue. This will further intertwine with the enigmatic realm of the divine, giving rise to a plethora of captivating tales. After midnight tonight, I shall provide an update. Tomorrow, I will unveil 100,000 words, with subsequent daily updates consisting of no fewer than 4 entries. Fortuitously, I possess some manuscripts. Thus, I shall strive to write with even greater diligence, ensuring that everyone enjoys a more exhilarating experience. Here are the detailed steps and considerations for recharging on Haiyan. 1. Before recharging, you must log into your Haiyan account. Haiyan supports one-click login, allowing you to utilize any of your QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo accounts for seamless access. 2. Once logged in, click on the Recharge button located at the top of the homepage, and follow the prompts to complete the recharge process. 3. Haiyan supports 8 methods of recharge: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, Tempeh, mobile phone recharge card, GamePoint card, and PayPal. Let me elaborate on each method. Online banking. This requires you to have activated online banking, which is generally supported by major banks. The recharge ratio is 100, i.e., 1 unit of currency equals 100 raw coins. Alipay. Those with an Alipay account may opt for this method. With the same ratio of 100. WeChat Pay. Users with WeChat linked to a bank account or with a balance may recharge via this method, also at a ratio of 100. Tempeh. Similar to Alipay, with a ratio of 100. SMS recharge. This is a lower exchange rate of 140, with potential delays in processing. Mobile phone recharge card. This is the most convenient and swift method. Heiyin accepts 3 types of recharge cards: China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom. These can be purchased at kiosks, convenience stores, and supermarkets. The recharge ratio is 1.85, slightly less than online banking due to processing fees. GamePoint card, similar to mobile recharge cards, but Heiyin only supports specific gaming point cards. Ensure to verify the following: Junwang Yikatong, Shengda Game Card, Zhengta Game Card, Qcoin Card, Geo Card, Ibao, NetEase Card, Perfect World Card, Soachanyu Card, Zonyo Yikatong, Tianxia Yikatong, and Tianhong Yikatong. The recharge ratio is between 170 and 175. Please ensure to select from this approved list, as other GamePoint cards are not supported. PayPal. This option is specifically designed for our overseas friends, allowing international users to recharge. Moreover, for those utilizing the BlackRock Reading iOS client, it is imperative to note that due to Apple's system settings, the recharge ratio on the iOS client stands at a mere 150, with the remaining half being retained by the Apple system, rendering it quite disadvantageous. It is advisable to access the BlackRock Reading website through a browser for recharging. Once completed, you may then log in to the client for reading, thereby circumventing the hefty service charge imposed by the Apple client. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to consult customer service via QQ at the following number: 281-455-1419. Chapter 44. After tonight, Forget Me Su Qing appeared remarkably serene, a calmness that left Chen Yang feeling somewhat bewildered. After a prolonged silence, she began to recount her story. My father is the head of the audit bureau, and my mother is a mathematics teacher at a prestigious high school. I have been raised in a life of privilege as the only child, regarded by my parents as their most cherished treasure. My mother often refers to me as her little princess, and to relatives and friends, I am also regarded as a little princess. From kindergarten through university, I consistently ranked among the top 10 students in my class and was the favorite of my teachers. Chen Yang listened quietly, refraining from interrupting Su Qing as she continued. I once dreamed of marrying a man who would be my Prince Charming, much like the fantasies of the fairy tale princess who awaits her suitor on a cloud of colorful mist. Then I met my ex-husband, Su Ji, the president of the student council, dressed impeccably in a white suit, exuding grace and charm. He pursued me relentlessly, and I fell helplessly in love with him. My parents disapproved, yet I defied them, becoming pregnant before marriage. Eventually, they had no choice but to acquiesce, and thus I married Su Ji and gave birth to our daughter, Xiao Shui. However, it was only after marriage that I realized the stark contrast between dreams and reality. Su Ji was ambitious yet ineffectual, unable to sustain any job, and he had a penchant for gambling. That year, I wept countless tears. I even hesitated to confide in my parents, as I felt responsible for the turmoil I had created. It became evident that I was not a favored daughter of destiny, nor a princess, but merely a foolish woman. I had nearly lost all hope in men. Yet, in the stillness of the night, I sometimes felt the pangs of loneliness and clung to a flicker of romantic fantasy. Then, Chen Yang, I encountered you. You are unlike any man I have known. I perceive you as a true man. I pondered, though I am a few years your senior, surely I deserve someone like you, do I not? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang absent-mindedly touched his nose, recognizing the truth in her words. Despite her past and her child, her elegance and beauty made her more than deserving of a man like him, even if he was merely a security guard. However, Chen Yang was carefree and unconcerned with notions of compatibility. He felt no sense of inferiority, even in the presence of a royal princess. He did not see anyone as beyond his reach, whether the other person was a server or of noble lineage. He would not feel unworthy as long as he found them appealing. He lived his life with an exceptional sense of freedom and nonchalance. Chen Yang was acutely aware of his feelings for Su Qing. He was attracted to her, yet he also appreciated her physical allure. He questioned whether, should he ever possess her body, he might eventually grow weary of it. What he was certain of was that he did not wish to marry or be confined within the bonds of family life, forsaking nights out in bars or the pursuit of other women. These were aspirations he was unwilling to relinquish. Meanwhile, Su Qing remained oblivious to Chen Yang's wandering thoughts. Continuing her narrative, I am fully aware that being with you is a rather unwise choice. At this stage in my life, I should seek a mature man, someone accomplished in his career, perhaps even a divorcee with a child. He would treat me like a young princess of 17 or 18. My mother has introduced me to several suitors, including numerous executives who have fallen for me at first sight, pursuing me time and again. Yet, I have always felt a lack of genuine connection. They seem so pragmatic and calculative. When I expressed my feelings of emptiness to my mother, she chastised me for not having learned my lessons by now, claiming that my instincts have never been right. I had no words to counter her approach. Chen Yang listened quietly, sensing Su Qing's inner turmoil and struggle, her unwillingness to settle and her defiance against surrender. She is a warrior who holds hope for life, refusing to compromise. Thus, she tells herself in the detention room that she could flee to the ends of the earth with herself. She embodies a romantic heroine. Su Qing continued, I believe you are just a security guard, and that we can be equals. I wish to take one last gamble, even if it leads to heartbreak. I tell myself that if I lose this time, I will accept my fate. So, even if you're imprisoned and may need to escape abroad, I have decided to accompany you. However, I realize now that I have been overly naive. Watching you with those beautiful women, like General Lin and General Mu, I see how effortlessly you belong with them. And it dawns on me that you could never truly be just a security guard. You are a person of great stature, facing them without the slightest sense of inferiority. And what about me? Su Qing lamented, I am merely a divorced woman with nothing to my name. A second-hand commodity. Aside from a hint of beauty, I have no other redeeming qualities. Moreover, you are so young. I am unworthy of you. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then he understood. He finally grasped why Su Qing had distanced herself from him. She felt unworthy of him. What a foolish woman she is. She is willing to embark on a reckless journey with me. Yet after I gain my freedom, she feels unworthy. Xingye. Chen Yang longed to comfort Su Qing, but he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yang, haven't you always desired my body? Today, I will grant you that. Su Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as a single crystalline droplet fell. She said, but after tonight, we shall never meet again. I will heed my mother's wishes and find a reliable man to marry. After speaking, she leaned in to kiss Chen Yang, guiding his hand to her waist. Chen Yang, however, was stunned, his mind echoing Su Qing's words about never seeing each other again. The thought of such finality struck him like a sharp pang of loss, filling him with a bittersweet dread. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been stung by a scorpion. He pushed Su Qing away and leaped off the bed. Su Qing was taken aback. Chen Yang took a deep breath, looking at Su Qing with no trace of desire, only sincere earnestness. Qingjia, listen to me. You are absolutely not unworthy of me. I do not care about your past or that you have a daughter. These worldly concerns do not matter to me. Chen Yang continued, I simply am not yet ready to settle down. I have grown accustomed to a wild and solitary life. Thus, I cannot, in good conscience, promise you a beautiful future. If I fail to deliver on that promise, I would be no different from Su Ji, would I? He paused momentarily, then continued, however, I believe you have a significant issue. You have placed your future and happiness in the hands of a man. This is entirely unnecessary. You can forge your own career and lead an independent and graceful life. You are a woman imbued with romantic essence, and you ought to embody that. Su Qing fell into deep contemplation, but soon a self-deprecating smile crossed her face as she remarked, a career of my own? How easy is that to achieve? Chen Yang suddenly broke into a broad smile and said, Sister Qing, I can help you. How about we partner to open a bar? You could be the proprietress, and I will manage the venue for you. Su Qing felt a flicker of excitement, but quickly replied, I do not have sufficient funds for that. Chen Yang responded, neither do I, but we can seek partners. Tomorrow, I will invite Jing Jia, Lin Qingxua, Tang Qingqing, and Qin Moya to join us. If each of them contributes a little, with Qin Moya's connections and Jing Jia's network combined with our efforts, we can certainly reap substantial profits. In that moment, Su Qing found herself enchanted by Chen Yang's proposal. If she could truly become a proprietress, earning a steady income each day, she could indeed live independently and elegantly, no longer feeling lost and helpless. However, doubts lingered in her mind, and she voiced them. But we have nothing. Is this really feasible? Chen Yang reassured her. Sister Qing, you are overthinking it. They won't mind contributing that small amount. I will convince them, and their investment will yield returns. We will share the profits with them, ensuring they do not suffer any losses. We are the ones putting in the effort, right? Su Qing considered his words and found them valid. All her frustrations were swiftly replaced by the excitement of their impending entrepreneurial venture. However, she soon realized that she was clad in revealing attire, causing her face to flush like the evening sky. She quickly pulled the blanket around herself and playfully chided, You must not look. Seeing Su Qing return to her usual self, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He was not particularly interested in business or wealth. He could easily part with billions. Yet, his paramount desire was to see Su Qing happy. He could not bear the thought of her being with a corpulent, older man. The mere idea of Su Qing being under another man's control ignited a fierce protectiveness in him. Thus, Chen Yang was resolute in his decision to help Su Qing establish her own enterprise. This way, she would not have to settle for less, and he could feel a sense of peace knowing he had seen her in such an intimate light. Meanwhile, Su Qing, nestled under the blanket in a bashful demeanor, inspired a playful spirit in Chen Yang. He teased, Sister Qing, considering I was the one who helped you change, your modesty now seems rather futile. Su Qing let out a sharp gasp, finally realizing the implication of his words. Embarrassed and flustered, she could only respond, You should leave at once. Chen Yang chuckled and replied, Sister Qing, you cannot blame me for this. You fell asleep in the bathroom, and I was genuinely concerned that you might catch a cold. I was only thinking of your well-being. How did you know I was asleep in the bathroom? At that moment, Su Qing emerged from the covers. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired of Chen Yang. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He nearly let the truth slip. This clever individual quickly responded, How would I know? It's just that you took too long in the bathroom. You see, I can hear you showering from my side. Ah, Sister Qing, I must admit, listening to you shower every day and imagining how you look while doing so is one of life's greatest pleasures. Get lost. Su Qing could no longer contain her embarrassment and retorted in a mix of anger and shyness. Chen Yang really should have seen Su Qing. He could vividly picture her flustered expression at that moment. However, he understood the need for moderation and jest. With a chuckle, he exited Su Qing's room. That night, Chen Yang enjoyed a peaceful sleep. The following morning, he rose early. While freshening up, he encountered Su Qing, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. Chen Yang grinned and asked, Sister Qing, did you sleep well last night? Instantly, Su Qing's face turned crimson, and she rolled her eyes at him before hastily retreating to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. After both had completed their morning routines, Chen Yang drove Su Qing to work. Today, she offered no resistance and appeared quite agreeable. Her mood notably bright, her complexion radiant. Her face, a delicate blend of white and rosy hues, resembled that of a youthful girl of 17 or 18. As they drove, Chen Yang remarked, I will contact everyone shortly to arrange a lunch together and finalize our plans. By the way, Sister Qing, can you drive? Swindy Blave. I used to, but I haven't touched the steering wheel in ages. Why do you ask? Chen Yang chuckled and said, Once I start earning, how about I buy you a Ferrari? In my eyes, you will always be a princess, and a princess deserves to drive a Ferrari. Su Qing's face flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Regardless of whether Chen Yang was serious or merely jesting, his words filled her heart with sweetness. After dropping Su Qing off at work, Chen Yang did not head to the Yadai company, but instead made his way to a five-star hotel named Mingzhu Hotel. He reserved a private room and then called Mu Jing. Sister Jing, I'm treating for lunch at the Mingzhu Hotel in the Hokkaido room. The banquet begins at noon. Chen Yang ano unjet. Mu Jing chuckled on the other end. Why are you, the frugal one, treating us in such a formal setting? Chen Yang lao get. You'll find out when you arrive. Mu Jing responded, You're not expecting me to pay, are you? Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. Am I really that kind of person? You certainly are. Mu Jing teased before hanging up. Chen Yang then proceeded to call Qin Mo Yao. Chapter 45. A Feast of Wine and Flesh. The Unrestrained Gathering. Captain Qin, I invite you to lunch at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, Chen Yang stated directly. Qin Moya was taken aback and asked, Why such a formal invitation all of a sudden? Chen Yang chuckled and replied, I have a matter to discuss with you. You'll understand once you arrive. Without further contemplation, Qin Moya agreed. In her eyes, Chen Yang was a rather exceptional man, and thus she was inclined to engage with him more. Subsequently, Chen Yang extended similar invitations to Lin Qingxue and Tang Qingqing. Although both women were puzzled, they ultimately accepted. Finally, Chen Yang called Su Qing to update her on the situation. Naturally, Su Qing was pleased yet somewhat anxious, inquiring, will they agree? Chen Yang, un fazet, replied. They are my first choice. If they decline, I shall consider other options. In any case, money is the least of my concerns. Suing, familiar with Chen Yang, did not perceive his words as mere bravado. At noon, all the lovely ladies arrived. Su Qing came along with Mu Jing. As soon as Tang Qingqing entered, she immediately confronted Chen Yang, exclaiming, You scoundrel Chen Yang, what have you summoned us 5 beauties for? Speak up. Are you after our wealth or our charms? Chen Yang laughed heartily. I have gathered you for a grand feast of wine and flesh, an unrestrained gathering. Tang Qingqing retorted, Go to hell. The other women exchanged peculiar glances. The banter between the two was quite bold, but Chen Yang's comment was indeed quite explicit, encompassing them all. What was this grand feast of wine and flesh, this unrestrained gathering? It was reminiscent of the indulgences of King Zhou and his numerous concubines. Lin Qingxue, feeling bashful, flushed slightly but chose not to elaborate. Qin Moya and Mu Jing were well aware of Chen Yang's character and took no offense, while Su Qing had grown accustomed to it. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Chen Yang swiftly ushered everyone to their places and instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. Before the food arrived, Tang Qingqing spoke again. You scoundrel Chen Yang. Rare is the day you formally invite us to dine. Are you planning to marry Su Qing and wish to inform us? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, and Su Qing's cheeks turned crimson. Quickly adapting, Chen Yang responded, I would relish such a fortunate event, but Sister Qing is not willing. Dan King King Zitge. Su Qing is a swan, and you a toad. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. She consistently referred to Su Qing without the honorific, indicating a hint of disdain while simultaneously harboring some jealousy, though she remained oblivious to this fact. Chen Yang chuckled, choosing not to engage further with Tang Qingqing. It was Mu Jing who spoke up next, saying, Chen Yang, I know you never rise without a purpose. We are among friends here. If there is anything you need our assistance with, feel free to express it. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang responded, Indeed, Sister Jing, you understand me well. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and solemnly declared, As I am new to Binhai City and have few acquaintances, you 5 are my only friends here. I shall refrain from saying more. I aspire to establish a bar, yet I find myself devoid of any financial resources. I seek to attract investments from all of you, and I assure you that I will not let anyone suffer losses. To those who place their trust in me, I express my gratitude. To those who choose not to invest, I extend my thanks as well. That is all I wish to convey. Having spoken, he took a seat and gulped down a generous glass of water. This was the first time he had addressed everyone with such seriousness. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and even Tang Qingqing felt reluctant to cast any further ridicule. Surprisingly, it was not Mu Jing who first responded, but rather Lin Qingxue. With a slight smile, she declared, I am willing to invest 2 million. Should more funds be necessary, I can contribute further. Beside her, Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. She once again experienced Chen Yang's allure, his ability to inspire such willingness in others to part with substantial sums of money. Soon after, Mu Jing chimed in, offering a gentle smile. Like Qing Xue, I can also invest 2 million. If that proves insufficient, I can add more. Thank you, Chen Yang said, rising to bow to both women. Tang Qingqing, with a playful grin, remarked, since you bowed to them, I too shall invest 2 million for your venture. Chen Yang smiled faintly and bowed to her as well. Tang Qingqing, witnessing his genuine gesture, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Next was Qin Mo Yao, who chuckled softly. You all are quite the affluent ones. If I were to use all my savings, I would only have 500,000. How about I contribute 50,000? Chen Yang looked at her and replied, 50,000 is unnecessary. Let's make it 30. She did not insist further, saying, all right then. Chen Yang reassured her, rest assured. I will ensure you do not incur losses. Qin Mo Yao smiled lightly. It's of no consequence to me. She truly meant it. She had little concern for money, knowing well that if she desired funds, she had ample means to obtain them. Finally, it was Su Qing's turn. Feeling somewhat shy, she admitted, I only have around 200,000. Chen Yang responded with a smile. With everyone's contributions, we will have over 6 million, more than enough to start a bar. The next step is to find someone to manage it. I have decided that the bar will be run by myself and Sister Qing. She will be the general manager, and I will serve as her assistant. Is everyone in agreement? At that moment, the group finally comprehended Chen Yang's sudden motivation to open a bar. It was all for Su Qing. Lin Qingxue, Mu Jing, and Qin Mo Yao had no objections. Although Tang Qingqing felt a bit uncomfortable, she refrained from expressing it. Thus, a unanimous agreement was reached. Chen Yang then produced a bank card, stating, Please note this card number and transfer your contributions accordingly. I will commence preparations for the bar. I assure you, every cent spent will be meticulously recorded. Additionally, regarding the distribution of shares, let me clarify. There are 6 of us present, and regardless of the amount each invests, the shares will be equally divided. Once we start generating profit, we will first return everyone's principal. Sounds good, Lin Qingxue affirmed. I have no objections, Mu Jing echoed. Qin Moyos expressed no concerns, and Tang Qingqing echoed, no issues. Following this, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude for their trust. The meal unfolded pleasantly, although Tang Qingqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, primarily due to Chen Yang's evident affection for Su Qing. Su Qing, too, noticed Tang Qingqing's demeanor. Yet her excitement stemmed from an optimistic vision of the future. After dining, the group gradually dispersed, and Su Qing formally resigned from her position with Mu Jing, who understood and permitted her departure. An hour later, everyone transferred their contributions to the account. Chen Yang and Su Qing remained together, visiting an ATM to check their balance. When Su Qing saw a string of zeros on the screen, disbelief washed over her. With prudent management, this sum could afford them a life of leisure. However, now that the funds had been transferred, it signified that their dream of opening a bar was no longer a mere fantasy, but a tangible responsibility. Su Qing turned to Chen Yang, inquiring, What shall our first step be? Chen Yang smiled gently, replying, Naturally, we should celebrate with a drink, marking our first step toward success. Su Qing smiled in response. As the clock struck 5, the sun set ablaze, painting the sky with vibrant hues. A little girl by the roadside joyfully ran with an ice cream cone, its sweetness melting in the warmth. Chen Yang, could you treat me to an ice cream? Su Qing suddenly spotted the ice cream shop and voiced her desire. Chen Yang glanced over and, without hesitation, replied, Of course. They made their way to the shop, and upon entering, they noticed that most patrons were couples, brimming with youth and vitality. A large mirror adorned the back wall, and as Su Qing looked up, she saw the reflection of herself and Chen Yang. She was surprised to find her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a girl in her late teens, while Chen Yang exuded a carefree charm. Together, they appeared remarkably harmonious, akin to the other couples, devoid of any discord. A sense of inexplicable joy washed over Su Qing. Chen Yang, however, remained oblivious to her thoughts. They found a seat and ordered their ice creams, indulging in the delightful treat. Su Qing could hardly recall the last time she had savored ice cream. The experience felt like a return to her youthful university days. as if the failures of the past years had vanished. By the way, Su Qing suddenly recalled, you mentioned wanting to run a bar. Do you have any experience? Chen Yang paused slightly before responding, I lack experience. Su Qing was taken aback, asking, so you can assure us that we won't incur losses? Chen Yang replied confidently, lack of experience can be overcome with learning. What is there to fear? Boldness, meticulousness, and innovation will lead us to success. He was indeed a person brimming with self-assurance, unafraid of challenges in any endeavor. As Su Qing observed his unwavering confidence, she could not help but feel reassured, particularly considering his unique identity and capabilities. Let us embark on an exploration of the bar street this evening, Chen Yang suggested. Su Qing nodded in agreement, replying, certainly. As night fell, the sky adorned itself with countless twinkling stars. The entire coastal city was bathed in a luminous glow, a dazzling spectacle of myriad lights. A gentle, salty breeze drifted in from the sea, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. The bar street, a hallmark of the coastal city, is a must-visit for any traveler. It serves as a venue to discover romance, or perhaps a casual fling. This locale is renowned for its vibrant nightlife. Nestled close to the shoreline, the air is infused with the scent of the ocean, occasionally accompanied by the soothing sounds of the waves lapping against the shore. After a day of seaside revelry, indulging in a drink at a bar, and then retreating to a nearby hotel with an intriguing companion for a delightful encounter is an experience of sheer comfort and pleasure. Chen Yang drove his compact car, transporting Su Qing to the bar street. Chapter 46. Ensnared by a temptress at present. Su Qing complied with every whim of Chen Yang, for she lacked experience in running a bar. Although the prospect of entrepreneurship thrilled her, her mind remained clouded with uncertainty. Temptation Bar, Chen Yang mused as he parked the car in front of the establishment. This bar was renowned as the most popular venue on the bustling bar street. Let us venture inside and glean some insights, he suggested, stepping out to open the door for Su Qing. As she exited the vehicle, Su Qing surveyed her surroundings and noted the luxurious cars parked nearby. Chen Yang's modest vehicle appeared rather inconspicuous amidst such opulence. However, he was indifferent to such matters. The pair entered the Temptation Bar, where they were immediately enveloped by the deafening cacophony of heavy metal music. Upon entering, they discovered the bar was impressively spacious, featuring a dedicated performance stage and a vast dance floor. At that moment, a sultry pole dancer captivated the audience on stage, exuding an irresistible allure. Below, the dance floor was a whirlwind of frenetic energy, with strobe lights illuminating a throng of men and women moving as if under the influence of ecstasy. Upon stepping inside, both Chen Yang and Su Qing felt their blood surge with the pulsating rhythm of the atmosphere. The frenzied ambience was infectious. Even the most refined of ladies would find themselves compelled to indulge in abandon, to scream with unrestrained joy. Such is the enchantment of bar. Chen Yang led Su Qing to the bar counter, where 4 bartenders were at work. The one serving them was a charming young lady clad in her uniform. With a slight smile, she inquired, "What would you like to drink?" Chen Yang grinned broadly and replied, "I would like a pitcher of ice-cold beer. What about you, Sister Qing?" Su Qing responded, "A blue fairy, please." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment," the young bartender replied, promptly preparing a frosty pitcher for Chen Yang before mixing Su Qing's drink. Chen Yang took a generous gulp of his beer, feeling the refreshing coldness invigorate him, an exhilarating sensation beyond words. His gaze began to wander, a habit acquired from frequenting bars. He couldn't help but seek out potential romantic interests. Yet, with Su Qing by his side, he knew he had to exercise restraint. The young bartender soon completed Su Qing's blue fairy, and upon tasting it, she was delighted by its refreshing, tangy sweetness, a delightful surprise. "Sister Qing, shall we dance on the floor?" Chen Yang proposed. Casting a glance at the dance floor, Su Qing quickly shook her head, saying, "I don't know how to dance." Chen Yang chuckled, "Neither do I. Hardly anyone knows. They're all just moving chaotically and taking advantage of the moment." Her cheeks flushed. Su Qing insisted, "I still want to go. You should go alone." With a mischievous grin, Chen Yang replied, "Very well, I shall." In truth, he was reluctant for Su Qing to join him, as he was primarily eager to dance himself. concerned that she might attract unwanted attention. He took another hearty swig of his beer before plunging into the dance floor, where he found himself amidst a chaotic flurry of bodies. Remarkably, the ladies on the dance floor exhibited an array of captivating forms and alluring movements, making him feel as though he had stepped into an enchanting realm. Soon, Chen Yang's gaze was captivated by a stunning woman clad in a fiery red miniskirt. This enchanting beauty, seemingly around 22 years of age, sported a piercing on her navel and exuded an alluring charm with her strikingly pronounced cleavage. A mere glance revealed her fair complexion, which was quite arresting. She swayed her hips provocatively, making advances towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang himself was rather handsome and robust. It was clear that this woman was not of the virtuous variety, and such enticing encounters were precisely what Chen Yang relished. Brief interludes of pleasure, after which they would part ways without a trace of nostalgia. As he nestled within the dance floor, he felt emboldened by the thought that Su Qing could not see him. Thus he indulged in the moment with this captivating lady. His hands roamed freely over her form, and he was thoroughly delighted by the experience. Chen Yang had no intention of pursuing anything serious. It was merely a fleeting thrill. The beauty reciprocated his advances, her hands exploring him as well, and they were just shy of igniting a passionate scene right there on the dance floor. Chen Yang reveled in this lifestyle, unfettered and unencumbered. However, his bliss was soon interrupted. A brash, blonde thug barged in, forcefully pulling the alluring woman away. He bellowed at her, "Jiang Yuqin, you brazen hussy. How dare you flirt with another man behind my back?" Jiang Yuqin shrugged off his grip with disdain and retorted, "Get real. I've merely shared a few beds with you. When did I become your girlfriend? I'll play with whomever I wish." With that, she entwined her arm with Chen Yang's and declared, "Handsome, let us leave together, shall we?" Chen Yang felt a thrill of excitement. Yet he lamented the impossibility of actually following through on her suggestion. Nevertheless, he no longer wished to linger in the dance hall and exited with Jiang Yuqin. As they stepped out, the blonde thug trailed behind, accompanied by 3 other ruffians, all exuding a menacing aura. Chen Yang, concerned about being spotted by Su Qing, glanced back but did not see her, suspecting she might have gone to the restroom. Even so, a sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to release Jiang Yuqin's arm and say, "I have to go." As he attempted to leave, the 4 thugs swiftly blocked his path. The blonde thug glared at Chen Yang, seething, "So you think you can take advantage of my woman and escape?" Jiang Yuqin, slightly annoyed with Chen Yang, chimed in, "Handsome, are you not a man? Why fear him? Just fight him. If you win, the night is yours." The thug's anger intensified at her words. Chen Yang, unfazet, smiled at the blonde thug and remarked, "She just said you're not her boyfriend. Do you have no shame?" Furious, the thug lunged at Chen Yang with a punch, shouting, "Boys, teach him a lesson." Chen Yang, however, paid no heed to the approaching fist and delivered a swift kick, sending the thug sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise, the remaining thugs quickly charged at Chen Yang, each attempting to grapple him in various ways. Chen Yang seized them by the back, as though discarding refuse, and in the blink of an eye, he had tossed several ruffians aside. Engaging these petty thugs posed no challenge whatsoever. However, this scene utterly captivated the young beauty. "Jiang Yuqin, wow, that is incredibly impressive," Jiang Yuqin exclaimed as she rushed to intercept Chen Yang, saying, "Handsome, you're truly formidable. Let us go. I'll sleep with you tonight." "Sleep with you? Not a chance." Chen Yang firmly pushed Jiang Yuqin aside, declaring, "I am not someone to be trifled with." After delivering this retort, he approached Su Qing with a cheerful smile. Su Qing was observing from a distance, and Jiang Yuqin, having been jostled, finally managed to regain her balance. Chen Yang arrived by Su Qing's side, grinning broadly, and called out, "Sister Qing." Su Qing had indeed just returned from the restroom and inquired, "What happened?" Chen Yang, full of bravado, boasted, "Ah, my charm is simply overwhelming. A little girl wanted to offer herself, and her boyfriends got jealous and sought to teach me a lesson. As you can see, the tables turned, and I gave them a lesson instead. That girl still wants to pursue me, but I'm not that easy. I have Sister Qing." A sweet light flickered in Su Qing's eyes, clearly enjoying Chen Yang's words. It wasn't that Chen Yang was a silver-tongued deceiver. Rather, He had cultivated the art of sweet talk through numerous encounters with women, making it almost second nature. There's nothing more for us here. Let us go, Chen Yang suggested, primarily concerned that his fibs might be exposed. Su Qing readily acquiesced, and after settling the bill, they exited the bar. However, they had not ventured far when a group of thugs pursued them. Stop! Don't leave! The gang, numbering around 20, brandished steel pipes, exuding a menacing aura. Su Qing gasped in fright, but Chen Yang swiftly took her hand, reassuring her, it's all right. Although he could flee, Chen Yang was not one to retreat easily. He and Su Qing turned to face their pursuers. Among the approaching ruffians, the most conspicuous were the blonde thug and Jiang Yuchen, accompanied by a bald man dressed in a flamboyant shirt, unmistakably the leader. In mere moments, the thugs had encircled Chen Yang and Su Qing. The blonde thug pointed at Chen Yang and said, Dongge, it's this guy who is trying to win my girl. Damn it, Jiang Yuchen interjected. Who the hell is your girl, Li Sheng? Am I some sort of possession? Enough. The bald man, Dongge, commanded with authority. Jiang Yuchen appeared hesitant in his presence and fell silent. Dongge, known as Qi Donglai, had influence over the bar, while the blonde thug, Li Sheng, was his subordinate. With one of his men assaulted, Qi Donglai was bound to retaliate. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Yang, his eyes cold and calculating, before shifting his attention to Su Qing. Upon seeing her, Qi Donglai's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, an unmistakably aggressive sparkle. Su Qing wore a red spaghetti-strap dress today, both cool and enchanting. Her beauty was striking and mature, making it impossible for any man to remain indifferent. She had transcended the shyness of youth, embodying the most vibrant phase of womanhood. Her figure was a perfect hourglass. Neither a fraction more nor a fraction less would suffice. Her grace was beyond compare. The moment Qi Donglai beheld Su Qing, he thought to himself that if he could ever share a bed with this woman, it would be worth dying for. Chen Yang despised the way Qi Donglai looked at her, as if someone were trying to steal his beloved. Frowning, he stepped in front of Su Qing. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if Chen Yang were a sturdy wall. Sheltered behind him, she feared nothing, not even the collapse of mountains. Are you taking advantage of my sister-in-law? Qi Donglai coldly confronted Chen Yang. Chen Yang reminded un fazet, retorting. It is your sister-in-law who sought me out, pleading to accompany me to a hotel. I declined. Shut your mouth. The brash Li Sheng interjected. Qi Donglai suggested, how about this? Let your woman spend a night with me, and we'll consider this matter settled. Do you have any objections? Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh, then disdainfully replied, You think you're worthy? Feeling the disdain and contempt emanating from Chen Yang, Qi Donglai's gaze turned icy. He said, It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 47. Lousy can fight 30 to 20 or so ruffians brandish steel pipes, exuding an air of intimidation. Upon witnessing this spectacle behind Chen Yang, Su Qing was immediately struck with fear, her face paling. Although she was aware of Chen Yang's formidable abilities at that moment, she couldn't help but think he would be outnumbered. Goodness! Chen Yang was the first to speak, exclaiming, Don't act recklessly. I am quite formidable, and if you come at me, I will take you all down. The gangsters found Chen Yang's bravado amusing, perceiving it as a facade. In truth, Chen Yang was indeed strong, but to them, he appeared to be quaking with insecurity. Qi Donglai cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yang, scoffing, Do you think you're like Yuan, capable of taking on 10 foes? Chen Yang chuckled, asserting, I am not Yuan. I am even more powerful, for I can take on 20 of you. Qi Donglai laughed derisively, retorting, Where did you crawl out from, you fool? After a pause, his expression darkened as he commanded, Attack! At his order, the gangsters raised their pipes high and charged forward, intent on beating Chen Yang to a pulp. Su Qing, overwhelmed with terror, shut her eyes, her mind blank. However, Chen Yang merely smiled coldly, and then he struck. To Chen Yang, the movements of these ruffians appeared painfully slow. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a flurry of 36 kicks, a renowned technique from the northern martial arts known as the 36 Paths of Tan Leg. The speed of his kicks eclipsed even that of the legendary Bruce Lee. In an instant, Cries of anguish echoed as a dozen ruffians were sent sprawling. The remaining gangsters, still bewildered, rushed forward. Mimicking Donnie Yen's moves against the Japanese, Chen Yang dispatched them effortlessly, one for each strike, two for a pair. His speed reached its zenith, leaving the ruffians unable to comprehend the onslaught. At that moment, Su Qing opened her eyes and was immediately captivated by Chen Yang's display of prowess. Jiang Yuchen, equally stunned, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, he's even more ferocious than Bruce Lee." Just then, the last two ruffians swung their pipes at him. Chen Yang deftly struck one's wrist, causing the pipe to clatter to the ground. He elegantly caught the falling pipe and swiftly struck it against the ruffian's forehead, causing him to stagger back, blood streaming from his head. Chen Yang had been careful not to cause serious harm, delivering only a superficial injury. The other ruffian swung his pipe, but Chen Yang intercepted it, twisting it away with ease. He twirled the pipe in his hands like a whirlwind, exuding an air of undeniable charisma. The ruffian stood dumbfounded as Chen Yang sent him flying with a powerful kick. Once he had dealt with them, Chen Yang turned his gaze to Huang Maoli Sheng and Qi Donglai. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Well, brother, did I mislead you?" Qi Donglai's face drained of color as he stammered, "What do you want?" Chen Yang's expression grew serious as he stepped forward, suddenly striking Li Sheng's hand with a steel pipe, delivering a resounding crack. Li Sheng immediately collapsed in tears, his hand having suffered a catastrophic fracture. Chen Yang coldly remarqued, "You just insulted my mother. Consider this a minor lesson." Li Sheng had previously uttered a derisive comment about Chen Yang's mother, a slight that Chen Yang would not easily forget. Although Chen Yang had no knowledge of his mother's appearance, he would not tolerate anyone's disrespect towards her. His actions were far from playful. He was a man who believed in retribution. Qi Donglai felt an increasing sense of dread. Chen Yang, with a chilling smile, stated, "You insult my mother, and you lose a hand. You wish to bed my woman and threaten my life. What kind of lesson do you think you deserve?" Qi Donglai was on the verge of tears, recognizing that while Chen Yang appeared foolish, his strikes were vicious. He could not help but plead, brother, I was blind to my own folly. Please do not lower yourself to my level. Forget it. Let us leave," Su Qing interjected, fearing that Chen Yang might stir up further trouble and end up imprisoned. She stepped forward to pull Chen Yang away. Chen Yang cast a cool glance at Su Qing and replied, "I know my limits." His words carried an air of authority, leaving Su Qing momentarily speechless. Realizing that in such circumstances, her voice was unwelcome, she retreated to the side. Chen Yang then turned to Qi Donglai with a smile and said, "According to my temperament, I would have at least taken both your eyes today to teach you a lesson. However, given your humble admission of guilt, let us settle this. You shall compensate me for my emotional distress, and we shall consider the matter closed." Hearing this, Qi Donglai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, of course, brother, just name your price." Chen Yang responded, "I will not take advantage of you. Simply offer me a sum of 1 million. In renminbi, not yen." Qi Donglai's relief was short-lived as despair washed over his face. "Brother, I truly do not have that much money." Chen Yang's expression darkened. "Then there is no alternative. Come here, I shall render you incapable with both hands and eyes." As he raised a steel pipe, ready to inflict harm, Qi Donglai, terrified, fell to his knees and cried out, "Please, sir, do not. I will find a way to get the money." Chen Yang sighed. "You see how pitiful you are. It would have been easier had you agreed sooner." Qi Donglai was overwhelmed with desperation, yet a flicker of malice lurked in his eyes. He then cautiously stood up and said, "I truly do not have that much cash on hand. I must borrow from my elder brother. Could you grant me some time to gather the funds?" "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yang replied, "I am a reasonable man. I will give you 10 hours. Have the money ready by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. How's that sound?" Qi Donglai was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to be so accommodating. He quickly affirmed, "No problem." Chen Yang continued, "Make sure to jot down my number, and also provide me with your identification. Should you attempt to deceive me, I will come to your home." Qi Donglai nodded vigorously, eager to escape the clutches of this formidable adversary. Chen Yang relayed his number to Qi Donglai, urging him to save it on his phone, and then confiscated Qi Donglai's identification. After that, he waved his hand, allowing Qi Donglai and his group to depart. Jiang Yuchen initially wished to engage in a friendly match with Chen Yang. However, upon witnessing Chen Yang's fierce demeanor, she felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly took her leave. This group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once they were gone, Chen Yang turned to Su Qing and said, "Let us return." Su Qing was filled with a multitude of questions. Yet she refrained from voicing them at that moment and joined Chen Yang in getting into the car. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yang started the vehicle, which soon drove out of the bar street. It was already 10 o'clock at night, the sky adorned with countless stars, and the street lights gleamed brightly on either side. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qing inquired, "Chen Yang, I fail to comprehend why you demanded $1 million from that thug. He certainly lacks such funds. Besides, we are not in need of money. Our purpose for visiting the bar street was to assess and establish a bar. While you may not fear these ruffians, they are like nails, even the smallest can prick the foot. In this world, one must not offend women or scoundrels. Why bother?" Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "Sister Qing, are you suggesting that you too must not be offended?" Su Qing was not in the mood for jokes. Expressing her genuine concern, "Chen Yang, I am truly worried." With a smile, Chen Yang reassured her, "Sister Qing, focus on preparing to be the proprietress. I know precisely how to proceed. Su impost. Suddenly retelling Chen Yang es remarquable habilities." He had managed to engage in clandestine negotiations with the heir of the Yang group in Jiangnan City while confined in a detention room, ultimately compelling that heir, Yang Ling, to compromise. Thus, her apprehensions about interacting with mere thugs seemed somewhat unfounded. She decided not to press the matter further. Around 10:30, the two returned to their rental room. Chen Yang began practicing the Great Sun and Moon technique on the bed. Having already reached the pinnacle of transformation, he was but a step away from the realm of terrestrial immortality. He had long sought to breach this threshold and ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Yet, for the past few years, he was uncertain what that final step entailed, as he had made no progress. That night, Chen Yang diligently practiced the Great Sun and Moon technique, his mind tranquil and his vitality restored to a vigorous state. However, he found himself no closer to achieving advancement in the realm of terrestrial immortality. The distinction between the pinnacle of transformation and terrestrial immortality appeared to be merely a thin membrane. Yet it represented the profound difference between a carp leaping over the dragon gate and remaining a mere mortal. Without crossing that threshold, no matter how formidable one was at the pinnacle of transformation, they remained an ordinary being. Only by surpassing the dragon gate and becoming a master of the golden elixir stage could one be considered a terrestrial immortal. The divide between the celestial and the mundane lay within a single thought. Chen Yang continued his meditative practice until 3 a.m, yet still made no progress. He remained unperturbed, aware that at this stage of cultivation, haste would yield no results, and thus he proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After bathing, he returned to bed and fell asleep once more. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen Yang's phone rang. It was Qi Donglai calling, still with his eyes closed. Chen Yang fumbled for his phone on the bedside table and answered. Qi Donglai, polite as ever, said, "Brother Yang, I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." This fellow had developed a habit of addressing Chen Yang with various titles throughout the day, ultimately settling on Brother Yang as the most endearing. Chen Yang yawned and replied, "If you woke me from my slumber, would you not consider that a disturbance? How about it? Have the funds been successfully raised? If so, I would be inclined to forgive your intrusion." At that moment, Qi Dong found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, "Brother Yang, my elder brother wishes to speak with you." Before Chen Yang could respond, a boisterous male voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Brother Chen?" it called out. Chen Yang sat up, lazily replying, "You must be Qi Dong's elder brother, correct? I trust you have the funds prepared for me. Without money, I have little interest in engaging in conversation." The elder brother paused briefly, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you are indeed a forthright individual, and I appreciate that. Money is not a concern. Here's the plan. I shall host a banquet at the Hongyan restaurant this afternoon, eagerly awaiting your arrival to drink and discuss the funds." Chen Yang chuckled in response, saying, "Very well, That sounds agreeable. Chapter 48. The master of the Great Fall. After Chen Yang hung up the phone with his elder brother Qi Donglai, he fell back into a deep slumber. Since Su Qing did not have to work today, there was no need for him to take her to the office. However, Chen Yang did not sleep for long. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Su Qing arrived to knock on his door. Chen Yang rose to open it, still with remnants of sleep in his eyes. Outside stood Su Qing, vibrant and refreshing in her white sports attire, her hair tied in a ponytail. The fragrance she exuded was utterly captivating to Chen Yang. Seeing Su Qing every morning was truly the most delightful part of his day. Having witnessed Su Qing's various charms, Chen Yang regarded her as a treasure, enchanted by every little movement of hers. He could not help but lament how Su Ji, oblivious to his fortune, had divorced such a remarkable woman. Morning, Sister Qing. Chen Yang greeted with a broad smile. Su Qing responded with a radiant smile of her own. She particularly cherished those moments when Chen Yang flashed his cheerful grin and called her Sister Qing. To her, Chen Yang was a bright and straightforward young man, embodying a simplicity and sunshine reminiscent of boys sweating it out on the basketball court during college, a rarity in the adult world. I've come to wake you up for your morning routine. I've already put the noodles on a boil. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes, Su Qing announced. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart as he replied, "Sounds great." The joy of waking up to a prepared breakfast was indeed a wonderful luxury. Chen Yang was free-spirited and unrestrained, often enjoying solitary meals, sometimes eating noodles, and at other times skipping meals altogether. Breakfast consisted of green pepper and shredded pork noodles, accompanied by steamed buns, all steaming hot. It must be said that Su Qing was an exceptionally considerate woman, attentively taking care of Chen Yang. He savored his noodles with great delight, and noticing his enjoyment, Su Qing generously shared some of her own pork and noodles with him. Simultaneously, what are our plans for today? With a mouthful of noodles, Chen Yang mumbled, "This afternoon, that ruffian Qi Donglai mentioned he'd treat me to a meal at Hongyan restaurant. You should come with me." Su Qing's expression changed slightly as she asked, "It wouldn't be a trap, would it?" Chen Yang chuckled. "Whatever it is, as long as there's food, I'm in." His words naturally exuded an air of confidence, a deep-seated assurance that permeated his being. No matter what schemes these petty characters might have, he was unfazed. Su Qing couldn't help but smile, realizing her worries were unfounded. Chen Yang was far from naive. Hongyan restaurant, primarily serving Chinese cuisine, was situated near a bar street. During the day, the bar street was eerily quiet, with only a few quiet bars open for business. To many citizens, Hongyan restaurant held an air of mystery, as it was often chosen by various gangs in Binhai City for their discussions. At this moment, on the second floor of Hongyan restaurant, Qi Donglai, Jiang Yuchen, and Li Sheng stood respectfully beside a middle-aged man. Li Sheng's hand was bandaged and suspended around his neck with a sling. The hand of this man has been diagnosed by a doctor as suffering from a comminuted fracture. Even if it heals in the future, it will possess little strength. He may as well apply for a disability certificate. This middle-aged gentleman, dressed in a Tang suit, surprisingly exudes an air of refinement. His name is Lu Jingtian, the leader of the northern district of Binhai City. Binhai City comprises 4 districts: the southern, eastern, western, and northern. Each district is ruled by a formidable leader in the underground world. Yet, above these 4 leaders reigns a Dragon King, the true emperor of the underworld. However, the Dragon King has largely cleaned up his act and no longer involves himself in the affairs of the underground world, now known primarily as a philanthropic entrepreneur. Lu Jingtian did not arrive with a band of thugs. In fact, he has no such ruffians among his ranks. Instead, he is accompanied by a cadre of elite warriors, today bringing along 2 formidable generals, Lu Bugui and Zhu Tianlei. Lu Bugui, age 40, is a master of Xingyi Yiquan, dressed in a loose-fitting white robe, leisurely sipping tea. In contrast, Zhu Tianlei is a true powerhouse, with a physique as robust as an ox, practicing baguazhang, and at 36, he is in the prime of his life. When Lu Jingtian is mentioned, the first thoughts are of Lu Bugui and Zhu Tianlei, for it is these 2 fierce warriors who have enabled Lu Jingtian to attain his current dominion and stature. Lu Bugui's prowess in Xingyi Yiquan is unparalleled. He has triumphed in 36 consecutive underground bouts, defeating all opponents with ease. Zhu Tianlei, with his fiery temperament and astonishing strength, is capable of tearing a wild bull apart. With these two champions, Lu Jingtian feels akin to having Guan Yu and Zhang Fei at his side, ready to withstand any onslaught. At this moment, Lu Jingtian wore an inscrutable expression, while Qi Donglai beside him dared not breathe a word. It was Zhu Tianlei who broke the silence, asking Brother Tian, "Are you truly considering offering that young man 1 million?" Lu Jingtian turned to Zhu Tianlei and replied, "Whether to give or not depends on his capabilities. This Chen Yang is not well known, yet he dares to provoke us. There may be more to him than meets the eye." Lu Bugui, being more composed, concurred. "What the elder brother says is wise. Even the smallest of nails can pierce the foot. It is prudent for us to exercise caution. Bravado and recklessness will inevitably lead to our downfall." Lu Jingtian smiled lightly and remarked, "The times have changed. It is no longer solely about violence and bloodshed. The Dragon King understands this well, having thoroughly cleaned up his enterprises and withdrawn from the underground world. While we have yet to reach the Dragon King's heights, we must strive toward that direction. The era and technology are advancing. Our industry will become increasingly challenging." He paused, then cast a cold glance at Qi Donglai and Li Sheng, stating, "I have warned you before not to instigate trouble. There are many far more formidable than you in this world. Only a frog at the bottom of the well would be ignorant of the vastness of the sky above." Qi Donglai and Li Sheng quickly lowered their heads, acknowledging, "Yes, yes, elder brother, you are right." Although Jiang Yuchen is a fearless young lady, she appeared quite demure in Lu Jingtian's commanding presence. Ordinarily, Jiang Yuchen and Li Sheng would not have the privilege to meet Lu Jingtian. However, in this matter, Lu Jingtian felt compelled to grasp the full context, thus summoning the two individuals involved. To speak candidly, Lu Jingtian had little desire to intervene in Qi Donglai's misadventures. However, Qi Donglai was one of his own. With Chen Yang's harsh words echoing, Lu Jingtian could not allow Qi Donglai to be rendered powerless by him. As the elder, one must bear responsibility. Additionally, Lu Jingtian was curious about Chen Yang's true identity and intentions. Being astute, Lu Jingtian did not approach Chen Yang with aggression or a desire for retribution, which was the temperament of a mere thug. Instead, he arranged a banquet, seeking to gauge Chen Yang's character. At this juncture, Chen Yang and Su Qing arrived punctually at the Hongyan restaurant, guided by the attendant. They reached the private room on the second floor. Upon knocking, the door was opened, and Chen Yang boldly strode in, followed closely by Su Qing. The two parties finally met. Lu Jingtian immediately rose, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached Chen Yang, exclaiming, "You must be Brother Chen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." He embraced Chen Yang warmly, as if they were longtime friends. Such was Lu Jingtian's strategy. One does not strike at a smiling face. Chen Yang found himself momentarily disarmed by the embrace, feeling somewhat hesitant to deliver a sharp retort. Once they parted, Chen Yang scratched his head and remarked, "Brother, with such enthusiasm, you wouldn't be trying to shortchange me, would you?" Lu Jingtian paused, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Brother Chen, you truly possess a fine sense of humor." Internally, Chen Yang scoffed at the notion of humor. Lu Jingtian then gestured, "Brother Chen, please take a seat." Chen Yang complied, positioning himself opposite Lu Jingtian, with Su Qing seated beside him. Lu Jingtian continued, "Brother Chen, my younger subordinates have acted thoughtlessly. Upon hearing of this incident, I promptly reprimanded them." He paused, turning to Qi Donglai, and commanded, "Hurry up and pour tea for Brother Chen and apologize." Qi Donglai, fearing Lu Jingtian's authority, hurriedly acquiesced. Nevertheless, he felt disgruntled, believing his leader had failed to defend him, instead chastising him before an adversary. Yet, despite his grievances, Qi Donglai proceeded to pour several cups of tea, serving Chen Yang, Su Qing, Lu Jingtian, Lu Bugui, and Zhu Tianlei. Afterward, he respectfully stood beside Lu Jingtian. Chen Yang raised his teacup and looked at Lu Jingtian, saying, "Brother, you are a discerning individual. However, whether or not an apology is forthcoming is of little consequence. What about the money you promised me?" He presented himself like a money-obsessed individual. Lu Jingtian observed Chen Yang with a smile, increasingly unable to decipher him. Chen Yang, under Lu Jingtian's gaze, exhibited no discomfort, casually crossing his legs and sipping tea. This demeanor irked Zhu Tianlei, who abruptly stood and scolded. "You, young man, seem rather arrogant." Xian Yamreli Chuklet, ignoring Zhu Tianli, and addressed Lu Jingtian. "Brother, I still do not know how to address you." Lu Jingtian replied, "I am Lu Jingtian." Chen Yang remarked, "Ah, it's you, brother Lu. It seems your subordinate lacks a sense of propriety. However, worry not, for I shall take it upon myself to instill some discipline." Rising from his seat, he turned to Zhu Tianlei and declared, "You, young man, are quite arrogant." Zhu Tianlei paused momentarily, then responded with a cold smirk, "Oh, so you intend to discipline me?" Chen Yang smiled mischievously and replied, "Indeed, is that not permissible?" A flicker of anger ignited in Zhu Tianlei's eyes. As a formidable figure himself, he could hardly tolerate Chen Yang's brazen insolence. With a disdainful laugh, he retorted, "Very well, let me assess your worth." With that, Zhu Tianlei strode purposefully toward Chen Yang, each step covering a distance of 1.5 meters. In the blink of an eye, he advanced like an avalanche, the force of his presence palpable. His palm, resembling a massive fan, struck fiercely towards Chen Yang's chest, delivering a blow that embodied the ferocity of the 8 trigram's palm's great slamming hand, sharp and relentless. Chapter 49. Chen Yang becomes intoxicated. The essence of Xingyi is akin to catching shrimp, Bagua resembles the grinding of a mill, and Taiji is akin to fishing. Xingyi possesses a collapsing force that penetrates deep into the marrow, inducing unbearable pain. Conversely, Bagua Zhang embodies a spiraling strength that is utterly devastating. Zhu Tianlei's Bagua Zhang is fiercely formidable, and his powerful strike, the great stone-shattering palm, captures the true quintessence of Bagua. Chen Yang felt a fierce wind approaching as the great stone-shattering palm neared his chest. Should that strike connect, his lungs would be shattered, leading to immediate death by blood loss. In this moment of peril, Chen Yang swiftly retreated half a step and unleashed the heavenly mysterious finger. This force surged forth like a sharp sword, piercing Zhu Tianlei's palm strike. With a pinpoint precision that was nothing short of exquisite, Chen Yang's counter was masterful. Zhu Tianlei, taken aback, promptly transformed his palm into a grappling technique, his arm undulating like a nimble serpent as he lunged for Chen Yang's wrist. Seeing Zhu Tianlei's grappling maneuver, Chen Yang instantly converted his finger technique into the rolling thunder fist, stepping forward with a violent onslaught. The rapid succession of Chen Yang's movements was both deceptive and unpredictable, akin to the whims of a ghost. Zhu Tianlei, alarmed, realized that Chen Yang's rolling thunder fist harbored a potent collapsing force, combined with an astonishing speed that resembled the tremors of an approaching train. He could not grasp Chen Yang. Should he insist upon his grapple, he would be obliterated by the force of the rolling thunder fist. Forced to retreat, Zhu Tianlei hastily withdrew, retreating like lightning. Just then, Chen Yang executed the exquisite footwork of the antelope horns, darting forward as if propelled by lightning, and struck Zhu Tianlei's chest with a palm. With a thunderous impact, Zhu Tianlei was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Had Chen Yang not shown mercy, Zhu Tianlei would have surely met his demise. Lu Jingtian, Lu Bugui, and Qi Donglai, along with their companions, stood in stunned silence. They were aware of Chen Yang's prowess, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity. Zhu Tianlei was a superhuman, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, an unparalleled force. Yet, the spectators witnessed him charge at Chen Yang, only to be sent flying moments later. An astonishing spectacle that left Lu Jingtian and the others profoundly shaken. Remarkable skill. Lu Bugui suddenly rose, preparing to confront Chen Yang. Although astonished by Chen Yang's might, Lu Bugui, as a seasoned expert, would not be deceived by appearances. The combat unfolded in an instant. Chen Yang's ability to dispatch Zhu Tianlei did not imply that he was infinitely superior. Lu Bugui's skills surpassed those of Zhu Tianlei, and thus he felt confident in his approach. As a master of Xingyi, Lu Bugui embodied the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, striking and slicing with the fierce tiger form. In a heartbeat, Lu Bugui resembled a magnificent tiger, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. The rushing wind surged. Confronted with Lu Bugui's dual-fisted assault, Chen Yang felt as though he were facing enormous shears, poised to cleave him in two. In truth, Lu Bugui's claws bore a ferocious, penetrating force, imbued with techniques capable of severing tendons and snapping bones. Should he connect with Chen Yang, it would result in a swift and fatal separation. At that moment, Chen Yang did not hesitate. He evaded with the agility of a mountain goat, darting forth like a spirited creature navigating the rugged terrain, slipping past the lethal winds of Lu Bugui's claws. Chen Yang executed the antelope horns technique countless times, yet no one could perceive the subtle changes within it. Swiftly, he positioned himself behind Lu Bugui, and before Lu Bugui could react, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Chen Yang's foot made solid contact with Lu Bugui's posterior, sending him flying into the air and landing in a most undignified manner. The two formidable warriors found themselves utterly outmatched by Chen Yang in a mere encounter. While one might attribute Zhu Tianlei's defeat to sheer luck on Chen Yang's part, the same fate befalling Lu Bugui left Lu Jingtian awestruck. In retrospect, it seemed only just that Qi Donglai had fallen into Chen Yang's grasp, having dispatched two skilled masters. Chen Yang clasped his fists in salute to Lu Jingtian and remarked, "Brother Lu, I understand that this 1 million is no easy sum for you. What do you think of my skills?" Lu Jingtian rose to his feet, a man of considerable shrewdness. With a chuckle, he replied, "Brother Chen's prowess is truly remarkable. I'm most impressed. My two brothers acted rashly, and I take full responsibility for their lack of decorum. I hope you can forgive them." Chen Yang chuckled in return, saying, "No offense taken." Zhu Tianlei and Lu Bugui stood up, their faces flushed with shame as they took their places behind Lu Jingtian. At this moment, Lu Jingtian produced a gold card, placing on the coffee table before sliding it across to Chen Yang, stating, "This is 1 million. The password consists of 6/8. Please accept it, Brother Chen." With a faint smile, Chen Yang responded, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Jingtian returned a faint smile. Chen Yang suddenly added, "However, I must confess that my actions were rather forceful, injuring your two brothers. I propose this money be used for their recovery." With that, he pushed the gold card back towards Lu Jingtian. This gesture left Lu Jingtian and the others momentarily astounded, including Su Qing, who was equally bewildered. They were utterly perplexed by Chen Yang's intentions. Chen Yang smiled gently and said, "When one is away from home, they rely on friends. Brothers, we have only just met through conflict. Surely you 1T refuse my humble offering?" Zhu Tianlei and Lu Bugui were equally mystified, unable to grasp the unfolding narrative. Yet Lu Jingtian, ever composed, addressed them, "Tianlei, Bugui, since it is Brother Chen's goodwill, you should not decline. 1 million is no trifling amount." And both Zhu Tianlei and Lu Bugui felt its allure, knowing full well they were not genuinely injured. However, with Lu Jingtian's word, they accepted the gold card. "Are you not going to thank Brother Chen?" Lu Jingtian prodded. Zhu Tianlei and Lu Bugui immediately clasped their fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Chen." Chen Yang Chuklet, responding, "No need for formality, brothers. We are now acquaintances through our encounter." Lu Jingtian then suggested, "Now that all misunderstandings have been cleared, Brother Chen, let us drink and converse." With a slight smile, Chen Yang replied, "It would be my honor to oblige." Initially brash and arrogant upon his arrival, he transformed into a figure of courtesy after demonstrating his superiority. This was Chen Yang's strategy. Had he been polite from the outset, no one would have taken notice, perceiving him as lacking in skill. Yet, after showcasing his abilities, his politeness commanded respect. Subsequently, Lu Jingtian addressed Qi Donglai and the others, inquiring, "Are you not going to take your leave?" The three, as if granted a reprieve, promptly exited. Once they departed, the food and drink were served. Chen Yang, Su Qing, and Lu Jingtian took their seats. Lu Jingtian raised his glass and said, "My dear Brother Chen, allow me to toast to you. In my years in Binhai City, I have yet to encounter a young man as outstanding as yourself. Chen Yang smiled, replying, You flatter me, Brother Lu. From now on, we shall be good friends. Should you require any assistance from me, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Jingtian chuckled, remarking, You are a forthright individual indeed. Internally, he felt a stir. Forging a connection with someone as formidable as Chen Yang would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, he also remained cautious, pondering what exactly Chen Yang sought from him. Lu Jingtian, being astute, had discerned that Chen Yang was intentionally seeking to establish a friendship. At this moment, both men were in a phase of mutual exploration. Nonetheless, they engaged in conversation as if they were long-lost brothers. Su Qing, on the side, found it difficult to interject. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jingtian turned to Chen Yang and inquired about Su Qing, saying, This must be your sister-in-law. Am I correct? Chen Yang hesitated to formally introduce Su Qing as his partner. Clearing his throat, he replied, This is my sister Qing. Lu Jingtian momentarily paused, slightly bewildered. He did not press further and, demonstrating his refinement, extended his hand towards Su Qing, saying, Greetings, I am Lu Jingtian. Suin reciprocate, stating, suing. Their handshake was brief. Soon, after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Chen Yang decided to speak candidly, stating, Brother Lu, I am aware that you may be curious about my purpose in seeking you out. Lu Jingtian, having sensed Chen Yang's directness, responded, Indeed, I find it somewhat perplexing. Chen Yang then explained, I understand that the bar street falls under your purview. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to open a bar there. I hope to count on your support when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingtian experienced a moment of clarity and simultaneously felt a sense of relief. This request was not burdensome. He was more than willing to extend a favor. He promptly assured, Rest assured, Brother Chen, should you face any challenges while establishing your bar, I will certainly lend my assistance. Whether you require contacts, talent, or a venue, I am here to support you. I am not boasting. While I may not be able to help with other matters, when it comes to opening a bar here, you have come to the right person. Chen Yang inadvertently responded. Then allow my sister Qing and me to express our gratitude to you, Brother Lu. Here's the plan. For the opening of my bar, I initially intended to divide it into 6 shares, but I will now allocate 7, with you receiving 1 share. Lu Jingtian waved his hand, stating, Brother Chen, you are too kind. I assure you, there is no need for such formalities. Assisting you with this minor endeavor is something I should gladly do. To suggest otherwise would be to underestimate me. Recognizing Lu Jingtian's sincere indifference to the share, Chen Yang decided not to press further. It was quite natural. With Lu Jingtian's status, he would hardly regard a share in a bar as significant. At this very moment, Su Qing finally comprehended the significance of Chen Yang's actions. She vaguely discerned the identity of Lu Jingtian, and a surge of joy welled up within her, for she realized that with Lu Jingtian's assistance, the success of her bar was already half assured. At this instant, her admiration for Chen Yang soared to remarkable heights. Subsequently, Chen Yang and Lu Jingtian engaged in lively conversation, steering clear of discussions about the bar and instead indulging in topics of revelry and romance. After the banquet, both Lu Jingtian and Chen Yang were inebriated, calling out for more drinks. Ultimately, it was Su Qing who supported Chen Yang, while Zhu Tianlei and others aided Lu Jingtian, ensuring they were both safely escorted to their vehicles. Lu Bugui held a favorable impression of Chen Yang. Having earned 500,000, how could not express his gratitude? He approached Su Qing and inquired, Miss Su, do you require assistance in escorting Brother Chen home? Su Qing replied with a gentle smile, No need, I can manage. Lu Bugui then remarked, Take care on your journey. Chapter 50. The frigid haunted house in the bustling street. It had been quite some time since Su Qing had driven. She first secured Chen Yang's seatbelt before taking a deep breath and igniting the engine. The clock struck 3 in the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Su Qing maneuvered the car out and set off on the road. Once she was on her way, she exhaled in relief. The vehicle functioned smoothly, and she was well acquainted with the route. At that moment, Chen Yang, who should have been inebriated, suddenly sat upright. He flashed a grin and remarked, Sister Qing, you're driving splendidly. Su Qing was taken aback, then quickly realized, You're pretending to be drunk? Chen Yang chuckled. Lu Jingtian is also feigning intoxication. Su Qing inquired, why on earth would you pretend to be drunk? Chen Yang replied, shared intoxication enhances camaraderie, doesn't it? Su Qing smiled gently, carefully navigating the vehicle while saying, you had already planned to seek Lu Jingtian's assistance with the bar, hadn't you? Chen Yang laughed, not quite. I went to the bar yesterday merely to assess the situation. Encountering that gang led by Qi Donglai was entirely coincidental. It was then I remembered that there was a powerful figure behind Qi Donglai. Thus, I thought enlisting the help of that influential figure would spare us considerable trouble. He paused before continuing. Many matters reveal their purpose only as they unfold. Much like our destinies, only by embarking on that path can the fates determine our suitability for it. The term outlet implies that one must venture forth to discover it. Challenges arise, yet remaining confined at home only intensifies them. He likened it to combat. He never premeditated his moves, but rather relied on spontaneous adaptation. With no fixed strategy in mind, one can respond effectively. Combat is ever-changing, akin to the command of a general whose orders are not absolute when in the field. Setting aside these reflections, upon returning to their rented apartment, Su Qing poured Chen Yang a glass of cool boiled water and then began to massage his temples. Although Chen Yang was perfectly fine, he relished the tender care Su Qing offered. Will Lu Jingtian truly assist us? Su Qing suddenly asked. Absolutely, Chen Yang assured her. For him, it's a trivial matter. I have already demonstrated my worth to him. He has no reason to refuse this favor. However, Lu Jingtian is, after all, a businessman. We want to forge a deep connection. Our interactions will remain mutually beneficial. Su Qing smiled playfully. Shouldn't we say it's more about mutual exploitation? Chen Yang Lao get. Exploitation implies harming others, while support signifies mutual advantage. Sister Qing, you ought to appreciate the nuances of language. In high spirits, Su Qing feigned annoyance. I nearly pursued a Master-S degree. And you, who haven't even completed middle school, dare to say I lack culture? Chen Yang grinned. You have read countless books, while I have traversed vast distances. Our methods may differ, yet we ultimately converge on the same destination. This is the essence of unity among diversity. Though Chen Yang had never formally attended school, his mentor imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, allowing him to read extensively. Moreover, he was proficient in 4 languages: Japanese, English, French, and Chinese. Setting aside these matters, that very night, Lu Jingtian called Chen Yang. On the phone, Lu Jingtian's voice exuded warmth as he said, Brother Chen, this evening I will have Lu Bugui accompany you to explore our city's northern district. You can assess where might be suitable for your bar. Once you've made a decision, leave the rest to me, all right? Chen Yang chuckled and replied, Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Jingtian laughed heartily before adding, We are all brothers here. There is no need for formality. After their conversation concluded, they hung up. Chen Yang then called Su Qing, informing her that they would soon be selecting a location for the bar. Su Qing was delighted to hear that things were progressing so swiftly. Half an hour later, Lu Bugui arrived in a stretched Mercedes, following the provided address. He exhibited great respect and courtesy towards Chen Yang and Su Qing, a reflection of the substantial sum of 500,000 that Lu Jingtian had bestowed. Having given away the money, Lu Jingtian surely felt disinclined to pursue it from a subordinate. Lu Bugui drove, with Chen Yang seated in the front passenger seat and Su Qing in the back. Chen Yang's choice to sit up front was a gesture of respect towards Lu Bugui. Had both he and Su Qing occupied the rear, it would have implied that they regarded Lu Bugui merely as a chauffeur. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Chen Yang possessed a keen understanding of social intricacies. As the clock struck 7, the city, illuminated by the enchanting glow of neon lights, came alive. The streets bustled with an array of vehicles. Being a tourist destination, Binhai City was perpetually vibrant and bustling. Lu Bugui navigated directly toward the bar street while engaging Chen Yang in light conversation, creating a relaxed and congenial atmosphere. He refrained from probing into Chen Yang's background, although he was already privy to some details, having been instructed by Lu Jingtian to investigate. The information he had gathered indicated that Chen Yang was currently employed as a security guard at Yadai Company and had a favorable relationship with a woman named Mu Jing, with whom he had previously been entangled in a murder case. However, specifics regarding Luo Ren's fate or the Yang family conglomerate were beyond Lu Bugui's investigative reach. Both Lu Jingtian and Lu Bugui had concluded that Chen Yang's identity was enigmatic and his intentions unclear. While he could be befriended, deep connections were inadvisable. Soon enough, Lu Bugui steered the car into the bar street, where the atmosphere remained lively and thriving. Chen Yang and Su Qing focused their attention on the various bars lining the route. Although numerous establishments existed, not all enjoyed prosperous business. With plans to open a bar, Chen Yang and Su Qing needed to acquire an existing venue to relaunch. From the outset, Chen Yang had resolved to establish their bar on the illustrious bar street. While Su Qing initially believed it unnecessary to congregate in such a competitive area, Chen Yang disagreed, asserting, "The bar street is a symbol of Binhai City. We must not shy away from our competitors. Instead, we should instill fear in them." This encapsulated Chen Yang's confidence. Suddenly, Chen Yang's gaze was drawn to a shadowy building on the left, standing out amidst the vibrant bars and their dazzling lights. This dark edifice appeared almost solitary, as if forgotten by the world. Moreover, it was sizable and situated in a decent location. "Lu, please stop the car." Chen Yang pointed to the dark building and inquired, "What is the situation with that ominous structure?" Lu Bugui halted the vehicle, casting a wary glance at the shadowy edifice, a flicker of apprehension dancing in his eyes. He replied, "That building was once the largest and most popular bar on the bar street, known as the Golden Arrow Bar. However, after the young proprietress was murdered, the establishment fell into disrepair." Chen Yang immediately asked, "How long ago did this occur?" 3 years ago, Lu Bugui responded. Su Qing, who had been listening, gazed at the dark building, suddenly overwhelmed by an eerie sensation. She felt as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing her from within the shadows. Uncontrollably, she shivered and said, "Chen Yang, let us leave. I feel something strange here." Noticing Su Qing's evident fear, Chen Yang pondered for a moment before conceding, "All right, let's head back." Lu Bugui interjected, "Aren't we going to explore elsewhere?" Chen Yang replied, "No net." Though Lu Bugui found the sudden change curious, Chen Yang's determination left little room for further discussion. He drove the two back to their rental apartment. Upon their return, Chen Yang encouraged Su Qing to rest, stating, "I have some matters to discuss with Brother Lu. Sleep well, Sister Qing." Although Su Qing still felt a twinge of fear, she was no longer a child and decided against displaying her apprehension. After ensuring Su Qing was settled, Chen Yang climbed into Lu Bugui's car and said, "Let us return to that dark building." As Lu Bugui started the engine, he cautioned, "That place is rather sinister. Brother Chen, I know you possess great abilities, but it is wise not to provoke matters of the supernatural." Chen Yang discerned Lu Bugui's trepidation regarding the place, which only heightened his curiosity. His character harbored a penchant for the bizarre, and even without the bar's operation, he yearned for clarity on the situation. "I too sense that the place is eerie. How could the Golden Arrow Bar, once the largest, remain closed for 3 years simply due to the proprietor's demise? What truly transpired within?" Lu Bugui elaborated. After the proprietress's death, someone did take over the bar, with grand ambitions for renovation. Yet on the very next day, the new owner met a gruesome fate, blood oozing from all orifices, leaving behind nothing but skin. It was utterly horrific. Pausing momentarily, Lu Bugui continued. Subsequently, the police intervened, but their investigation bore no fruit. A few officers stationed at the Golden Arrow Bar one night also perished, meeting a fate akin to that of the owner. This incident stirred quite a commotion in Binhai City, but the authorities quelled the uproar with denials and suppression. The local party secretary, Secretary Zhang, deemed the Golden Arrow Bar malevolent and sought its demolition. However, on that very night, he fell gravely ill. This matter was thus shelved, and once Secretary Zhang recovered, he issued a directive forbidding any further interference with the Golden Arrow Bar. Subsequently, there were indeed curious adventurers who ventured into the Golden Years Bar, yet, predictably, they all met with untimely demise. Lu Bugui remarked, "As a practitioner of martial arts, I am acutely aware of the principle that a righteous spirit fosters masculine strength. However, having lingered outside the golden years, I felt an overwhelming sense of resentment and negativity permeating my very being. I am certain that if I were to step inside, I would succumb to the invasion of my inner demons and perish within. Chen Yang, taken aback, inquired, "Is it truly so bizarre?" To which Lu Bugue replied, "In this vast world, the extraordinary abounds. At times, it is wise for us to embrace the uncanny." After a brief moment of silence, Chen Yang suddenly asked, "If I wish to take over the golden years now, would it be permissible under current policies?" Lu Bugue's countenance fell as he warned, "Brother Chen, you must not entertain such thoughts." Chen Yang chuckled softly, "Oh, Brother Lu, I am merely inquiring. Do not be so agitated. Just tell me, is it feasible from a policy standpoint?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bugue recognized Chen Yang's resolute spirit and replied, "For policy perspective, there are no obstacles. As Secretary Zhang has already been reassigned, the government views the golden years as a blemish, and if someone could lift this curse, it would be welcomed. Moreover, the owner of the golden years is particularly eager for someone to purchase it." Chapter 51. Discussing the origins of ghosts with the female officer, Chen Yang's mind was immediately invigorated as he considered the prospects of the golden years venue, which was not only spacious but also situated in a prime location. Currently, it was difficult to unload, and should he acquire it, the price would undoubtedly be favorable. Yet, Chen Yang was acutely aware that the golden years harbored inexplicable phenomena. If he failed to address these issues, he would certainly be unable to successfully operate a bar there. As Lu Bugue drove, he earnestly advised, "Brother Chen, there are numerous options for opening a bar. The golden years is fraught with too many anomalies and dangers. There is no need for you to take such risks." Chen Yang smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Lu, regardless of the circumstances, we must first take a look at the golden years, shall we?" Seeing Chen Yang's determination, Lu Bugue chose not to press further, yet he cautioned, "Brother Chen, it is fine to observe, but you must not enter. I consider you a friend and do not wish for any harm to befall you." "Understood," Chen Yang assented. Before long, the two arrived once more at the front of the Golden Years bar. They parked the car and stepped out. A shroud of darkness enveloped the entrance of the Golden Years, while the adjacent bar buzzed with life. Despite the oppressive heat of the day, a bone-chilling cold seemed to emanate from the Golden Years. The faade of the Golden Years bore the marks of decay. The entrance was secured by a rusted roller shutter, and two of the large characters in the sign had fallen, leaving only the words "Golden" and "Years," now ask you. Exposed neon lights and wires dangled ominously. The interior of the Golden Years remained shrouded in mystery. As Chen Yang stood before the establishment, he felt the penetrating chill of malevolence. This time, he truly sensed a palpable aura of dread. He could almost envision the swirling, intense negativity that must lie beyond the shutter. A pallor washed over Chen Yang. Having traversed the globe and taken countless lives, he had encountered many grim locales, even dwelling among graves. Yet, he had never before encountered a place as suffused with such dense negativity as the Golden Years. Even a seasoned expert like him felt a twinge of fear in the face of such a sight, let alone ordinary individuals. Contemplating deeply, Chen Yang refrained from rashly opening the door. Logically, the Golden Years was situated on a bustling bar street, a center of prosperity and vibrant energy, making it improbable for such negativity to thrive there. Ancestral graves may harbor a certain type of purity in their negativity, which is believed to bless descendants. However, the negativity within the Golden Years had transformed into resentment, a lethal force for the uninitiated. Lu Bugue stood beside Chen Yang, his complexion slightly pale, the atmosphere of resentment instilling trepidation within him. "Brother Chen, let us return," he urged. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Very well." With a sigh of relief, Lu Bugue turned, and the two began to walk back toward the Mercedes. However, as they approached the vehicle, Chen Yang did not follow. Instead, he paused outside, smiling at Lu Bugue through the car window. "Brother Lu, I wish to enjoy a drink inside the bar. You may head back first." Lu Bugue, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Chen, it appears you remain undeterred. I know you to be a person of resolve, yet I implore you to exercise utmost caution. The golden years you have experienced are certainly not mere folklore. Chen Yang sensed the genuine concern emanating from Lu Bugay, feeling a twinge of emotion as he replied, "Rest assured, my friend, I have never engaged in battles without confidence." Lu Bugay, understanding the gravity of the moment, chose to say no more and drove away. Chen Yang then retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Mo Yao. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock. Qin Mo Yao, having just exited the police station, answered his call. "Captain Qin, what are you occupied with?" Chen Yang inquired. Qin Mo Yao, who had always held a favorable impression of him, chuckled brightly and responded, "Busy serving the public." "I see you only call me with mischief in mind. What is it?" Chen Yang laughed lightly and said, "I wish to invite you to the bar street for a drink. Would you honor me with your presence?" Qin Mo Yao replied, "If there is a serious matter, I will come. If it's merely for drinking, you might as well seek out your sister Qin." Chen Yang then said, "I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" she inquired. "I cannot articulate it over the phone. Let us discuss it in person," he suggested. Not insisting further, Qin Mo Yao agreed. "Very well. Provide me with a precise address, and I shall make my way there." Chen Yang looked up and spotted a bar named Suha. He promptly said, "Are you familiar with Suha Bar?" "I am," she responded. "Excellent. Let us meet there." Half an hour later, adorned in a royal blue police uniform, Qin Mo Yao arrived at Suha Bar, exuding elegance and confidence. Chen Yang, seated at the bar, greeted her warmly upon her arrival. The patrons within the bar regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. However, it must be said, Qin Mo Yao's appearance was strikingly beautiful and poised, truly deserving of the title flower of the police force. Ignoring the gazes of others, she settled beside Chen Yang. "What shall we drink?" "It's on me," he offered. "A glass of aperitif red wine will suffice," she replied. Chen Yang communicated the order to the bartender, who promptly obliged. Soon, the bartender served Qin Mo Yao her aperitif red wine. After taking a sip, she turned to Chen Yang. "Now, what question do you wish to pose?" Chen Yang took a hearty gulp of his cold beer and asked, "Are you aware of the Golden Years Bar?" Qin Mo Yao's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes flickering with a hint of alarm, and after a long pause, she responded, "What prompts this inquiry?" Chen Yang explained, "I have set my sights on the Golden Years Bar, intending to establish a bar there." Qin Mo Yao immediately retorted, "Have you lost your mind? That is a thought best left unconsidered." Chen Yang fell silent, contemplating for a while before asking, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Qin Mo Yao took a large sip of her red wine, her cheeks instantly blooming with a charming flush. Subsequently, with a hint of indignation, she remarked, "Since my childhood, I have been educated in the principles of science and atheism. Regardless of the tales my grandmother spun about ghostly lights in the countryside and stories of water spirits, I have never believed in the existence of ghosts. I firmly hold that everything ought to be explicable through scientific reasoning." At this juncture, she paused, then continued, "However, damn it, with regard to the events at the Golden Era Bar, all my theories and scientific knowledge have been utterly upended. You cannot fathom the sensation I experienced as I witnessed my colleagues perish one by one within that establishment. When they were carried out, they were reduced to mere skin and bones, all their flesh and blood siphoned away." Qin Mo Yao continued, "It was a scene that sends shivers down my spine even now, terrifying beyond words. Do you understand, Chen Yang?" Chen Yang discerned the genuine terror reflected in Qin Mo Yao's eyes and furrowed his brow in response. She pressed on, "Later, the forensic examination of my colleague's remains revealed a startling conclusion." "Do you know what it was?" Chen Yang could not help but inquire, "What conclusion?" "The forensic expert stated that their time of death was simultaneous, and the manner in which their flesh was extracted, leaving the skin intact, defied any scientific explanation." Kin Montak ya ilutsit atit. Chen Yang took a hearty sip of his cold beer and asked, "What happened next? Did you all refrain from sending anyone else into the Golden Era Bar?" Qin Mo Yao replied, "Eventually, I organized a group of 100 individuals, each carrying cow's blood, to venture into the Golden Era Bar." Chen Yang's excitement surged as he inquired, "And the outcome?" "There was no outcome. Before we could even enter, 10 people went mad. The others were too terrified to proceed. The atmosphere was so eerie that I dared not enter either. Later, Secretary Zhang announced plans to demolish the Golden Arrow Bar. Yet he fell gravely ill and, upon recovery, no longer dared to entertain thoughts of acting against it. The only way to resolve the situation at the Golden Arrow Bar would be to strike it from afar with a missile, but in times of peace, how could that be feasible? Chen Yang interjected. Have you sought the wisdom of Taoist masters to discern the nature of this phenomenon and explore the possibility of exorcism? Qin Yao responded. At that time, the Golden Arrow Bar was engulfed in tumult, rife with rumors. Subsequently, the authorities issued prohibitions, disseminating denials and suppressing dissent. Consequently, no one dared to publicly summon a Taoist priest for rituals, though privately, we did enlist the services of some masters. In every instance, they too met with death. There remains left as mere skin and bones. Chen Yang remarked, this is indeed no ordinary malevolence. Qin Yao cautioned thus, I advise you against harboring any nefarious intentions toward the Golden Era. Chen Yang countered, however, Captain Qin, I must assert that you're correct in one regard. Everything can ultimately be elucidated through scientific means. Qin Yao cast him a peculiar glance before retorting. Very well then, use your scientific reasoning to elucidate the matter of the Golden Arrow Bar. Chen Yang replied, Aurig. Let's first deliberate on the primary question. What is a ghost? What is a ghost? Kin montakya is short. Chen Yang remarked, for the average person, a ghost is merely the soul of a human being. After death, one becomes a ghost, does one not? Qin Yao nodded in agreement, affirming indeed. Chen Yang continued. If we were to elucidate this phenomenon through the lens of science, it becomes evident that while one is alive, all thoughts and directives for action originate from the brain. When the brain succumbs to slumber, the body ceases to move. Within the confines of the brain, it is thought that governs action. This thought can be regarded as a remarkable form of brainwave. Should the brain suffer significant trauma, an individual may either perish or be rendered incapable of rational thought, for the brainwaves would be irrevocably disrupted. Upon death, our brainwaves find themselves devoid of a host. Thus they escape the corporeal form. This very essence of brainwave is what society refers to as a ghostly presence. Qin Yao interjected. Is there any theoretical foundation for your assertions? Chen Yang replied. Merely stating that ghosts exist lacks scientific merit. To explain the soul through brainwaves offers a more robust scientific basis, does it not? Chaptifat bei Chen Yang's intriguing perspective. Qin Yao encouraged, please continue. Chapter 52. The true destination of the soul, Chen Yang continued. You see, this is my understanding. Thoughts and ideas represent the essence of a person's soul, which resides within the realm of the mind. Upon death, the soul can no longer inhabit the brain, as it has ceased to function. Consequently, the soul escapes from the corporeal form. This soul is intangible and ethereal, which is why there are instances when people claim to have seen ghosts, often described as drifting apparitions. In my perspective, when a person dies, their soul enters a state akin to slumber, devoid of self-awareness, oblivious to its whereabouts. If a strong wind were to blow, the soul could dissipate entirely, reduced to nothingness. The concepts of reincarnation and the cycle of 6 realms are fundamentally unfounded. If anyone asserts the notion of rebirth, it can only be interpreted as a fragment of that person's soul lingering and merging with the brain of a newly formed fetus. Qin Yao had never encountered such an intriguing interpretation, and her curiosity was piqued as she listened earnestly. Chen Yang continued, let's return to our previous discussion. Immediately after death, it is common for relatives to dream of the deceased, or for phenomena, such as the soul returning on the 7th day, to occur. These can be understood as the soul's subconscious attachment to its physical form and its home, reluctant to depart. However, without the sustenance of a corporeal body, the soul cannot endure for long. This explains the prevalence of ghostly legends and folklore, yet the instances of vengeful spirits seeking retribution are exceedingly rare. This is because souls lack inherent power and tend to fade away swiftly. Qin Yao inquired, how would you explain the events in golden years? Chen Yang replied, while it is uncommon for vengeful spirits to take action, there are indeed tales surrounding such matters. Thus, I believe that after death, a soul exists in a dreamlike state, lacking consciousness. However, some souls, burdened by immense grievances and fury during their lifetime, retain a potent desire for vengeance after their demise. When these strong sentiments persist, they cannot simply be dispersed by the winds. If such a soul happens to thrive in an environment saturated with negative energy, it absorbs that energy, amplifying its resentment, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit. Chen Mo Yao's eyes brightened as she remarked, "The proprietress who perished in golden years certainly suffered greatly. She was strangled to death by her lover with a wire." Chen Yang was not surprised by this revelation and asked, "Is her lover still alive?" Kin Montak Ya responded, "Her lover used an alias, making it nearly impossible for us to trace him. His whereabouts remain unknown." Chen Yang observed, "In my view, while the tragic demise of the proprietress has indeed instilled a profound resentment, the degree of her current power is astonishing. If every wronged soul were capable of such strength posthumously, the world would be in chaos. I suspect that within golden years, there exists a certain Taoist treasure or similar artifact that is particularly conducive to nurturing malevolent spirits, which may have contributed to the proprietress's formidable essence." Chen Mo Yao added, "I am still perplexed. Given her current strength, why can't the proprietress seek vengeance against that unfaithful man herself?" She paused momentarily and remarked, "Perhaps vengeance has already been served. After all, her world is beyond my understanding." Chen Yang replied, "In this universe, there are rules. Entities like vengeful spirits ought not to exist. Have you ever witnessed the arrival of the Grim Reaper?" Chen Mo Yao responded, "I have." Chen Yang continued, "These malevolent spirits resemble the Grim Reaper in that they are a flaw in the natural order, inadvertently allowed to persist. Should such a spirit escape, the natural order would undoubtedly rectify this mistake, akin to what Taoism refers to as heavenly tribulations or thunder calamities. Furthermore, the proprietor of this vengeful spirit relies on a certain artifact from the Golden Age to sustain her form. Once separated from the Golden Age, she becomes nothing. Thus, she will not permit you to destroy the Golden Age. Why do you speak as if you were directly involved?" Chen Mo Yao listened with rapt attention, yet soon found herself perplexed. "Moreover, you have never faced death. Why do you speak as if you have witnessed it firsthand?" Chen Yang chuckled softly and said, "Though I have yet to encounter death, all laws stem from a singular origin. As Laozi once stated, one gives rise to two, two begets three, and three engenders all things. Conversely, this implies that all things revert to three, three to two, and two to one. All laws converge into one. Do you comprehend? Every entity possesses a shared essence. Therefore, although I have not faced death, I can contemplate this issue through the lens of the fundamental nature of existence." Chen Mo Yao felt somewhat bewildered and replied, "You speak in such profound and esoteric terms. I do not grasp it." Chen Yang smiled and said, "After all, you are a graduate of a prestigious police academy. How can you lack such knowledge?" Chen Mo Yao shot him a glance, and then said, "Despite your extensive explanations, they remain mere conjectures. The true nature of the Golden Age bar cannot be verified by anyone." Chen Yang declared, "I wish to investigate it myself." Chen Mo Yao firmly refused, stating, "Absolutely not. It is far too perilous." Chen Yang countered, "Yet, we cannot allow the Golden Age to continue existing in this manner. It tarnishes the reputation of Binhai City." Chen Mo Yao replied, "Then it is not your place to enter." After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly added, "Chen Yang, I do not wish to lose another friend." Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart, yet remained resolute. Many matters are, in essence, orchestrated by fate. I am currently poised to open a bar, and, coincidentally, the Golden Age resides here. I believe this is a fateful connection. It appears dangerous, yet if I can resolve it, there may be significant benefits." Chen Mo Yao inquired, "Are you alluding to the artifact you suspect exists within the Golden Age?" Chen Yang replied, "Regardless, I must see for myself." Chen Mo Yao asserted, "If you intend to enter, you must prove that you can emerge safely." Chen Yang responded solemnly, "Although I have not set foot inside, I possess a general estimation of the proprietor within the Golden Age. She is indeed formidable now, and merely standing outside evokes a sense of trepidation within me." Chen Yao was well acquainted with this sensation and immediately replied, "Indeed, then you must not go in." Chen Yang turned to Chen Yao and suddenly spoke, "Captain Chen, do you truly wish to remain a turtle hiding in its shell forever? Do you not desire to avenge your colleague's death? You are a person of great integrity. Can you really tolerate the continued existence of the Golden Years Bar?" Chen Yao's body trembled slightly, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Yet, it soon faded, and she replied, "What can I do? After all, I am just an ordinary person." Chen Yang responded, "Do not regard that malevolent spirit as overly terrifying. The essence of righteousness brings forth courage. As long as you embody integrity, you need not fear the specter. Such a spirit thrives on instilling fear through terrifying illusions. Rendering its adversaries weak and timid before it can truly exact revenge. Your colleagues and the skilled individuals are ordinary people. When faced with such a spirit for the first time, fear is inevitable. Once fear takes hold, their righteous energy diminishes, allowing the spirit to exploit their vulnerability." Chen Yao took a deep breath, as if making a significant resolution, and declared, "If you must enter, then I will accompany you." Chen Yang smiled gently and said, "Very well. When shall we go?" "Kin montakya in kvilet." Chen Yang replied, "I still need to prepare some things. Additionally, tomorrow, please assist me in locating the owner of the Golden Years Bar. We need to converse with him to gain further insights." Chen Yao nodded in agreement. The two settled their plans, and Chen Yang proceeded to pay the bill before they exited the bar. Chen Yang got into Chen Yao's car, intending to drive her home, as it is a virtue to escort a lady. As Chen Yao drove, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so adamant about the Golden Years Bar?" Chen Yang fell silent for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "When I was young, I often watched martial arts dramas where heroes would unsheathe their swords in the face of injustice, which I found quite admirable. Later, I learned martial arts from my master, who taught me the importance of integrity. If I were to tell you that I am, in fact, a busybody, would you believe me?" A charming smile curled at the corners of Chen Yao's lips, and she certainly believed Chen Yang. She was aware of his story, knowing he had journeyed far to protect the sister of his fallen comrade. She had witnessed his blood and fury, a profound experience that left her in awe. Chen Yao suddenly felt a kinship with Chen Yang, recognizing that they were kindred spirits, unaffected by the distortions of society, harboring a sense of justice, and unafraid of the scornful gazes of others, willing to take genuine action for those around them. "What are your plans for the future?" Chen Yao asked again. The car window was open, and the cool night breeze flowed in, refreshing and pleasant. Chen Yang appeared somewhat disheartened as he replied, "I do not have any specific plans. First, I will ensure the bar is well established. Then, I will see Qing Shui settled and married. Once I am certain of her safety, I shall leave Binhai City." Chen Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you not plan to marry Su Qing?" Chen Yang paused for a moment, looking somewhat melancholic. After a long silence, he finally said, "Sister Qing wishes for a stable, romantic, and happy life. I, on the other hand, enjoy wandering. To me, the world is my home. If we force ourselves to be together, we only harm one another." Chen Yao fell into silence, having discerned Chen Yang's character. A person like Chen Yang is utterly unsuitable for family life. Suddenly, she began to comprehend, saying, "So you wish to open a bar for Su Qing, as a means to provide her with stability and closure, thus allowing you to depart without remorse?" Chen Yang's gaze remained indifferent, offering no response. Chen Yao chose to remain silent as well. Approximately 20 minutes later, she arrived home. She resided in a high-end community with stringent security measures. The neighborhood was brightly illuminated. Chen Yao invited Chen Yang to come up for a while, but Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "I think not. My charm is far too potent, and I fear you might entice me into making a mistake." Chen Yao couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Now be on your way. You can take the car, but make sure to return it to the police station by morning." Chen Yang accepted without hesitation, saying, "Very well." Chapter 53. The Haunted House. I purchased. Chen Yang drove Chen Yao's police car back to his rented apartment. The hour was late, and the lights in Su Qing's room had been extinguished, suggesting she had gone to sleep. Not wishing to disturb her, Chen Yang took a shower in the bathroom and then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Su Qing prepared breakfast for Chen Yang punctually. After enjoying the meal, he set off in Chen Mo Yao's vehicle towards the police station. Upon seeing the police car, Su Qing refrained from asking too many questions, understanding that Chen Yang preferred his freedom and thus chose to remain discreet. Chen Yang arrived at the police station at precisely 8 in the morning. When it came to serious matters, he was particularly punctual. Chen Mo Yao arrived around the same time, clad in her striking cobalt blue shirt, donning a police cap, embodying the essence of a policewoman. "I have contacted the owner of Golden Years. Let us head to their residence now," she remarked. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Chen Mo Yao then provided the address, and Chen Yang drove forth. The golden sunlight poured over the road, with vehicles bustling and pedestrians hurrying about, creating a vivid tableau of life. Each individual seemed to inhabit their own world, preoccupied with their own affairs. Few paused to admire the beauty of the azure sky, to appreciate the gift of air, or to express gratitude for the earth's bounty that sustains humanity. Nature provides for all, yet seldom do people reciprocate in kind. Chen Mo Yao, seemingly lost in thought, added, "I looked into the case files of Golden Years again last night." "Oh," Chen Yang responded, intrigued. "I stumbled upon something rather peculiar," she continued. "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired eagerly. "The owner, Chen Yang, is 25 years old and a local of Binhai City," she stated. "What's so odd about that?" Chen Yang asked. "The strange part is that her identification card is counterfeit," Chen Mo Yao revealed. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Such a significant issue, and it's only now being discovered? The counterfeit ID is remarkably convincing, and previously, attention was not focused on the identification cards. No one suspected it to be fake. Only now, with the advances in photo editing technologies, did I notice discrepancies with her ID. I researched further, and while the identity of Changya exists, the woman we're dealing with is an imposter. The real Changya perished in a car accident 6 years ago. No one anticipated that these two Changyas were the same person, she explained. Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at the unfolding mystery. This situation is becoming increasingly bizarre. Both the proprietress and her lover are living under false identities. With Taoist artifacts, murder, and vengeful spirits, perhaps everything revolves around that treasure. Kin Montak Ya Muzit. This case is arguably the most extraordinary I've encountered in decades. If I can solve it, I shall have no regrets. Chen Yang smiled gently. Every matter eventually reveals its truths. The duo soon arrived at a quaint, standalone villa. A small garden adorned the entrance, complete with a sunshade, exuding an air of relaxation. Upon seeing the villa, Chen Yang discerned that the owner possessed a degree of wealth. Chen Yang parked the car in front of the villa, and the two of them alighted. Chen Mo Yao first made a phone call to the homeowner, who soon appeared. The homeowner was a plump man in his 50s, with sparse hair atop his head. He donned a sun shirt and sunglasses, welcoming Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao into the living room of the villa. The man was named Jean Dehai, and he exhibited an affable and courteous demeanor. A shrewd businessman, he understood the importance of not offending a public servant like Chen Mo Yao. Once everyone settled in the living room, Jean Dehai instructed the housekeeper to serve tea. Meanwhile, Chen Yang casually surveyed the room's decor, noting its high-end and elegant furnishings, all exuding an air of luxury. "Captain Chen, Mr. Chen, I have prepared the freshest seafood for lunch today. How's that sound?" Jean Dehai said cheerfully. Chen Mo Yao smiled slightly and replied, "You are too kind, Mr. Jean. We hope our unannounced visit does not inconvenience you." Jean Dehai chuckled and responded, "Captain Chen, you are far too gracious. It is indeed an honor to host such esteemed guests as yourself and Mr. Chen. It truly brightens my humble abode." Chen Yang couldn't help but smile as well and remarked, "If this is your humble abode, then there are no fine houses in the world." Jean Dehai laughed and said, "Mr. Chen has a delightful sense of humor." Not wishing to prolong the pleasantries, Chen Yang stated, "Mr. Jean, the reason for our visit is indeed significant. We are here regarding the matter of the Golden Age bar." Jean Dehai immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The bar was valued at around 20 million, but now, even if offered as a gift, no one dared to take it. Sensing Chen Yang's interest, he inquired, "Oh, is it something you wish to discuss about the Golden Age bar?" This man was the epitome of a businessman. Once familiar, he quickly altered his manner of address. At this moment, Chen Mo Yao remained silent, entrusting the matter entirely to Chen Yang. Chen Yang then inquired, "Mr. Jin, have you visited the Golden Age bar recently?" Jin Dahai replied, "I have been there occasionally. Why do you ask?" Chen Yang's tone turned serious as he spoke. "I trust you can sense it as well. The oppressive energy and resentment surrounding that place are growing stronger. A family's ancestral grave can attract good fortune for descendants. But your property seems to be accumulating resentment. I fear that if this continues, it may adversely affect your family and financial well-being." Jin Dahai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Being astute, he was not easily rattled by Chen Yang's words. He glanced at Chen Yang, chuckled, and said, "Thank you for your concern, my friend." Seeing that he could not intimidate Jin Dahai, Chen Yang felt a bit frustrated. He swiftly changed the topic, saying, "The case regarding the Golden Age has always been followed by Captain Chen. This time, she sought my assistance to provide clarity on the situation surrounding the bar, particularly concerning the late owner who was strangled." Jin Dahai's expression grew strange once more as he asked, "Are you not interested in purchasing the Golden Age?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Brother Jin, you truly have a knack for jesting. The area of golden years is steeped in resentment. Whoever invests there is doomed for 3 generations. Why would I purchase it?" Jin Dahai was not a man devoid of shrewdness. He had begun to regard Chen Yang as a businessman interested in acquiring golden years. Thus, when Chen Yang mentioned the lingering grievances associated with the place, Jin Dahai dismissed it as a mere tactic to negotiate a lower price. However, upon learning that Chen Yang was there to investigate a case, his composure began to waver. Golden years had always been a heavy burden on his heart. Each time he ventured out, the familiar gazes of others felt peculiar, with some even deliberately avoiding him. Most were aware that Jin Dahai owned a notorious haunted house. Consequently, upon seeing the prospects of selling the property diminish, Jin Dahai grew anxious. Chen Moya, aware of Chen Yang's intent to open a bar, understood his motives and refrained from exposing him. She spoke earnestly, "Boss Jin, what kind of person was the deceased proprietress? When did she take over your bar?" Jin Dahai regained his composure, a distant reminiscence flickering in his eyes as he replied, "The proprietress was named Changya, a quintessential beauty. She approached me 6 years ago, appearing no older than 20. This young lady possessed remarkable resolve, offering 2 million in rent to lease golden years for 5 years. At that time, it was not yet the establishment it is today. Alone, she managed to open the bar, which flourished remarkably." He paused, then continued, "Changya had a gentle demeanor, tinged with a hint of aloofness, yet she was always polite. As for the man who strangled her, I have never seen him. He remained an enigma. To be honest, I once harbored feelings for her, but she gracefully turned me down. Oddly enough, it is customary for bar owners in this area to pay protection fees to Lu Jingtian of the North City. However, Changya never paid, nor did any thugs dare to disturb golden years." Chen Yang absorbed this information, certain that Changya was no ordinary individual. After all, an ordinary person, regardless of possessing Taoist treasures, could not attain such a formidable presence after death. "I have no further inquiries," Chen Yang stated, turning to Chen Moya. Chen Moya replied, "I have no more questions either." Chen Yang remarked, "This case is shrouded in mystery and strangeness. While I am inclined to assist in resolving it, I cannot ignore the lingering spirit of Changya within the bar. It is uncertain how such a profound resentment could arise. I fear it may one day transcend the confines of the establishment. Brother Jin, you must exercise caution." Jin Dahai's face turned ashen as he exclaimed, "I have never shown her disrespect. Grievances have their origins and debts their rightful owners. What would she want from me?" Chen Yang responded, "In matters of cause and effect. The property belongs to you. You were the one who leased it to her. That is the cause. Without a cause, how can there be an effect? If she does not seek you, who else would she turn to? However, Brother Jin, this is merely my conjecture. If you doubt it, consider my words unspoken." He then stood up and addressed Chen Moya. "Captain Chen, shall we take our leave?" Chen Mo Yao then rose to her feet. Before either of them could take a step, Jean Dahai immediately grasped Chen Yang's hand, pleading earnestly, "Brother Chen, since you have articulated the situation so clearly, you must possess a method to resolve it. I implore you to save me." The man's complexion had turned ashen, clearly terrified. Chen Yang replied, "Indeed, there exists a solution, but I cannot divulge it to you, for if I were to share this knowledge, it would bring harm to others." Jean Dahai was on the verge of kneeling before Chen Yang, lamenting, "Brother Chen, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. I beseech you, name your price, and I shall meet it." Chen Yang responded, "This matter transcends monetary concerns. Do you not understand? It is a consequence of your own actions, and the only way to alleviate it is to transfer the burden onto another. Consequently, Chen Yang will seek out that consequence. In essence, you must transfer the ownership of your property, your golden years, to someone else's name. Once you do so, you will have condemned that individual." Chapter 54. A visit to the haunted house. Qin Mo Yao listened intently, her brow furrowing slightly as she found Chen Yang's actions somewhat excessive. Was he not attempting to deceive Jean Dahai into relinquishing his property? Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, unwilling to undermine Chen Yang's position. Jean Dahai, however, absorbed Chen Yang's words and began contemplating the swift transfer of his property to someone unsuspecting. At that moment, Chen Yang spoke again. "Brother Jean, I am aware of what weighs on your mind. You intend to transfer the property to someone oblivious. Am I correct?" Jean Dahai was caught off guard, a sheepish smile escaping his lips as Chen Yang had accurately discerned his intentions. Chen Yang then adopted a grave tone. "Brother Jean, the repercussions of karma are unyielding, especially now that you are genuinely entangled with a vengeful spirit. You must not recklessly transfer this property, should it fall into another's hands and lead to their demise. The consequences you face will be even more dire." Jean Dahai's expression turned sorrowful as he lamented, "What am I to do? Am I to simply await my fate?" It was not that Jean Dahai lacked intelligence or shrewdness, but the haunting tales of the vengeful spirit in the Golden Years Bar had cast a long shadow over him for years. As a businessman, he had engaged in unscrupulous dealings, which left him feeling less than justified in his actions. While as often said, those who live without guilt need not fear the midnight knock. The stark reality is that even the innocent would be terrified by a ghostly visit in the dead of night, especially one like Jean Dahai, who bore the weight of his conscience. Seeing that Jean Dahai was thoroughly frightened, Chen Yang continued, "There are indeed ways to resolve this predicament, but I hesitate to disclose them to you." Jean Dahai quickly urged, "Please do tell, Chen Lao Di. I implore you, if you can save me this once, I shall forever regard you as my benefactor." Chen Yang replied, "You must transfer the property to someone with a strong fate, someone capable of withstanding the wrath of the vengeful spirit without succumbing to it. This is the only way to alleviate your troubles." He paused before adding, "I have refrained from discussing this with you because I genuinely wish to help. If you were to transfer the property to me, I will be willing to give it a try. However, you previously assumed I sought to purchase your property, which made it seem as though I was attempting to deceive you." Jean Dahai was momentarily taken aback. The plot had twisted rather rapidly, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Indeed, it appeared as though Chen Yang was trying to swindle him out of his property. Yet Chen Yang continued, "Brother Jean, to alleviate any concerns you may have about my intentions, I offer you 2 million for the property. That is the maximum I can afford. If you believe I harbor ulterior motives, I admit I do, for I seek to resolve the issue of the vengeful spirit haunting the Golden Years Bar and facilitate its passage into the cycle of reincarnation. However, this is contingent upon the property being transferred into my name, allowing me to serve as the catalyst. If I succeed, the property's value will gradually appreciate, yielding me a profit. Conversely, if I fail and perish within the Golden Years Bar, that shall be my fate." 2 million? Jean Dahai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "No problem, Brother Chen. I truly appreciate your help. You are my savior." This fellow had discerned the reality of the situation. The property known as Golden Years had become a significant burden. He had once contemplated selling it for a mere million, and later he would have gladly given it away. Now, with Chen Yang willing to offer 2 million, it far exceeded his expectations. Although Chen Yang mentioned that resolving the haunting would restore its value, Jean Dehai understood all too well that Golden Years was notorious as a haunted house. Even if the spirits were dispelled, no one would dare purchase it. With this in mind, Jean Dehai was more than willing to proceed. Subsequently, Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao departed from Jean Dehai's villa. The matter of the sale excited Jean Dehai immensely. He claimed he would handle the paperwork immediately, ensuring it would be completed by the following afternoon. Chen Yang agreed to transfer the funds as soon as they left. Thus, the deal was struck. And with Chen Mo Yao present, Jean Dehai had no intention of reneging. Besides, he feared Chen Yang might reconsider. After leaving the villa, Chen Yang continued to drive, with Chen Mo Yao seated beside him. At that moment, Chen Mo Yao found Chen Yang utterly inscrutable. She remarked, "Chen Yang, you said so much to Jean Dehai, scaring and deceiving him. I thought you were planning to swindle him out of this house. Yet, you later offered 2 million. You must realize that even without saying anything, your willingness to pay that amount would have compelled Jean Dehai to sell." Chen Yang replied, "The key is efficiency. Jean Dehai is a businessman. If I had proactively expressed my intention to buy, he would have overthought it, seeking to maximize his profits. Negotiations could have dragged on indefinitely. However, I intend to visit the Golden Years bar tonight to investigate. I cannot afford delays. This way, he will be exceedingly grateful to expedite the process." Kin Montag ja suddenly understood. Chen Yang then recalled something and said, "By the way, I know Lu Jingtian. I need to call him and ask why he hasn't collected the protection fee from Chengya." At that time, Chengya was not a formidable spirit. Chen Mo Yao nodded and said, "Pull over. Let us switch places. I'll drive." Following her instructions, Chen Yang parked the car by the roadside, and they exchanged seats. With Chen Mo Yao at the wheel, Chen Yang took out his phone and called Lu Jingtian. After some casual greetings, Chen Yang directly broached the subject. Lu Jingtian, who had initially been jovial, fell silent upon hearing the question and finally responded that Chengya is not an ordinary person. Intrigued, Chen Yang inquired, "Oh, in what way is she extraordinary?" Lu Jingtian cautioned, "Brother Chen, I advise you not to set your sights on the Golden Years bar." Chen Yang did not pursue that line of conversation, but pressed on, "Lu, please tell me what makes Chengya so unusual." Realizing that his previous warnings were futile, Lu Jingtian replied, "Do you know about mental energy, Brother Chen?" Chen Yang responded, "It's akin to a form of hypnosis, isn't it?" Lu Jingtian remarked, "Indeed, that Chengya possesses formidable mental strength. When our eyes met, it felt as though I was plummeting into an endless abyss. Such a person transcends the ordinary. How could I dare to offend her?" Chen Yang gained a certain understanding from this and casually exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. "What is the situation?" Chen Mo Yao inquired immediately. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe I have come to grasp certain insights." Confused, Chen Mo Yao asked, "What insights?" Chen Yang explained, "This false Chengya was a powerful hypnotist in her lifetime. A true hypnotist possesses immense mental prowess. Mental strength equates to brainwaves. The stronger the brainwaves, the more formidable the soul. Chengya's soul is exceptionally powerful, and due to her resentment after death, she has managed to endure. Furthermore, with the aid of a certain treasure from the Golden Years, she has become increasingly formidable." Chen Mo Yao frowned and said, "The more powerful she becomes, the more detrimental it is for us. How do we intend to enter tonight? Are we merely relying on your assertion of having no fear? Even if I wish to be unafraid, should something unusual arise, I fear I may lose control." Chen Yang assured her, "We must enter tonight, rest assured. I have made certain preparations. I should be able to withstand this false Chengya. The truth and falsehood must be clarified tonight." Hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Mo Yao felt a mixture of excitement and fear, a contradiction that reached its peak. Subsequently, Chen Mo Yao accompanied Chen Yang to the rented apartment. By then, it was nearly noon, and Su Qing invited Chen Mo Yao to stay for lunch. Chen Yang added, "Let us stay for a meal. We must be well rested and prepared for tonight's battle." Thus, Chen Mo Yao decided to remain. Su Qing prepared a lavish lunch, truly embodying the essence of a devoted woman. A man fortunate enough to have such a wife would have little else to desire. Unfortunately, Chen Yang was not one to settle into a quiet life. After the meal, he ventured out again with Chen Mo Yao. This time, Chen Yang was on a shopping expedition, procuring not just anything, but 2 small gas canisters and an electric igniter. With the press of a button, the igniter would emit flames akin to blue lasers. Chen Yao's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Are you planning to use this against the malevolent spirits?" Chen Yang affirmed, "Indeed. As for talismans, I am not versed in their use. True talismans can harmonize with magnetic fields and communicate with the wondrous elements of nature. Only a true master can create them. Without talismans, this is our only recourse." Chen Yao remarked, "Ethereal beings and vengeful spirits fear things imbued with yang energy. The flames emitted by this igniter, with their high temperature, could melt steel. Those spirits would be unable to withstand it. Chen Yang, you are truly clever. Had we thought of this earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many colleagues." Chen Yang smiled sleekly. With this newfound tool, Chen Yao's confidence surged significantly. Soon after, Chen Yang led Chen Yao to purchase airtight raincoats and oxygen masks. "What are these for?" Chen Yao inquired. Chen Yang explained, "The atmosphere in the Golden Years bar is thick with resentment. The long-standing resentment has coalesced into a noxious gas. Once one enters, the toxic fumes assail them, rendering it nearly unbearable. We don our raincoats and oxygen masks to guard against this perilous atmosphere." Chen Yao smiled charmingly and remarked, "Science, while your words are indeed wondrous and profound, they are grounded in scientific principles that inspire trust. Unlike those who shroud their knowledge in mystique, uttering incomprehensible phrases, only to be left bewildered in the end." Chen Yang chuckled softly and replied, "One does not ascend to the heavens without cause. Everything is underpinned by reason and logic." After procuring their supplies, Chen Yang and Chen Yao returned to their rented accommodation to rest. At 8 o'clock that evening, they set out, fully equipped. "Why must we embark at night? Is daytime not suitable?" Kin Montakya inquired, perplexed. Chen Yang paused for a moment before elucidating. "Generally, spirits, being ethereal entities, are most drawn to the night. However, the Golden Age bar is an exception. The overwhelming resentment within prevents the invigorating energy of the day from penetrating its walls. Conversely, during the night, the prevalence of yin energy can dissipate the resentment, making it the most opportune moment to venture forth." Chapter 55. Her name is by Ingshuang. Chen Moyo was taken aback and inquired, "How do you know this? Is it another instance of your omniscience?" Chen Yang responded, "Indeed. It is akin to solving an equation. One need not enter to ascertain the outcome. Conclusions can be derived through various forms of reasoning." Chen Moyo could not help but pout, remarking, "You haven't read much, yet you seem to know so much." Chen Yang chuckled. Approximately half an hour later, the duo arrived at the entrance of the Golden Years bar. After parking the car, they disembarked and donned their gear, strapping on oxygen tanks and gas canisters. They resembled armed officers prepared for an explosive situation. Thus equipped, they approached the rusty rolling shutter at the bar's entrance. Chen Moyo removed her oxygen mask and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to find the key for this place." Chen Yang also took off his mask and replied, "The key won't help. Didn't you notice the lock is rusted? Then how shall we enter?" Chen Moyo asked, troubled. Chen Yang laughed lightly. "This is trivial. Put your mask back on and follow my lead. Remember, once we are inside, everything revolves around me. No matter what you see, do not run. If danger arises, I will ensure your safety." Chen Moyo nodded in understanding. Chen Yang continued with earnestness. "This false Chunya is adept at hypnosis and skilled in conjuring illusions. Keep this in mind. Whatever transpires inside is mere deception." Chen Moyo solemnly nodded. Having imparted his instructions, they replaced their oxygen masks. Chen Yang then forcefully tugged at the rolling shutter, ultimately wrenching the rusted lock free and raising the shutter. As the shutter lifted, they encountered another layer of tempered glass doors, which were also locked. In that moment, as the shutter opened, darkness loomed within, seemingly concealing a pair of eyes that bore a malevolent gaze fixated upon them. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. An involuntary fear gripped Chen Moyo's heart, prompting Chen Yang to squeeze her hand gently, signaling her to remain calm. Her anxiety eased somewhat with his reassurance. Next, Chen Yang swiftly kicked open the tempered glass doors. The lock shattered, and shards of glass scattered in every direction. This barrier that had contained the malevolence was thus obliterated. Simultaneously, Chen Yang sensed a shift within the bar. This transformation was imperceptible to ordinary individuals, yet he felt it keenly. The resentment within the room surged like the roaring waters of the Yellow River. The door had served as a dam. When it opened, the malevolence should have rushed forth, dispersing into the ether. However, at that moment, all the resentment was forcibly contained by an unseen force. Thus, no toxic fumes assailed Chen Yang and Qin Moyo's bodies. Surveying their surroundings, the bar retained its former outline, including the bar counter, dance floor, and stage. Yet, everything appeared dilapidated, coated in layers of dust and cobwebs. Thanks to their oxygen masks, they were spared the stench of decay, while the neon lights outside cast a faint, ethereal glow within. Simultaneously, Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao activated the powerful searchlight above their heads. The moment the beam of light illuminated the surroundings, both were struck with horror, for they beheld a woman, her long hair cascading, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her face grotesquely contorted. She lay there, lifeless. Qin Montakya, hindered by her oxygen mask, could not utter a scream, yet fear gripped her, nearly sapping her strength. Chen Yang, audacious as ever, felt a mere tightening of his heart before casting a cold gaze upon the woman. However, in that instant she vanished. Removing his oxygen mask, Chen Yang detected the absence of toxic gas. He addressed Qin Mo Yao, asserting that it was merely an illusion conjured by a malevolent spirit, a trivial trick. When Qin Mo Yao glanced again, the apparition was no longer visible, allowing her to exhale in relief. She contemplated removing her mask, but Chen Yang cautioned her against it. In this perilous situation, she relied entirely on him, thus she complied. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated in their minds. The voice of the woman warning them, leave at once, or suffer dire consequences. This was a warning from the vengeful spirit, undoubtedly recognizing that Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao were formidable adversaries. Had they been ordinary individuals, the spirit would have swiftly claimed their lives without such preamble. Qin Mo Yao turned to Chen Yang, her eyes pleading for guidance. Just as he was about to respond, the rolling shutter abruptly crashed down with a resounding thud, sealing the entrance and instantly shrouding them in darkness. Simultaneously, a wave of malevolence began to seep into the air, a torrent of toxic gas surging forth. Chen Yang, ever observant, swiftly donned his oxygen mask. As the ominous presence enveloped them, both he and Qin Mo Yao felt as though they were submerged in frigid waters. Yet the chill could not penetrate their raincoats, merely swirling around them. With one hand grasping Qin Mo Yao's, Chen Yang advanced cautiously. Their movements felt laborious, akin to wading through water, as the oppressive atmosphere thickened to a viscous state. Clutching his firearm in one hand and holding Qin Mo Yao in the other, Chen Yang's sole objective was to uncover the heart of the formation, the location of the Taoist artifact. He was convinced that the spirit's vulnerability lay within this artifact. The pervasive resentment was clearly manipulated by the spirit, serving as its weapon. The sheer volume of malevolence could only be orchestrated with the artifact's aid. Within the Golden Age bar, the air was saturated with this viscous resentment, marking it as the spirit's stronghold, its domain. Chen Yang's audacity in entering was not mere folly. He had studied formations and techniques under his master, understanding that such resentment, driven by a spirit, must be governed by a formation. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to locate the heart of the formation amidst the oppressive energy. Previously, the resentment had contracted, akin to the operation of a vacuum cleaner's motor. With this central hub in place, all resentment could be gathered. Chen Yang endeavored to restore his senses to a state of profound stillness, undisturbed by the external chaos. Instantly, he sensed all the resentment surging like the undulating waves of the sea. Subtly, the collective bitterness seemed to converge towards the center, which was the heart of the Golden Years bar. Chen Yang promptly made his way towards that very center, fully aware that the malevolent spirit was undoubtedly guarding the core of the formation, manipulating all that transpired. This endeavor was fraught with unspoken peril. Yet he had entered with the intent to resolve this matter. Retreat was not an option. He led Qin Mo Yao towards the epicenter of the formation, located within the warehouse. The warehouse of the Golden Years Bar was rather spacious, and as Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao drew nearer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, rendering it difficult to breathe. Had they not possessed foresight and brought oxygen tanks, they would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Qin Mo Yao felt an increasing admiration for Chen Yang. At this moment, she was undeniably exhilarated, yet also gripped by fear, as the terrifying enigma was on the verge of revealing its true form. Soon, they arrived before the imposing entrance of the warehouse. The massive iron door stood resolutely closed, securely locked. Chen Yang struck the door with a powerful palm, and with a resounding thud, it remained utterly unmoved. He was taken aback. The force behind his strike should have easily shaken it open. After a brief moment of contemplation, he struck again. Yet again, the door did not budge. Qin Mo Yao glanced at Chen Yang, anxiety palpable. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yang's expression shifted to a cold smile as realization dawned upon him. It was an illusion. He swiftly drew his laser gun, and in an instant, it unleashed a blue beam of fiery light. With a hiss, the iron door before them suddenly vanished. Qin Mo Yao was left in awe at this miraculous spectacle, but she quickly surveyed her surroundings and comprehended the truth. They had already entered the warehouse, which had no door at all. As the searchlight swept across the space, Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao discovered they were standing at the very center of the warehouse. Surrounding them were countless shelves stocked with various wines, beers, and even popcorn. The beer was undoubtedly expired, yet the wines could still fetch a handsome price. The shelves were adorned with cobwebs, and a thick layer of dust coated the floor. Chen Yang gazed upwards towards the loft, where he spotted an office desk. As the light illuminated the area, a woman suddenly appeared in the chair. She wore a green dress, her hair styled in a ponytail. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her eyes radiating tranquility. This was a very serene girl. This girl was none other than the counterfeit Chengya. Everything was orchestrated by this impostor. Though she appeared stunning, both Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao recognized it as an illusion, for she had long been deceased, her corpse reduced to dust. At this moment, Chengya turned her gaze towards Chen Yang. Her expression underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from serene to cold indifference, concealing all resentment while unleashing an endless chill. Her aura altered significantly. What was once tranquil and beautiful now evoked sheer terror. The capacity for one's demeanor to shift so drastically was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Chengya suddenly waved her hand, causing all the resentment to retract, ultimately condensing into a black sphere. This enigmatic orb floated beside Chengya, rendering the entire scene surreal, as if one had stepped into a mythical realm. Chen Yang understood that Chengya wished to converse. Thus, he removed his oxygen mask and solemnly addressed her. "Stand down." "Chengya, I am not Chengya. My true name is Bai Shuang," she replied, her words resonating silently yet vividly in both Chen Yang's and Qin Mo Yao's minds. Bai Shuang? Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao pondered this peculiar name, finding it rather unusual. Qin Mo Yao also took off her oxygen mask. Bai Shuang cast a glance at Chen Yang and Qin Mo Yao, her gaze ultimately resting on Chen Yang. With an icy demeanor, she remarked, "You are a remarkable individual. Over the years, you're the first person to breach this space and meet me. Your heart is steadfast. You appear undaunted. This is due to the fact that you have never committed any wrongs and harbor no desires. Thus, your lack of desire begets your fortitude." Chapter 56. The possessed female officer. Upon hearing Bai Shuang's words, Qin Moya glanced at Chen Yang, feeling an inexplicable joy within her, for she had not misjudged him. Even this fearsome spirit held such an assessment of Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed. He turned to Bai Shuang and spoke in a low, resolute tone. "It is often in desolate mountains and treacherous depths that grotesque creatures emerge. Yet this golden age is a gathering place for connections, and, as a spirit, your prolonged presence here defies the natural order. If you do not withdraw soon, you shall inevitably face grave consequences." Bai Shuang responded with a chilling laugh, her mirth sending shivers down one's spine. "Is the great consequence you speak of meant to imply yourself?" She retorted, her words laced with derision. I advise you to depart. Chen Yang continued, for I require this place. Moreover, you cannot remain here indefinitely. You are a spiritual entity, and surely you comprehend the capricious nature of karma and the certainty of retribution. Should you agree to leave, I can escort you and your Taoist treasures to the remote mountains, where I would even construct a temple for you. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Shuang erupted into laughter, a cacophony of madness. 3 years ago, I placed my trust in that scoundrel Cheng Jianhua. In the end, he strangled me with a wire, squeezing the life from me as I watched my blood spurt forth like a fountain. Do you truly believe I would trust anyone again, especially a man such as yourself? Surely you realize you covet my treasures. She paused, then added, I have already given you a chance to retreat, yet you refused. Now, prepare to meet your demise, along with this woman by your side. As she finished speaking, her form began to transform. Under the stark, white spotlight, her beautiful figure gradually became ethereal. It was a peculiar sight, reminiscent of a supernatural performance from a ghostly myth. Her body morphed into a dense black mist, which soon took on the shape of a dark demon. Her laughter became a chilling cackle, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Qin Moya, observing this transformation, felt an involuntary surge of fear. Yet Chen Yang remained utterly composed, firmly grasping her hand and reassuring her, all of this is but an illusion. The moment you succumb to fear, the demons will seize the opportunity. Ha ha! Do you think that at my level, everything is still mere illusion? How absurd! Bai Shuang's mocking laughter echoed once more. Chen Yang's gaze turned frigid and unwavering, disregarding Bai Shuang's taunts. She aims to undermine your resolve with her words, he stated. Qin Moya nodded heavily, finding solace in Chen Yang's steady grip. At that moment, the black demon, conjured by Bai Shuang, approached them step by step, soon standing before them. Qin Moya felt the chilling resentment emanating from the demon and struggled to maintain her composure. Suddenly, the demon opened its cavernous maw, and a long, serpentine tongue darted forth with incredible agility, lunging toward Qin Moya. Swift as lightning, Qin Mo Yao was utterly caught off guard. Chen Yang, with remarkable speed, swiftly activated the flame gun in his hand. The gun unleashed a blue laser flame that illuminated the night with a dazzling brilliance, fiercely shooting towards the tongue of the dark demon. With a hiss, the flame struck the tongue, eliciting a sharp, piercing cry from the dark creature, which then retreated rapidly. Qin Mo Yao felt her grip loosen as Chen Yang pursued the creature. She watched as he chased after the dark demon, only for it to suddenly vanish into thin air. Almost immediately, she was startled by a chilling laugh, and Bai Shuang materialized behind her, feeling the icy presence. Qin Mo Yao was struck with terror and spun around to unleash the flame gun. However, Bai Shuang evaded deftly, causing Qin Mo Yao's shot to miss its mark. In a panic, she swept the flame gun in front of her and cried out to Chen Yang, Chen Yang, save me. Suddenly, Chen Yang, who had been chasing ahead, revealed a sinister grin. With a cold laugh, he declared, Qin Mo Yao, you have been deceived. Did you truly believe I sought to eliminate Bai Shuang alongside you? I merely lured you here to your doom. Bai Shuang and I are allies. Qin Mo Yao was engulfed in despair, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, both Chen Yang and Bai Shuang closed in on her. Terrified beyond measure, she continued to retreat. Captain Qin, Captain Qin. Chen Yang suddenly noticed the terror etched on Qin Mo Yao's face. All along, he had not released her nor pursued the dark demon. The truth was that Chen Yang had repelled the creature with a flame gun, which had subsequently vanished. At that moment, Qin Mo Yao broke free from Chen Yang's grasp and aimed the flame gun at him, the blue laser blade possessing tenfold the lethality of a real weapon. Chen Yang could scarcely withstand it. He had no choice but to rely on his agility to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the voice of Bai Shuang echoed in his mind. Mortal, do you think you can contend with me using such a simple weapon? Cast your device to the ground immediately, or I shall incinerate this woman before your eyes. Chen Yang maintained his composure, watching as Qin Mo Yao retreated to the corner, her face a mask of sheer terror. She continued to fire wildly, and one misstep could very well lead to her own demise. The potency of the flame blade was no trifling matter. It could claim Chen Yao's life in an instant. Although aware of her peril, Chen Yang refused to capitulate. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, "By Yin Shuang, even if I were to discard this flame gun, you would still kill her and me. Do you think I would be that foolish? Are you truly willing to watch your beloved perish before your eyes? If that flame blade were to graze her beautiful face, it would indeed be a pity." Bai Yin Shuang responded with a chilling tone, "I never claimed she was mine." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "If she were truly mine, why would I have brought her here?" "Ha ha." Bai Yin Shuang laughed coldly and remarked, "What a heartless man you are. Since you are indifferent, why should I mourn for you? You may as well collect her remains." As her words fell, Chen Moya's situation grew increasingly dire. The flamethrowers suddenly swept toward her own face. Chen Yang, quick-witted and agile, immediately employed the agile movements of a goat's leap and dashed to Chen Moya's side in an instant, grasping her wrist with urgency. However, at that moment, a glint of playful malice flickered in Chen Moya's eyes. Her hand moved with astonishing swiftness, evading Chen Yang's grasp, and she aimed the blue flame knife at his back. This action was executed with breathtaking speed. Chen Yang felt the liquefied gas line connected to the flamethrower ignite. Cursed, realizing he had been deceived, he felt a cold sweat break out as flames danced chaotically behind him, threatening to erupt the entire gas canister strapped tightly to his back. In a moment of crisis, he summoned immense strength, shattering all protective gear and swiftly removing the liquefied gas canister. He then turned off the gas canister and pinched the burning gas line, effectively cutting off the air supply, extinguishing the flames. Before he could catch his breath, he looked up to see that Chen Moya had ignited her own gas line. Flames surged wildly, and the situation was perilous. Chen Yang had no time for hesitation. He quickly tore apart Chen Moya's protective gear, removed her gas canister, and extinguished the flames on the gas line. Once he completed these actions, he suddenly noticed that Chen Moya's gaze had regained clarity. She looked at Chen Yang, her forehead drenched in sweat, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What had transpired? Chen Yang sighed softly and replied, "You were ensnared by an illusion. All our weapons have been destroyed." Chen Moya's eyes darted to the severed gas line, her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, "What do we do now?" In her hallucination, she felt as though she was being coerced by Chen Yang and by Yin Shuang, plunging her into the depths of fear, utterly oblivious to the rest. Chen Yang ignored her, gazing into the void as he spoke, "By Yin Shuang, I indeed underestimated you. Yet there is one thing I do not comprehend." Before him, a black mist materialized around the desk, gradually morphing into the figure of Bai Yin Shuang. She sat there, still as enchanting as ever, but her eyes remained cold and frosty. "What do you not understand?" Bai Yin Shuang inquired. Chen Yang grasped Chen Moya's hand, instilling a sense of security within her. He turned his attention to Bai Yin Shuang and said, "Just now, you had the opportunity to kill me. Why did you not take it?" He was a perceptive man, fully aware that Bai Yin Shuang had exerted control over Chen Moya, enabling her to move with remarkable speed, especially when he had been dismantling his own protective gear and removing the liquefied gas canister from Chen Moya. Bai Yin Shuang possessed 100 opportunities to eliminate Chen Yang, yet she refrained from doing so, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Typically composed and aloof, she suddenly wore a peculiar smile and remarked, "This is truly a desolate and tedious place. It is rare to find someone to keep me company, so why would I so easily allow you to meet your demise?" Her words evoked in Chen Yao a vivid image of a cat toying with a mouse. A sense of turmoil enveloped her heart. The terrifying atmosphere stripped her of her former boldness and righteous demeanor. For Bai Yin Shuang was no ordinary being. She transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. However, in that moment, Chen Yang responded with a cool smile, saying, "Bai Yin Shuang, you must have seen your fair share of television dramas. It is a common trope for villains to engage in lengthy monologues or taunt the protagonist before attempting to take their lives. Yet here you are, clearly capable of ending me, yet you hesitate. Is this not?" He broke into laughter, which echoed ominously in the stillness. Chapter 57. The profound emotion between life and death. Bai Yin Shuang laughed heartily, but her mirth abruptly ceased as she inquired, Do you truly believe yourself to be the protagonist? Chen Yang subtly adjusted his posture, brushing away the dust from his attire. Once weighed down by gravity, he now appeared remarkably at ease, as if he had dispelled any lurking danger. With a light-hearted chuckle, he replied, "Between us, you embody evil while I am the epitome of righteousness. Hence, it is only natural that I take on the role of the protagonist." Bai Shuang retorted with a cold laugh. "You possess quite the talent for self-deception. Even if I am not the protagonist, I certainly stand as a formidable boss. Your meager skills hardly qualify you as the main character. You are merely cannon fodder." Confusion washed over Chen Yang as she observed the exchange. She could not comprehend why Chen Yang had suddenly relaxed. To her, the situation seemed dire, with Bai Shuang's abilities rendering any escape impossible for both her and Chen Yang. Amidst her bewilderment, Chen Yang addressed Bai Shuang. "Enough of this trivial banter, Bai Shuang. It is not that you do not wish to eliminate me, nor that you cannot, but rather that I represent your sole opportunity. You understand the workings of destiny. This place cannot serve as your sanctuary for long. If you wish to leave safely, you must rely on me." He paused before continuing. "You may lack trust in me, yet you must take a gamble on my capabilities, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang experienced an epiphany. She finally grasped the reason behind Chen Yang's newfound composure. A wave of shame washed over her, realizing that her intellect paled in comparison to his. She was astounded by Chen Yang's brilliance, his ability to foresee and unravel the essence of any situation. While she silently admired him, Bai Shuang sneered, arrogant and deluded. "You show a grave misunderstanding of your position. You lack the leverage or qualifications to negotiate with me. I need only to continue my cultivation for a while longer. Once I achieve the state of freedom, I shall depart with my treasures. Enough of your fabrications, Bai Shuang." Chen Yang shot back with a scoff. "Your words might deceive a child, but they are far too naive to sway me. You are a spectral being devoid of physical form. The distance from here to the remote mountains spans thousands of miles. Your kind cannot traverse the skies without risk. A single clap of thunder could disperse your essence. And as for the heavenly tribulations, they are nothing short of terrifying. You speak of achieving freedom, yet such a feat is beyond your grasp." He paused before asserting, "I do not deny that there may be ancient beings who have attained this state after millennia of arduous training, but even they refrain from venturing out, fearful of divine retribution. And what of your years of cultivation?" Bai Shuang, exposed by Chen Yang's words, was consumed by indignation. "You, a mere mortal, are insufferably presumptuous. Even if I once contemplated leveraging your assistance, that thought has now dissipated." Chen Yang, upon hearing this, grasped Chen Yang's hand tightly, her palms clammy with anxiety. The unfolding drama was nothing short of tumultuous. Chen Yang furrowed his brow slightly, harboring a lack of confidence. This was due to Bai Shuang's capricious nature. Indeed, Bai Shuang had suffered great injustices before her demise. Enveloped in resentment at the time of her death, she was later subdued by a Taoist artifact, regaining a semblance of clarity, only to gradually recover her memories. Although she had regained her memories, her character had become distorted. Ultimately, Bai Shuang now existed as a mere cluster of brainwaves, albeit an extraordinarily powerful one. However, should these brainwaves disperse, they could be scattered by the winds, the thunder of spring, or the mountains and rivers that lay ahead. This was the crux of Bai Shuang's predicament. Yet, in this golden age, she was undeniably formidable. Chen Yang declared, "Since that is the case, why waste words? Go ahead and kill us." Upon uttering these words, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Chen Yang. This reflexive action touched her deeply. Bai Shuang, unfazed, remarked, "Your intentions are righteous. Your heart is sharp as a blade, making it difficult for malevolent forces to invade. Furthermore, you are not easily deceived by illusions. It will not be so simple for me to take your life." Chen Yang replied, "You have already transformed this place into your domain. You could easily confine me. If you were to imprison me for 10 or 8 days, my body would weaken, and I would be no match for you. I'm fully aware of that." Chen Yang, standing nearby, listened in astonishment. Were they truly engaging in mutual modesty at this moment? Bai Shuang continued, Your vital essence is robust. By offering your blood as sacrifice, you could shatter layers of illusions. Chen Yang felt a weight in his heart, realizing the astuteness of Bai Shuang made her a formidable adversary. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "While my blood can counter illusions, you possess the ability to conjure greater illusions that could overwhelm my essence." Qin and Mo Yao could not help but curiously inquire in a hushed tone, "Chen Yang, what exactly are you two doing? Is this a battle of wits? It seems more like a contest to prove who can defeat the other." Chen Yang rolled his eyes at Qin and Mo Yao and retorted, "It's not that I do not wish to leave, but rather that I cannot take you with me. By remaining unchanged, we can resist falling into her illusions." Qin and Mo Yao countered, "But standing here motionless is not a solution." Chen Yang rubbed his nose, muttering, "Indeed, it is not a solution. Do you have a better idea?" Qin and Mo Yao was momentarily at a loss. What could she possibly offer? Remaining unchanged to confront the myriad changes was indeed their best course of action for the time being. Bai Shuang interjected, "However, if you truly intend to stand here for several days, what difference is there from being ensnared within an illusion?" Chen Yang could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Vol woman, if you have the ability, then come and kill me." Bai Shuang, unfazed by his insult, merely smiled coldly, saying, "With your vital essence and unyielding spirit, you can make a bold escape. The reason you do not do so is that you cannot take the woman beside you with you. Am I correct?" Chen Yang fell silent. However, Qin and Mo Yao trembled, finally realizing that all of this was indeed due to her presence. Bai Shuang remarked, "Previously, you insisted that this woman meant nothing to you, yet you have risked your life on multiple occasions for her. Can you still deny your love for the woman by your side?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Moya's heart raced. She had always harbored feelings for Chen Yang, and now, learning from Bai Shuang that Chen Yang had indeed sacrificed so much for her, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement and exhilaration. It was a most peculiar sensation. However, just as Qin Moya was lost in her emotions, Chen Yang abruptly ruined the moment, exclaiming, "Love? Nonsense. I'm a man. Protecting a woman is merely a matter of decorum and instinct, nothing to do with love." Qin Moya found herself speechless, yet her admiration for Chen Yang continued to grow. Bai Shuang, with a cool smile, said, "I suddenly wish to play an intriguing game." Chen Yang interjected, "The game you devise must be twisted, for you yourself are quite deranged." Bai Shuang laughed lightly, her laughter echoing eerily in the cold night air. "Twisted? Indeed, this game is exceptionally so. I shall use illusions to bewilder the woman beside you, and only your blood can free her from these delusions. Otherwise, she shall perish. Remember, your blood must not cease." "Good heavens, you're utterly twisted!" Chen Yang exclaimed in outrage. Bai Shuang declared, "Let the game begin." Qin Moya was startled, her face turning pale. She promptly closed her eyes, reassuring herself that it was all an illusion and that she must not believe it. "You think closing your eyes can shield you from my illusions?" At that moment, Bai Shuang appeared in Qin Moya's mind, in a void of darkness. She felt as if she were alone, facing Bai Shuang. Clad in pure white garments, Bai Shuang gazed coldly at Qin Moya. "Stay away from me." Qin Moya trembled as she spoke. Bai Shuang replied, "The man beside you possesses a strong and masculine spirit, capable of withstanding my illusions. But you? Do you believe you can?" "Enough." Qin Moya gritted her teeth, her voice fierce. "You have caused enough harm. Even if you have faced misfortune, what of it? You have harmed far more. Those people have families, who will seek justice for them." Bai Shuang remained unmoved by Qin Moya's words, her demeanor still icy. She fixed her gaze on Qin Moya and, after a long pause, said, "You are frightened, aren't you? Your hysteria is merely a fade to mask your terror." Qin Moya felt exposed by this revelation and instinctively recoiled, but Bai Shuang advanced step by step, continuing, "My illusions can evoke the most genuine sensations, such as the feeling of 1,000 insects crawling on your skin." As soon as Bai Shuang finished speaking, Qin Moya felt an unsettling movement at her feet. Looking down, she was horrified to see a swarm of black beetles crawling up her pant leg. With a shriek, she gasped, "It's all an illusion, just an illusion." Yet the insects continued their relentless advance, even inching toward her most private areas. The sensation of countless insects gnawing at her brought forth excruciating pain, sending shivers across her entire body. Chen Mo Yao was engulfed in terror, writhing in agony upon the ground. At that moment, she yearned to open her eyes, only to find them utterly unresponsive. It was then that Chen Yang beheld the depths of her suffering. He wished to embrace her, to offer her solace. Yet he was taken aback by the extraordinary strength emanating from her, a testament to the magnitude of her fear. Furthermore, he noticed countless goosebumps rising on her arms, the patterns of her skin appearing grotesque. Simultaneously, Bai Yin Shuang materialized before Chen Yang. At times, when a person is ensnared in a hallucination and perceives their own torment, their nerves may indeed suffer in reality. Bai Yin Shuang remarked, occasionally, when the mind believes it is on the brink of death, the nerves may be convinced of its veracity, leading to a form of cerebral demise. Hallucinations can indeed be lethal. Damn it! Chen Yang cursed vehemently. At this juncture, he found himself bereft of alternatives and resolved to use his own blood to save Chen Mo Yao. Without hesitation, he bit into his fingertip and placed it into her mouth. Chapter 58. Nourishing the spirit with blood, Chen Yang's vitality was formidable, his spirit imbued with masculinity and his blood ablaze, capable of subduing numerous malevolent entities. As his fingers found their way to Chen Mo Yao's lips, the virile essence of his blood was instinctively drawn into her. The moment the sanguine liquid entered her mouth, it dispelled all illusions, and the agony that had plagued her vanished instantaneously. Chen Mo Yao opened her eyes wide and beheld Chen Yang before her. Observing the goosebumps on her skin, Chen Yang noted with relief that the terrifying patterns were rapidly dissipating. However, his respite was short-lived as he sensed a troubling development. His blood was being drawn from him with alarming speed. Frowning, he remarked to Chen Mo Yao, "Are you treating this like a milk feast?" Realizing her actions, Kin Montag Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. She ceased her sucking, but as soon as she did, darkness enveloped her once more, and the myriad of black beetles crawled back upon her. Startled, she resumed her desperate consumption of Chen Yang's blood. Chen Yang recognized the urgency of the situation. He could feel his blood flowing away rapidly and inwardly lamented the predicament. Chen Mo Yao's pace was swift, and he felt as though his fingers were a faucet, wide open, with blood gushing in her mouth. The critical moment was when the blood entered her mouth, drawing closest to her brain, thereby dispelling the illusions. However, once the blood reached her throat, it lost its potency. Worse still, the moment the blood flowed out, it was at its most virile. Upon contact with the resentment, it was soon assimilated and rendered ineffective. In essence, even if Chen Mo Yao held Chen Yang's blood in her mouth, it would serve no purpose. Now, fully conscious, Chen Mo Yao found Chen Yang's blood to be scorching and pungent. Yet like an addict, she dared not part from it. "Goodness, Captain Chen, am I to be drained to a husk today?" Chen Yang exclaimed in exasperation. Chen Mo Yao, feeling awkward and unable to speak, conveyed her urgency through her beautiful eyes, clearly asking Chen Yang what should be done. Understanding her plight, Chen Yang glanced around, but there was no sign of Bai Yin Shuang. "Bai Yin Shuang, for heaven's sake, show yourself." Chen Yang showed that. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yin Shuang materialized before him, clad in her customary white garb, exuding an air of coldness, yet appearing somewhat ethereal upon closer inspection. "Bai Yin Shuang, let us do this. Tell me who your enemy is and where to find them, and I shall avenge you. What do you say?" Chen Yang proposed. Bai Yin Shuang dismissed his plea, replying, "Do you not profess to care little for this woman? Why not abandon her and leave alone?" Rolling his eyes, Chen Yang retorted, "Not all relationships in this world are founded on love. There exists also a sense of responsibility. Captain Chen is someone I brought into this situation. If I were to forsake her and depart, how could I ever face the world again?" Bai Yin Shuang scoffed. "Husband and wife are but birds of a feather. When calamity strikes, they take flight separately. If you claim not to love this woman, is it merely out of obligation? Simply because you are a man?" Chen Yang let out a faint sigh and said, "Alas, at this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth from you. Indeed, I am such a remarkable and extraordinary man." Bai Yin Shuang scoffed coldly, replying, "I do not believe you. I cannot accept that such a person exists in this world. Very well. If you truly perish here at her hands, I promise to release her. With that, Bai Yinshuang's figure dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Damn it! Chen Yang cursed once more. He cast his gaze down at Qin Moyao, who wore a complex expression. Then, she grasped Chen Yang's other hand and wrote upon his palm. Perhaps you should just leave me and go. Chen Yang looked at Qin Moyao, tilting his head in contemplation. Qin Moyao felt a surge of anxiety. Her heart was torn. She did not wish to implicate Chen Yang, yet she feared he might truly abandon her. It was not death she feared, but Bai Yinshuang and the terrifying spectacle that accompanied her. At that moment, Chen Yang, in frustration, exclaimed, "What on earth are you trying to convey?" Qin Moyao's carefully cultivated emotions crumbled in an instant due to his words. Reluctantly, she began to slowly write again on his hand, each stroke deliberate. Upon finishing, Chen Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, are you suggesting I should take your virginity? Do you wish to experience a woman's essence before you die?" Damn it! Qin Moyao could not suppress her expletive, forcefully removing his finger from her mouth and scolding. "You are just pretending. How could a few words yield such a lengthy narrative?" Before she could finish her retort, darkness engulfed her, and the swarms of insects resumed their relentless assault. Qin Moyao screamed, goosebumps prickling her skin once more. Chen Yang had no choice but to place his finger back into her mouth. Qin Moyao regained her clarity, opening her eyes to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Chen Yang chucklet, saying, "Captain Qin, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, ha." Qin Moyao was rendered speechless, thoroughly exasperated with Chen Yang. Even with peril at their heels, he still found the time to joke. "What are we to do?" She continued to write on his hand. In response, Chen Yang said, "I am uncertain. All we can do now is await a miracle, hope for Bai Yinshuang's compassion." Qin Moyao quickly wrote back, "That is impossible." Chen Yang sighed softly, replying, "Indeed, it seems unlikely." Qin Moyao wrote, "Then you should leave. 2 deaths are better than 1. Chen Yang regarded her with a peculiar expression before asking, "Do you truly wish for me to go?" Qin Moyao's heart was in turmoil, yet she bravely nodded. Chen Yang chuckled lightly and continued, "I, too, would like to leave, but if I were to do so, I would hold myself in contempt. This is merely a game devised by Yinshuang, with my finger in your mouth. If she truly desires my demise, she could easily achieve it through your body. Therefore, if I am to depart, it must be alone. Should I defy the rules of this game and attempt to take you with me, we would both meet our end. Once you leave, no one will ever know what transpired here. No one would look down upon you, nor would I cast blame." Qin Moyao began to comprehend Chen Yang's thoughts, continuing to write. A wicked smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yang's lips as he replied, "Do you think I fear the disdain of others? Do I care about their opinions of me?" Qin Moyao paused for a moment, then quickly understood. What Chen Yang truly feared, what he was concerned about, was always his own conscience. He was a man of great stature. If he were not at fault, he would rather lose his head than bow in apology. Time slipped away, second by second, as Chen Yang's blood flowed rapidly from his body. Soon, the dwindling flow of blood was insufficient to revive Qin Moyao. Observing her increasing agony, Chen Yang, in desperation, made an incision on his wrist and fed the blood to her. However, Qin Moyao could not consume such a quantity. The blood lingered momentarily in her mouth before spilling out entirely. In the blink of an eye, both Chen Yang and Qin Moyao were drenched in blood. The crimson liquid poured from Chen Yang's body at a terrifying rate, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. Concurrently, he felt a fog settling over his mind, his strength waning alongside the loss of blood. As a skilled warrior with acute awareness of his physical condition, he sensed the gradual depletion of his power. The essence of human strength lies in the blood and marrow. With diminished blood, one naturally becomes weak. What set Chen Yang apart from ordinary individuals was his ability to purify his blood and refine his bones through the great sun and moon technique. The potency and density of his blood surpassed that of most. Yet in this moment of blood loss, his strength was inevitably diminished. Qin Moyao, witnessing Chen Yang's increasingly frail and pale visage, felt a pang of sorrow. She longed to push him away, but the mere thought of it summoned a wave of torment. akin to 1,000 insects gnawing at her. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully pushed Chen Yang's hand away, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "You must leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me." Her words were laced with blood, creating a grotesque scene. "Leave? Absolutely not," Chen Yang retorted. "I am far too weak to escape now. Perhaps it would be better if I perish, allowing you to survive." Qin Mo Yao wished to say more, but a torrent of hallucinations overwhelmed her. Swarms of beetles ferociously biting into her flesh. Her face contorted in agony as she screamed, her hands frantically clawing at her body, even attempting to grasp her own eyes. In response, Chen Yang immediately guided his wounded wrist to her lips. With a swift motion, the blood was eagerly drawn from him. Qin Mo Yao's clarity was restored in an instant. "Chen Yang, I am so sorry." She inscribed upon his palm, tears glistening in her eyes. Chen Yang, weakened, sat upon the ground, with Qin Mo Yao resting against him, resembling a pair of lovers. "Damn it, if anyone were to discover our bodies, would they assume we died for each other?" Chen Yang muttered suddenly. Qin Mo Yao wrote upon his hand, "Isn't it beautiful to die for love?" Chen Yang remarked, "Of course not, brother. I am a liberal, wandering through a myriad of blossoms without a single petal touching me. How could I die for love?" Qin Mo Yao glanced at Chen Yang with a peculiar expression. Ordinarily, such a sentiment would be quite touching. Yet, Chen Yang consistently defied conventions. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming weariness. He closed his eyes, wishing to drift into slumber. "Do not sleep, Chen Yang, do not sleep. Kin montak ya gaspitin alam." Sensing the vital energy draining from him. For a long time, Chen Yang had exuded an undeniable strength, but now she perceived him to be utterly feeble. His flamboyance, arrogance, and unrestrained spirit had all vanished. Qin Mo Yao roused Chen Yang from his stupor. He offered a faint smile and said, "It seems that this time, I truly am destined to fall." Tears streamed down Qin Mo Yao's face. With a sudden resolve, she ceased to draw Chen Yang's blood and instead tore her sleeve to bind his wounds. Strangely, she noticed that despite leaving Chen Yang's blood behind, the illusions did not assail her. Chapter 59. The mysterious garment sacked. Upon realizing that the illusions had ceased to assail her, Qin Mo Yao was overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was in a state of utter weakness. The excessive loss of blood rendered his body incapable of sustaining its normal functions. "Chen Yang, how are you faring?" Qin Mo Yao inquired with concern, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. As Chen Yang opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Mo Yao's exquisite face. He managed a faint smile and replied, "I'm not dead yet." Seeing Chen Yang still able to smile brought a slight relief to Qin Mo Yao. Yet she curiously remarked, "I do not understand why my illusions have vanished." Chen Yang chuckled softly, saying, "Of course they would disappear. Bai Yinfeng's intention was to weaken me, allowing her to take advantage of my vulnerability. Now that I am defenseless, she will naturally refrain from causing you further distress." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yinfeng materialized before them. She regarded Chen Yang with a frosty demeanor, causing Qin Mo Yao to tremble and cast a fearful glance at her. However, she soon summoned her courage, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Yang, and boldly declared, "I will not allow you to harm him." Bai Yinfeng coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe you can stand in my way?" Qin Mo Yao found herself momentarily speechless. How could she possibly obstruct Bai Yinfeng? At that moment, Chen Yang, growing impatient, addressed Bai Yinfeng, "Damn it, you foul woman, if you intend to kill, then do so. Why waste breath on idle chatter?" Bai Yinfeng regarded him with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Are you truly unafraid of death?" After a brief silence, Chen Yang replied with a calm smile, "If fearing death does not prevent it, then why should I be afraid?" Bai Yinfeng proposed, "I can offer you a choice. Between you and the woman beside you, only one may live. Whomever you choose will survive. What say you?" Instantly, Qin Montakya interjected, "Let Chen Yang go. Take my life instead." Yet, Bai Yinfeng disregarded her words, fixating her gaze solely on Chen Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly stated, "Bai Yinfeng, despite your attempts to conceal your intentions, you cannot deceive me. I understand that you wish to gauge the nature of my character and whether I am trustworthy. This is the reason behind your elaborate schemes. A peculiar expression crossed by Yinfeng's beautiful face as she questioned, since you have discerned my motives, why not play the part to its conclusion? Play a part? Chen Yang responded, I do not engage in theatrics. If you require me to choose one to live, I choose Captain Qin. As for myself, you may either kill me or place your trust in me. There is no need for further unnecessary theatrics. Bai Yinfeng fell silent. Qin and Mo Yao too was enveloped in contemplation. She seemed to grasp the underlying truth. She recognized that Bai Yinfeng sought to leverage Chen Yang. The myriad of machinations was merely a test to discern whether Chen Yang was a selfish individual or one worthy of trust. I do not know if I should believe you. Bai Yinfeng finally spoke, her tone grave and contemplative. After she finished speaking, she added, I once placed my unwavering trust in a person, believing that while the entire world could betray me, he, Cheng Jianhua, would never do so. Yet, it was this very individual whom I trusted who ultimately took my life with a mere iron wire. I am a soul that has already perished. Should I fall for deception once more, I would truly be reduced to ashes. Chen Yang's expression grew solemn as he responded, You are indeed a pitiable being. Though I have never been betrayed, I empathize with your sentiments and understand your suspicions and concerns. I am uncertain how I might earn your trust, yet my intention is genuinely to assist you. Why do you wish to help me? Bai Yinchuang's demeanor shifted, her hostility towards Chen Yang and Qin Moya diminishing. She continued, We are strangers to one another. We have never met. Is it not my treasures that you seek? Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang replied, Believe it or not, the sole reason I wish to help you is out of compassion for your plight. Compassion for me? Bai Yinchuang chuckled lightly. A wretched spirit like me, who has taken countless lives, is surely despised and loathed. Chen Yang countered, Beneath that disdain and loathing, I see only a sorrowful woman. Bai Yinchuang shook her head, stating, No, I still cannot trust you. I cannot take that gamble. After a pause, she added, However, for the sake of your compassion, I shall spare your lives. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Moya sighed in relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Chen Yang's vitality was gradually restoring. His profound cultivation allowed for swift recuperation. Nevertheless, he had no intention of departing just yet. Bai Yinchuang, let us consider this. I know that you harbor resentment and yearn for vengeance, yet you are trapped here, unable to escape. Perhaps you could tell me who your enemy is, and I shall retrieve their head for you. Bai Yinchuang became instantly animated, her voice trembling with excitement. Are you speaking the truth? Chen Yang replied earnestly, Indeed, I am. Bai Yinchuang inquired, What is your motive? Chen Yang retorted, Do you believe that everyone has ulterior motives in their actions? Is there no such thing as a pure-hearted individual? Bai Yinchuang responded, I have never encountered one. Chen Yang explained, That is because your vision is clouded by hatred. After a moment's pause, he grew impatient and stated, I am willing to help you seek revenge. You would suffer no loss. Should you continue to hesitate, I may reconsider. Bai Yinchuang was taken aback. She genuinely feared that Chen Yang might withdraw his offer. So she quickly replied, Very well, I will tell you. Chen Yang and Qin Moya perked up, particularly Qin Moya, whose innate sense of justice compelled her to pursue wrongdoers relentlessly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yinchuang's voice drifted into a wistful reminiscence. It so happens that Cheng Jianhua is my senior brother. Our sect is located in a remote area of Yunnan, a place of pristine mountains and flowing waters, where spring blossoms eternal. Our sect is called Xianyi Men, and every disciple within it has been meticulously chosen by our ancestral master. Xianyi Men? Qin Moya exclaimed. Taken aback, Bai Yinchuang turned to Qin Moya and inquired, What is this? Have you heard of it? Qin Moya nodded and replied, I've heard my grandfather mention it briefly. He spoke of a master of divination in Hong Kong named Fan Tiangang, who is remarkably gifted. His predictions are unparalleled. Many prominent figures both in Hong Kong and abroad seek him out for divination, as his prophecies are priceless. Moreover, my grandfather mentioned that Fan Tiangang hails from the Xianyi sect. She paused before continuing. In my youth, I was naive and lacked reverence, especially towards the supernatural. It was then that my grandfather shared these insights with me, explaining that every disciple of the Xian Yi sect possesses unique abilities. For instance, I have exceptionally strong brainwaves and mental energy, allowing me to sense the unknown. Cheng Jianhua, too, is a prodigy. His divination skills rival those of Master Fan. Chen Yang could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Can fortunes truly be foretold?" Bai Yingshuang responded, "In the realm of existence, countless magnetic fields abound, electromagnetic fields, fields of fortune, molecular fields. Each individual is intertwined with a fate line. For example, if today is Xiao Fang's destined day of demise, she might inexplicably feel compelled to wander down an unfamiliar street, leading to her untimely death by an oncoming vehicle. This illustrates the influence of the fate line. She unwittingly follows her destined path." Bai Yingshuang paused before elaborating. "Our role in the Xianyi sect is to utilize our extraordinary sensitivity to perceive these magnetic fields and the workings of fate lines, enabling us to discern auspiciousness for others." Chen Yang, intrigued, asked, "If tomorrow is my destined day, could you alter my fate line?" Bai Yingshuang shook her head, stating, "That is impossible. To interfere with the heavenly path and disrupt the fate line carries immense karmic consequences. No one dares to undertake such actions. In truth, we are also cautious about revealing too many heavenly secrets. The more we disclose, the greater the detriment to our own fortunes. The heavenly path is the most enigmatic force." Chen Yang pondered this deeply, while Qin Moya sensed that a mysterious door had been opened before her. Bai Yingshuang continued, "Cheng Jianhua is my senior brother. He is refined and gentle, with an excellent reputation within our sect. He has always treated me kindly, especially since I have been rather reclusive, and few of my peers sought my company. Only Cheng Jianhua consistently showed concern for me. 5 years ago, at the age of 21, I wished to leave the Xianyi sect, so I sought permission from our master. He, being benevolent, did not compel me to stay, but instead provided me with funds for my departure. In truth, few wish to leave the Xianyi sect, as it is a mark of honor. Esteemed families and powerful clans hold it in great reverence. The accumulated wealth of the Xianyi sect over the years is substantial, and many outside yearn to join, but find it unattainable. After leaving the sect, I ventured to Coastal City, only to be surprised by Cheng Jianhua's arrival there as well. At that moment, in this foreign land, I was elated by his presence. I am his junior apprentice, and he is my warm-hearted senior brother. We supported each other, and our days unfolded in tranquil and tender harmony. However, I had not anticipated that, from the very beginning, his intentions were solely directed towards a precious artifact in my possession. This artifact, known as the Celestial Jade Plate, harbors the greatest secret of my being. Aside from our revered master, no one else is privy to its existence. My master has explicitly instructed me to keep it hidden from all, for this object is intrinsically linked to my life force. Should it fall into the hands of another, my life would be in peril. Consequently, I refrained from confiding in Cheng Jianhua. For 2 years, Cheng Jianhua had been lurking by my side, eavesdropping and probing to uncover the whereabouts of the Celestial Jade Plate. At this juncture, Chen Yang remarked, "Bai Yingshuang, your remarkable cultivation here has led me to suspect that you possess a Taoist treasure. It appears that this treasure is indeed the Celestial Jade Plate, is it not?" Chapter 60. The Police Flower's Hidden Affection. By Yingshuang nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Chen Yang inquiret. So it appears that Cheng Jianhua, despite his meticulous plotting, ultimately failed to obtain the Creation Jade Disc?" Bai Yingshuang replied, "Not quite. The Creation Jade Disc is divided into male and female counterparts. There are 2 jade pendants in total. One is the Dragon Jade, and the other is the Phoenix Jade. This is something outsiders remain unaware of. Cheng Jianhua seized the Dragon Jade, and now I rely on the Phoenix Jade. The Ancestral Master once stated that when the Creation Jade Disc is separated, my calamity would descend upon me. However, the Ancestral Master did not foresee that I had retained a portion of the Phoenix Jade, which preserved this frail body of mine. Nevertheless, I managed to evade my impending doom." Chen Yang, intrigued, remarked, "This Creation Jade Disc sounds formidable, yet ultimately they are merely jade. What is their true treasure?" Both Chen Yang and Qin Moya were intensely curious about this matter. Buying Shuang cast a lingering glance at Chen Yang and said, "You entered without even knowing the purpose of the creation jade disc?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes and replied, "I merely wish to open a bar. I do not place great value on external treasures. Besides, no matter how exceptional your creation jade disc may be, to me, it would only be worth a bit of money. Do you truly believe that with my skills, making money would be difficult?" Buying Shuang paused momentarily, taken aback. Chen Yang continued, "Often, what you deem precious and invaluable may not hold the same significance in the eyes of others, right?" Buying Shuang pondered this, and after a brief silence, she responded, "When the dragon and phoenix jades within the creation jade disc unite, they emit an aura of compassion, which can cure myriad ailments. Furthermore, they can alter the surrounding magnetic and atmospheric fields. As for the true treasures of the creation jade disc, I could not articulate them before. However, after Chang Jianhua harmed me and seized the dragon jade, I became a spirit, gaining a deeper understanding of the creation jade disc." Chen Yang and Qin Moya listened attentively. Buying Shuang continued, "The dragon jade influences one's fortune and destiny through its intrinsic quality and remarkable material. Chang Jianhua covets the dragon jade because he foresaw his own calamity. He wished to escape death, thus he sought to alter his fate through the dragon jade. As for the phoenix jade, let me put it this way. The dragon jade governs life, while the phoenix jade governs death. After Chang Jianhua strangled me, I was engulfed by overwhelming resentment. At that moment, I felt a profound confusion, filled only with hatred. As for the object of my hatred, I was unclear, but I knew it was intense, a desire to obliterate everything. During this time, the phoenix jade emitted a subtle magnetic field, its aura nourishing my soul. Gradually, I regained clarity. In using the phoenix jade as my core, I transformed the entire aura of golden years into the resentment I required. At first, I was consumed by hatred, taking lives indiscriminately. Later, a few individuals entered, and I inadvertently absorbed their essence to nourish my spirit. It was not until last year that I gradually began to cultivate successfully, gaining the ability to control my true self." As Buying Shuang spoke, she could not help but marvel. The mystery of what transpires after death remains an enigma throughout the ages. In the present day, the deceased Buying Shuang personally explained matters to Qin Moya, who was naturally exhilarated. She exclaimed, "So, does this mean that after death, there is no cycle of reincarnation? The Mengpa soup, the Yama hell?" Buying Shuang cast a glance at Qin Moya and replied, "The cycle of reincarnation and Yama hell are cultural constructs of our Chinese heritage. Conversely, Western culture envisions paradise. These concepts stem from humanity's fear of death, manifesting as a hopeful desire. If there truly exists a cycle of reincarnation and Yama hell, where are they? Why has no one ever encountered them? Such notions lack scientific validity." Upon hearing this, Qin Moya felt an increased admiration for Chen Yang. She turned to him and remarked, "It seems to resonate with what you have said." Chen Yang cleared his throat and responded, "This is not the time for such discussions." He then turned to Buying Shuang and inquired, "Where do you believe Chang Jianhua is at this moment?" Noticing Chen Yang's concern for Chang Jianhua, Buying Shuang felt a surge of excitement and said, "Chang Jianhua should be within the Xianyi sect. He has long sought to scheme for my creation jade disc. Thus, he was previously using an alias. Now, with his abilities, he must have become a pillar of the sect. Chen Yang asket, how do I get to the Xianyi sect?" Buying Shuang replied, "In Kunming, Yunnan, there exists a city called Anning. Beyond Anning, if you venture 100 miles into the mountainous region, you will encounter a small town known as Xianyi Town. This town was established by our ancestral master, utilizing the convergence of light and magnetic fields to create a mirage. Ordinary people mistakenly believe that Xianyi Town is an ancient, non-existent entity of the Dian Kingdom. In reality, it is the very heart of the Xianyi sect." Chen Yang inquired, "How do I enter?" Buying Shuang explained, "Gaining entry is quite simple during the night. When there is no light, you can walk straight in. However, you must traverse a bamboo forest first. This forest is teeming with serpent spirits, nurtured by our ancestral master, possessing great vitality and formidable venom. At night, the serpent spirits release a toxic mist that envelopes the area, deterring outsiders. Typically, Members of the Xian Yi sect possess a method to drive away the serpents. I can teach you this method, and you should also wear a gas mask to ensure your safety. Chen Yang rubbed his nose, feeling that his vitality had mostly returned. His self-healing ability was remarkably extraordinary. He asked, "Are there many martial arts experts in the Xian Yi sect? Will I be in danger upon my arrival?" Bai Yingshuang reassured him. The disciples of the Xian Yi sect primarily excel in peculiar arts and strategies. As for martial prowess, it is scarce. Once you enter, seek out my ancestral master. After informing him of your purpose, he will undoubtedly release Cheng Jianhua. Chen Yang questioned, "As a stranger, will I be able to meet your ancestral master?" Bai Yingshuang hesitated for a moment before responding, "I have a childhood name, Nan Nan. When you arrive, mention my childhood name and say that I have sent you. They should facilitate an introduction." Chen Yang nodded and added, "I have one last question. I have never met Cheng Jianhua, and I fear I might mistake him for someone else, considering his cunning nature." Bai Yingshuang replied, "That is easily resolved." After she spoke, her form began to transform, ultimately taking the shape of a man. This gentleman donned a cerulean long robe, exuding an air of elegance and charm, reminiscent of a protagonist from a historical drama. It was evident he was a virtuous character. Following this, Bai Yingshuang reverted to her original form. Such a metamorphosis was indeed extraordinary, akin to the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong. However, upon closer inspection, it was not so remarkable, for Bai Yingshuang lacked a physical body. All her transformations were merely fluctuations of brainwaves. While the brainwaves of an ordinary person remain unseen, Bai Yingshuang's were so potent that they became visible to the naked eye. "I shall bring you Cheng Jianhua's head," were the words uttered by Chen Yang as he departed. It was already midnight when he and Qin Moyao exited the Golden Years bar, the shutter of the establishment clanging shut behind them. The surrounding bars were alive with flashing neon lights and an array of luxury cars. This was a vibrant locale, a true city that never sleeps. "Your hand?" Qin Moyao inquired with concern, grasping Chen Yang's hand. Chen Yang nonchalantly tore away the bandage from his wound and replied, "It's nothing." Qin Moyao then turned her gaze to his wrist, where the injury had already begun to scab over. How could it heal so quickly? She wondered in disbelief. Chen Yang, indifferent, ambled toward the car, casually stating, "With robust vitality, wounds heal swiftly." What's so strange about that? As they conversed, they entered the vehicle, with Qin Moyao at the wheel this time. "Where to next?" she asked, leaning back against the seat. Chen Yang, slightly fatigued, replied, "With his blood on me. If Sister Qing sees it, explaining will be troublesome. Just take me somewhere I can sleep and shower." Qin Moyao readily agreed, leading him back to her home. Having faced life and death together, her trust in him had deepened immensely. On their journey back, noticing Chen Yang's weariness, Qin Moyao refrained from speaking further. Her residence was a cozy two-bedroom, two-living-room apartment on the 20th floor. After parking in the complex, they entered the elevator. "Thank you for today," she said, unable to contain her gratitude as the elevator ascended. Chen Yang shrugged it off, replying, "There's no need for thanks. I was the one who brought you in. The danger was mine to bear as well." Qin Moyao insisted, "Still, I must thank you." Chen Yang chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Suddenly, Qin Moyao added, "There's something I don't understand." "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired. "I couldn't help you in there. Why did you take me along?" Chen Yang, sleekly fexet, rubbed his nose and explained, "I initially thought this would be quite simple. Our weapons should suffice against Bai Yingshuang. This case has remained unresolved, and you're a police officer. By solving it, you could earn recognition. Moreover, once the case is cracked, extensive publicity would diminish the public's fear of Golden Years, instead inciting curiosity about it." Qin Mo Yao suddenly came to a realization. After a brief pause, she added, "In truth, Bai Yingshuang is also a pitiable individual." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. The two soon arrived at the 20th floor and entered Qin Mo Yao's residence. She instructed Chen Yang to take a shower first. As he was about to head to the bathroom, Chen Yang said to Qin Mo Yao, "Please prepare some food for me, ensuring it includes milk, meat, and eggs." Qin Mo Yao was momentarily speechless and replied, "All I have are instant noodles and ham sausages." Chen Yang then suggested, "There's a supermarket downstairs. You should go and buy something." However, Having just experienced a day filled with fright, Chinamo Yao was reluctant to venture out again. She proposed, "How about we make do with instant noodles and ham sausages tonight, and enjoy a proper meal tomorrow morning?" Typically, Chen Yang was quite amenable, but this time he did not acquiesce. He stated solemnly, "It is not merely a matter of preference. I have lost a considerable amount of blood. Although I recover swiftly, I still require the replenishment of essential nutrients." Chapter 61. Why must you report everything to her? Chinamo Yao suddenly came to a realization, feeling a twinge of guilt for having overlooked this matter. Moreover, Chen Yang was injured while protecting her. However, it must be said that Chen Yang's demeanor was remarkably composed, almost as if he were unscathed. Chinamo Yao prepared to head downstairs when Chen Yang casually remarked, "While you're at it, please pick up a set of underwear and sleepwear from the convenience store." Chinamo Yao nodded in agreement, responding, "Sure." After a refreshing half-hour hot shower, Chen Yang felt the warmth invigorate his body, opening every pore and washing away his fatigue. He thought that a good night's sleep would restore him to vitality the following day. At that moment, Chinamo Yao placed the underwear and sleepwear outside the door. Chen Yang changed into the fresh garments and was soon drawn by a delightful aroma to the dining table. Chinamo Yao had set a bowl of noodles on the table, her hair slightly disheveled, revealing the chaos of her cooking endeavor. Chen Yang noticed strips of meat and an egg atop the noodles, albeit the egg was somewhat burnt. As he sat down and picked up his chopsticks, Chinamo Yao shyly said, "I apologize. My culinary skills are rather lacking." Chen Yang chucklet softly, "I understand." He then inquired, "How many eggs did you buy?" 20. Replied Kin Montakya. Chen Yang suggested, "Boil some eggs. Just cook them thoroughly." "All right," she replied eagerly. With a slight frown, Chen Yang began to eat the noodles. The quality paled in comparison to what Su Qing would prepare, yet his intense hunger allowed him to overlook the shortcomings, and he dove in. After consuming a warm bowl of noodles, he felt a surge of energy as his body quickly absorbed the nourishment. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chinamo Yao returned with the boiled eggs, still steaming. Chen Yang nonchalantly held one in his hand, and, with a gentle tap, the shell effortlessly peeled away. This spectacle left Chinamo Yao astounded. "How'd you do that?" She couldn't help but ask. Chen Yang took a bite of an egg and, picking up another, explained, "This is a manifestation of controlling one's strength. A master of force can strike a bull from afar. What I just did is trivial by comparison." Intrigued, Chinamo Yao asked, "Could you teach me?" Chen Yang shook his head, responding, "I cannot." "Why not?" She pressed. "Because I doubt you would grasp it," he replied. Chinamo Yao felt a pang of defiance, retorting, "On what grounds do you say I wouldn't? You haven't even tried to teach me." Chen Yang chuklet again, stating, "At your age, you have already surpassed the most perceptive stage. The essence of martial arts lies in a mind free from distractions. Your thoughts are too numerous and impure." Chinamo Yao countered, "Is there really that much to learning martial arts? It's simply about holding a horse stance, building strength, stabilizing one's base, and increasing speed." Chen Yang finished another egg, saying, "For an ordinary person, no amount of training will yield results unless they uncover the key. How swift can one be? And how strong?" He paused for a moment and remarked, "Let me put it this way. When a person engages in physical activity, perspiration is inevitable. Sweat is the essence of vitality. When it dissipates, one grows increasingly weary. If you wish to embark on this journey, the first step is to raise your body hairs and close your pores. When one is suddenly exposed to a cold breeze, it induces a shiver, causing goosebumps. That is the effect of closing the pores. Look at me," he said, extending his arm. In an instant, Chinamo Yao observed that all of Chen Yang's body hairs stood on end. "How did you achieve that?" "Kin Montakya in Kvilet, Astonishit." Chen Yang retracted his arm and replied, "It is as simple as having a mind free of distractions, an invigorated spirit, with every part of the body under one's control." Chinamo Yao felt compelled to attempt it herself, yet after a prolonged effort, she felt nothing. Chen Yang chuckled and said, "To describe this sensation in a more vulgar manner, it resembles the sudden urge one experiences when nature calls." Chinamo Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. As a young woman, she found such crude descriptions difficult to digest. Chen Yang continued, "In ancient times, Many martial arts were passed down only to men, as some concepts are challenging to articulate or teach to women. Chen Mo Yao expressed her surprise. I see. There is indeed a deeper layer to this. As their conversation flowed, Chen Yang astonishingly consumed 20 eggs. Subsequently, he said, please prepare a place for me to rest. I need to recuperate thoroughly. Chen Mo Yao nodded and went to arrange the bedding in the adjacent room. Chen Yang entered the room, closed the door, bid farewell to Chen Mo Yao, and then lay down to practice the great sun and moon technique. In the course of this practice, he drifted into a deep slumber. At this moment, his bodily functions rapidly absorbed nutrients, restoring his physical capabilities. Chen Mo Yao went to take a shower and then returned to sleep. Being with Chen Yang brought her a profound sense of security. Despite the fact that he was a man and she a woman, she harbored no apprehensions about his intentions. In her heart, Chen Yang seemed to embody the essence of a true gentleman. At 3 in the morning, Chen Yang abruptly burst from his room and hurried to the bathroom, where he engaged in a flurry of elimination. He had consumed an excessive amount that day, and now he was expelling all the remnants from his body. There were no toxins or waste left within him. Only after this did Chen Yang truly feel a sense of relief. A night of sweet dreams followed. The next day, Chen Yang slept until 10 in the morning. Chen Mo Yao refrained from waking him and instead went downstairs to the restaurant to fetch him some chicken soup. Upon awakening, Chen Yang felt revitalized and happily drank the red date chicken soup. Following this, his body was nearly restored to its former state. Chen Mo Yao then presented him with a new outfit, saying, I simply cannot get your old clothes clean any longer. Please wear this instead. The attire was a refreshing white tracksuit. Chen Yang accepted the tracksuit with a slight smile and then retreated to his room to change. After changing, he picked up his phone to check for messages. The phone had run out of battery and shut down, prompting him to borrow a charger from Chen Mo Yao. In this age of smart devices, chargers are universally compatible. Subsequently, Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao settled onto the sofa to discuss their forthcoming itinerary. Chen Yang, do you intend to travel to Yunnan to seek out the Xian sect? Chen Mo Yao inquired. Sipping leisurely on a cup of yogurt, Chen Yang replied, of course. It's a promise I made to Bai Shuang. What do you plan to set off? I wish to accompany you, Chen Mo Yao stated. I am uncertain of what complications may arise within the Xian sect. Perhaps it would be best if I ventured there alone, Chen Yang responded. That is out of the question, Chen Mo Yao insisted. Cheng Jianhua has a murder charge against him. As a police officer, it is my duty to apprehend him. I must accompany you on this journey. I do not intend to hand Cheng Jianhua over to the authorities, Chen Yang asserted. Bai Shuang holds a grudge, and I plan to escort Cheng Jianhua to the Golden Years establishment. Only then can the bar regain its former glory. That is acceptable, Chen Mo Yao conceded. Even the city officials would support our course of action. She paused before adding, as a police officer, I possess an official identity. The members of the Xian sect will think twice before acting against us, will they not? I fear there may be dangers within. I cannot guarantee your safety. Chen Yang admit that. Rest assured, Chen Mo Yao replied confidently, Bai Shuang is a ghost, thus I am unable to contend with her. However, the Xian sect comprises mere mortals, and my marksmanship is precise. I shall not be a burden to you. Regardless, you need not say more. Even if you forbid me, I will lead the team. Absolutely not, Chen Yang exclaimed, taken aback. We cannot risk alerting them. If Cheng Jianhua catches wind of our approach, he may flee, and it would be arduous to track him down again. A mischievous smile spread across Chen Mo Yao's face. Then you must take me along. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yang conceded, very well. When shall we depart? Chen Mo Yao inquired excitedly. You plan the route to Yunnan. I will return home, first to inform Su Qing, Chen Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo Yao felt a twinge of jealousy. She is not your wife. Why must you report everything to her? Come on, it's a matter of basic courtesy and respect. If I leave without a word, she will surely worry, Chen Yang explained. Go on then, Chen Mo Yao retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Chen Yang bowset, then chuckled. You seem a bit envious. Captain Chen, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Get lost. Kin Montak Ya replied sharply. Chen Yang laughed heartily, retrieved his partially charged phone, and departed from Chen Mo Yao's home. After he left, Chen Mo Yao remained in a sulky mood, unsure of why she felt this way. Unable to resist, she approached the mirror. In its reflection, she saw herself in a deep blue police uniform, her hair elegantly styled, exuding confidence and beauty. Her complexion was flawless, with all the right curves accentuated. Indeed, Chen Mo Yao could be considered a natural beauty. She secretly felt displeased, wondering why Chen Yang seemed utterly indifferent to her, not regarding her as a beauty at all. However, Chen Yang was oblivious to any such concerns and did not dwell on them. Upon returning to his rented room, he promptly went to see Su Qing. Su Qing was in her own apartment, engaged in laundry, specifically washing her delicate undergarments. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yang felt a bit flustered. Yet, when Su Qing spotted him, her face lit up with joy, only to quickly realize the situation, causing her cheeks to flush. She hastily concealed the undergarments within her clothes. With a chuckle, Chen Yang remarked, "Sister Qing, I didn't expect you to favor such alluring attire." Su Qing's face instantly turned crimson, and she retorted, "You should be quiet." Chapter 62. Su Qing is an extraordinary woman. Chen Yang chuckled, well aware of Su Qing's allure. He had seen every inch of her, including her intimate apparel, and even knew of her thong. In truth, while Su Qing presented herself as gentle and virtuous, there lingered beneath the surface a certain spirited essence, albeit one she kept subdued. Chen Yang believed that if they were to share a life as husband and wife, her passions would undoubtedly delight any man, evoking sensations that penetrated to the very core of one's being. Of course, these musings were merely figments of his imagination. Today, Su Qing donned a light blue loungewear, her hair cascading gracefully down her back, radiating both beauty and tranquility. Rising to her feet, she immediately inquired with genuine concern, "Have you eaten yet?" Chen Yang smiled and replied, "I've already had something to eat." After a brief pause, he continued, "Well, Sister Qing, I wanted to discuss something with you. I will be leaving soon, perhaps for a week at the quickest, or as long as half a month at the slowest." Su Qing nodded and said, "Please take care of yourself." Chen Yang grinned, "Yes, I will." He felt a sense of elation, for despite having not returned home the previous night and now announcing his departure, Su Qing refrained from probing into his affairs. He relished the freedom of being unencumbered. Had she pressed him for details, he would have felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Little did he know, Su Qing understood his nature well, which is why she held back her inquiries. In truth, she was quite curious about his recent activities. After informing Su Qing, Chen Yang returned to his rented room. Once he had tidied his belongings, he bid farewell to Su Qing, leaving her with a bank card containing over 4 million. "Sister Qing, take this for now. The password is 6/8." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but declined, saying, "Why are you giving this to me all of a sudden? It's not like you're leaving for good." Chen Yang insisted, "Just take it. Life is unpredictable, and should anything happen, you can use this money to live well. Do not ever compromise your own happiness." "What exactly are you planning to do?" Su Qing asked, unable to contain her surprise. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. He was reluctant to explain. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. He finally said, "I'm going out with Captain Qin to apprehend someone. The terrain there is a bit complex, but it's nothing serious. I'm giving this to you just in case." Su Qing's understanding dawned upon her, and though she felt a swell of emotion, she remained resolute in her refusal of the card, stating firmly, "I will not accept your bank card. You must come back safely." Chen Yang felt utterly helpless, yet his admiration for Su Qing only deepened. She truly was an extraordinary woman. In her eyes, Chen Yang was no less remarkable. Before departing, Chen Yang left his car for Su Qing and took a taxi to meet Chen Mo Yao. They convened at Chen Mo Yao's residence. When Chen Yang arrived at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he found Chen Mo Yao clad in a fresh outfit, camouflage attire that suited her, exuding a distinctive elegance and charm, which captivated Chen Yang's attention. "This set of camouflage is prepared for you." Chen Mo Yao prepared a set of gear for Chen Yang, which she presented with a remark. "The jungles in Yunnan are dense. I have brought a considerable amount of potions. This attire will also be quite convenient." Chen Yang, however, was not particularly concerned about insect or mosquito protection. His body was imbued with formidable strength, impervious to even the lightest touch. He He merely inquired, "Are you allowed to carry a firearm there?" "Of course," Chen Mo Yao replied confidently. "With my police officer credentials, I can carry a gun wherever I go." Chen Yang chuckled, saying, "You're boasting. Go try taking a firearm to the great hall of the people." Chen Mo Yao shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Are you looking for trouble?" Subsequently, Chen Yang donned the camouflage attire. The moment he did, Chen Mo Yao's gaze lit up, for he appeared exceptionally gallant in the outfit. An innate righteousness and military aura seemed to radiate from him. "Hey!" Chen Yang noticed Chen Mo Yao staring in a daze and waved his hand in front of her, teasingly saying, "Captain Chen, don't be infatuated. If you wish to offer yourself, I might consider it. Go to hell." Chen Mo Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yang chuckled, recognizing that he had effectively shattered the momentary awkwardness that hung between them. After her blush subsided, Chen Mo Yao remarked, "Chen Yang, could you refrain from calling me Captain Chen all the time? It sounds so uncouth." Chen Yang laughed. "Then what should I call you? Sister Chen?" Chen Mo Yao stamped her foot playfully and replied, "Just call me Mo Yao. Chen Mo Yao will do." "You're such a fool, Chen Yang." With a grin, Chen Yang acquiesced. "Very well, Sister Mo Yao." Though Chen Mo Yao still found it somewhat peculiar, it was certainly more pleasant than being addressed as Captain Chen. They then proceeded to purchase essential supplies, such as canned beef, instant noodles, and floral water. As for gas masks, those were arranged internally by Chen Mo Yao. The two were occupied until 5 in the afternoon before setting off. They headed to the airport for a flight departing at 6, bound for Kunming. In Kunming, Chen Mo Yao had connections through acquaintances, ensuring a 4-wheel drive was prepared at the airport. Being a typical second-generation official, she had her resources. At 6 o'clock, the flight took off on schedule. As the plane ascended through the clouds, both Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao gazed out at the resplendent sunset beyond the window, with the white clouds enveloping them like cotton. The clouds appeared immaculate, devoid of any impurities. In the distance, mountains and rivers sprawled, creating a breathtaking landscape. Chen Yang was lost in thought, while Chen Mo Yao leaned over to see, her ample figure pressing against Chen Yang's arm. The sweet fragrance of her femininity wafted towards him. "What are you daydreaming about? What else on your mind?" Chen Mo Yao inquired, tilting her head. In that moment, Chen Yang caught sight of her rosy lips, adorned with a glossy sheen, exuding a cherry hue. As he admired her exquisite visage, the intoxicating scent enveloped him, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. In a moment of impulsivity, he leaned in and kissed her. The touch was moist and fleeting, just a mere kiss. Yet Chen Mo Yao immediately trembled, hastily retreating from her position, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yang brushed his lips, savoring the delightful taste of that kiss. Simultaneously, he recognized his abruptness and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Ah, well, Mo Yao, that was purely unintentional. I can't be bothered with you." Chen Mo Yao murmured softly, then tilted her head, feigning drowsiness, as if she were ready to sleep. Observing her reluctance to pursue the matter, Chen Yang felt at ease. Earlier, he had been lost in thought, pondering a profound question. His gaze drifted to the ethereal clouds, winding like the majestic jade dragon snow mountain, contemplating whether deities truly existed, capable of traversing the realms of heaven and earth. Bai Shuang had already acquired the ability to appear and vanish at will, soaring through the skies. Yet, her cultivation remained insufficient. Her mental energies were not solidified enough, making her vulnerable to the winds that could easily scatter her essence. This was also the reason she had refrained from seeking vengeance. The world resembled a vast ocean, and to reach the other shore, one required a corporeal form. The body acted as a vessel, propelling the soul forward. Chen Yang intended to rely on his physical form for cultivation, hoping that one day he might transcend the limitations of the human body and achieve an unimaginable realm. In contrast, Bai Shuang belonged to those without a vessel, relying solely on her innate abilities to reach the distant shore. Yet, such a path was fraught with peril. Ultimately, Bai Shuang had a greater likelihood of achieving immortality. The corporeal form would inevitably decay. Upon its demise, Chen Yang would perish as well. However, a soul like Bain Shuang's could continue to cultivate indefinitely. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yang too began to feel drowsy and eventually fell asleep, only to be awakened by Chen Yao's gentle nudge. "Oh, what is the matter?" Chen Yang startled awake. "What do you think is the matter?" Chen Yao shot him an annoyed glare, pointing to her shoulder. Chen Yang turned to look and instantly felt embarrassed. It appeared that, in his slumber, he had leaned against her delicate shoulder and even drooled, leaving a damp mark on her attire. 3 hours later, the airplane touched down at Kunming International Airport. Exiting the terminal, night had fallen, and the moon hung high amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. The airport was brightly illuminated. After collecting their luggage, Chen Yao took out her phone to make contact, and soon a man named Su Kai, in his 40s and clad in formal attire though slightly portly, approached them. He exchanged pleasantries with Chen Yang and Chen Yao before handing them the keys to a BMW SUV. After bidding farewell, Chen Yao expressed her gratitude. The two then entered the vehicle, with Chen Yang taking the wheel. As he started the engine and activated the navigation system, he suggested, "We've had a long day. Let us find a hotel in the city to rest for the night and continue our journey in the morning. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Chen Yao replied. Before long, they arrived in the city, where they sought out a fine Chinese restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous meal. After satisfying their appetites, they found a luxurious 5-star hotel. Unconcerned about expense and eager to indulge, they booked 2 presidential suites. The presidential suite is undeniably luxurious. Chen Yang and Chen Moya arrived at their respective rooms, and Chen Yang first proceeded to take a shower. After refreshing himself, he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. Being on the 28th floor, he drew back the curtains, revealing the entirety of Kunming bathed in a myriad of lights. The towering buildings sparkled like dazzling pearls against the night sky. It was truly a beautiful evening. In the past, Chen Yang would have driven to a bar for some entertainment. If he encountered an appealing woman, he would bring her back, indulging in a wild night. They would sip red wine by the window, engaging in delightful conversations about shared interests. Such moments were a source of great relaxation. As he pondered, Chen Yang realized he had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had savored the company of a woman. Since returning to the country, he had not had such experiences. Indeed, he missed it dearly. However, he was currently entangled in a flirtation with Su Qing, making it difficult for him to seek out other women. At that moment, the hotel phone rang. Chen Yang understood the implications of the call. He sat by the window as the phone continued to ring incessantly, causing a stir of anticipation within him. To his surprise, the phone persisted stubbornly, ringing again immediately after he neglected to answer it the first time. With a resigned sigh, he finally picked up the call. Initially, he intended to decline the offer, but the sultry voice on the other end captivated him. It bore a resemblance to that of Lin Jieling. She said, "Hello, sir. Would you like to avail yourself of our services? We offer a variety of companions, including university students and young married women, among others." Chapter 63. You scoundrel. Chen Yang swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Damn." On the other end of the line, a voice replied, "Sir, are you wishing to damn?" Chen Yang, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "Damn it, damn your sister." The voice on the other end shyly responded, "You are truly annoying. However, I will be right over, bringing you my little girl." Startled, Chen Yang quickly said, "Do not come over. If you do, I will call the police." This tactic proved effective, and the call was promptly terminated. Chen Yang let out a long sigh, secretly acknowledging the impressive skills of the woman on the phone, as her few words had stirred a restlessness within him. Returning to the windowsill, he sat down, the air conditioning enveloping the room in a refreshing chill. Despite the presence of a computer and television, Chen Yang found himself lacking interest. Before long, a sudden knock at the door jolted him. He thought to himself, could it be that woman arriving at my doorstep? Should I accept or refuse? If it weren't for my fear of Chen Yao finding out, I might have indulged in some reckless behavior today. After all, I have no reputation to uphold. Lost in thought, he walked quickly to the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see Chen Yao standing there. Clad in a delicate light blue dress, her hair styled in soft waves, she radiated beauty and charm. In her hands, she held a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Chen Yang's heart raced as he took in her ample bosom and the enticing glimpse of her fair cleavage. Ah, Mo Yao, you look stunning and have brought wine. Are you not tempting me to make a mistake? Look at my wavering resolve, he said, rubbing his hands together. Chen Mo Yao shot him a glare, retorting, can you not think of something wholesome for once? Chen Yang chuckled, inviting her inside, and remarked, if I see such a beautiful woman at this late hour and still think of wholesome thoughts, either you are a failure or I am. Stop being so flippant. Qin Montakia exclaimed. Chen Yang continued, aren't you curious why it could be either of us failing? With a dismissive attitude, she replied, please, it's the same old story. You fail because you are less than a beast, not a man. I fail because I lack allure, right? Chen Yang chuklet heartily. Chen Mo Yao then confessed, I simply cannot sleep and wanted to chat with you. A bit of red wine in the evening is good for a woman's skin. Chen Yang replied, do you have a good tolerance for alcohol? I worry you might misbehave after a few drinks. You will never speak anything wise, she quipped, pouring a glass of wine for both of them. They sat facing each other at the windowsill, with the stars twinkling outside, painting a magnificent night scene. The wine was exquisite, and the beauty before him was intoxicating, truly a man's finest indulgence. As they sipped wine and conversed, Chen Mo Yao began to feel a slight buzz, her demeanor relaxing. Unbeknownst to them, their intertwined legs gradually separated, the snow-white thighs subtly revealed. Chen Mo Yao remained blissfully unaware of her exposure, continuing to engage in cheerful conversation. Chen Yang, somewhat distracted, eventually remarked, Nessa, sister Mo Yao, it is getting late. You should return to rest. Chen Mo Yao, with wide almond-shaped eyes, retorted, what, do you find me bothersome, tedious? Typically poised and spirited, the influence of alcohol had transformed her into a more delicate demeanor. What does it mean to be delicate? It often entails being demanding. Chen Yang chuckled, of course not. Kin montak ya kvirit. Then why are you trying to send me away? Chen Yang, with a playful smile, replied, I'm not sending you away. I'm just concerned about making a mistake. What kind of mistake? Chen Mo Yao asked, puzzled. Chen Yang found himself at a loss against her innocent naivety. It seemed the alcohol had significantly dulled her wits. With a hint of mischief, he provocatively replied, the white one. Chen Mo Yao, further perplexed, inquired, what white one? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, wondering how she could not grasp the meaning. Soon enough, realization dawned upon Chen Mo Yao, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Rising abruptly, she exclaimed at Chen Yang, you lecherous scoundrel. Chen Yang laughed heartily, responding, if I were truly a scoundrel, actions would speak louder than words. Now hurry off to bed. Embarrassed and flustered, Chen Mo Yao stomped her foot, set down her cup, and hurriedly exited Chen Yang's room. Amused, Chen Yang soon retired to bed himself. The following day, Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao resumed their journey, with Chen Yang at the wheel. There was no need for directions, as the car was equipped with a navigation system. It was 8 in the morning, and the sun shone bright. As Chen Yang drove out of Kunming, they entered a winding mountain road, flanked on the left by verdant peaks and on the right by a long, crystal-clear stream. The air was fresh, and the scenery picturesque, with sunlight cascading upon the earth. The radio in the car played a song by Jackie Chung titled Having You Along the Way, a beautiful love ballad. You know, loving you isn't easy. It requires immense courage. Is it fate? There are many things I cannot express, fearing you may not bear the weight. Do you believe that meeting you in this lifetime is something I owe you from a past life? Is it fate that allowed me to love you, only to have you depart from me? Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao listened in tranquil silence, the song resonating more profoundly than ever before. By the way, there is a question I've been meaning to ask you. Chen Mo Yao suddenly recalled. What is it? Chen Yang replied. Both were clad in camouflage attire that day, and Chen Yang found his resolve wavering. The alluring nature of Chen Mo Yao's appearance made it challenging to maintain composure. The camouflage, however, effectively concealed her more revealing features. Chen Mo Yao continued, when we faced by Yin Shuang, you stated that you entered because you felt pity for her. Previously, you mentioned it was for the Golden Years bar, and when you spoke to me, it was about resolving the troubles of Golden Years. So, what truly compels you to wade through these murky waters? Chen Yang grinned broadly, stating, "What I said is all the truth. Buying Shuang is indeed a pitiable figure. I genuinely yearn for the golden years and wish to resolve the troubles associated with them. To encapsulate it succinctly, there exists but a single reason." "What reason?" inquired Qin Moya. Chen Yang chuckled softly and replied, "I have a penchant for meddling in affairs that do not concern me." Qin Moya smiled knowingly, finding comfort and satisfaction in his response. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Yang and Qin Moya arrived in Anning City. After a brief respite, they continued their journey along the mountainous path described by Ying Shuang. The road was rugged and treacherous, becoming increasingly perilous as they ventured deeper. Eventually, the vehicle could go no further, compelling Chen Yang and Qin Moya to shoulder their gear and proceed on foot. Fortunately, Qin Moya was no delicate flower. She was resilient and capable of enduring hardship. All the heavy equipment was borne by Chen Yang. They quickened their pace, and by 8 in the evening, they were still 20 miles from their destination, having walked for over 3 arduous hours along the demanding mountain trail. Exhausted, Qin Moya collapsed, declaring, "I can't go on. Chen Yang, I need a rest." She found a large rock to sit on and turned to him. Chen Yang glanced at the sky. A bright moon illuminated the heavens, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Surrounded by mountains, the scene was reminiscent of the mystical Shushan, imbued with an enchanting aura. "Let us have a bite to eat and take a moment to rest," he suggested. Qin Moya felt a wave of relief wash over her. After they had eaten and rested briefly, Chen Yang rose and said, "Let us move on." Yet, Qin Moya found herself unable to continue, feeling increasingly fatigued. Despite her reluctance, she mustered the strength to stand. "I'll carry you," Chen Yang offered. Qin Moya hesitated, replying, "That is not appropriate. I can still manage." She felt embarrassed about being a burden to Chen Yang, especially since she had insisted on accompanying him. Chen Yang smiled reassuringly. "Moya, you've already shown great strength. The mountain path is challenging, and it's commendable that you've come this far. Allow me to carry you. We should hasten to our destination and not delay our important task. Are you sure you can manage?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Chen Yang shrugged off her apprehension with a casual grin. "It's a trivial matter." He then took her gear from her and lifted her onto his back. His hand supported her, creating an unexpectedly intimate sensation. Though initially embarrassed and sensitive about the situation, Qin Moya soon acclimated to it. As fatigue washed over her, she unexpectedly fell asleep against Chen Yang's back. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Yang gently roused her. With sleepy eyes, Qin Moya blinked awake and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yang set her down and pointed ahead, saying, "It appears we have arrived." Qin Moya lifted her gaze in the direction he indicated and saw a lush grove of bamboo about 30 meters ahead, accompanied by a small artificial lake. The bamboo grove was shrouded in a thick mist, reminiscent of a setting where the phantoms of strange tales from a Chinese studio might emerge, casting an eerie aura that deterred any approach. Chen Yang was certain he had arrived at his destination, primarily due to the presence of a lake. This lake was evidently man-made. Who would excavate such a body of water in these desolate mountains? It must undoubtedly be the work of the patriarch of the Xianyi sect. This ancestor had likely harnessed the lake's waters to facilitate photosynthesis, thereby conjuring a mirage. Chen Yang, with his keen intuition, sensed the fluctuations of a formation in the vicinity. In that moment, both he and Qin Mo Yao felt a palpable tension. Chen Yang was tempted to instruct Qin Mo Yao to wait for him here, as he sensed an undercurrent of danger. However, the thought of leaving her alone in this remote wilderness filled him with unease. "Put on your gas mask and follow me," Chen Yang said in a grave tone. "Ensure your firearm is loaded, disengage the safety, and remain in a state of heightened alertness at all times." Chapter 64. The burning of the ancestor. Qin Moya nodded gravely, adhering to the instructions as she withdrew her service pistol, loaded it with ammunition, and disengaged the safety. Subsequently, the two donned their gas masks. With Chen Yang leading the way, they proceeded, with Qin Moya closely trailing him. Chen Yang bore the burden of their equipment, which included climbing ropes and military knives. all of which Chen Moya had arranged for transport through her connections. They quickly circumvented an artificial lake and arrived at the edge of a dense bamboo grove. The grove was lush and verdant, shrouded in mist, with wild grasses carpeting the ground, heavy with dew. Their feet and pant legs had become damp. It was at this moment that Chen Moya was struck with horror. Despite her mental preparation, the sight of the multitude of venomous snakes coiling beneath her feet sent a chill down her spine. Fortunately, the gas mask muffled her voice, suppressing any screams. Chen Yang, however, remained remarkably composed, humming a melody taught to him by Yin Shuang, an incantation to drive away snakes. The tune resembled a gentle nocturne, imbued with a calming and harmonious allure. These serpents were all of a sentient kind, possessing a degree of intelligence. The founder of the Xianyi sect had trained them with this very melody. As Chen Yang's soft humming filled the air, the throng of venomous snakes parted like a tide, creating a clear path. Seeing the effectiveness of the melody, both Chen Yang and Chen Moya exhaled in relief and ventured deeper into the grove. The bamboo forest was a favored haven for snakes, a veritable paradise for them. As they traversed the path, they refrained from using artificial light, relying instead on the moonlight to observe the writhing mass of serpents, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. The sounds emitted by the snakes as they slithered about instilled a profound sense of unease. Halfway through their journey, Chen Yang suddenly sensed something amiss and halted. "What is it?" Chen Moya inquired softly, her voice still audible through the gas mask. "There is something not right," Chen Yang replied solemnly. "What seems to be the issue?" Chen Moya asked, intrigued. "The way these snakes are parting is serpentine, resembling a winding path. Yet, we intend to move forward, guided by my incantation. Why would they lead us astray?" Chen Yang articulata. Chen Moya paused, momentarily taken aback, before dismissing Chen Yang's concerns as overly dramatic. "These snakes are ultimately mere beasts, not human. Can you truly expect them to create a straight path?" Chen Yang's ears perked up, his instincts sharp. He suddenly perceived a surge of agitation emanating from the serpentine throng as Chen Moya belittled them. A chill ran down his spine. These snakes were astute enough to comprehend human speech to a degree. "It's not as simple as you think," Chen Yang declared gravely. "Moya, I believe these snakes are attempting to lead us somewhere, a place that may harbor an ambush or perilous threats awaiting us. What danger could possibly rival that of these venomous snakes?" Chen Moya countered. "Could it be that someone is aware of our movements in advance? Even if they were forewarned, if they wished to eliminate us, they could simply command the venomous snakes to do so directly." Chen Yang spoke in a low voice, reminding, "Do not forget that the members of the Xianyi sect excel at unraveling the secrets of heaven. If Cheng Jianhua has foreseen his own calamity and prepared in advance, it would be trivial for him to anticipate our arrival." Chen Mo Yao gasped in shock and curiously inquired, "But I do not understand. If Cheng Jianhua truly deduced our coming, why not simply let these snakes poison us?" As she surveyed the multitude of serpents surrounding them, a shiver ran down her spine. There were so many of these snakes. If they surged forth to bite Chen Yang and Chen Mo Yao, their demise would be utterly tragic. Chen Mo Yao remembered a scene from the Investiture of the Gods, where a person was thrown into a pit of countless snakes, a punishment known as the Viper Basin. It had terrified her as a child, and now, facing such a scenario herself, how could she not tremble in fear? Chen Yang, however, remained remarkably composed. Such was his nature. The greater the peril, the steadier he became. "Mo Yao, you are correct. If they truly wished for our demise, they need not go to such lengths," he remarked. Hearing this, Chen Mo Yao let out a sigh of relief, saying, "So, you were merely overthinking it, right? They haven't noticed us at all." Chen Yang clarified, "Not quite. They're already aware of our presence. Their hesitation to kill us might indicate that something far more sinister awaits us." He continued, "Let us proceed cautiously and adapt as the situation unfolds. After all, it is unlikely to worsen than our current predicament." At this moment, Chen Yang ceased humming his tune, yet the serpents continued to part like a tide, forming a winding path. This only reinforced Chen Yang's suspicions. Even the slowest of minds would recognize that something was amiss with the snakes. The two advanced in the direction indicated by the serpents, and within 5 minutes, they emerged from the bamboo grove. Before them stood a thatched cottage, devoid of any light and seemingly uninhabited. Nevertheless, the tide of snakes did not recede. Instead, it encircled the cottage entirely. The serpents carved a path for Chen Yang and Chen Yao, leading directly to the thatched dwelling. It was evident that the hidden figure intended for them to enter the cottage. Chen Yang, relying on his instincts, sensed danger emanating from within. What should we do? Chen Yao asked Chen Yang. With a quick glance, Chen Yang rummaged through his bag and retrieved a windproof lighter, igniting it and hurling it toward the thatched roof. Upon witnessing this action, Chen Yao's eyes lit up. She thought Chen Yang truly clever. No matter how many traps lay in wait, they could simply refrain from entering and set it ablaze. The dry thatch ignited immediately upon contact, first as a small flame, then rapidly spreading into a conflagration. This is not good. At that moment, Chen Yang's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly dashed into the thatched hut. Chen Yao, standing nearby, was baffled. She could not comprehend what had gone awry or why Chen Yang's visage had shifted so alarmingly. Upon entering the hut, Chen Yang immediately spotted an elderly man lying in the center. The old man, with a benevolent countenance and tightly closed eyes, appeared to be at peace. Chen Yang, sharp-eyed, quickly discerned that the old man had already passed away. To make matters worse, he detected the pungent scent of gasoline emanating from the body. Before he could intervene, a spark ignited and instantly, a fierce blaze erupted around the old man. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames. Despite Chen Yang's desperate desire to save him, it was already too late. Chen Yang, the snake tide has receded. We must leave. Chen Yao suddenly shouted from behind, having noticed the retreating serpents. With a heavy heart, Chen Yang hastily returned to her side, witnessing the dispersal of the snakes while the hut was consumed by fire. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the east, accompanied by shouts of alarm. Disaster. The ancestral temple is ablaze. Everyone, come help extinguish the fire. Let's go. Chen Yang immediately grasped Chen Yao's hand and ran westward. To the west lay a natural lake, bordered by a thicket of reeds. The mirage was formed by the interplay of sunlight and the numerous lakes, creating a captivating spectacle. Chen Yang and Chen Yao concealed themselves behind the reeds. Though the dew-soaked foliage drenched them, they paid it little mind, as they were already nearly soaked through. The thatched hut was beyond salvation. Subsequently, they heard lamentations of grief, with cries lamenting the passing of their revered ancestor. We must continue. Chen Yang urged, Bulinkin Moyao westward again. Further west, they encountered a verdant mountain. The bright moon cast its silvery light over the lush landscape, enhancing the mountain's air of mystery. As they reached the mountainside, an enveloping tranquility settled around them, an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of birds and insects. Chen Yang and Chen Yao found a hollow to sit down, and from this vantage point, they beheld a distant area illuminated by countless lights. To their astonishment, the lights below shone brightly, resembling a bustling small city. Chen Yao, intrigued, pointed eastward and remarked, "Could that be an airport?" Chen Yang followed her gaze and, indeed, discerned an area resembling a playground where the outlines of aircraft could be seen. Although they could not see clearly, their recent flight gave them a sense of familiarity with airports. This town of Xian Yimen appeared surprisingly modern, defying their prior assumptions of backwardness. It was no wonder, for the people of Xian Yimen were experts in feng shui and fortune-telling, making it easy for them to earn a living. After all, Bai Shuang had left Xian Yimen with a substantial sum to open a bar, indicating that the town was certainly not lacking in wealth. At present, Chen Yang's heart was burdened with an immense weight, leaving him no inclination to ponder extraneous matters. The Grand Master has passed away, the ancestral temple. How infuriating. Chen Yao removed her gas mask and addressed Chen Yang, inquiring about the situation. What just transpired? It seemed as though I heard the Grand Master had departed this world. Have we inadvertently caused his demise? Upon uttering this, her countenance shifted dramatically as she added, "Could it be that Cheng Jianhua is conspiring against us?" Chen Yang's expression grew grave as he replied, "This affair is inextricably linked to Cheng Jianhua. He is indeed a formidable individual unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime. Without even having met him, he has already ensnared us in a predicament from which we cannot escape. Is it truly that severe? Chen Yao questioned. Our purpose in entering was to apprehend Cheng Jianhua by seeking the Grand Master's counsel. Now, having caused the Grand Master's demise, do you not think the members of the Xian Yi sect will harbor an intense animosity towards us? Qin Montak ya counted. But how could such a powerful figure as the Grand Master be so easily vanquished? Chapter 65. Cheng Jianhua emerges. Chen Yang remarked. The ancestral master was already slain by someone before my arrival, and his body was doused in gasoline. Chen Yao gasped upon hearing this. This is clearly a setup to frame us. We came here to inform the ancestral master about the affairs concerning Yin Shuang and to apprehend Cheng Jianhua. Now that the ancestral master is deceased, what are we to do? A profound dread enveloped Chen Yang, a fear rooted in the celestial laws and sorcery. He spoke solemnly. We have not disclosed our whereabouts to anyone. Our movements have been shrouded in secrecy. Yet Cheng Jianhua, thousands of miles away, has managed to deduce everything. He calculated the timing perfectly, murdered the ancestral master, and subsequently laid the blame upon us. His mastery of sorcery is unfathomable. Upon Chen Yang's reminder, Chen Yao too began to sense the gravity of their predicament. A thought struck her, and she added, "But what if Cheng Jianhua never considered the possibility that you would not ignite the fire? Initially, we did not even intend to start a blaze." Chen Yang replied gruffly. In the bamboo grove, those venomous snakes could have led us directly in a straight line to the thatched cottage. Yet they chose to slither in a convoluted manner. This is a deliberate ruse designed to instill suspicion, prompting us to be cautious. Consequently, when the thatched cottage is eventually set ablaze, it would seem entirely plausible. Moreover, I fear that even if we abstain from igniting it, he may very well set it ablaze himself. What shall we do now? Chen Yao felt a headache coming on. Though she was a clever girl, she often fell a step behind when with Chen Yang. He stated, if we venture to the Xian Yi sect now, we would undoubtedly be met with collective hostility. The wisest course of action is for us to depart from here immediately. You should mobilize the armed police from Anning City to apprehend Cheng Jianhua. At that point, we shall appear as champions of justice, and no one will suspect our connection to the ancestral master's demise. Chen Yao's eyes brightened at this prospect, but she quickly grew troubled, saying, "You previously advised against bringing a large force, fearing it would alert the enemy. Are you not concerned about that now?" Chen Yang responded, "This is a different time. Previously, we had reason on our side, facing only Cheng Jianhua as an adversary. However, with the ancestral master gone, we now stand as foes of the entire Xian Yi sect. With our limited capabilities, it is impossible for just the two of us to capture Cheng Jianhua. Therefore, with a larger force, even if we fail to apprehend him, we can expose his malevolence to the Xian Yi sect, making it untenable for him to remain there. Once he is outside the sect, capturing him will become considerably easier." After hearing Chen Yang's rationale, Chen Yao was immediately convinced. We must not delay. We should hasten our departure. Yet, Chen Yang was not as optimistic. He cautioned, "To exit, we can no longer traverse the bamboo grove. Cheng Jianhua has achieved his objective, and he will surely send the venomous snakes to strike us down. The area is riddled with mountains. We must find our way out through the hills. However, this undertaking is quite substantial. The mountainous terrain here is in close proximity to Myanmar. If we are not careful, we may inadvertently find ourselves wandering into Myanmar, a region currently engulfed in conflict and chaos, rendering it exceedingly perilous." He paused momentarily, then continued, "Furthermore, the practitioners of Xian Yi sect are well versed in the arcane arts and may have already divined our hiding place. It may not be so simple for us to escape." Chen Yao couldn't help but smile wryly, remarking, "From what you say, it seems we are doomed regardless." Chen Yang replied in a solemn tone, "The Xian Yi sect's mastery of celestial divination makes survival in their grasp a formidable challenge." Chen Yao countered, "Yet we cannot simply resign ourselves to fate, can we?" Chen Yang scanned their surroundings, enveloped in darkness and surrounded by mountains. He then said, In this small town, it is unlikely that large aircraft are constantly coming and going. Those planes are most likely helicopters. We should hasten to procure one and use it to flee this place. Chen Yao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Can you pilot a helicopter?" Chen Yang touched his nose and replied, "A helicopter is easier to operate than a car. What is there not know? I have even piloted the American FB-423 fighter jet." Chen Yao regarded Chen Yang as if he were an oddity, asking, "What exactly did you do before?" Chen Yang replied, "Did I not mention? I was a mercenary." Chen Yao exclaimed, "Seriously, a mercenary can fly a fighter jet? Are you mocking my lack of education?" Chen Yang responded, "Mercenaries come in various tiers, you know. I belong to the elite class." Just as Chen Yao was about to retort, Chen Yang interjected, "Enough with the chatter. Let us move while the Xian Yi sect remains unaware of our intentions." Chen Yao nodded in agreement. The two stealthily made their way towards the airstrip below. Suddenly, Chen Yao whispered, "Hey, Chen Yang, I have a question." "What is it?" Chen Yang replied with slight impatience. Chen Yao inquired, "Surely the helicopter requires a key to start? Do we possess a key? It cannot be as simple as connecting two wires like a car, can it?" Chen Yang responded, "It is somewhat similar." Chen Yao harbored doubts about the reliability of this plan, but seeing Chen Yang's conviction, she refrained from expressing further skepticism. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Chen Yang halted again. "What is it?" Chen Yao asked immediately. Chen Yang, visibly frustrated, said, "Do you think Chen Jianhua might foresee our attempt to steal the helicopter and set a trap for us?" Chen Yao was taken aback and quickly replied, "If Chen Jianhua could predict our arrival to seek him, it seems plausible that he could also anticipate our endeavor to steal the helicopter." Chen Yang was deeply troubled. Typically, he had his own clever strategies against adversaries. Yet, in the face of Chen Jianhua, it felt as if the opponent possessed an unfair advantage, knowing everything in advance while they were left in the dark. Chen Yao remarked, "Even if we were to forego stealing the helicopter, he could still predict our movements elsewhere. If that is the case, it might be better to go for the helicopter." Chen Yang considered her words and found them to be quite reasonable. At present, there was no inclination for further contemplation. Whatever may come, I shall act first and consider the consequences later. Chen Yang was known for his swiftness and precision in his endeavors. Yet today marked his inaugural venture into such reckless behavior, all compelled by that insufferable Chen Jianhua. Regardless, he recalled by Yin Shuang's words that most individuals from the Xian Yi sect were devoid of martial prowess. Even if they possessed some skill in calculation, if the situation became dire, he would rely on sheer strength to overcome tenfold their abilities and carve his way through. With this determination, Chen Yang felt a modicum of reassurance. Beneath the mountain lay Xian Yi Town, the stronghold of the Xian Yi sect, a place where modern technology reigned supreme. The town boasted its own power supply and water resources, even going so far as to invest heavily in satellite connections for internet access. As they descended the mountain, the duo soon arrived in the town. The roads of Xian Yi Town were remarkably wide and impeccably paved, reminiscent of a highway. The houses lining the streets resembled garden villas, evoking a likeness to the enchanting town of Cambridge in England, home to the esteemed University of Cambridge. Xian Yi Town could be likened to a modern-day utopia, where the air was crisp, free from worldly tribulations, yet replete with the conveniences of contemporary technology. Such a place stirred a sense of yearning within both Chen Yang and Chen Yao. Suddenly, a vehicle approached. Chen Yang swiftly pulled Chen Yao behind a nearby wall. As the car passed, he caught a clear glimpse of it, a sleek Mercedes sports car, valued at no less than $1 million. How do they bring such vehicles here? Kin Montag ja in Kvirat softly. Clearly by plane, Chen Yang replied. She acknowledged with a soft "oh," and they proceeded towards the airport. Before long, they arrived at the airport, which was open and devoid of gates or any form of security. Upon their arrival, they were awestruck by the sight before them. Though not as expansive as an international airport, the runway boasted over 20 strips. The runway lights illuminated the scene, while the rest remained dim. As they entered the airport, a serene silence enveloped them, with no one to oversee their actions. However, Chen Yang felt a sense of urgency. He turned to Chen Yao and said, There may be surveillance cameras here. We must locate a helicopter and escape swiftly. She nodded in agreement. Their gaze soon fixed upon a helicopter, quietly stationed 50 meters to their right. Chen Yang and Chen Yao perceived a glimmer of hope. Truth be told, the entire Xian town instilled a sense of oppression in Chen Yang, primarily due to the unsettling aura of its inhabitants, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything around them, shrouded in an air of mystery. The duo hastily approached the helicopter, only to find its door firmly shut. Just as Chen Yang was about to leap aboard and force it open, a sudden scream from Chen Yao pierced the air. Chen Yang immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere, an unmistakable indication of danger. Turning to investigate, he beheld 3 figures standing merely 10 meters away, the foremost being none other than Cheng Jianhua. Chen Yang and Chen Moya were profoundly impressed by Cheng Jianhua upon their first encounter. At this moment, Cheng Jianhua donned a long cyan robe, his hair slicked back elegantly, exuding an air of refinement. His visage was strikingly handsome, appearing to be around 25 years of age. Furthermore, his eyes possessed a captivating brilliance, reminiscent of exquisite, polished jade, making it difficult for one to forget him after a mere glance, drawing people in with an almost magnetic allure. Accompanying Cheng Jianhua were 2 intriguing gentlemen. The one on the left wore a black Zhongshan suit and appeared to be in his 20s. His buzz cut, with each hair standing defiantly, lent him a somewhat unsettling presence. On the right stood a young man clad in a white shirt, tall and graceful, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a distinctly military demeanor. This youth seemed to be around 28, his gaze calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. With a sheepish smile, Chen Yang rubbed his hands together and addressed Cheng Jianhua, saying, "What a coincidence, my friends. It seems you are here as well." Chapter 66. The Chosen Ones. Cheng Jianhua and his companions observed Chen Yang and Chen Yao, the unexpected guests, with nary a flicker of surprise upon their faces. Chen Yang was internally astonished, grappling with the surreal nature of the scene before him. What made the situation so extraordinary? As a peak master of the transformation stage, his perception of the surrounding environment was exceptionally acute. In fact, he could sense even the slightest movements within a radius of 50 meters, an ant scuttling about, for instance. Yet, despite Cheng Jianhua and his companions encroaching upon his 10-meter vicinity, he remained utterly unaware of their presence. This anomaly suggested that their cultivation levels surpassed his own, a notion that seemed improbable. Chen Yang had already attained a level of skill that was exceedingly rare. If only one individual were stronger than he, it would be somewhat comprehensible. However, the simultaneous emergence of 3 individuals surpassing his prowess was akin to winning the lottery with an astonishingly low probability. As Chen Yang spoke, he scrutinized Cheng Jianhua and his companions. He discerned that Cheng Jianhua either lacked any cultivation or had returned to a state of simplicity in his abilities. Chen Yang surmised the former to be true, given that Buying Shuang had grown up alongside Cheng Jianhua and had never mentioned his martial prowess. It was unlikely that he could have achieved such extraordinary skill in just a few short years. Regarding the buzzcut youth beside Cheng Jianhua, Chen Yang recognized that his cultivation was also within the transformation stage. This young man exuded an intense and formidable aura, sharp as a blade, instilling fear in those who beheld him. It was clear that should he choose to attack, the consequences would be dire. While cultivation levels were one aspect, the dynamics of combat and the unpredictability of experience presented an entirely different challenge. It was a misconception to assume that a master of the transformation stage could easily triumph over an adept of the hidden stage. As for the young man in the white shirt, Chen Yang's heart raced upon observing him. This individual genuinely possessed peak cultivation in the transformation stage, and his demeanor was as inscrutable as tranquil waters. You must be quite curious as to why you failed to perceive our presence, correct? Cheng Jianhua remarked, glancing at Chen Yang with an air of nonchalance. Chen Yang chuckled lightly, maintaining a facade of ease while remaining vigilant. There is nothing particularly strange about it. As a master of the mystical gate, you can sense fluctuations in magnetic fields and alter the aura around you. By disrupting the magnetic field in my vicinity, you rendered me oblivious to your approach, did you not? Cheng Jianhua offered a subtle smile, acknowledging, You are indeed an astute individual. Flattery will get you nowhere. Chen Yang replied with a grin. Cheng Jianhua continued, You have come here to seek justice for Bai Shuang, to confront me, have you not? Recognizing the futility of denial, Chen Yang conceded, That was indeed my intention, but it appears that is no longer feasible. Cheng Jianhua stated, Bai Shuang is clinging to life in the Golden Years Bar, relying on Feng Yu to maintain her sanctuary. I have been aware of this all along. Though her establishment appears immensely powerful, impenetrable to outsiders, I possess at least 100 methods to dismantle her domain. Do you know why I have refrained from doing so? Chen Yang's expression hardened as he could no longer maintain his composure. Are you, perhaps, waiting for me? Qin Mo Yao, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine at Cheng Jianhua's potential foresight. If he truly was waiting for Chen Yang, it was a terrifying prospect. Could this man be something akin to a deity, capable of predicting all that transpires? Reflecting on this, it seems that figures from ancient times, such as Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang, possessing extraordinary foresight, are not merely subjects of exaggeration. Cheng Jianhua smiled faintly and remarked, It is not that I am waiting for you. Rather, I have calculated that Bai Shuang shares a certain connection with the Destined One, who will ultimately become my adversary due to her. Through meticulous calculations, I have deduced that the Destined One will surely meet Bai Shuang at the Golden Age and subsequently seek vengeance for her. Naturally, this quest for retribution will lead them to me. This is, in essence, a complex equation. What is this Destined One? Chen Yang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Cheng Jianhua generously elaborated. The Destined One is the embodiment of fate's decree. In the future world, a significant upheaval of fortune will unfold, with myriad heroes vying for supremacy and chaos reigning. The Destined One is the entity tasked with suppressing this turmoil, chosen by the heavenly mandate. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning, Are you jesting? We are in the 21st century, an era of advanced technology and peace. It is inconceivable that we could descend into the chaos of yore. Cheng Jianhua replied, It is not a matter of national strife, but rather that the advancement of technology allows no room for demons or malevolent spirits. This is the progression of heavenly order. All entities of malevolence and rebellious power cannot coexist. Discussing such matters with you now may yield little understanding. Chen Yang, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly processed the implications of Cheng Jianhua's words. He grasped a fragment of understanding, though not entirely. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of one thing. You claim I am the Destined One? Thus, you imply that I am the locus of fortune. In other words, I will encounter auspiciousness and transform misfortune into blessings. Should you oppose me, you are acting against the heavenly decree. Cheng Jianhua laughed heartily, saying, You are quite naive. This is not a television drama, and there is no inviolable law of the protagonist's immortality. The heavenly mandate flows relentlessly. We are but insignificant specks within it. Should you perish, your fortune will naturally transfer to another, giving rise to the next Destined One. Each transition of dynasties has witnessed the emergence of a Destined One. Liu Bang was a Destined One, as was Xiang Yu, and even Qin Ershi Guhai was a Destined One. Zhu Yuanzhang and Chen Yuliang were also Destined Ones, as was the Ming Dynasty's minor sovereign. Your existence serves as a piece on the chessboard of heavenly order, facilitating its transformation. When you fall, another piece will inevitably rise to carry forth the unfinished endeavor. The distinction between the Destined One and the common folk lies in the fact that their fortune tends to be somewhat more favorable, Cheng Jianhua added. Qin Montakya, listening nearby, found herself both enlightened and bewildered. Chen Yang's expression shifted slightly as he asked, So, why do you await my arrival? Is it merely to frame me for the death of our revered ancestor? Cheng Jianhua replied coolly, Indeed, the ancestor was the most formidable master of our Xianyi sect. However, he held too great a fear of the heavenly order, remaining stagnant and only knowing to follow the tide. In this case, what use is our knowledge of the heavenly secrets if ignorance would be more advantageous? Thus, you intend to eliminate the ancestor and usurp his position? Chen Yang stated solemnly. Cheng Jianhua smiled slightly, saying precisely. The ancestor has always doubted my intentions, believing I would lead the Xian Yi sect to inevitable ruin. Therefore, he must perish. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your arrival serves two purposes. First, to provide an explanation for the death of our revered master. Second, I intend to usurp your fortune and assume the mantle of a fated one. Can fortune truly be seized? Chen Yang inhalet sarpli. Chen Jianhua replied, the ordinary cannot. But I can. After a brief pause, he added, now, as a fated one, I have answered all your inquiries. You may as well turn off your phone recording. Chen Yang's expression turned peculiar. He had indeed discreetly activated his phone to record the conversation, intending to lure Chen Jianhua into admitting his culpability in the master's demise. To his surprise, Chen Jianhua was aware of this. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yang. Chen Jianhua, fully cognizant of the recording, continued to speak with audacity. This could only signify one thing. He was utterly unafraid and confident in his ability to subdue Chen Yang. Qin Mo Yao sensed the tension as well and instinctively drew closer to Chen Yang, sternly admonishing Chen Jianhua, I am a police officer. You would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Chen Jianhua glanced at Qin Mo Yao and replied, your identity is insignificant because you will soon vanish from this world. No one will know where you have gone. Qin Mo Yao gasped. She realized that the terror embodied by Ying Shuang paled in comparison to Chen Jianhua. Chen Jianhua turned back to Chen Yang, saying, I nearly forgot to introduce you. He patted the shoulder of the buzz-cut young man beside him, stating, this is Long Xian, a Japanese national, merely 20 years of age. Do not be misled by his youth. He has claimed many lives. Long Xian began his training at the age of 6 under the master of the Beichan One-Blade School, Ida Yensong. He honed his skills for 10 years beneath the 100-Zhang waterfall, having already become a master swordsman by the age of 10. At 15, he famously slew his master, Ida Yensong, thus earning his renown. The number of experts who have perished at his hands is incalculable. He then introduced the young man in a white shirt. This one is even more remarkable. His name is Li Yang. He was once a major general in the military, and his marksmanship ranks among the top 3 in the millions of the People's Liberation Army. Chen Yang's pupils dilated. Then he let out a cold laugh, saying, I have heard of Major General Li. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised. You have heard of me? Chen Yang chuckled. You sold state secrets.